Yifeng was also observing the battle on the arena, and when he saw Xie Xianyu arriving behind Feng Kuang, he couldn't help frowning slightly. Then what kind of power does Xie Xianyu possess that is so strange? Yifeng didn't feel any power fluctuation at all, so Xie Xianyu had already gone behind Feng Kuang. The chapter update is the fastest, not to mention Yifeng, even Qi, and some other immortal emperor powerhouses in the immortal demon city have not felt the power fluctuations from Xie Xianyu. Power, isn't that how it's used? It seemed that Xie Xianyu's sweet voice sounded in Yifeng's ear, and he couldn't help being touched. It seems that Xie Xianyu, who has a somewhat mysterious background, is not bad, even very powerful. At least a monk of Feng Kuang's level is not her opponent at all. I surrender. On the battle stage, Feng Kuang knew that he was not Xie Xianyu's opponent, so he directly surrendered. Originally, he wanted to show off his glory in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, but he did not expect to encounter so many things that made him feel frustrated. First, xuanhuan was seriously injured, and then Yu Luo was beheaded. These two incidents became the pain in Feng Kuang's heart. Almost without any fluctuations, Xie Xianyu's figure appeared outside the court again, and gracefully returned to the Wuya Valley's camp. But it's strange to say that although Xie Xianyu is from the Wuya Valley camp, after she returned to the Wuya Valley camp, no one came to greet her, and even looked at her with strange eyes, as if Xie Xianyu and Wu Yigu's young geniuses are not familiar with them either. This woman has a secret. Yifeng squinted his eyes, and paid a little attention to Xie Xianyu. If he meets Xie Xianyu on the battlefield, he must not take it lightly. Immediately afterwards, the battles on the 16 arenas entered into a fierce stage. Yifeng carefully observed the situation on the field, feeling a little emotional in his heart. It seems that there are quite a few young geniuses participating in this Eastern Region martial arts competition. By the fourth round, all kinds of strong players have begun to emerge. Those strong men who caught Yifeng's attention, each has enough strength to enter the top 10 in the Eastern Territory martial arts. Of course, Yifeng's standard for the top 10 martial arts in the Eastern region is no longer what it used to be. In the past, Gui Qiansheng was also known as being able to enter the top 10 in the Eastern region martial arts, but now, in Yifeng's view, Gui Qiansheng is still far behind. Others don't mention it, just the talented Xie Xianyu made Yifeng a little unpredictable. In addition, there is a girl from the Dapeng demon clan on the battle stage at this time, named Duan Shuega. Although she is a Dapeng demon cultivator, her wings are snow white after she transforms into her body, which is completely different from ordinary Dapeng demon cultivators. Should have a different origin. Duan Shuega waved her domineering Bai Shue, and her power was different from ordinary Bai Shue's. She was extremely powerful. Her opponent was originally a talented young man from Tianmen, but after meeting Duan Shuega, she fell within a few short breaths. It was frozen into an ice sculpture. Duan Shuega didn't kill, the young genius of Tianmen surrendered directly, and only then got rid of the fate of being frozen to death by Bai Shui. On the other side, a young man in Tianmen wearing a clown mask, named Guanyu, sounds like Zi Xuan and Songlong, and his strength is extremely terrifying. This Guanyu's opponent in the fourth round was a Luling swordsman. In the first round, this famous Luling swordsman directly stepped into the third round with his own strength, which shows his strength. But now this languished swordsman confronts Guanyu, but he is completely suppressed by his weird power. One after another, the phantoms of Guanyu wearing clown masks flash, explode, and explode in the field. The weird power makes people hard to guard against. If you are not careful, you will be recruited. It didn't take long for the wandering swordsman to be exhausted by Guanyu wearing a clown mask, and finally had no choice but to admit defeat. Xie Xianyu, Duan Shuega, Guanyu, these young geniuses in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, when it comes to the fourth round, any one of them can be pulled out and placed in Xiaqing Tian. They can be said to be top geniuses. Yifeng thought in his heart, feeling a little emotional. It seems that the cultivation environment of Xia Qingshan is really incomparable with that of Shang Qingshan. The cultivation environment of these young geniuses in Shang Qingshan is really good, which caused them to die at a bone age of 200 years. When you are young, you will be able to step into the realm of becoming a fairy, and even defeat those powerful immortals who have been ordinary for 20,000 to 30,000 years. With the fourth round of the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory, one after another, strong men emerged. Although there were fewer sects participating, there were more crowds around. Because the final of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition is the most exciting part of the entire Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition. Who is the strongest among the younger generation of Tianqing in the Eastern Region will be decided in the finals. The battle between the young generation of top geniuses, even for some immortal emperors, is of great reference, because those immortal emperors themselves are not talented enough. Although they have advanced to the immortal emperor, their combat power is very ordinary. If you go further, it is definitely not possible to build a car behind closed doors. Watching a young generation of top talent battle it out now has the potential to inspire them. In the fourth round, there are still 16 final battles. During this period, Yifeng continued to observe all the arenas, and wrote down the names of all worthy opponents. Soon, the fourth round of the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Competition officially ended. So far, only 64 people have successfully advanced to the fifth round. During the entire fourth round, Yifeng saw a lot of powerhouses emerge, most of them from the Ghost Bone sect, Tianmen, Babu Dragon Demon Clan, Wu Yagu, etc., and the Dupeng Monster Clan. In the next round, I'm fine, but Qing Xian, Yu Yuan, you two should pay attention. Yifeng reminded the little fox demon and Yu Yuan beside him. Well, my opponent is an uninitiated man, a swordsman. In the last round, that guy had a hard time defeating a Tianmen genius. I won't lose to him in this round. Qing Xian glanced at a swordsman in Xingyi not far away, and said confidently. Yu Yuan didn't speak, but her eyes turned to the Ghost Bone sect camp. In that camp, there was a young man covered in black robe standing in the void, exuding a stern aura all over his body. That man's name was Ghost Wangu, and he was Yu Yuan's opponent in the next round. It is said that Gue Wangu has been able to simulate the final form of the Ghost Bone sect's cultivation mentality, turning his whole body into bones. His strength is quite terrifying, but since participating in the Eastern Region martial arts, no one has allowed him to display his true strength. In the next round, if Gue Wangu doesn't show his strength, he may be directly swept out by Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, you should be more careful. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat, you know? Yifeng said to Yu Yuan with concern. Well, don't worry, I won't regard victory as more important than life. But then again, the fourth round has just ended, and I don't know what rewards will be given to us. Yu Yuan said with a slight smile. Well, I hope this reward can improve our strength even more. Yifeng nodded, and turned his gaze to Fairy Tianxiang, who was about to speak at the referee's seat. It's time to announce the rewards for advancing to the fifth round from the fourth round. There will be corresponding rewards for each round of promotion in the Eastern Territory martial arts. The rewards for the first 3 rounds are a fairy text, a sanctuary aura, and 3 days of training in Wyaquan. The rewards for this fourth round will obviously be better than the rewards for the previous 3 rounds. Fairy Tianxiang stood up and glanced at the surrounding people. Seeing the expectant expressions on everyone's faces, she couldn't help but smile slightly, and said calmly, "This is the reward for the fourth round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition." After the words fell, what appeared in her hand was a bunch of keys. Key? Most of the people had doubts on their faces, obviously they didn't know what the key was for. However, the faces of a few people changed, it turned out to be the key. Immediately afterwards, Fairy Tianxiang explained the bunch of keys. this bunch of keys is the only certificate leading to the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant. Regarding the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant, you can learn about it yourself, and then enter it. As for the East Territory Society Wu's 5th round will be held here tomorrow morning. Now, everyone can go to collect the rewards for the 4th round of advancement, or you can go to collect the rewards after the end of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. All of a sudden, the center of Wuya City was full of voices. Yifeng was also a little puzzled, and asked Yue Yuan beside him, Yuelong, do you know what's in the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant? Yue Yuan nodded, with a little expectation on her face. Tianxiang's secret palace. It is rumored that the previous head of Wuya Valley left it behind, and gave it to his daughter Tianxiang Fairy's treasure house, in which there are all kinds of treasures, such as magic treasures, mental techniques, natural materials, and earthly treasures. Normally, it is impossible for people to enter, but I never thought that the reward for the 4th round of the Eastern Territory martial arts tournament would be to enter the secret palace once. The treasure house left by the previous head? Yifeng's face changed when he heard that, although Lingshan and Duan Wuya in Wuya Valley are not very good in his eyes, but Miadaozi's strength can be seen, let alone the previous head of Wuya Valley. No one knows how many precious things there will be in the treasure house left behind, but it is conceivable that once one enters it, even if only one thing is selected, it will have a great impact on the strength of these gifted youths. After entering the treasure house of the secret hall, the combat effectiveness of all participants will be greatly improved, but how much the increase depends on everyone's luck in the secret hall. It can be said that if someone is not as strong as another at the end of the 4th round, then after entering the secret hall, it is very likely that he will be able to defeat the opponent. This is a great opportunity for all practitioners who have advanced to the 5th round. All the contestants who have advanced to the 5th round of the Eastern Martial Arts competition are extremely looking forward to this moment, even the Emperor of Death and Tianmen. This time Wuya Valley held the East Territory Martial Arts Tournament, and the rewards offered were really good. Based on this, no one can blame Wuya Valley for anything. In the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant, is there anything that needs attention? Yifeng continued to ask Yu Yuan. I don't know, I've never been in it. Yu Yuan shook her head. She only heard about the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant, but did not enter it. Maybe even people like Miadaozi are not qualified to enter it at will. The secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant hides many secrets. It is said that the signature of Tianxiang Restaurant, Tian perfume, is brewed from the materials in the secret hall. Then there is no way. If we can be together after entering, we will walk together and not separate. Yifeng gave instructions to Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan nodded in agreement. In addition, Tong and Qingxin, who also advanced to the 5th round, will of course go with Yifeng, but Xue Feifei, Feng Quang, Xue Rongguang and other people from the Fairy Demon City have all been eliminated by this time. Ruoyun was also seriously injured, and Yulua was beheaded by members of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. Soon, Fairy Tianxiang manipulated those keys and let them go to the contestants who advanced to the 5th round, 1 key for each person. Yifeng discovered almost immediately that the key in his hand was not the same as what Yue Yuan got. Even after comparing them, he found that the shape of the key everyone got was different. Why do these keys have different shapes? Everyone present did not know the answer, because everyone had only heard about the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant, but had never entered it. There are only a handful of people who have entered the treasure house of the secret hall left by the previous head of Wuya Valley, and these people are all extraordinary, and they are not ordinary people. Yifeng observed carefully, saw the key he got. It was a pattern of stars. It looked extremely bright, but he didn't know what it represented. Since everyone doesn't know, there is nothing to study, just go to Tianxiang Restaurant to find out. Go and be careful yourself. She said to Yifeng and the others. Senior, don't worry. Yifeng nodded, then turned around and left with Tong, Qingxin and Yue Yuan, followed the big team, and quickly flew towards Tianxiang Restaurant. Although there is no specified time to use the key to the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant, tomorrow is the 5th round of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, and everyone wants to improve their strength again before the 5th round begins. In this regard, even the evil geniuses such as the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, Duan Shao, and Bloodsword are no exception. Not long after, Tianxiang restaurant appeared in everyone's sight. The figure of Tianxiang Fairy had already been waiting above Tianxiang restaurant, and when she saw the crowd coming, she couldn't help showing a faint smile. Everyone is really impatient. Now, if anyone wants to enter the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant, you can go in immediately. Everyone, the key corresponds to a treasure house of the secret hall, and you can choose any of the items in it. Of course, let me remind you in advance that some things in the treasure house of the secret hall cannot be taken away in a day. To maximize your own gains, please consider carefully, should you go in now, or wait until the Eastern Territory martial arts is over? Tianxiang Fairy's words immediately made many people deterred. Can't some things in the treasure house of the secret hall be taken away in a day? Although no one knew exactly what this sentence meant, it undoubtedly sounded the alarm for everyone. If you really encounter a reward that you can't take away in a day, then you can only choose other rewards that you can take away, but in that case, what you can take away may not be what you really need. Many people began to hesitate. If you missed the next 5th round due to this reason, it would obviously not be worthwhile, because the secret hall rewards could be collected at any time, and the 5th round would be tomorrow. Who knows what the rewards for the 5th round are? Read the full text. Faced with a choice, everyone hesitated for a while. Anyway, I have no hope of advancing against the Emperor of the Dead Zone in the 5th round. Tomorrow's match, I just abstain. I will enter the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant now. Finally, a young genius stood up and gestured to Fairy Tianxiang. Fairy Tianxiang nodded with a smile, waved her hand, and took away the figure of the talented young man that day, probably sending it to the entrance of the treasure house of the secret hall. Immediately afterwards, young geniuses one after another chose to enter it, but there were also many who chose to retain the opportunity to enter. I want to go in. My opponent in the next round is the demon blade of the 8 dragon demons. If I don't enter the secret palace, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. Tong Tong said softly behind Yi Feng. Demon Blade is one of the talented youths of the Heavenly Demon Dragon Division in the eastern region of the 8 Dragon Demon Clan. He is extremely powerful. It is said that he has practiced with Zhu Tian for a period of time. In the 4th round, Magic Blade strongly defeated a talented young man from Sanren sect, and gave Tong a few provocative glances. It is conceivable that Magic Blade is very confident in his own strength. Although Tong has confidence in his talent, he faces the same problem as Yi Feng, that is, his cultivation is too low to compare with others. He only has more than 6,000 years of cultivation, and it is very difficult to make it all the way to the present. It's easy, but if you want to go further, you must firmly grasp every opportunity. Especially the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant, such a place, entering at once will have a great impact on one's own strength. Tong is ready to enter it, fight hard. If he can defeat the Magic Blade, the reward for the 5th round will also be in hand, can once again enhance their own strength. And if you don't enter it and just look at the strength displayed on the Magic Blade, it will be difficult for Tong now to win. After all, Tong has been exiled in the ancient ruins of Xia Qingshan for 100 years. If there is an extra 100 years if time comes to practice, Hitomi may be able to compete with the Emperor of Death, natural disasters, etc., for the top spot. Well, then you go in first. I will wait until the end of the Eastern Territory martial arts, and then enter it. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, raised his head to look at Fairy Tianxiang in front of him, but at this time Fairy Tianxiang also just glanced at him with a smile, which seemed to contain some deep meaning. Yi Feng didn't think much. He saw Tong stepping forward, and then his body condensed in flames was waved away by Fairy Tianxiang, and he didn't know what rewards he could get in the treasure house of the secret hall. Yuan, why don't you go in too? Your opponent in the next round, Gue Wangu, I always feel that he hides a lot of strength. I'm afraid you won't be able to win 100% against him. Yi Feng turned his head and said to Yuan. Yuan frowned slightly, obviously hesitant. She couldn't help but raised her head to look in the direction of the Ghost Bone Sect camp, and immediately saw that Ghost Wangu, who was completely covered in black robe, stepped forward and was teleported away by Fairy Tianxiang. He's gone, so I'll go too. Yuan gritted her teeth. In order to avoid defeat, she decided to use up this opportunity, even if she could only choose those treasures that could be taken away directly in the treasure house of the secret hall. At least it could strengthen her strength a lot. She already has one of the super god-level magic weapons, that is, the star crystal bow given to her by Miadaozi, but if it is just a super god-level magic weapon, the power that can be exerted in the next battle is very limited. Yuan needs stronger strength, so he can only enter the treasure house of the secret hall and fight for it. Yi Feng nodded, then watched Yuan take a step, and then was waved away by Fairy Tianxiang. Soon, out of the 64 young talents who had advanced to the 5th round, only a dozen or so remained in place. Qingxin, aren't you going? Yi Feng smiled at the little fox behind him. The next round of this little fox's opponent will be a casual swordsman, and he doesn't seem to take him very seriously. No need, I want to save the opportunity until the end, so that I can pick something good enough. I don't think that entering this secret palace will allow me to advance to more discussions. Qingxin laughed crisply, and then looked not far away. I saw the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, Duan Shao, and Shui Jian. None of these 4 masters chose to enter the treasure house of the secret hall. Obviously they are extremely confident in their current strength. In fact, taking Yi Feng as an example, why not? Since Fairy Tianxiang has said that there is a possibility that there will be treasures in the treasure house of the secret palace that will not be taken away one day, then of course Yi Feng must wait until he has enough time to come, otherwise he will not be able to take away suitable things, which will improve his own strength. It is also limited. Anyway, his current fighting power is strong enough, and there are still several killers that have not been used. What's more, anyway, the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, Duan Shao, and Shui Jian didn't go. Even if Yi Feng didn't go, there would be no disadvantage. As for the others, there was no threat in Yi Feng's eyes. What Yi Feng noticed was that Tianxiang Fairy's niece, that sweet girl Xia Xianyu, also took a step and chose to enter the secret hall, and the key in Xia Xianyu's hand seemed to be the same as Yi Feng's. Same key? Yi Feng frowned slightly. He didn't know what this meant. He knew too little about the secret hall treasure house of Tianxiang restaurant, so he couldn't guess at this moment. The same is the same, there should be nothing worth noting, Yi Feng thought in his heart, and quickly looked away. In the arena, apart from Yi Feng and Qing Xian, there were also Death Zone Emperor, Natural Calamity, Duan Shao, and Shui Jian, who did not enter. Besides the 6 of them, there were 7 or 8 people who did not enter, and among them were 8 dragons. Ying, a genius girl from the Demon Clan, and Duan Shuega, a girl from the Dapeng Monster Clan. Yi Feng paid a little attention to those who did not enter the treasure house of the secret palace, because these people had enough confidence in their own strength. Yi Feng and Qing Xian did not leave. Fairy Tianxiang invited everyone to enter Tianxiang restaurant to rest and wait for others to come out. Soon the night passed, and the sun rose at the edge of the day, and the sun shone into the windows of Tianxiang restaurant, and those monks who had entered the treasure house of the secret hall finally began to come out. Hitomi was the first to come out. Tong's body is still condensed by flames, but it is obvious that the power of flame that Tong has comprehended at this time is better than before, and it seems that the power is more than several times stronger. Yi Feng, the secret hall I entered contains all kinds of fire-type treasures. It was tailor-made just for me. Tong came to Yi Feng's side, said with a little excitement, then stretched out his hand and handed it to Yi Feng for a look. In the center of the palm condensed by Tong Lian, a strange texture appeared, which seemed to represent flames. This should be the treasure he had chosen in the secret hall. What's this? Yi Feng asked, curiously. It's the mark of real fire. Practitioners with this mark will be able to comprehend the talent of any fire power, and the use of fire power will be more convenient and powerful. The gentle voice of Fairy Tianxiang came from the side. The new book Longwu Emperor Zun is released, everyone is welcome to come and join us, flowers and collections are urgently needed starting tomorrow, Genius Sword Immortal will update 3 chapters every day, thank you for your support. Yi Feng was of course very happy to see Tong get the mark of real fire, but he also worried while he was happy. Hitomi, your opponent in the next round, Demon Blade, is a member of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. I don't know if the God-seizing poison flower on your body has been removed. If you play rashly, will you be in danger? Yi Feng couldn't help but asked, although the God-seizing poisonous flower wasn't scary to him, Tong was not him, he didn't have such a treasure as the dragon heart. Do not worry. Unexpectedly, Hitomi smiled mysteriously, and then said, if it was before the last round, I would have hesitated whether to play, but now, I can be sure that I will not lose to that magic blade. It's good that you have confidence. Yi Feng smiled when he heard the words, and hammered Tong's shoulder, but didn't ask any further questions. Obviously, the new power that Hitomi gained after his debut in the 4th round, apart from the real fire mark he just got, is the jade pendant thrown to him by his mother. The mark of real fire obviously has no resistance to spiritual attacks, but his mother Huan is a genius of phantom power, and her jade pendant may have the effect of resisting spiritual attacks. The God-seizing poison flower is only useful to cultivators below the realm of the Immortal King, and it is of course useless to Huan, and Huanming knows that the male flower of the God-seizing poison flower may be attached to Tong, so of course he will help him think about it. A solution. The jade pendant that was given to him was a great way to resist the god-defeating poisonous flower. Of course, these are all Yi Feng's guesses, but they should not be far from the truth. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng saw Yu Liang's figure descending from the sky and coming to him. Yu Yuan followed Gue Wangu from the ghost bone sect into the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant, and before Gue Wangu came out, Yu Yuan had already appeared. Yu Yuan, how are you? Yi Feng went up to meet him and asked with concern. I got a super god-level magic weapon in the treasure house, it's this cloak. Yu Yuan smiled slightly, and then turned around softly, a flexible and elegant silver light cloak flashed out, and at the same time a burst of void power radiated out. It was obvious that this cloak contained extremely strong void power, and it might even be the void power. Law. Using this cloak, Yu Yuan's speed will never be slower than Yi Feng, who has comprehended the power of the shining demon dragon. In this way, Yu Yuan is safe against Shangue Wangu. There is nothing he can do to get her, not to mention the material of this cloak, its defensive ability is also top-notch. Good. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, it seems that Yu Yuan and Tong have gained a lot from this trip. I do regret it a bit. Yu Yuan looked a little displeased, this cloak is not the best in the treasure house of my secret temple, and there is also a top-grade super god-level magic weapon, but it's a pity that I want to take it away as Fairy Tianxiang said. It takes a lot of time to get the approval of that magic weapon, one day is not enough at all. A top-grade super god-level magic weapon. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. From yesterday's 4th round of competition, the opponent Tong met, Ling Shan's personal disciple Tianling appeared holding the Kanghan ring. Yi Feng knew that although they were both super god-level magic weapons, there were differences between them. Fanpin, top rank, and ultimate rank, the grades of these 3 super god-level magic weapons are all very different from each other. The power of a top-rank super god-level magic weapon is more than 10 times greater than that of an ordinary grade super god-level magic weapon. If it can fully exert its power, the gap will be even greater. The super god-level magic weapons that Yi Feng came into contact with before were all ordinary grade super god-level magic weapons, and the xuanhuan ring that Tong met not long ago was a top-grade super god-level magic weapon, and now Yu Yuan saw it in the treasure house of the secret hall, the best magic weapon, and also a top-grade super god-level magic weapon. Super god-level magic weapon, I don't need it. Yi Feng thought in his heart. According to his estimation, if his 9-color Yangshan sword was to be integrated with the Dao fruit sword, its quality would already be equivalent to a high-grade super god-level magic weapon, and he has no shortage of magic weapons. The only thing he lacks, now, is cultivation. Tying Kadibo has the most obvious effect on enhancing his strength. Don't think too much, now that you have this cloak, your chances of victory are much higher. Let's see what Gue Wangu got in the secret hall later. Yi Feng put his arms around Yu Yuan's delicate body, then raised his head and looked to the side, only to see other practitioners who had entered the treasure house of the secret palace also appeared in front of the crowd one after another. Gue Wangu was still dressed in black, and he couldn't see anything under his black robe. Of course, the things he obtained in the treasure house of the secret hall were not displayed for others to see. What most people get in the treasure house of the secret hall is a secret. However, all the people who entered the treasure house of the secret palace had a hint of joy on their faces. Obviously, they had gained a lot, but some people were also a little bit annoyed when they were happy, probably because they really encountered something that could not be taken away within a day. Treasures. But now that the ending has been decided, it's useless for them to regret it. At least their current combat power has improved somewhat after entering the treasure house of the secret hall, and some people have even improved a lot. For example, Hitomi was lucky enough to get the mark of real fire. I don't know how this mark was produced. It can actually enhance the monk's understanding and power of the power of fire, which is really rare. At least, Yi Feng and Yu Yuan have never heard of such a thing. It seems that the former head of Wuya Valley is really well informed, and even this kind of thing can be obtained. The 5th round of the competition is about to begin. Everyone, go to the center of Wuya City and prepare for the battle stage. There are only 32 battles in total today. Fairy Tianxiang stood up with a flick of her sleeves, and after her gentle words fell, she floated towards the center of Wuya City. Everyone followed suit. The last round before the Eastern Region Martial Arts Finals was finally about to begin. In this round, whoever can win will be able to advance to the final and qualify for the final, otherwise, he will be eliminated miserably and cannot go any further. The cultivators who have made it this far are not the young leaders of the younger generation. Even against the strongest opponents, they are not willing to admit defeat directly. However, there were 2 people who did not come out from the treasure house of the secret hall in Tianxiang restaurant. The total number of monks who participated in the 5th round was 62. Therefore, it is abstained. Their opponents in the next round, one is Duan Shao, the other is Natural Disaster. It doesn't matter whether they participate or not, anyway, if they participate in the 5th round, they will be eliminated, so it is better to spend more time to understand their own chances. The first ones to play in the 5th round are Yi Feng, Qing Xian, and Yu Liang. Yi Feng's opponent was a genius fat man of a middle school. The previous match was very amazing. He understood the power of scales and was able to balance the strength levels of himself and the opponent, so that the weak defeated the strong and won the victory. But it's hard to say whether the little fat man can go further when he meets Yi Feng this round. The 5th round started, and Yi Feng stepped onto the stage. At this moment, Yi Feng is not in the mood to watch other people's matches. Although he is very confident in himself, his opponent, the little fat man's comprehension of the power of the scale is a bit strange, but it should not be underestimated. Yi Feng must do his best, go all out. Moreover, the little fat man kept smiling after he came out of the treasure house of the secret hall. His eyes were narrowed into a slit. Obviously he got something very extraordinary in it. No matter how confident Yi Feng is, he can't take it lightly at this moment. At any time, underestimating the enemy is a big taboo for practitioners. Yi Feng, you have to be merciful later, I'm very weak, I'm not worthy of your killing. The little fat man stepped onto the battle stage, and the first words he said to Yi Feng made people laugh and cry. Where, just come and fight as much as you want. If it's not my enemy, I usually won't kill. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly and said, at the same time, he became more vigilant towards this little fat man, so he wouldn't despise him just because of his words. Hey, then I'll be impolite. The little fat man chuckled and moved his hands and feet on the spot. This guy looks like a meatball, he looks only 16 or 17 years old, he is obviously a real genius, but he only comes from a small sect called Shifu. At this moment, in the center of Wuya City, a total of hundreds of people in the dining hall are watching the game of the little fat man. Tell me, can Xiaopeng win this time? I think it's mysterious that Yi Feng has managed to get Duan Wuya down, Xiaopeng probably won't be his match. But it's not necessarily true. As long as Xiaopeng finds an opportunity, the power of Libra may not be unable to balance the strength levels of both parties. Everyone in the restaurant was talking, and everyone's eyes were full of nervousness. Their restaurant can only be said to be a middle-level sect in Tianqing of the eastern region, and there are only 2 immortal emperors in the sect, which is completely incomparable with such big sects as Wuyagu. Now there is a little fat man who can break into the 5th round of the Eastern Region martial arts competition, which is the only case in the history of the sect, which makes everyone pay close attention to it. On the battle stage, Yi Feng ignored what the little fat man said, and launched an attack directly. The first sword is the broken sword technique. The white sword light was like lightning, sweeping towards the little fat man's place, which shocked the little fat man, and hurriedly used the power of the void to jump aside to avoid it. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This little fat man's strength is not bad, the power of the void has comprehended the 4th level, as a disciple from a medium sect, he is already very good. Mysterious Ice Sword Field. Yi Feng didn't think too much, and shot out a burst of sword energy towards the surroundings, and then turned the entire battle platform into a sword field covered in ice. Descending, even the running speed of true Qi was hindered. The next trick is to see how you take it? With a move in Yi Feng's heart, he directly activated the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon, his figure turned into a bolt of lightning, and instantly went behind the little fat man, and then he swung his sword across the little fat man's neck. However, at this moment, the little fat man was not in a hurry, and a silver light glowed all over his body. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly felt that the power of the mysterious ice sword domain he had cast dropped by a large level, and the effect was greatly weakened. Immediately, the little fat man chuckled and continued to use the power of the void to jump aside. It actually broke Yi Feng's Xianbing sword domain. Although the Xianbing sword field is still there, the power of the Xianbing sword field has dropped greatly at this time, and even a boy with a cultivation base of more than 9,000 years like little Fatty can't be affected. Is that burst of silver light the power of the scales? Yi Feng squinted his eyes, didn't pursue immediately, but felt it carefully. At that moment just now, the little fat man condensed the power of the scales, which actually caused the level of power contained in Yi Feng's Xianbing sword domain to drop, and then increased the level of his own void power, thus allowing him to escape Yi Feng's ban all at once. Yi Feng has never seen this kind of peculiar power, but if Yi Feng can master this power, the chances of defeating the strong with the weak will be much greater in the future. Just play with you first, and see if you can comprehend the power of that day's scale. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and with such an idea in his mind, he began to press towards the little fat man again. One move after another, Yi Feng's swordsmanship made the little fat man exhausted. Facing Yi Feng's fierce offensive, let alone a counterattack, it was quite difficult for the little fat man to even use the power of scales. It didn't take long for the little fat man's face to be covered with sweat, and everyone in the restaurant under the battle stage couldn't sit still. That Yi Feng, what does he want to do? If he wants to win Xiaopeng, he can do it very early. Why didn't he do it? Do you really think the people in our restaurant are monkeys? They're playing tricks on Fatty. Couldn't he be testing the power of the scale that Xiaopeng has comprehended? Although the level of this power is not very high, the effect is very good. If he can comprehend. Nonsense, how can anyone comprehend such a mysterious power of the power of scales in battle? The people in the restaurant talked a lot, but they didn't know that Yi Feng's goal had been achieved before long. The power of the scale, so it is. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. Now that he has comprehended the power of the scale, there is no need to entangle this little fat man any longer. You lose. Yi Feng suddenly said, and then the sword light flickered, and the sword energy wrapped in sword skill swept towards the little fat man. The power of the scales, balance. Seeing this, the little fat man quickly flashed a silver light in his hand, trying to balance the power of entangling sword technique and resist it, but at this moment, Yi Feng's sword light also had a burst of silver light, which is also the power of Libra. The balance forces of the two sides collided together, and the effect was directly cancelled out, and then the sword energy wrapped around the sword completely entangled the little fat man. You lose. Yi Feng's 9-colored Dao fruit sword lay across the little fat man's neck, and he smiled softly. You are so despicable and shameless that you secretly comprehend the power of others. The little fat man's face was flushed from holding back, and he was shaking with anger. If I'm wrong, your power of scales is quite easy to use, but I'm not a bandit. I have comprehended your power. In exchange, I can also give you a chance to comprehend the power that I comprehend, as you like, pick. Yi Feng said something indifferently, but when he said these words, the little fat man's face was filled with depression. Your talent is too high, and the power of your comprehension, it is difficult for me to comprehend any one of them. But since you have said it all, I will not give up this opportunity. After the Eastern Territory Martial Arts meeting, you have to remember you owe me a power. The little fat man chuckled, patted his buttocks, and got off the battle platform. Yi Feng easily won and advanced to the 6th round of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament. At the same time, he also comprehended a new kind of power, the power of scales. This kind of power can balance the level gap between the opponent's power and his own power, so that people have the possibility of defeating the strong with the weak. For Yi Feng now, it is quite useful. When Yi Feng got off the stage, he turned his attention to the stage where Qing Xian was, and found that Qing Xian's battle against the casual swordsman was shorter than his time against the little fat man. There is still Yueyuan left in the arena, fighting against the genius disciple of Ghost Bone sect, Gui Wangu. Gui Wangu's name contains the word Ghost Bone, which shows that he is considered a very core member and disciple in the Ghost Bone sect, and the training resources he has obtained are naturally beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. In contrast, Yueyuan has only been practicing in Wuya Valley for a year or two. Even if he is a direct disciple of Mia Daozi, his own strength improvement is definitely not as good as that of Gui Wangu. After all, Yueyuan's talent can't be considered top-notch. Even if it's not bad, it's not much better than Gui Wangu, or even slightly weaker. At this very moment, the ghost Wangu wearing a black robe firmly suppressed Yu along on the battle platform, so that she didn't even have a chance to use the star crystal bow. The power that Gui Wangu comprehends is the power of a certain kind of bone. It integrates defense and offensive capabilities. It is very terrifying. A black shadow flashes on his body, and the bones stretch out from all parts of his body one after another. The attack and defense are as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. Facing the attack of dense white bones, Yueyuan could only dodge and dodge non-stop, while Gui Wangu's attack was too fast, completely different from the previous rounds of competition. If the strength displayed by Gui Wangu before was not as good as that of Feng Quang, Xue Feifei, and others, then the strength displayed by Gui Wangu now has completely suppressed Yueyuan. It seems that I can't use that cloak. Yu Yuan thought in her heart, finally she could only take out the cloak she got from the treasure house of the secret palace. A burst of void power emanated, immediately separating Gue Wangu from the space she was in, and then Yu Yuan flickered towards the rear in an instant, opening the distance, and then took out the bow of star crystal, 9 arrows shining like stars. It swept past Gue Wangu's black-robed figure. 9 arrows lined up, carrying strong void power, completely sealed Gue Wangu in that small space. Gue Wangu is just a black shadow, his face has never appeared in front of others, and he has never said a single word. Facing the 9 starlight arrows in the moonlight at this moment, Gue Wangu calmly spread his black robes all over his body, and immediately his bones burst out like mushrooms after a rain. Swish! 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 One bone after another stretched out from his black shadow body, completely surrounding his body. The starlight arrows and bones collided with each other and made a clear sound. The power fluctuated in the field, and the smoke and dust scattered. What everyone could see were scattered stars and a large piece of bones. Gue Wangu's power exploded in an instant, not only withstood Yu Yuan's 9 starlight arrows, but also threw her delicate body backwards heavily, enveloping the entire audience in an instant. Cough. With tenacity in his eyes, no, you can't admit defeat. As long as you pass this round, you will be able to enter the finals and stand on the final stage with Yi Feng. Under the arena, Yi Feng had already stood up, looking nervously at the arena. There was no doubt that he was injured by the eruption of Gue Wangu. Looking in the direction of the Ghost Bone Sect camp, many people over there also focused their attention on Gue Wangu and Yuelong, pointing their fingers at the situation on the stage. Wangu's strength is very clear. If Emperor Death Region is the strongest genius of Ghost Bone Sect participating in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, then Ghost Wangu can definitely be said to be ranked second, at most third. The Ghost Bone Sect is one of the 3 major sects in the camp of human monks in Tiancheng of the Eastern Territory, among which the young genius is naturally not only the Emperor of Death. Ghost Wangu is also a strong man under the banner of Ghost Bone Sect. Although it is impossible for this gifted young genius to cultivate the Ghost Bone Sect mentality to the highest level, he can already imitate the form of the highest level, integrating 10,000 white bones into one body, attacking and defending in one body, which is extremely terrifying. We have the same cultivation base, and I have the star crystal bow and the void cloak, so there is no reason why I would lose to you. On the battle stage, staring at the black figure in front of her, Gue Wangu put her under enormous pressure, but she would never admit defeat at this moment. Thousands of arrows are fired, roaring waves. Yu Yuan picked up the star crystal bow again, gathered all the strength in her body, and condensed one arrow after another, and this time, besides the power of the star crystal bow, the arrows also had the power she had comprehended. Among them, it includes the power of dawn that she comprehended in the endless spring. The power of the dawn flashed, and Gue Wangu, who was confronting her, seemed a little surprised, and the countless white bones protruding from her body seemed a little restrained. Immediately afterwards, the 10,000 arrows carrying the power of the dawn, like the waves in the raging sea, covered the space of the entire battle platform, and swept towards the place where Gue Wangu was. The power of the golden dawn condensed into small suns one after another on the battle stage, and the tyrannical coercion enveloped the audience, pouring down with the wave-like rain of arrows. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire battle platform seemed to be shaken by this collision. In the arena, the color of bones gradually dissipated, and the power of the golden dawn gradually enveloped the audience. The moon gathered 10,000 arrows, and the roaring waves made the power of the dawn completely suppress the power of ghosts and bones. The power of ghosts and bones was completely restrained by the power of dawn. In an instant, the sound of bone shattering came from the field, but in the golden dawn power, no one knew what was happening. Ghosts. In the Ghost Bone Sect camp, an old man stood up excitedly, with uncontrollable panic on his face. Why is the power of dawn so strong? This woman is absolutely extraordinary. Every disciple of the Ghost Bone sect is afraid of bright and sacred powers like the power of the dawn. Although Ghost Wangu absolutely suppresses Yueyuan in terms of strength, facing the power of the dawn that Yueyuan comprehends, he is restrained all of a sudden. There is no possibility of resistance. However, just when everyone thought the ending was settled, a sudden change occurred in the field. Although Yueyuan entered the treasure house of the secret hall and got the void cloak, Gue Wangu also entered the treasure house of the secret hall and got the treasure he wanted. At this moment, Gue Wangu finally took out the treasure and urged it to move. It was a glass shard, but this glass shard was definitely not an ordinary glass shard. When Gue Wangu took it out and moved it, the glass shard instantly absorbed the power of the surrounding dawn, and then moved towards sweeping violently towards the direction of the moon. It turned out to be a treasure, with the ability to rebound. Advertise again, my new book Dragon Martial Emperor Zune has been released, everyone can go to collect and fatten up, and drop some flowers by the way, I am very grateful. As soon as the treasure appeared, it immediately bounced back the power of dawn that Yueyuan exerted, causing many people in the field to exclaim directly. Skylight mirror. Although it's just fragments, it's more than enough to bounce back to the level of the fairyland. The fragments of the heavenly light divine mirror saved Gue Wangu, and also rebounded a burst of strong dawn power back to Yueyuan. Fortunately, Yueyuan seemed to have a deep understanding of the power of the dawn, and this burst of strong power of the dawn did not cause too much harm to her. She quickly retreated hundreds of meters to avoid the sharp edge, then stopped and took a rest. After rebounding the power of the dawn, Gue Wangu's figure covered by the black robe also backed away. No matter what, he first distanced himself from Yueyuan, because the power of the dawn was shrouded around him, which made him feel very bad. The heavenly light magic mirror can actually bounce back power. Yifeng squinted his eyes slightly in the audience, he was a bit surprised by Gue Wangu's method. The heavenly light mirror was the famous magic weapon of a strong man in Tianqing in the eastern region. One of the fragments is actually preserved in the secret hall of the restaurant. Qi explained next to Yifeng, letting Yifeng understand the origin of the heavenly light mirror. There are a total of 81 fragments, and now Gue Wangu can be so powerful with only one fragment, which shows how powerful the complete skylight mirror is. The ultimate super god level magic weapon, it seems that it is already the top level in this Shangqingshan. Yifeng thought quietly in his heart that he didn't know the level of the dragon sword itself, what level of magic weapon it was. Without a doubt, it had definitely surpassed the level of super god level magic weapon. A super god level magic weapon, if it exists for a long enough time, can give birth to consciousness by itself, and it can be compared to an immortal emperor in a fight, that is, the existence of a million-year cultivation. It seems that Yifeng's previous estimate of the dragon sword body was still too low. This guy's combat power will definitely not be weaker than that of the immortal emperor. The level of Yuqingshan in the fairy world is naturally much higher than that of Shangqingshan. Yifeng thought about it casually, and then refocused his attention on the battle platform where Yueyuan was. He saw that Yueyuan was finally able to fight against Gue Wangu without losing the wind after bursting out with the power of dawn. The super god-level magic weapon, the Star Crystal Bow, although Yueyuan can't exert its full power now, it can make her explode with a power much stronger than her own cultivation base, not to mention that every arrow is attached to the strong light of dawn. The strength made Gue Wangu exhausted. Facing the endless stream of arrows with the power of dawn, Gue Wangu could only use fragments of the skylight mirror to resist, otherwise he would have been defeated long ago. His own ability to imitate the ghost bone sex mentality to perfection is useless in the face of Yueyuan's dawn power, because after all, it's not really perfecting the ghost bone sex mentality to perfection, it's just a simulation. The bones are dense, but they can't resist the shining dawn. The two stayed at each other for a long time, and finally Yueyuan suddenly saw an opportunity. and shot 9 arrows at Gue Wangu from 9 different directions at the same time. Gue Wangu's figure flickered quickly, and he wanted to back away, so as to avoid facing a few arrows, but he suddenly found that he had been forced to the edge of the battle platform by Yuan. 9 arrows struck at the same time, and the tyrannical power of the dawn attached to them suddenly exploded when they hit Gue Wangu, generating a violent languor, which pushed Gue Wangu away from the battle platform in an instant. The moon wins. On the referee's seat, Fairy Tianxiang smiled faintly and announced the result of the battle. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the result. She floated off the battle platform and returned to the Fairy Demon City camp. As soon as he came back, Yifeng saw a trace of blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. He couldn't help but frown slightly, and hurriedly went up to him. Yuan, how are you? How did you get hurt? Among the power of the dawn that he rebounded just now, there is some bone power of the ghost bone sect hidden. I didn't notice it for a while. Yuan was trembling even when she spoke. Obviously she was seriously injured. Then come and heal. Yifeng's expression changed slightly, and he immediately pulled Yuan to the seat at the back and sat down, then waved his hand, and threw the lay-on hands on her. Such a simple healing fairy art is definitely useless. Yuan smiled wryly and shook her head, then her face turned pale. Let me take a look. She quickly followed Yifeng over, poked out his consciousness from the air, scanned Yuelong's body, then wiped off his beard, and frowned slightly. The ghost bone sect's mentality has always been vicious, and at this time at first glance, it really deserves its reputation. The power of the ghostly bones has entered the meridians of her body. I can force it out for her, but it will not be a matter of a while. I am afraid that she will not be able to participate in the final 3 days later. Hearing Qi's words, Yifeng said decisively, as long as she's healthy, it's fine. Senior Qi, I'm sorry to trouble you. As for the finals of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, we'll think of a way at that time. Well, I will listen to you. Qi nodded and agreed with Yifeng's statement. The martial arts contest in the Eastern Territory is just a short stop in one's life. If one causes physical problems because of this, it will be a great loss. Then I'll take her down to heal her wounds first, and then there's the match between Tong Tong and Magic Blade. Yifeng, please watch it for me. With a light wave of Qi's hand, he condensed a burst of void law power, created a space channel, and sent Yuan into it. Don't worry, Senior, I believe Hitomi will definitely win. Yifeng said firmly. Qi nodded, and the body condensed by the flame stepped into the space passage, and went back to heal Yuan. In Fairy Demon City, many people looked at this scene and felt a little uncomfortable, especially the 4 hall masters of the monster-slaying hall. But how can this make up for the damage she has suffered? Now that Yuan is injured, Qi is so eager to help. Obviously he doesn't take them seriously. But the fact is also, now that the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory has come to an end, the younger generation of Yeoshantang has been wiped out. Even if they are more powerful than the top, the 4 immortal emperors of Yeoshantang can defeat 9 Tails and Qi together. Team up. As for Lien, the 4 of them may not be able to fight together. The game is still going on. In Fairy Demon City, Yifeng advanced, Qing Xian advanced, although Yuan advanced, but lost his ability to fight. The final situation is worrying. There is the last person, Tong, who will fight against the magic blade of the Tiamalong branch of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, and it will start soon. Read the full text. Hitomi finally took the stage as Fairy Tianxiang announced the start of the next round of battle. Although his father went to heal Yuan and was not on the field, Tong's fighting spirit has not weakened at all, because his opponent is from the Tiamalong branch of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. Although the magic blade is not the strongest genius among the 8-Dragon Demons this time, if he can defeat the magic blade, it will undoubtedly prove that he is by no means a weakling. The 8-Dragon Demons expelled his father from the family, and captured him and exiled him to the lower realms. He must settle the score with the other party. When the feet condensed by pupils of flame stepped onto the battle platform, his opponent, Demon Blade, also stepped on the black cloud and came to the battle platform with a black blade in his hand. Demon Blade is the demon cultivator of the Tianmalong branch. Its body is a Tianmalong. It is born with a very strong ability to comprehend the power of the Tianma. The demon cultivators of the Tianmalong branch are all practicing the power of the Tianma. In the end, they can incarnate into the Tianma. Buddhas block and kill Buddhas, gods block and kill gods. Of course, Demon Blade's cultivation of the power of the heavenly demon has not reached that level. Perhaps his elder, Zhu Tian, who is one of the top 10 referees of the Eastern Region martial arts competition, has that kind of strength. Hitomi, you who were expelled from the 8-Dragon Demon clan, do you still hope to defeat me? As soon as the magic blade came to the stage, a mocking smile appeared on the gloomy face. It's a pity, you can't be my opponent. Is it an opponent? You will only know when you fight. Could it be that the rest of the 8-Dragon Demon clans are all noisy people who can only use their tongues? Hitomi said lightly, not losing the momentum to the opponent at all. You have the courage to insult the 8-Dragon Demon clan like this. If I don't teach you a lesson later, then I won't be a magic blade. The magic blade stuck out his tongue, licked his scarlet lips, and then circled the magic blade in his hand for several times. It seemed that his skill with the knife was extremely pure, and he had killed many people at a glance. Hitomi was not afraid, the real fire imprint in the center of the palm shone charmingly. The battle begins. The voice of Fairy Tianxiang fell, and the battle on the 16 battle platforms began at the same time. At this moment, Yi Feng divided his attention into several parts and observed the situation of several battle platforms at the same time. The opponents on those battle platforms are the opponents he will meet in the final. With Yi Feng's strength, Yi Feng doesn't have to worry about other cats and dogs choosing him as his opponent in the final, but out of a total of 32 people, Yi Feng can choose 10 of them as his opponent. Yi Feng is sure of the 10 candidates. Think carefully about it. One of them caught Yi Feng's attention a little bit, and that was a young man named Ghost 8 Army from the Ghost Bone sect. Gui Wangu was eliminated by Yue Yuan, but the strength of the 8 ghost armies seems to be stronger than Gui Wangu's. Although they have only cultivated for 10,000 years and have just stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, once they make a move at this time, they will directly kill all of them. The mid-level sect disciple with a cultivation base of 12,000 years suppressed and beat him, and in just a moment, he was blasted out of the arena and won the victory. The strength of the bones of the Ghost 8 army is more agile than that of the Ghost Bone, and the advantage in speed is very obvious. His opponent has been led by the nose until he loses. The Ghost 1000 Elephants and Ghost 8 armies of the Ghost Bone sect are all pretty good, and they can be plundered. The blood swords of the 8 dragon demons can't escape, of course, and there is one man, Ma Xuan, who is said to be the strongest young man of this generation in the Tianmalong branch. We must defeat him. Xie Xianyu of Wuya Valley is too mysterious, and she is the niece of Fairy Tianxiang. Strictly speaking, she is not a member of Wuya Valley, so you can ignore it. But apart from Xie Xianyu, Hua Yu, Fei Luanqi, they are both Wielder disciples, and if they advance to the finals, then the two of them can be dealt with at the beginning of the finals. The objects of Yi Feng's observations are mainly the 8 Dragon Demon clan and the Wuya Valley, because his main opponents in the final are these two forces. As for the 3 major forces of Ghost Bone sect, Tianmen, and Dapeng Monster clan, as long as Yi Feng is not offended, Yi Feng is not prepared to deal with them. Feng definitely wanted to kill him again. As the battle on the 16 battle platforms began, the emotions of the spectators were also ignited. On the battle stage where Hitomi and Magic Blade are. The power of real fire, the power of heart flame, and the boundless fire, the 3 kinds of flame power merged into one, ignited the entire battle platform, and the thick flame completely enveloped the Magic Blade. The Magic Blade is holding a black blade, and can split the 3 kinds of flame power condensed by the pupil with a random stroke. It can be seen that this person has deep cultivation and strong strength. Both sides are testing each other, and of course there won't be any tricks at the bottom of the box. But immediately after, Hitomi performed a flame magic trick first. Yank explosion. When this move appeared, the flames in the entire arena immediately boiled up. After a while, loud bangs exploded in the arena one after another, and all the flames in the arena were detonated. It's this move. She once used it in the battle with Zawazi. At that time, Zawazi used the Ijo sword of Guiling 18 swords, and the 6th sword was able to resist it. Yifeng immediately recognized the sorcery technique that Tong casted, and knew that the power of the sorcery technique of blasting bones was second only to the forbidden technique. All the flames in the field were detonated, and the magic blade had nowhere to escape, so it could only resist it head-on. Snort. The magic blade snorted coldly, waved the black blade in his hand, and instantly a round black arc appeared in mid-air, enclosing him in it and protecting him. Although the 3 kinds of flame powers that were detonated around were extremely violent towards the magic blade, they were directly blocked when they encountered the black arc light circle. It's my turn. When the sound of flame explosions around gradually dissipated, the magic blade finally launched its own offensive. Waving the black blade in his hand, a black vortex suddenly appeared from the battle platform, and then the vortex seemed to have its own spirituality, turning into a villain's shape. The blade in Morin's hand kept coming, and black vortex villains appeared one after another, running towards Tong's direction. What's this? Hitomi narrowed his eyes slightly, not daring to let those black vortex villains approach him. When the fastest one came to him, he waved his hand directly, and the power of 3 fires in one swept out, wanting to burn it. It's just that the black vortex villain screamed out as soon as he felt the power approaching, and then the whole thing exploded, splashing a large pool of black mud. Hitomi was startled to feel the danger, and quickly backed away, almost being splashed by the black sludge. Think about it with your toes, those black sludge are definitely not good things. Not long after, there were already hundreds of black vortex villains running towards Hitomi on the entire giant battle platform, intending to launch a self-destruct attack on him. You can't delay, you have to make a quick decision. Tong gritted his teeth, seeing that the magic blade could create such a black vortex villain every time he swung it, and felt that the opponent was terrifying. If the magic blade is allowed to continue, there is no need to fight this battle. If the entire field is full of black vortex villains, Hitomi has no place to hide, and he will definitely be recruited in the end, so he will never let such a thing happen. True fire imprint, burn it for me. In the palm of Tong's hand, the real fire imprint obtained from the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant was finally lit by him for the first time. Originally, he wanted to hide his strength, but now it seems that there is no need for that. When the real fire mark was ignited, a fire mark appeared on Hitomi's forehead, making him look extremely hot and angry. Yank explosion. Tong opened his eyes, and then quickly condensed 3 kinds of flame power with his hands, and shot out towards the entire battle platform. Then, a deafening explosion sounded from the battle platform. The flame soared into the sky, and when the mark of the real fire was ignited by him, the power of Yan Li's explosion was fully increased by 10 times, and at this moment, all the black whirlpool villains in the audience were completely annihilated. Roar. A roar came from above the battle platform, and then a black dragon rose up from the flames. The magic blade finally showed its true body when it encountered such a terrifying attack. But even so, the body of Demon Blade's demon cultivator has been scorched black. It can be seen how terrifying the flame power is after Hitomi ignited the real fire mark. I don't know where the real fire mark came from, but it's so powerful. Seeing it, Yifeng couldn't help but feel emotional, but this kind of imprint is only the most useful for demon cultivators like Tong, because for Yifeng, it is not to cultivate a single power, a single imprint is very important to Yifeng. Not much improvement. But Hitomi only cultivated the power of fire now, and after igniting the mark of real fire, the whole person became like a Superman. Roar! Roar! The magic blade transformed into the main body, roared twice violently, and a burst of tyrannical demonic power spread to the entire battlefield, which contained curses, despair, depression and other negative emotions that almost made people despair. Heavenly Demon Transformation. The magic blade roared again, and suddenly the whole body of the black dragon seemed to be possessed by a demon, and a phantom of a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in midair. The tyrannical power disperses the flames on the battle platform all at once, and the huge dragon's body looks down on the tiny pupil from a high position. Hitomi's human body condensed by the flame seemed to be only 1% of the body of the magic blade, but he didn't panic at all. Heavenly Demon Transformation, is this the secret trick of the Tiamalong branch? The corners of Tong Tong's mouth turned up slightly, and then with a thought, the real fire imprint in his palm was ignited again. Heavenly Demon, try to see if these flames of mine are delicious, Yank Luanwu. Tong waved his hand, and a burst of flame power swept out from his hand, and then 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into hundreds, and hundreds turned into thousands. In just an instant, thousands of fire dragons danced across the entire battle arena, opening their ferocious giants. The mouth devoured towards the main body of the magic blade. Roar! The demon blade roared furiously, and the phantom of the demon with 3 heads and 6 arms behind it suddenly changed into a demon arm. This celestial demon arm is completely physical, and the terrifying power of the celestial demon contained in it crushed several flying fire dragons, casually. Heavenly demon change has been cultivated to such an extent, and the talent of the demon blade is very good. It has been able to materialize a demon arm, and there is no suspense in this battle. That's right, Heavenly Demon Transformation is the strongest skill of our Heavenly Demon Dragon branch. If you can transform into an entity with 3 heads and 6 arms, you can be called the Immortal Emperor against heaven. Now, even if the magic blade only transforms into a demon arm, it is already enough to be proud of. The people in the Tiamalong branch were discussing a lot, and of course they were very familiar with the sorcery performed by Tong on the battle platform. Yank's blasting and Yank's flurry of dancing are all relatively powerful black arts of the Yankee branch, but they are definitely not qualified when compared with the Heavenly Demon Transformation. But how could they possibly have thought that the current pupil had already ignited the mark of real fire, and the sorcery performed by him was no longer as powerful as it used to be? On the battlefield, the flames are everywhere. The materialized arm of Tian Mobian is like a black dragon, which can swallow several flame-flying dragons at once. After such a short time, hundreds of flame-flying dragons have been swallowed by the arm of the demon, and the powerful flame power among them has been completely reduced to nothing. It's just that the magic blade has turned into the main body, but I find that there are more and more flame dragons around me. The power of the real fire mark is really unexpected. On the battle stage, Hitomi smiled slightly, his whole body was covered in flames, like a man of fire. He looked up at the main body of the magic blade in the sky in front of him, and saw that it was firmly surrounded by thousands of flame dragons, without even a single gap revealed. The original Yank Luanwu, even if Chi performed it himself, it is impossible to produce so many flame-flying dragons, but at this moment, after Tong ignited the real fire mark and performed Yank Luanwu, the flame-flying dragons that appeared unexpectedly overwhelmed the entire battlefield. Tables are occupied. Let's say it's just a celestial demon arm, even if you understand one more celestial demon arm, so what? Hitomi is very confident in his own strength, because the real fire mark is not because of his luck that he can get it from the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant, but because of his own affinity for the power of fire. If someone else went to Tong's secret palace treasure house, even Yifeng, it would be absolutely impossible to get the approval of the true fire mark. Under the battle arena, Yifeng was stunned for a moment. What is the real fire mark? which can have such a terrifying increase in the power of fire and magic. He also observed Qi's memory, mainly when he was fighting Zawazi. Zhan Yank danced wildly, and couldn't stop Zawazi's Jiajiao sword and sixth sword at all. However, at this time, the Yank Luanwu, performed by Tong, was already as powerful as a forbidden technique. Flame-flying dragons are flying on the battle stage. Even if the magic blade is transformed into the arm of the demon, they are powerless at this time, but there are always some exceptions to everything. Drink, ah! Demon Blade let out an irritable roar and was surrounded by countless flaming flying dragons, which made him feel the breath of failure, but he had already come here. How could he be willing to be defeated by a guy who was expelled from the 8-part dragon demon clan? It can't be allowed, absolutely can't be allowed. The power of the demon blade surged violently from the body of the demon blade, and then the phantom of the demon behind it began to materialize a second arm. It really materialized 2 heavenly demon arms. Hitomi was taken aback when he saw this, but then smiled. He had already thought about it just now. Even if it was 2 heavenly demon arms, so what? True fire imprint, ignite. Yank explodes, destroy it for me. Hitomi waved his hands, flames burst out from both eyes, and the flame-flying dragons flying on the entire battle platform started a series of explosions under his guidance. This move turned out to be to perform the Yank Flurry dance first, and then perform the Yank Blast, combining black magic. In the next moment, the entire battle platform was ignited and exploded, and the terrifying power surrounded the entire body of the magic blade, and even the phantom of the demon with 2 arms of the demon was completely shrouded. On the battle platform, a piece of flames flew, and it took a long time to be blown away by the wind. In the field, the magic dragon body of the magic blade had been blasted full of holes, and fell to the ground trembling. In Saitong's blasting of the skeleton, the magic blade received a fatal blow. At this time, let alone the power to fight again, it is a question of whether he can even stand up. Hitomi, win. Fairy Tianxiang directly announced the result of the battle, and waved the magic blade out of the battle platform. The real fire imprint on Tong's palm was finally extinguished. This battle was the most difficult since he participated in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, but it hadn't used his real strength. In the final, I will be stronger. Hitomi made up her mind. Congratulations. Yifeng went forward, smiled, and patted Tong's shoulder. Same as you, entered the final. Tong smiled indifferently, and punched Yifeng back. There is no need to say much about the friendship between the two now. Tong is one of Yifeng's few friends in Shangqingshan, and Yifeng can be said to be Tong's lifesaver. Unexpectedly, all 4 of you made it to the finals. It's a pity. In the Fairy Demon City camp, Eugenie looked at Yifeng and Tong and smiled. The pity he was talking about was of course Xuanhuan, who was injured and unable to participate in the battle even though he advanced to the final. It doesn't matter, I'm sure of the champion of this Eastern region martial arts competition. Yifeng nodded to Genie, and returned to the camp to rest. Seeing Yifeng's extraordinary confidence, Eugenie showed a gratified smile on his face, and then a coldness appeared in his eyes, and he glanced at the referee's bench. After the martial arts meeting in the Eastern region is over, he will definitely take Ling Shan's life. Yifeng had only rested for a while, and the competition on all 16 platforms was over. At this point, the list of 32 people who will advance to the final is finally determined. As for Fairy Demon City, it was Yifeng, Qing Xian, Tong, and Yu Yuan. Apart from the 5 sect races, only Fairy and Demon City has so many people enter the finals, and because Wuya Valley was too much against Yifeng during the competition, Yifeng got the seeded player Duan Wuya down instead. The gain outweighs the loss. There were only 3 people from Wuyagu entering the finals, and one of them was Xie Xianyu, who was not strictly speaking from Wuyagu. In addition to Xie Xianyu, there are also 2 young geniuses, Tian Huayu and Fei Luanqi. Both of them are not as strong as Chu Jiangchen, and they will definitely not be able to cause too much trouble in the finals. As for the 8 Dragon Demon clans, a total of 5 people advanced to the finals. Like the Dupang monster clans, they were the forces that entered the finals with the most martial arts in the eastern region. The finalists of the 8 Dragon Demon clans are the strong Xuanhuan of the Stegosaurus branch, and this person is also the popular candidate to win the Eastern Region martial arts competition. In addition, there is Ying from the Huanshu branch, who is Huan's direct disciple. In addition, there is Ma Xuan, the strongest young man in the Tiamalong branch. Although his strength is not as strong as that of Xuejian, he is not far behind. In the Tiamalong branch, besides Ma Xuan, there is another person named Ma Huang, whose strength is similar to that of the magic blade defeated by Tong, so he doesn't need to pay attention. It is worth noting that there is also a female cultivator from the 8 Dragon Demons who has advanced to the finals. Her name is Ling Dieu, a genius girl from the Bingyue division. She is quite strong, at least for Tong Tong, she is definitely a strong opponent. Yifeng was more concerned about these, but he didn't pay much attention to the list of finals, because no matter who participated in the finals, Yifeng would definitely be the first in the end. Yifeng, who is running for the championship, doesn't need to care about who advances to the finals. Every time he chooses an opponent, he just needs to choose the guy who he doesn't like and who has more points, and just beat him. As long as Yifeng wins all 10 battles and chooses the opponent with the most points to fight each time, the final victory will definitely be his. Now Yifeng is more concerned about the rewards for advancing to the finals. The list for the finals has been determined. The finals of this Eastern Region martial arts tournament will start in 3 days. Now I will announce the rewards for everyone who has advanced to the finals. Fairy Tianxiang's gentle voice made everyone's ears prick up. Because the distinguished guests from the sanctuary Tianzhou came this time and brought 16 super god-level magic weapons, so all the 32 people who advanced to the finals this time can get 1 super god-level magic weapon, and the remaining 16 pieces, of course. It was provided by the various sects of Tianqing in the eastern region. Now, everyone can come up and choose their favorite magic weapon. Fairy Tianxiang smiled and took out a storage ring while talking, and then waved her hand, and took out 32 super god-level magic weapons from the storage ring. These 32 super god-level magic weapons blinded everyone's eyes as soon as they appeared. Usually, even 1 super god-level magic weapon is extremely rare, but now 32 pieces appeared at once, and all of them. How can people not be surprised that they are going to give rewards to talented youths from various sects? 32 super god-level magic weapons, surrounded by Fairy Tianxiang, are in different shapes, including swords, guns, swords, and halberds. When the magic weapon appeared, Yifeng was not polite, and flew away directly. First of all, he picked a radiant super god-level flying sword and put it in his bag. Now he does not lack super god-level magic weapons, but if he gets more high-quality flying swords, the power of his Long Yuan Wan Jianju will be stronger, so the sword is naturally his first choice. When Tong saw Yifeng make a move, he was not polite and chose an oil lamp wrapped in flames. This oil lamp seems to be able to increase the power of the fire element, so it should be quite useful to me. Hitomi came back with a flaming oil lamp and muttered to himself. Yifeng nodded, and continued to observe those super god-level magic weapons. He picked a flying sword for himself, but he had to pick another one for Yu Liang. At this time, the rest of the people also reacted, and they made their moves one after another, choosing their favorite super god-level magic weapon. During this process, of course, many people picked the same magic weapon, and in the end, the first come first served. No one dared to mess around with Fairy Tianxiang watching. Soon, Yifeng fell in love with an arrow. It was just right to give it to Yue Yuan, and it could enhance her fighting power to the maximum. Super god-level arrows are very rare, because even those who practice archery generally choose bows as magic weapons instead of arrows. And Yue Yuan now has the star crystal bow, of course there is no need for a bow. If it is matched with that arrow, I believe that Yu Yuan's attack ability can be raised to another stronger level. It didn't take long for the 32 super god level magic weapons to be selected. Some were satisfied and some were dissatisfied, but no matter whether they were satisfied or not, they didn't think much about it, because 3 days later it was the final of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. Unlike Yi Feng, who is determined to win the championship, ordinary finalists will still have a headache for the final match, because among the 32 people, they have 10 rounds of opportunities to choose 10 opponents, winning points and losing points. In this way, while they are thinking hard about who to choose as their opponent, they must also beware of others choosing themselves as their opponent. As long as they don't feel that they are invincible, facing such final rules, it is impossible for everyone to get down easily. 3 days is the time for everyone to rest. Yi Feng took that super god level arrow, and returned to the place where the fairy demon city was stationed with the others, went to visit Yu Yuan, and found that Yu Yuan's body was much better than before, and her complexion became ready. She still has a lot of bone power in her body, and I will have to spend another 10 days, 2 hours a day, to get rid of her. Although the Immortal Emperor's destructive power is very strong, I am not specialized in medical skills. The Immortal Emperor is not very handy in treating injuries. Seeing Yi Feng coming, Qi said apologetically. It's okay, Senior, you go to rest first, I will take care of her for a while. Yi Feng smiled, then turned around and left. How is everyone doing? Lying on the bed, Yu Yuan asked Yi Feng weakly. Fortunately, the rewards for the finals have been distributed. I picked an arrow for you, called Fei Yu Xianya. Yi Feng smiled, took out the arrow made of feathers, and handed it to Yu Liang. Seeing this, Yu Yuan's eyes brightened. It's actually Fei Yu Xianya. I saw it in the treasure house of Wuya Valley before. I really wanted it at the time, but I have already chosen the star crystal bow, so I can't choose the second one. I didn't expect it to be used as a bow by the sect. The reward for the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. I'm afraid you are the only one who wants this arrow in the entire eastern region. Tiancheng? Yi Feng was a little dumbfounded. It seems that Wiagu prepared this arrow as a reward, and it was originally for you. Who knows? Anyway, I probably won't be able to participate in this final. Yi Feng, you have to work hard yourself. Yu Yuan held Yi Feng's hand and said softly. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Besides, I still have a way to get you a good place in the final. Yi Feng said quietly, and said the method he was thinking in his heart, which made Yu Yuan's eyes widen uncontrollably. You mean, in the last round or two, you pick me as your opponent and concede, so that I can get half of your points and become the top 3 or even the champion? This thought surprised Yu Yuan, knowing that the Eastern Territory martial arts competition is a match that everyone regards as a major event in life. Yi Feng actually wants to give points in it? If this is said, wouldn't it make people stunned on the spot? Yeah, isn't that okay? Yi Feng chuckled. Besides, my ultimate goal is not to win the championship. It's just that Senior Lian needs the special item that the champion rewards. If you win the championship, it will have the same result. As long as you give that item to Senior Lian, that's enough, the other rewards are still yours. And among us, isn't it the same for whoever wins the championship? Are you so confident of winning the championship? Yu Yuan rolled his eyes at him. That's natural, don't look at who your man is. Yi Feng said confidently, immediately making Yu Yuan's heart feel sweet. 3 days passed, quickly. Hitomi chose the super god level flame oil lamp, and has been practicing how to use it for the past 3 days, and the results are not bad, at least it can increase the power of his flame magic several times. And Qingxin, after advancing to the finals, chose the super god level magic weapon, the magic wing, which can make her illusion more powerful, and make her body agile and elegant, greatly enhancing her ability to dodge. Unless he encounters an evildoer like Tong, who can detonate the entire battle arena, otherwise Qingxin is almost invincible with his own strength and illusory wings. In the center of Boundless City, everyone gathered again. The finals of the Eastern Martial Arts competition will start today. There will be a total of 10 rounds, 1 round per day. In each round, each of the 32 contestants will choose an opponent to fight. After the 32 battles, 1 round is over, and the second round will start the next day. After 10 rounds, everyone will choose 10 opponents to fight, and the ranking will be calculated according to the final points. In the sky, 16 giant battle platforms have merged into one super giant battle platform. No matter how hard you fight this time, it will be very difficult to force others out of the arena. That is to say, what is to be judged in the final is the real ability of the contestants, and cannot rely on trickery to win. Brother Yi, in the first round, who do you want to choose as your opponent? In the Fairy Demon City camp, the little fox demon Qingxin sat beside Yi Feng, dangling a pair of snow-white legs, and asked with a smile. I'll see the situation, and I don't know the order of playing this round. Yi Feng smiled. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. If he was asked to choose first, he would definitely choose the opponents from the 8 Dragon Demon clan or the Wuya Valley, and give them a big blow first. But now that the sequence hasn't come out, it's useless to think about it. Soon the figure of Fairy Tianxiang reappeared. 10 referees stood on the referee's seat. Obviously at the most critical juncture, everyone began to get nervous. Even Lian, even with full confidence in Yi Feng, couldn't help being a little worried at this moment, because according to the rules of this round of finals, there are too many variables. Now, the finals of this Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament officially begin. Today, the order of appearances in the first round is as follows. After Fairy Tianxiang finished her gentle words, 32 names appeared in the sky. That was the order in which the 32 contestants appeared in this round. This order was decided by the 10 referees together, and there is no need to question the fairness. Yu Yuan is ranked first. As far as Immortal Demon City was concerned, everyone was taken aback. Unexpectedly, Yu Yuan was the first to pick an opponent out of the 32. At this moment, of course Yu Yuan also came to the arena. She couldn't help being taken aback when she saw this, and then smiled wryly. How could it be me? But since that's the case, I'll pick an opponent first. Immediately, everyone's eyes were on Yu Yuan, wanting to see who this seriously injured woman would choose as her opponent. Facing everyone's curious and expectant eyes, Yu Yuan smiled slightly, and said, I choose Yi Feng as my opponent in this round, and then I admit defeat. This article is published by. A simple sentence brought the discussion in the field to an abrupt end. Choose Yi Feng and admit defeat? This month is really smart enough. Anyway, no matter who she chooses, most of them will end up losing points, so she might as well choose her own man and give him the points. Sure. Fairy Tianxiang asked gently. Sure. Moonlight nodded. Immediately afterwards, Fairy Tianxiang recorded the results of the battle. In the sky, under the names of the 32 contestants, everyone's points were engraved with the power of the Immortal Emperor. When Yu Yuan expressed his determination, the 32 points under Yi Feng's name increased to 48 points, and Yu Yuan deducted 16 points correspondingly, leaving only 16 points. Next in line, to pick his opponent, was a talented young man named Duanyu from the Dapeng monster clan. Duanyu thought for a long time, and chose a genius from a mid-level sect to fight. The two fought on the supergiant battle platform for a long time. In the end, Duanyu deserved to be the genius of the Dapeng monster clan, and won 16 points in victory. The third person to choose an opponent is the genius of the Taiyamalong branch, Xuanhuan. This is the strongest young man in the Taiyamalong branch. His strength is much stronger than the previous demon blade. Although his whole body is shrouded in darkness, it makes people feel the oppression of death. When it was Xuanhuan's turn, there was a strong chill in Xuanhuan's black robe, and he spit out one word, Hitomi. This Xuanhuan chose Tong as his opponent. It was obvious that Tong had seriously injured the magic blade of the Tiamalong branch before, which made Ma Xuan hold grudges in his heart. Now he is determined to teach Tong a lesson. Tong's heart skipped a beat, and he went on the field. He had observed the battle of Ma Xuan before, and knew that Ma Xuan was much stronger than Demon Blade. He used 70% to 80% of his strength against Demon Blade before. Now even though he has a flame oil lamp, he wants to fight against Ma Xuan, doesn't seem to be qualified enough. Anyway, let's try and test first. Thinking in his heart, Tong went up to the battle stage and raised his head to look at Ma Xuan opposite. When fighting against the magic blade, Hitomi defeated the magic blade without becoming his body, but now Ma Xuan has the strength to defeat Hitomi without changing his body. True Fire Imprint, Ignite. Yank Luanwu. Yank Explosion. As soon as Hitomi entered the stage, she didn't say much at all, and directly started. The flames instantly covered the audience, and the sound of explosions could be heard endlessly. As soon as she came up, she showed the momentum of defeating the magic blade. But Ma Xuan on the opposite side didn't panic at all. The figure under the black robe seemed to be filled with the breath of death. Facing the explosion and encirclement of the whole field, he was calm and unhurried, and the power of the demon surged out. The power of the heavenly demon, the transformation of the heavenly demon, swallow it for me. With a roar from Ma Xuan, the power of the demon radiated to the audience, and then a phantom of the demon appeared in the midair, and two demon arms and a head of the demon appeared at once. The demonic energy spread in panic, and as soon as the head of the demon appeared, it immediately swallowed all the blasted flames around it, not even a single drop was left. It turned into a monster. Although Ma Xuan's heavenly demon transformation only condenses one more heavenly demon head than the demon blade, the power of the two is too far apart, and they are not on the same level at all. I surrender. As soon as Tong saw this, he immediately gave up aloud, because he was sure that even if he tried his best, he might not be the opponent of Ma Xuan. The head of Ma Xuan that day was too terrifying, swallowing all the flames, making his power useless the land of martial arts. Even if Mo Xian could be defeated, he would probably be seriously injured, and the gain outweighed the loss. After all, there would be many battles to come, so it would not be worthwhile to be injured in the first battle now. You're smart, otherwise, I'll take your life. Seeing Tong admitting defeat, Ma Xuan sneered, put away the heavenly demon transformation, and the phantom of the heavenly demon disappeared without a trace, then turned around and stepped down. As soon as the result came out, there was a burst of cheers in the 8-Dragon Demon Clan camp. Before the defeat of the Demon Blade by Tong, the members of the 8-Dragon Demon Clan were very depressed. For Yang Wei, of the 8-Dragon Demon Clan. The good show is yet to come. In the Fairy Demon City camp, many people were secretly unhappy, thinking that Tong was too cowardly. How could he admit defeat as soon as he saw the other party showing his prestige? But Tong came down from the stage as if nothing happened, nodded and smiled at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you will be the one to choose soon, you understand. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. When it was his turn to choose an opponent, he would definitely let the members of the 8-Dragon Demons know what strength is. However, there seemed to be someone who couldn't wait more than Yi Feng. After Ma Xuan, the genius girl from the Dapeng monster clan, named Duan Shuega, appeared on the stage. For Duan Shuega, Yi Feng had also paid a little attention before, knowing that her strength is not bad, and Mo Xian is probably on the same level as Mo Xian. In addition to comprehending the natural strength of the Dapeng monster clan, she also has the power of ice and snow. The fusion of power is very terrifying. At this moment, the talented girl appeared on the stage, looking in the direction of the 8-Dragon Demon Clan with one glance, and pointed at Ma Xuan with one hand. Ma Xuan, come out. Duan Shuega actually chose Ma Xuan when he appeared on the stage. The Dapeng Monster Clan and the Babu Dragon Demon Clan had some conflicts in the previous competition, and as the two major monster clans in Tianqing of the eastern region, the relationship between the two sides was not very harmonious. Now that Duan Shuiga chooses Ma Xuan to appear on the stage, it is not surprising at all, but this has aroused the appetite of many people, because Duan Shuiga and Ma Xuan are of equal strength, and the outcome of this victory is unpredictable. Mo Xian was called out on stage before he could sit still, and he was naturally upset. Choosing me is your mistake. Mo Xian floated onto the stage, his whole body covered in a black robe, and the magic of the demon was instantly displayed. 2 demon arms and a skull of the demon exuded terrifying power of the demon, covering the entire battle platform with the aura of death. Duan Shuiga was not afraid at all. The golden rock's monster power gushed out in an instant, fused with the power of cold ice and snow, and condensed into a huge ice and snow jinping, which could stand up to the sky demon. The power of the heavenly demon, the power of the great rock, and the 2 powers of demon cultivators strangled on the battle platform, accompanied by a trace of snow-white power of ice and snow, helping the golden rock's demon power to fight against the power of the heavenly demon. The head of the heavenly demon phantom continuously devoured the golden rock's demonic power, but Duan Shuiga's rock's demonic power seemed to be endless, continuously condensed, making the head of the demon dizzy. The people in the audience were dazzled to watch. The power of both of them is one of the strongest in Tianqing of the Eastern Territory, and the conflict broke out at this time, which made people fascinated. On the entire battlefield, the figures of the two have been completely covered by their respective strengths, filled with death and domineering storms, and as time passed, everyone became tense. The outcome is about to be decided. Shuigu, I'm about to lose. Among the Dapeng monster clan, Duan Qiong, the heaven-defying immortal emperor, sighed secretly. As soon as Duan Qiong's voice fell, a storm of heavenly demon power was seen on the battle platform. Duan Shuiga's body, which had already turned into a golden-winged rock, was held by 2 arms of the heavenly demon power, unable to move at all. You lost. Ma Xuan laughed loudly. The power of the heavenly demon gushed out, and suppressed Duan Shuiga's entire golden and snow-white body of the rock to the ground. The 2 arms of the heavenly demon were so powerful that Duan Shuiga could not resist at all. I surrender. Duan Shuiga was firmly suppressed, knowing that he was no match for Ma Xuan. Although he was not reconciled, he could only admit defeat. After admitting defeat, Fairy Tianxiang sent Duan Shuiga out of the battle arena, and then Duan Shuiga reformed into a human form, with several black bloodstains on her face, and her beautiful eyes were full of unwillingness. Obviously, she was full of confidence when she played, but now she lost to Ma Xuan, which made her very upset, losing both face and points. After Ma Xuan defeated Duan Shuiga, he plundered Duan Shuiga's 16 points, and his own points increased to 64 points in one fell swoop, becoming the current contestant with the highest points. In the audience, Yi Feng's eyes flickered. His order of appearance will not be long. If Mo Xian still has 64 points, he can choose to be his opponent, that way he can plunder the most points. In the next few rounds, some talented disciples from mid-level sects will appear on the stage. Although these young people are also very talented, they have less training resources after all. With the same talent, their current strength cannot be compared with that of geniuses from big sections of. None of the participating disciples of these mid-level sects chose the disciples of the major sects as their opponents, and they fought with each other, and the entire arena was divided into 2 parts. One is the competition of the 5 major forces, plus the competition of the fairy demon city, and the other is the competition of those middle-level sect forces. From the 5 major forces and the fairy demon city, a total of 20 people entered the finals, that is to say, there are only a little over 10 middle school disciples in total. Yi Feng didn't pay much attention. Anyway, he would not choose a middle school disciple as an opponent. There were only 10 chances to choose an opponent in this final, and he had to reserve these 10 chances for Wu Yagu and the 8 Dragon Demon clan. People. On the supergiant battle platform, 8 battles were quickly completed, and then it was Yi Feng's turn. Swish! Yi Feng dodged onto the battle platform, turned his eyes to the direction of the 8-dragon demon clan, and aimed at Xuanhuan, whose whole body was shrouded in black mist. I challenge, Xian. Yi Feng said casually, causing many onlookers to show such expressions. Just now, Xian of the 8-dragon demon clan defeated Tong and Duan Shuiga in a row and got the most points. Now Yi Feng has enmity with the 8-dragon demon clan. We'll pick him as opponent. It's just that many people still don't know Yi Feng's true combat power. Although Yi Feng sent Duan Wuya away in the second round, it may be a coincidence, or it may be that Yi Feng's strength restrained Duan Wuya. Now that Yi Feng is challenging Xian, he can see Yi Feng's true strength. After all, Xian defeated Tong and Duan Shuiga, two talented talents with good strength, so he must have his own strength. Sure enough, I was chosen, but you will soon know that even if you beat Duan Wuya, it doesn't mean you can beat me. Xian snorted coldly, the power of the demon surged, and he came to the battle platform in a flash, and confronted Yi Feng. Yi Feng glanced at Xian lightly, without saying a word. After all, Yi Feng's real opponents are the Emperor of Death and Calamity. This Xian is not qualified to be his opponent. And Yi Feng's silence made Xian feel angry from the depths of his heart. Ever since he was a child, Xuanhuan has been the #1 genius of the Tiamalong branch, and everyone in the clan has high hopes for him, and even hopes that he can become a heaven-defying immortal emperor like Zhu Tian. Such a genius, Xian, was ignored by Yi Feng. How could he bear it? Heavenly demon transformation, devour it for me. Xuanhuan was furious. The power of the demon suddenly raged, black mist rose from the entire battle platform, and the phantom of the demon appeared again, with 2 arms of the demon and a head of the demon, exuding the breath of endless distance and death. With one mouthful, the head of heavenly demon phantom devoured towards Yi Feng, wanting to swallow him whole. Compared with the head of the heavenly demon, Yi Feng's body is as small as an ant, but he is completely unhurried. The other side, the heavenly demon phantom, with 2 hands and 1 head, may be very powerful for Tong and Duan Shuiga, but for Yi Feng said it was still too bad. Want to devour me? The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He casually sacrificed the super god-level magic weapon that he had just obtained not long ago, the Luiying sword, and at the same time, his devouring sword intent surged violently. The head of the heavenly demon and the devouring sword intent quickly collided with each other. Yi Feng's devouring sword intent produced a very strong devouring power as soon as it touched the target. Boom! The head of the heavenly demon was directly devoured by Yi Feng's devouring sword intent, and its body was distorted until it disappeared. This scene surprised all the onlookers. How big is the gap? Until now, everyone around finally realized that Yi Feng is indeed the same as the top geniuses such as the Emperor of Death and Natural Calamity, and a guy like Xian is still a level behind, and he will not be Yi Feng's opponent at all. Against Duan Wuya, Yi Feng used double sword intent at least, and seemed to have realized a forbidden sword technique, but when dealing with Xuanhuan's heavenly demon transformation, he could suppress it with only the devouring sword intent. The head of the heavenly demon transformation phantom was swallowed by Yi Feng, leaving only 2 arms, dancing in midair. The power of the heavenly demon swayed out, and Xian himself was already stunned by Yi Feng. Hateful! Xian didn't give up. Obviously, his methods were not limited to these. This day's magic change was just a method he had long ago, and when he participated in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, he also gained a lot of new power along the way. For example, a medium power comprehended in Wyakwin, or the super god-level magic weapon he just obtained, and the super god-level magic weapon prepared for him in the clan. Facing Yi Feng, he knew that he had to go all out. But soon, he knew that even if he tried his best, he was still no match for Yi Feng. When he used all his means, his whole body was full of darkness and brilliance, and when he wanted to fight Yi Feng head-on, Yi Feng struck with his sword, and the double sword intent of devouring and soul-destroying enveloped him instantly. Sword of Instantaneous Sky, destroy. The tyrannical power, completely ignoring Mo Xian's remaining means, took away Mo Xian's life in just an instant with the eighth sword forbidden technique. This is also the first time that someone has died since the Eastern Territory martial arts finals began. The 8 dragon and demon camps, especially the tribes of the Taiyamalong branch, stood up all of a sudden. The first genius of the Taiyamalong branch in 200 years, Ma Xuan, was easily beheaded on the final stage of the martial arts competition in the eastern region. Such a result made the people in the Taiyamalong branch completely unbelievable. Even if Ma Xuan could not be compared with the Emperor of Death, it was not so easy to be beheaded. Even in the face of opponents like the Emperor of Death and Natural Calamity, I believe there is still a chance to admit defeat, but now, how come there is no chance to admit defeat? This Yi Feng is so terrifying. In the rules of the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, it is not stipulated that killing people in battle is not allowed. In fact, there are already a lot of people who were killed because they did not have time to admit defeat in the entire martial arts meeting in the eastern region. But Mo Xian is obviously the strongest among them. The previous Duan Wuya was seriously injured by Yi Feng's instantaneous sword. Although Miadozi healed his wounds, he has not been seen until now. It is obvious that the injuries are very serious. Only then did everyone finally realize Yi Feng's horror. The forbidden swordsmanship, the sword in the sky, the sword is deadly. I am afraid that no one can resist it except the top geniuses such as the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, Duan Shao, and Xue Jian. After beheading Mo Xian, Yi Feng got half of his points, and the total points reached 80 points, reaching the number 1 for the time being. Among the major camps, the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, Duan Shao, and Xue Jian all cast their eyes on Yi Feng, and they all recognized Yi Feng's strength without a doubt. However, these 4 people are not self-deprecating. After all, each of them is also a strong man who has the qualifications to win the championship. It's just that if they meet Yi Feng, they must do their best to deal with it, and they can't take it lightly. Of course, they won't choose Yi Feng as their opponent now. It's only the first day of the finals. It's too early to choose Yi Feng. Even if they win, they won't get many points. Since both Hitomi and Ruiyuan had lost once, there were only 16 points left. If you choose them, you won't get too many points if you win, so no one chooses them. But then, Qing Xian was targeted by Xue Jian. Xue Jian is the number 1 genius of the Stegosaurus branch of the 8 Dragon Demon clan, and also the number 1 genius of the 8 Dragon Demon clan. He is extremely powerful, and it can be said that it is extremely easy to deal with Qing Xin. Qing Xian lamented, "It's really unlucky, I admit defeat." There is no way not to admit defeat. Everyone has seen Blood Sword's cruel methods, and Yi Feng just beheaded Mo Xian. If Qing Xian goes out to fight, Blood Sword will never show any mercy. For the sake of safety, there is still no need to fight. After all, this is only the first day of the Eastern Territory martial arts meeting. There is a rule in this Eastern Territory martial arts final, that is, each contestant can choose different opponents every time. That is to say, in the 10 days, Xue Jian only has 1 chance to challenge Qing Xin, otherwise, it would be wrong. The weak are too unfair. After Qing Xian conceded defeat, Xue Jian sneered on the stage. Coward. Holding the blood-colored long sword in his hand, Xue Jian turned around and got off the battle platform. The contempt in his eyes was undisguised. But she didn't want Qing Xin to refuse this kind of thing at all. Instead she rolled her eyes and said trickily, "It's better to be a coward than a fool, unlike that Ma Xuan who was stupid to death by himself." These words made Xue Jian stop, and the bloody aura in his body exploded, but after waiting for a while, he didn't look back. Now it's the final of the Eastern Region martial arts competition, and it's not his turn to act wild. Even if he is angry, he has no choice but to give up. In the 8 Dragon Demon clan, everyone stared at Qing Xian angrily, but Qing Xian acted like nothing happened. leisurely dangling her snow-white calf beside Ji Feng, like a carefree little girl. The battle continued, and soon there were more than 20 battles, and it was Qing Xian's turn. Now there are 2 targets to choose from. One is Ling Diayu from the 8-Dragon Demon clan. She is a genius from the Bingyue division. Her combat power should not be much different from mine. Besides, she won a game just now, and she has a lot of points. Qing Xian crossed Erlang's legs, thinking quickly in her heart, looked at Ling Diayu, who had a cold temperament in the 8-Dragon Demon clan, and then turned her gaze to the other side. Liaogu's Fei Luanqi seems to be easier to deal with, and he also challenged a genius of a mid-level sect before, and he has 48 points. That's it, I challenge Fei Luanqi. Qing Xian went to the battle arena and made her choice in the direction of the Wuya Valley camp. Fei Luanqi was a more elegant young man in white robes. He couldn't help being taken aback when he heard Qing Xian's words, and then smiled. I didn't expect that the beauty would choose me as an opponent. It seems that I will discuss chess with the beauty and discuss the meaning of life. Fei Luanqi, as the only 3 disciples of Wuya Valley who entered the finals, is naturally strong and full of confidence. A mere fox demon cultivator should not be his opponent, right? Although Chu Jiangchen was defeated by Qing Xian, at that time Chu Jiangchen didn't have a super god-level magic weapon. Now Fei Luanqi has obtained a super god-level magic weapon, the Storm Chessboard, which has greatly increased his combat power, and he has also obtained a secret treasure in the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant, which gives him enough confidence to defeat Qing Xin. He took the stage and saw several identical Kingsons appearing in front of him. Female fairy, do you want to confuse me with illusions? You really underestimate me. Fei Luanqi's white robe fluttered, with a refined smile on his face. He reached out and took out a large chessboard shrouded in the hurricane, letting it float above his head. The chessboard has a radius of about 10 meters. Fei Luanqi's figure is like a chess piece under the chessboard, and the storm on the chessboard spreads towards the entire battle platform in an instant. The storm chessboard, the super god-level magic weapon, and the fairy art comprehended by Fei Luanqi complement each other, and the combat power is very powerful. But Qing Xin was naturally not afraid. She performed the most basic illusion technique, transformed several avatars, and then performed the xuanhuan Yaofeng magic technique that she had performed before. This sorcery was inherited from her 9-tailed ancestor, who was the Immortal Emperor. The most frightening thing is that her avatars can also release the evil wind of xuanhuan. For a moment, the evil wind from xuanhuan swept across the audience, and collided with Fei Luanqi's white chess storm, and soon produced one after another hurricane vortex, directly to the sky. It's a contest by storm. If you have this strength, you will lose. Seeing that the strength of the 2 sides in the field was almost equal, Qing Xin couldn't help but cocked her mouth, and a pair of colorful wings stretched out behind her back. It turned out to be the super god-level magic weapon she had just obtained, the magic wings. Blink, phantom. The illusory wings shone with multicolored light, and in an instant, 5 identical figures of Qing Xian appeared, flying away in all directions towards the entire battle arena. For a while, even some of the immortal emperors watching the battle in the audience couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake, because now these 5 Qing Xin clones were created by using the super god-level magic weapon, the magic wings. As long as the super god-level magic weapon is born with its own consciousness, its power is equivalent to that of the immortal emperor, which is at the same level as the immortal emperor. As for the ability of the super god-level magic weapon, even the immortal emperor couldn't crack it. On the battle stage, Fei Luanqi frowned, but then relaxed, because the trump card he had prepared was just right for this situation. The next moment, Fei Luanqi took out a black spherical object from the storage ring and threw it into the air. One small hole after another instantly appeared on the surface of the black spherical object, and one after another tiny insect-like creatures flew out of the small holes, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. That black spherical object turned out to be a nest of tiny creatures. It's a marrow-eating celestial insect. As a disciple of Wu Yagu, Fei Luanqi actually used such a vicious thing. It's too surprising. Who said Wielder disciples can't use insidious means? As long as you can improve your combat power, everything is a good way. That's right, regardless of good or evil means, as long as you can make yourself stronger, what do you want to do so much? Seeing a series of marrow-eating celestial insects flying out of the black spherical object obviously changed the expressions of many people, and those who knew what it was were a little terrified. In the Fairy Demon City camp, Qi's brows were also slightly frowned. Obviously he didn't expect such a thing as a marrow-eating celestial worm to appear. Heavenly marrow-eating insect, what is that? Yi Feng had never heard of it, so he asked Qi. It is a small poisonous insect that lives in groups. It specializes in sucking the brains of humans or animals. Its single combat power is very weak, but if it is a nest of marrow-eating insects, it will be a nightmare for any cultivator, because the marrow heavenly worms have a very special characteristic, that is, each little bug masters the law of the void. Not only is it very fast, but it is also very difficult to kill it. Qi explained with some worry. The law of the void. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. These marrow-eating worms, each of them has mastered the law of the void. So scary? If he had met him, he would definitely not have given Fei Luanqi a chance. He would have captured Fei Luanqi directly and snatched the black ball lair of the marrow-eating worm. It is conceivable that if you can control those marrow-eating worms, it will definitely be of great help to Yi Feng's comprehension of the power of the void. But now, Yi Feng was a little worried about Qing Xian on the battle stage, and wondered if Qing Xian had any good way to deal with these marrow-eating worms. Now even Yi Feng doesn't know which of the dozen or so Qingxin figures on the battle stage is her real body. In the field, the evil wind from Xuanhuan continued to blow, but even the evil wind from Xuanhuan could not completely cover the entire supergiant battle platform. Space gaps were constantly created between the evil wind and the evil wind, and these gaps were covered by those marrow-eating utilized by the heavenly insect. Relying on the law of the void, it quickly wandered among them. On the entire battle arena, thousands of marrow-eating celestial worms began to spread all over, approaching more than a dozen figures of Qing Xian around them. The speed was extremely fast, and in just a moment, all the figures of Qing Xian had been wiped out. Surrounded by marrow-eating worms. The attack power of the marrow-eating worm is unquestionable. Not only does it comprehend the law of the void, but it can also suck the brains of the practitioner in an extremely unique way, which even the true energy barrier cannot resist. A dozen or so figures of Qingxin were completely surrounded by the marrow-eating worms, turning into a dozen black shadows, and in an instant, those dozen or so black figures dissipated invisible under the gnawing of the marrow-eating worms. In the arena, there was not even a single figure of Qingxin left. Where's Qingxin? Yi Feng couldn't help being stunned, and a not-so-good guess arose in his heart. Could he have been bitten to death by the heavenly marrow-eating insect? But it's possible. The attack of the marrow-eating worm is not very fast. Qing Xian has enough time to admit defeat. Just when Yi Feng and everyone else were wondering, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. Fei Luanqi, who was in the center of the arena, suddenly had a complacent look, and suddenly became frightened, and then the aura spread out from his whole body. Sunspot storm. The sunspots on the storm chessboard flew up one by one, condensed into huge storms, and spread towards the surroundings, as if they wanted to attack a certain target, but from the outside, there was no Qing Xian on the battle platform at all. Those marrow-eating celestial insects all returned in the air, and returned to the black ball lair. Only the strength of the storm chessboard remained on the entire battlefield, wreaking havoc non-stop, while Fei Luanqi kept roaring, as if he was facing some predicament. Yi Feng looked at this scene, thoughtfully, and carefully observed the battle platform. Fei Luanqi went crazy on the battle stage for several minutes, and finally seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His whole body went limp, his face was extremely pale, and the environment on the battle arena had been destroyed beyond recognition by the storm chessboard. He, Fairy Tianxiang, have I won? Qing Xian's figure suddenly flashed from the battle stage, appeared behind Fei Luanqi, and then waved her hand lightly. A gust of hellish wind swept out, defeated the exhausted Fei Luanqi's last defense, and won the victory. Qingxin, I won. Fairy Tianxiang smiled and announced the result of the battle. In addition, this thing belongs to me. Qing Xian giggled, directly took the black ball lair of the marrow-eating worm into her pocket, then jumped off the battle stage and returned to the camp of Fairy Demon City. Fairy Tianxiang didn't say anything about her actions, and although other people in Wuya Valley were very angry, Fairy Tianxiang didn't say anything as the referee of Wuya Valley. No matter how dissatisfied they were, it was useless. Qing Xian, what kind of black magic did you perform just now? Why did you suddenly disappear? Yi Feng couldn't figure it out, and when Qing Xian came back, he hurriedly asked. It's a sorcery handed down from my ancestors, called fantasy. Qing Xian laughed, and quietly explained to Yi Feng, after casting the phantom dream, you can send your own body into the enemy's dream, control the enemy's dream, and thus affect the enemy's actions. Just now I used the phantom wings to create an illusion. When it was time, I took the opportunity to cast my phantasm, entered Fei Luanqi's dreamland, and controlled his thinking. So smart? Yi Feng's face changed when he heard that. Such a powerful sorcery actually exists in this world, and the body can enter the dream to control other people's thoughts. It's too scary. It's worthy of the Ninetales monster race. It's powerful, but I don't dare to use this move lightly, because if the opponent's willpower is too strong, performing this move is completely courting death. In the opponent's dream, if the opponent can realize that it is his dream, he has absolute control and can kill me in an instant. Qing Xian shook her head, smiled wryly and said, it's because I tried to charm that Fei Luanqi just now, and found that his willpower is not firm, so I dared to use this move. After saying this, Qing Xian's expression changed immediately, and she smiled brightly. By the way, let's take a look at what I got. Each of these little bugs has comprehended the law of the void. Do you want to give you some? Qing Xian took out the black ball lair of the marrow-eating worm. Yi Feng scratched his head. I really want it, but you don't want it yourself? It seems that this thing can only be controlled by the nest. Qing Xian giggled. I don't want it, I'll give it to you. If it weren't for Fei Luanqi's weak willpower, I wouldn't be able to seize control of this lair in his dream. Hearing this, Yi Feng was not polite. He nodded with a smile, and took over the black ball lair of the marrow-eating worm. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng felt that Qingxin's divine sense merged with his, and the control of the black ball lair was handed over to him. With these marrow-eating worms, Yi Feng can comprehend the power of the void from them. As long as the power of the void reaches the 10th level, it can be transformed into the law of the void, so that he can cross the void by himself and return to the lower clear sky. The first day of the Eastern martial arts competition ended very quickly. In the Fairy Demon City, Yi Feng finally had 80 points, Qingxin had 40 points, and Yuan had 16 points left. An opponent from a mid-level sect robbed the opponent of 16 points and returned to the initial 32 points. Outside of the Fairy Demon City, no one has higher points than Yi Feng. Except for Yi Feng, the group with the highest points is not the Emperor of Death and Tianmen, but Xie Xianyu and Ling Diayu, some people with relatively mysterious strength. Because the strength is unknown, in addition to the one opponent they chose, they also had someone automatically sent to their door, so as to get more points. Xie Xianyu of Wuya Valley has 64 points, and Ling Diayu and Ying of the 8 Dragon Demons also have 64 points, temporarily tied for second place. However, this is only the first day of the finals. After the competition time, there will be no such situation of tied points, especially the top few. Yi Feng brought the black ball lair of the marrow-eating worm back to his residence in the Fairy Demon City to rest, and at the same time comprehended the void law contained in the marrow-eating worm. One day may not be able to comprehend anything, but as long as there is this treasure, Yi Feng will be able to comprehend a higher level of void power one day. Now, his power of the void is the 5th level, and he is still halfway from turning into the law of the void, which seems to be far away. In the early morning of the next day, Yi Feng continued to go to the center of Wuya City with everyone from Immortal Demon City. The second day of the finals of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition has begun. As Tianxiang Fairy announced today's order of appearance, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. This round, he was actually ranked at the bottom of the 32, and it was his turn to choose an opponent at the end. This order is good, you can choose the most suitable opponent. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. However, apart from him, the order of the other people in Fairy Demon City is not very good. Among them, Tong is ranked 2nd, while Qing Xian and Yu Yuan are ranked 9th and 11th, so they need to choose their opponents earlier. The first opponent to choose was Xia Xianyu from Endless Valley. Xia Xianyu has a beautiful appearance, and when the beautiful figure stepped onto the battle stage, she turned her attention to the direction of the 8 dragon demons. I challenge Ling Diayu. Xia Xianyu said crisply, with a faint smile on his face. As the niece of Fairy Tianxiang, Xia Xianyu has always been noticed by many people, but no one has discovered that she has any special strength. However, until now, she was finally going to confront Ling Diayu. Ling Diayu's strength is obvious to all. Although it is not as good as the top powerhouses, such as the Emperor of Death and Blood Sword, there must still be some strength to win the top 10. Ling Diayu had an icy expression on her face. Although she was a beautiful woman, it made people shudder to see her. Hearing Xia Xianyu's challenge, Ling Diayu stepped onto the stage and accepted the challenge directly. In this battle, both sides have 64 points. Whoever wins will have 96 points and become the leader of the field. The one with the highest score. Both sides of the battle are beautiful women. In this battle, many people have tried their best to guess. No one knows who will win. After Ling Diayu entered the field, the battle began immediately. As a demon cultivator, Ling Diayu's power is innate, and the inherited power of Bingyue branch is called xuanhuan demon power. Once he makes a move, the sky is freezing, and a large swath of cold air covers the entire battle platform. Xia Xianyu waved his hand lightly, and a wonderful force surged out, easily resisting Ling Diayu's xuanhuan monster power. The profound cold is frozen. Ling Diayu gave a soft drink, and more powerful xuanhuan demon power surged out, trying to turn the entire battle arena into a world of ice and snow. What's the function? Xia Xianyu smiled faintly. Since she picked Ling Diayu, she already had a general understanding of Ling Diayu's strength. Even though Ling Diayu had hidden a lot in the previous battles, Xia Xianyu can be sure that she hides more than Ling Diayu hidden more. Even until now, Xia Xianyu has been fighting at will, and no one can defeat her. Now facing Ling Diayu, the same is true. Seeing Xia Xianyu's understatement, a strange force wrapped herself up, and the next moment, before everyone could react, her graceful figure that was swaying in misty rain had already gone behind Ling Diayu. Dream. Ling Diayu snorted coldly, and a large amount of xuanhuan monster power gushed out behind her like a volcano erupting. She was already ready to deal with Xia Xianyu's move. Although no one has ever seen how Xia Xianyu got behind the enemy, but this trick has been used a lot, and many people have been able to crack it. When Ling Diayu took up the challenge, he had already figured out certain countermeasures to deal with Xia Xianyu. A large swath of cold air gushed out, instantly enveloped Xia Xianyu, freezing her into an ice sculpture. You chose me as your opponent, it was your mistake. The corners of Ling Diayu's mouth curled up slightly, he snorted softly, and waved his hand a little triumphantly. The xuanhuan demon power gushed out even more violently, intending to kill Xia Xianyu, the ice sculpture of Dongqing. Suddenly, Xia Xianyu's ice sculpture shattered, but Fairy Tianxiang did not make a sound to say that Ling Diayu had won. What's going on? It's not the main body. Leng Dieyu's face suddenly changed. She thought she had figured out Xie Xianyu's fighting style, but now she realized that from the very beginning, Xie Xianyu's schemes were more subtle than hers. Of course not the body. A faint word came out. Xie Xianyu's figure appeared from the top of Leng Dieyu's head in an extremely strange way, and then a burst of oppressive force condensed, making Leng Dieyu feel a strong pressure. Leng Dieyu still wanted to resist or dodge, but what she didn't expect was that Xie Xianyu's move came at an extremely fast speed. At first, he was several meters away from her, and he touched her in the blink of an eye. With a bang, Leng Dieyu's body was heavily bombarded and fell to the ground of the battle platform. With the victory and defeat already divided, Xie Xian turned around and left the battle stage calmly. In the audience, everyone was a little confused. No one knew how Xie Xianyu won this battle. Could it be that even someone as powerful as Leng Dieyu couldn't make Xie Xianyu use his full strength? Yi Feng squinted his eyes in the audience. He was also a little doubtful about Xie Xianyu's strength. Xie Xianyu's appearance has always been so calm, he didn't seem to display any strength, but he was able to easily defeat his opponent, and now even a strong man like Leng Dieyu was defeated. It seems that there are not many dark horses like me, but this Xie Xianyu is hiding something deeper than me. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Unknowingly, he equated Xie Xianyu's strength with the Emperor of Death and others. After Xie Xianyu won, he had 96 points, becoming the current number 1 in points. What is that woman pretending to be? If she really wants to be strong, she can directly choose Brother Yi as her opponent. If she wins, she will get 40 points. Why don't you see her choose Brother Yi? She is obviously not sure of defeating Brother Yi. In Fairy Demon City, Qing Xian felt a little displeased with Xie Xianyu's indifference and complained. Perhaps she is not sure enough to defeat me for the time being. Yi Feng smiled casually, and didn't take it seriously. Just like it is impossible for him to choose the Emperor of Death and others as opponents, of course Xie Xianyu will save the most difficult opponents until the end. Only in that way can he get more points highest. Leng Dieyu was injured and left the field, followed by Tong Tong, to choose an opponent. I don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade, and I like to take advantage of the fire to rob and destroy the flowers. Therefore, Leng Dieyu, come on stage. As soon as Tong came on stage, he cast his eyes on Leng Dieyu. Although Leng Dieyu just lost a game, she still has 32 points, which is a lot of points. More importantly, Leng Dieyu is the strongest of the 8 Dragon Demon clan. Although Tong believes that he is not the opponent of Xue Jian and Ma Xuan for the time being, but he should still have a chance against Leng Dieyu. In particular, his power is the power of real fire, and Leng Dieyu is the power of xuanhuan monster. The two restrain each other. As long as one side has a slight advantage, the restraining effect will be infinitely magnified. After Tong got the super god-level magic weapon, the flame oil lamp, the power of real fire comprehended has reached the extreme. If he wants to improve, he can only improve his cultivation. Confronting Leng Dieyu, Tong believes that he has the qualifications. Joke. Leng Dieyu had just been defeated by Xie Xianyu, and she was in a very bad mood. Now someone came up to challenge her again. Doesn't this mean that Leng Dieyu was bullied by others? Leng Dieyu never thought that she would be so aggrieved before the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. If she doesn't give some color pupils a look, how can she, Leng Dieyu, gain a foothold in this arena? The next moment, even though Leng Dieyu hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, she stepped onto the battlefield directly. The profound cold is frozen. With a wave of Leng Dieyu's hand, the Xuanhuan demon power surged out, trying to freeze the entire battle platform into ice. Yank Luanwu. Hitomi didn't rush, and directly ignited the real fire imprint in the palm of his hand, and then the 3 kinds of flame power merged into one, turning into a manic fire dragon one after another, dancing wildly in the entire battle arena. However, although these flying fire dragons contained extremely powerful flame power, they couldn't get close to Ling Diyu at all. As long as it is within 100 meters of Ling Diyu, the flying fire dragon will be extinguished by her mysterious cold demon power, but this move by Tong Tong failed Ling Diyu's goal of freezing the entire battle platform. "Do you think it's too cold around you, so I can't burn you?" Hitomi laughed, and finally took out the super god-level magic weapon, the flame oil lamp, and when he was really angry, a burst of lamp oil was splashed towards the space near Ling Diyu. Seeing this, Ling Diyu frowned slightly, and wanted to step back hastily. Although she had never seen the flaming oil lamp, she could tell with her toes that it was not a good thing. Lamp oil was sprinkled on the battle platform, all the way to Ling Diyu, and at this time Ling Diyu had already retreated several kilometers away with the powerful mysterious cold demon power. In other words, the oil from the flame oil lamps was spilled all the way. "It's pretty fast, but I have an infinite amount of lamp oil." The corners of Tong's mouth turned up slightly, and he continued to pour lamp oil, a super god-level magic weapon with all kinds of incredible supernatural powers. This flame oil lamp is the most suitable magic weapon for Tong. Ling Diyu kept retreating, and the lamp oil was quickly spilled on most of the ground of the battle platform. It can't go on like this. Ling Diyu felt terrified in her heart, knowing that if the entire arena was splashed with lamp oil, she would not be far away from losing, so if she wanted to resist, she had to do it as soon as possible. "Xuanhuan demon power, solve it." Ling Diyu flew up, and at this moment, she was heading towards the lamp oil head-on. The xuanhuan demon power rushing out of her body froze a large amount of lamp oil into ice cubes. Immediately, the mysterious cold demon power on Ling Diyu's body seemed to have been upgraded several levels, and it spewed out continuously, and then the woman turned into a mysterious cold demon dragon, and her body suddenly expanded. The ice and snow flew, and the entire battlefield turned into a field of ice and snow. With the appearance of Ling Diyu's body, the lamp oil spilled by Tong was also frozen into ice. "Do you think I can do nothing if I freeze the lamp oil into ice cubes?" Hitomi laughed, and then the power of real fire burst out all over her body. Yank explosion! A loud bang sounded from the entire battle platform. Immediately, the flames on the battle platform soared into the sky, and all the ice and snow were melted by the power of the flames. Even if the lamp oil spilled by Tong Tong was frozen into ice, it could be ignited and exploded at once. Terrifying flame power rose from the battle platform, completely covering the body of the Ling Diyu Xuanhuan demon dragon. The collision between the power of the real fire and the mysterious cold demon power finally officially started at this time, but the entire battle platform was covered by flames and black ice. With Yifeng's cultivation, it was no longer possible to see the specific situation on the battle platform. All I know is that on the battle platform, the power of flames is constantly rising, and the power of the mysterious cold monster also surges from time to time, like a lifelong enemy, engaged in a fierce and cruel confrontation. After all, Ling Diyu was injured by Xie Xianyu just now, and Tong's lamp oil was spilled on the audience, so he lost the opportunity and was defeated first. And Hitomi still didn't even change the body of the Yank Dragon Demon. Ling Diyu's body, the Xuanhuan Demon Dragon, fell in the flames. In this battle, she completely failed. Ling Diyu, who had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, almost lost confidence in herself. Hitomi, win. When Tianxiang Fairy's results were announced, many members of the 8 Dragon Demon clan were filled with righteous indignation. "Huan, your good son." Many people looked at the girl swaying from the Huanshu branch. Huan's son is Tong, and now, Tong has defeated Ling Diyu, the powerhouse of the 8 Dragon Demon clan, and let Ling Diyu almost lost confidence. You all joined forces to force him away with your own hands. Who is to blame? Thinking about it in the fantasy, seeing the ugly faces of the surrounding clansmen, his face revealed a look of disgust. Looking up at Tong on the battle stage, but proud of his son. Hitomi got off the stage and got 16 points. Immediately after that was the battle of the others. The heavenly sect powerhouses, Natural Calamity and xuanhuan, won one after another, each with 64 points. Ghost Bone sect powerhouse Gui Bajuan challenged Tianmen powerhouse xuanhuan, successfully plundered 32 points, and obtained 80 points, just like Yi Feng. So far, Yi Feng has focused his attention on Gui Bajuan. This guy has a lot of points. If this is still the case today, he can be targeted. In the Ghost Bone sect, Gui Wangu and Gui Bajuan seem to have a good relationship. Gui Wangu caused Yu Yuan to be seriously injured. Yi Feng would naturally not let Gui Bajuan go if given the chance. After a few rounds, it was finally Qingxin's turn to choose an opponent. At this time, Qing Xian had 40 points, and no one had chosen her as an opponent just now. Now she raised her head, glanced at the list of players floating in the sky, and thought for a moment. I choose Tianwei from Endless Valley, Qing Xian said with a smile. Yesterday, she chose Fei Luanqi of Wuya Valley, and plundered Fei Luanqi's points and the lair of the marrow-eating celestial insects. Today, she actually chose another person from Wuya Valley, Tian Huayu. Tian Huayu's face changed when he was named. He was very clear about his own strength. Even Fei Luanqi was not Qingxin's opponent yesterday, so Tian Huayu certainly wouldn't be Qingxin's opponent either. He didn't even want to fight, he just chose to admit defeat, because the girl Qingxin's strength was too psychedelic. He was afraid that he would be like Fei Luanqi, not only losing the game, but also throwing other things into it. Now Fei Luanqi is crying bitterly after losing the marrow-eating worm's lair, but who made him lose his mind and be controlled by Qingxin in his dream? If it was Chu Jiangchen, such a situation would never have happened. After all, Chu Jiangchen had nothing else, but his mind was firmer than ordinary people. Even Yi Feng felt ashamed. Qing Xian's confusion had no effect on Chu Jiangchen. After all, even Yi Feng would be in a trance. On this point, Yi Feng still admires Chu Jiangchen, but now that Chu Jiangchen has already been eliminated, it is useless to say these things. Qingxin successfully snatched Tianwei's points and raised her own points to 56 points. Immediately afterwards, a genius from a mid-level sect chose an opponent. He directly chose a genius from the same mid-level sect to fight, and then it was Yu Yuan's turn. I choose Qing Xian as my opponent, and then admit defeat. Yu Yuan said with a smile. She has no intention of playing at all, and it took many days for Qi to heal her injuries. During this period of time, if she does something, it will definitely make her injuries worse, and the gain is not worth the loss. Qing Xian's points increased to 64 points, temporarily leading everyone. Next, apart from Yi Feng being at the end, there was nothing else going on in the fairy demon city, but after a few more battles, Demon Huan from the 8-Dragon Demon clan appeared on the stage and aimed at Qingxin. Yesterday, Qing Xian lost a game, and was challenged by the blood sword of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. But today, Qing Xian was challenged again by a genius from the 8-Dragon Demon clan. The opponent was Mo Huang, whose strength was almost the same as that of Mo Xian, who was killed by Yi Feng. He was Mo Xian's younger brother. How are you going? Yi Feng asked Qing Xian with a smile. Of course, brother Yi can crush Ma Xuan. The strength of Ma Huang and Ma Xuan is not much different. Of course I can crush him too. Full of confidence, Qing Xian hummed a little tune and went to the battle arena. Seeing Qingxin getting on the stage so easily, Ma Huang couldn't help but sneered. It's best for this little fox demon to be on the stage. Ma Huang must let her know that the 8-Dragon demons are not so easy to mess with. However, the reality was somewhat different from Mo Huang's expectations. Although he is very strong, Qingxin is not weak. Tong chose to admit defeat when facing Ma Xuan, but Qingxin would not admit defeat at all in the face of Ma Huang, who was of similar strength, because Qingxin was originally stronger than Tong, let alone participating in the Eastern Territory martial arts, and got a lot of good things have been added, and the strength has been greatly improved. The battle between the two didn't last long. Qingxin's strength is good at illusion and confusion, especially after possessing the phantom wings. She can split into 5 phantom clones at any time, making it impossible to judge which one is her real body. In particular, Qingxin also has a very special ability, that is, to carry out mental attacks against local psychological weaknesses. After going on stage, Qing Xian conjured up a few illusions at will, and when Ma Huang performed the heavenly demon transformation, when the heavenly demon's arms and head appeared, the corners of Qingxin's mouth turned up slightly, and the magic power was thrown towards Demon Huang directly. Next, in Mo Huang's eyes, the scene on the stage changed to the scene where his elder brother Mo Xian and Yi Feng fought. Yi Feng killed his elder brother with a single sword, the sword of instantaneous space, without even a chance to admit defeat. This scene has flashed many times in Mo Huang's eyes, and now it was once again aroused by Qing Xian's illusion. Ma Huang couldn't help roaring. At this time, Ma Huang seemed to be facing Yi Feng's sword in person, and it descended from the sky, and the terrifying sword power entangled him, making him sweat profusely. Not an opponent. Not an opponent at all. Yi Feng is too strong. The scene that Qing Xian simulated was too realistic, causing Mo Huang to panic immediately. The next moment, Qing Xian's illusory wings flapped, instigating the evil wind in the underworld, and directly knocked the deranged Mo Huang to the ground. Qingxin wins. The points under Qingxin's name in the sky have increased from 64 points to 88 points, becoming the current second in points. The failure of the demon desolation cast a shadow over the faces of the members of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. This time in the East Region martial arts competition, the performance of their 8-division Dragon Demon clan did not seem to be very good. 2 days of fighting can be described as a bad start. Could it be that the people of Fairy Demon City are really that strong? However, Qingxin, who had defeated the demon desolation, did not feel complacent for long. After a few more battles, it was the Ghost Bone Sect's Death Zone Emperor's turn to choose an opponent. The Death Zone Emperor hardly hesitated, and directly chose Qing Xian as his opponent. This time Qingxin was no opponent. She directly chose to admit defeat, not because she was cowardly without fighting, but because the Emperor of Death Region was too strong, and was the reincarnation of Emperor Ghost Bone Sect. Her willpower was extremely firm, she could not be his opponent. Although there are only 44 points left, Qingxin is not discouraged, because Xue Jian and the Emperor of Death have already challenged her, and among the rest, there are fewer and fewer who can beat her. Soon, she can enter the rhythm of plundering other people's points. One game after another, except for the dead Mo Xian, the points of the 31 contestants changed rapidly, and only Xie Shenyu maintained the first place with 96 points. In the evening, it was finally Yi Feng's turn to choose an opponent. When it was Yi Feng's turn to choose an opponent, everyone's eyes were on him. Yi Feng stepped onto the battle platform, looked around, and finally looked in the direction of the Ghost Bone Sect. Ghost 8th Army, come up. Yi Feng looked at a strong man from the Ghost Bone Sect and said calmly. The reason for choosing Gue Bajuan is because Gue Bajuan has a lot of points, and Gue Wangu, a friend of Gue Bajuan, severely injured Yue Yuan, which made Yi Fengji hate him. As for the strongest blood sword of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, Yi Feng didn't want to challenge it so early. Only when he had more points could he maximize his benefits. As for the others, besides the blood sword, Mo Xian was dead. Ma Huang and Ling Dieu had just been defeated, and their points were too low. As for Ying from the illusory branch, she also has 80 points, but Ying is the direct disciple of Tong's mother. Yi Feng doesn't want to be an enemy of her. When the Ghost Army heard Yi Feng call out his name, his expression couldn't help but change. It really is me. The 80 points that I finally got, half of it was going to be given up this time, and Yi Feng still took it away. The Ghost 8 Army was unwilling, but thinking of the previous 8-Dragon Demon race powerhouse Mo Xian being beheaded by Yi Feng with a sword, he gritted his teeth and humiliatedly said the word admit defeat. Points and face are not as important as life. Yifeng's points increased from 80 points to 120 points, becoming the contestant with the highest points again. With the surrender of the ghost Bajuan, the next day's game came to an end. Everyone went back to rest, and then the competitions on the third day and the fourth day were held one after another. In the past 2 days, Yifeng continued to win 2 games in a row. On the third day, he chose Gui Qianxiang, another strongman of the Ghost Bone sect, as his opponent. On the fourth day, he chose Demon Huang, who had plundered a lot of points again. After 2 days, Yifeng's points have reached 184 points, and he still maintains the leading position. The next second place is Xie Shenyu of Wuya Valley, with a total of 156 points. After Xie Shenyu, the 4 favorites to win the championship are the Emperor of Death, Natural Disaster, Duan Shao and Xue Jian. It is conceivable that in the next few days, Yifeng and Xie Shenyu will definitely become the top 4. The target and the strong are finally about to collide with each other. In the early morning of the 5th day, everyone gathered in the center of Wuya City to observe the order of appearance for today's game announced by Fairy Tianxiang. The first one to appear is the Blood Sword. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all cast their eyes on Yifeng from the Fairy Demon City camp. The current Yifeng has the highest points, and the enmity with the 8 dragon demons can no longer be resolved. Blood Sword, is it time to make a move? Sure enough, when the Blood Sword stepped onto the battle stage, an extremely high fighting spirit emerged from his body, and the blood-red long sword pointed directly at Yifeng of the Fairy Demon City camp. Yifeng, get out! Xue Jian's bloody face showed a ferocious look, and his long scarlet tongue licked his lips, as if he was excited about the upcoming battle with Yifeng. The emotions of all the spectators present were all ignited. Xue Jian, a super genius who had become famous long before the Eastern Region Martial Arts competition, and the popular candidate to win the Eastern Region Martial Arts competition this time, finally chose to challenge the dark horse that defeated Duan Wuya. Front. The battle between the strong has aroused the blood of countless people. Many people have long been looking forward to this battle. Is Blood Sword, the most powerful member of the 8 Dragon Demon clan, stronger, or is it that Yifeng, the favorite to win the championship in Fairy Demon City, is stronger? I believe that the strength and weakness between the two will soon be revealed to others. Yifeng squinted his eyes, his body flashed, and he floated onto the battle stage. Regarding the Blood Sword, Yifeng still attaches great importance to it. At least this is not an opponent like Mo Xian, who can be defeated with only one Forbidden Sword technique. Forbidden technique, Blood Sword has also comprehended more than one move. The super god-level magic weapon, the Blood Sword has more than Yifeng. The cultivation base of Blood Sword has reached 12,000 years, while Yifeng only has 6,000 years. No matter how you look at it, Yifeng's chances of winning are not very high. But since participating in the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament, Yifeng's chances of winning are not very high in the eyes of everyone, but in the end he came all the way here. On the stage, and Slay Xuanhuan won points, and maintained the first place in points all the way. Your life is mine. Crazy color flashed in Xue Jian's eyes, and he said bloody toward Yifeng. You are too arrogant. Yifeng chuckled lightly, my life is here, it depends on whether you have it or not. Ridiculous. Xue Jian laughed wildly, with your cultivation, you want to fight me, it's wishful thinking. As soon as the words fell, the bloody long sword in his hand immediately pulled out a blade, and one after another bloody air rushed towards Yifeng's direction, completely sealing off the surrounding void. Keeping swordsmanship. With Yifeng's 9 colors Dao fruit sword in his hand, with a wave of the long sword, layers of sword energy barriers exuding the breath of death and desolation surrounded him. As soon as he made a move, Yifeng displayed the power of the ancient monster dragon, because he knew that the strength of the blood sword was definitely not comparable to those opponents he encountered before. Zizizi. Those blood-colored air currents came from the solidified void, hit Yifeng's sword energy barrier, and made a burst of corrosive sounds, causing Yifeng's sword energy barrier to start to shatter, and it seemed that it would not be long before it was completely shattered. This first move was actually even better than the blood sword. However, Yifeng waved the long sword in his hand, and a burst of sword energy pierced through the void, directly attacking the blood sword's face. Beautiful thinking. Blood sword swinging the blood-colored long sword, the blood-colored barrier rises directly, blocking Yifeng's sword energy that breaks the sword technique. Even the sword-breaking sword chi, which specializes in breaking through the defensive barrier, failed to break through the bloody barrier. Did you know my innate talent? The blood sword blocked Yifeng's sword energy, and a bloody aura flashed on his face. From the beginning of the Eastern Region martial arts competition until now, I have never used it. Let you see now, my most powerful natural power, the sword air summon dragon. The blood sword comes from the Stegosaurus branch. Its most basic innate power is racial talent, and it can display the inherited black art of summoning dragons with sword energy. Seeing that his whole body was filled with sword energy, he really turned into demon dragons, flying over the entire battle arena. These demon dragons, each of them were fierce with swords, and each of them probably had more than 10,000 years of cultivation. In terms of strength, every demon dragon is probably comparable to a xuanhuan-level powerhouse. Yifeng had to use the 8th sword of the forbidden technique, the sword of instantaneous space, to kill a xuanhuan in an instant, and there are hundreds of demon dragons flying on the battle stage now. Swallow, destroy soul, sword intent. Seeing this, Yifeng unhurriedly unleashed the double sword intent he had comprehended, and finally merged the 9 colors Dao fruit and the Yangshan sword into one, forming a huge sword with a broad body. Wherever the devouring sword intent went, it was like a huge mouth of an abyss. Even the monster dragon summoned by the blood sword chi was directly devoured by the devouring sword intent after struggling for a while. In addition to devouring the sword intent, Yifeng's soul-killing sword intent performed even better, because the blood sword's sword energy summons dragons, and the monster dragons that appear all have souls. Yifeng attached great importance to the innate ability of the Stegosaurus branch, but he happened to be restrained by his dual sword intent, unable to exert its due power. If a different person faced the blood sword's sword energy summoning dragon, it would be absolutely impossible to be safe and sound under the siege of hundreds of monster dragons with souls and self-awareness at the same time. Double sword intent, really powerful. Xuejian saw that Yifeng's double sword intent had restrained his sword chi summoning dragon. He couldn't help, but a bloody light flashed in his eyes, and then the bloody long sword in his hand danced again, shattering the void. Swish! A bloody sword energy came from destroying all void, and appeared in front of Yifeng in an instant. Sword of instantaneous sky. Yifeng didn't bother to resist the opponent's sword at all. He directly used the forbidden technique of Gui Ling's 18 swords, the 8th sword of Jiajiu sword, the sword of instant space. With a terrifying speed, even the blood-colored sword energy that shattered the void couldn't keep up with the blood sword. Yifeng held the fusion giant sword and came to the top of the blood sword in an instant. Surrounded by sword energy, everything is invincible. When Xuejian saw this, his eyes lit up. He still remembered that Duan Wuya was cut by Yifeng's sword back then. Now that Yifeng used this sword on him, he was naturally prepared. Blood sea imprisonment. Xuejian shouted loudly, and the blood color instantly diffused from his body, turning into a sticky sea of blood, which contained terrifying power of confinement, as if it could completely confine the entire world. Yifeng's instant sword descended, but the sword energy was imprisoned in the thick blood sea, and his whole body was deeply trapped in it, unable to move. Blood sea imprisonment seems to be another innate ability of this blood sword. Yifeng's heart trembled, and at the same time, he remembered some rumors about the blood sword that he had heard before. Xuanhuan is a genius of the Stegosaurus branch of the 8-dragon demon clan. It is said that he has the innate ability to control blood since he was born. Coupled with the sword energy inherited from the Stegosaurus branch, the strength of Xuanhuan is comparable to that of his peers. He has always been far ahead in the middle, and even the strongest Tiamalong branch of the 8-dragon demons has no younger generation who can match him. The ability to control blood makes the blood sword's combat effectiveness far exceed that of opponents of the same level of cultivation, and after killing an opponent, it can also absorb blood to strengthen itself, and even comprehend the powerful power that the opponent has comprehended. With this characteristic, blood sword will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Although the talent is not as good as some peak wizards in Tianqing of the eastern region, the probability of becoming the heaven-defying immortal emperor in the future is not small. The imprisonment of the Sea of Blood is obviously a forbidden technique realized by Xuanhuan from his own talent, and the power of this forbidden technique can even imprison Yifeng's instant void sword, which is extremely terrifying. If you don't have other abilities, this battle will come to an end, let me down. The bloody sword stared coldly at Yifeng, who was imprisoned by the Sea of Blood. His scarlet eyes showed a fierce light, and the bloody long sword in his hand pointed at Yifeng. The bloody sword energy condensed across the sky. For blood sword, the innate power to control blood is obviously stronger than the innate power to summon dragons with sword chi. In fact, it is also true. The power of summoning dragons with sword chi is too single. It is difficult to summon dragons with sword chi alone. A true strongman is born. This is the biggest reason why there are no other strong people in the current Stegosaurus branch except for the blood sword. Let you down, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Yifeng's body was imprisoned by the Sea of Blood, but he remained calm and composed. A tyrannical force erupted quietly from his body. The power of the shining demon dragon. A flash of lightning flashed within the imprisonment of the Blood Sea, and immediately split the Blood Sea into several cracks, and Yifeng's body also successfully escaped from the imprisonment of the Blood Sea. The biggest characteristic of the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon is its fast speed. As soon as Yifeng got away, without any hesitation, he directly condensed a bolt of lightning sword energy and swept towards the place where the blood sword was. Yifeng's Yang God is the Zidian Yang God, which contains the power of the Zidian xuanhuan. At this time, it cooperates with the power of the Shining Spirit Demon Dragon to display its terrifying power all at once. The Sea of Blood filled the sky was split open by Yifeng's sword, and then thunder flashed, landing on the top of Xuanhuan's head. This sword came so fast that Xuanhuan didn't even have time to react. Snort. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, and immediately held the blood-colored long sword horizontally above his head to resist. At the same time, a wave of blood power spread again, surrounding Xuanhuan into a blood man. The blood sword actually condensed the blood in his body into armor and put it around his body. This strange ability shocked the onlookers in the audience. If it wasn't for Yifeng's resolute sword, no one would be able to force the bleeding sword's move, but now everyone is looking forward to it. Can Xuanhuan use the armor made of his own blood to block Yifeng's sword? After a while, the answer was clear. The blood armor of the blood sword was split by a sword, but the power of that sword was so far, and it couldn't hurt the blood sword inside. The boiling of blood. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes flashed fiercely, and then he raised his hand, and the power of blood boiled immediately. However, what boiled this time was not Xuanhuan's own blood, but the blood in Yifeng's body. Yifeng was still tens of meters away, and he felt the blood in his body start to boil, as if being attracted by some strange force, which made his whole body hot. The boiling blood affected the cohesion of his whole body's strength, and his expression couldn't help but change. The power of this blood sword is really weird. It seems that he cannot defeat the blood sword without using a new sword technique that caught him off guard. Boiling blood, explode for me. Blood flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, and the strange power instantly aroused the already boiling blood in Yifeng's body. Boom! As expected, the blood in Yifeng's body began to explode continuously after boiling, and the powerful explosion force instantly caused terrifying and hard-to-heal wounds in his body. But immediately afterwards, Yifeng also performed a move that he had only comprehended not long ago, and had never been performed in front of others. Long Xuanhuan Jianju. Beside Yifeng, the sword of 9 colors Dao fruit and the sword of Yangshan appeared one after another. Immediately afterwards, 2 immortal-level jet black Sun Luo swords, and the super god-level Luiying sword, together with the clone of Dragon sword, at the same time, following a certain law, it turned into several sword lights. The quality of each of the 6 flying swords is not low, and together they are almost equal to the power of 5 or 6 super god-level magic weapons. Moreover, Long Yuanhuan Jianju is a sword technique derived from Long Jianju, and it is an absolute forbidden technique for the practitioners of Shangqingshan, and its power is unimaginable. When the blood sword caused the blood in Yifeng's body to explode, Yifeng's Long Yuanhuan Jianju was also finished. When Yifeng and Shuijian were fighting on the stage, everyone in the direction of the immortal demon city was staring at the stage. Among them, Qi, Tong, father and son, and Qing Xian are the most worried about Yifeng. Even those in the Monster Slayer Hall can't help but worry about Yifeng's safety. After all, the blood sword is their common enemy. The strength of the blood sword is too terrifying, even the sword of the sky can't help him. That's right, Duan Wuya was seriously injured by this move, and now the blood sea imprisonment of the blood sword can even imprison the instantaneous sky sword. It's really terrifying. That doesn't mean that the blood sword is more powerful than Duan Wuya. After all, now that the blood sword knows Yifeng's moves, it can defend against it. Otherwise, with the speed of the sword of the sky, who can resist it? Everyone talked a lot, and among the 8 dragon demon clans, especially the people in the Stegosaurus branch, they all showed gratified smiles as if they had foreseen the outcome of the battle. They have long understood the strength of the blood sword. Now that the blood in Yifeng's body has been blasted, he must be powerless, and even his life will be on the field. But just as they were thinking this way, the situation on the court suddenly changed. I saw Yifeng Long Yuan's 10,000 swords art being used, and 6 powerful flying swords instantly condensed into a bundle, and then split into 10,000 sword qi, sweeping towards the blood sword from 2 different directions. Long Jian, Long Yan, Dragon Burying Abyss. 2 rows of terrifying sword energy, directly condensed into 2 cliffs, trapping Shuijian's body in it. Immediately, 1 Dao sword energy crashed down, like heavy rain, falling on Shuijian's body. Roar! Shuijian didn't expect Yifeng to perform such a move. He couldn't help roaring. His whole body changed instantly, and a blood-colored stegosaurus appeared in front of everyone. The body of Shuijian, like everyone in the 8 dragon demon clan, is a monster dragon, but Shuijian is a member of the Stegosaurus distribution, so the transformed body is naturally a stegosaurus. On the surface of the stegosaurus's body, there are hundreds of scales, like long swords. These scales are the source of their innate ability sword energy, to summon dragons. Compared with the normal stegosaurus body, the blood sword's body is even more frightening, with blood all over his body, making him look like a stegosaurus from Hell Shura, and the bloody breath in his eyes is almost suffocating. With a roar, the blood sword turned into its own body and wanted to resist Yifeng's Long Yuanhuan Jianju, but Yifeng's move was more powerful than the instantaneous sword. The dragon sword Ju is a training mentality obtained from Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, and the sword skills derived from it are by no means comparable to some sword skills of Shangqing Tian. Long Yuan myriad sword art, the sword energy is transformed into Long Yuan, and the target is imprisoned in Long Yuan. Thousands of random sword qi sweep across, and the more flying swords are used at the same time, the stronger the power of this move. Even if the blood sword is turned into its own body, it is impossible to escape death. Under Long Yuan Jianju, even if the blood sword is surrounded by blood armor, it will be pierced by a sword, and it will soon be pierced by the sword. The huge body fell to the ground not long after, and the bloody stegosaurus was dripping with fresh blood, which showed that he was alive not long ago, but under Yifeng's long xuanhuan jianju, the blood sword turned into a sword. Even the body couldn't resist it. The scene on the battle platform shocked all the spectators on the spot. Even Fairy Tianxiang, Lian, Miedaozi, and the spar-masked man from the sanctuary Tianzhou in the referee's seat looked at Yifeng in surprise. That sword technique just now can produce such power? You must know that Xue Jian is a young strong man with 12,000 years of cultivation, who has stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, and Yifeng only has 7,000 years of cultivation. But relying on the sword technique just now, Yifeng actually beheaded the blood sword abruptly, which shocked everyone on the spot. Do you recognize that sword technique? On the referee's seat, the man in the spar mask sent out his divine thoughts towards Fairy Tianxiang. I haven't seen it, but you haven't even seen the senior? Fairy Tianxiang was a little surprised. It is not surprising that she has never seen that sword technique. After all, she has mostly only been active in the Tianqing area of the eastern region in her life, and has not gone out to experience much. But the man in the crystal mask is different. Fairy Tianxiang knows his identity clearly. He came from the sanctuary of Tianzhou and has already traveled to most places in this world. But now even he says that he has never seen Yifeng's sword technique. Then, there is only one possibility, and that is that the sword technique came from a more powerful fairy world, Yuqing Tian. For Nidian Immortal Emperor, the existence of the fairy world is naturally no secret, but it is extremely difficult for them to enter the fairy world. The most important thing is the lack of guides. Only monks who have become immortals can step into the fairyland, but it does not mean that as long as they become immortals, they can enter Yuqingshan. Shi Huazi, the heaven-defying immortal emperor of returning to Zero Sword sect, seems to have been instructed by an expert, and should have stepped into the fairy world Yuqingshan, but not everyone has such a chance. Yifeng's long yuan wan jianju immediately attracted the attention of the crystal mask man, and aroused his strong interest. However, the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament is still going on now, and the man in the spar mask did not come forward to say anything. If you have anything to say, wait until the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament is over. Presumably, with Yifeng's strength, the possibility of becoming the champion in the end is extremely big. Yifeng, how are you doing? Soon, Yifeng got off the battle platform and flew back to the Immortal Demon City camp. Immediately, someone greeted him. The leader was Tong, Qingxin, and Yue Yuan. It's nothing serious, Yifeng said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It's nothing serious. Your blood boiled and exploded just now. Is it really all right? Yu Yuan Dai frowned. She was not at ease. For her, Yifeng's safety is the biggest problem now. It's really okay. Although my blood boiled and exploded, but at the last moment, I killed the blood sword first. The strongest explosion did not set off, so I only suffered a little injury, and nothing happened. It's all right. Yifeng scratched his head and explained with a smile. That's good. Hearing what he said, the three of them were relieved. On the referee's seat, Lian also showed a look of relief, and his spiritual thoughts came to Yifeng's ears. Good job, your opponents are not many. Yifeng nodded, glanced at the referee's seat, then turned and returned to the Fairy Demon City camp. The blood sword was beheaded by Yifeng. Everyone in the center of Wuya City was amazed by this scene. No one expected this result. Especially the members of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, each of them seemed to be choking on something, with extremely rich and wonderful expressions. They originally thought that when the blood sword went into battle, they would definitely be able to kill Yifeng's son, but they didn't expect that the blood sword would be killed by Yifeng instead, not to mention the competition, even the qualification to continue living would be deprived. Although Yifeng was fine, the blood in his body was still not running smoothly. Facing a formidable opponent like Bloodsword, it is really not that easy to deal with. The key is that the opponent's cultivation base is much higher than his. It can be crushed. When Shui Jian died in battle, the expressions of everyone in the field looking at Yi Feng changed. At the end of this battle, one of the favorites to win the championship, Bloodsword, died. Yi Feng plundered 76 points, and the remaining 76 points from Bloodsword were invalidated like Mo Xian before. Yi Feng's points reached as many as 260 points. Xie Xianyu, who is in second place, only has 164 points so far. Everyone present was astonished, but the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory still had to continue. Immediately after the Bloodsword, a talented young man of a middle school came on stage. It was a skinny man with wicked eyebrows and mouse eyes. As soon as he came to the stage, he turned his eyes to Yi Feng's side, and said with a smile, "Yi Feng, come on stage, I will discuss with you." As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled. This skinny man, who just saw the Bloodsword being killed by Yi Feng with his own eyes, dares to challenge Yi Feng now. But soon, everyone will know why. Because this skinny guy with a mischievous eyebrow had been defeated one after another in previous battles, and now he only has 2 points left. Anyway, no one can win the challenge, so it's better to choose a more representative one, and go to the field to compete for a commemoration. Yi Feng in the audience calmly glanced at the skinny man, and then flew onto the stage. "How do you want to fight?" Yi Feng asked, casually, but he was vigilant in his heart. Although the other party seemed to have no threat, he would not take it lightly at any time. If the boat capsized in the gutter at this time, the loss would be too great. Hit whatever you want, but don't kill me like you killed Ma Xuan and Shui Jian." The thin man chuckled, "I just want to compete with you and see where my level is. Then I will come." With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, the super god-level magic weapon Luiying sword drew a stream of light to attack the skinny man, and even directly used sword fighting skills. This move is the most powerful sword technique that Yi Feng learned a long time ago. Although the power of the sword technique he knows is not much now, its absolute strength is still extremely strong. When the sword was swung, the skinny man's pressure suddenly increased, and he tried to block Yi Feng's sword with all his strength. But soon, he discovered that it was impossible to block Yi Feng's sword with his strength, because the power contained in Yi Feng's sword was the power of the totemized ancient monster dragon. The thin man was directly killed by a sword, and Yi Feng's points increased a little. Although this battle seemed uninteresting, what no one expected was that it was precisely because of this point that the final ranking of the entire East Territory contest changed. Immediately afterwards, other people fought. After the 8 dragon demons died in the Bloodsword battle, the overall momentum has declined to a very low level. Among them, Ling Jieyu and Ma Huang were defeated many times at the beginning. Even now there are only more than 30 points. As a strong player who can break into the top 10, the record of the two can be said to be very poor. Among the 8 dragon demon clans, the only contestant who still maintained a record of victory is Huan's personal disciple, Ying. The inherited power of the illusory branch is the power of illusion, which is similar to the fighting style of the little fox demon Qingxin. Although Ying's strength is strong, it is not much stronger than Ling Jieyu and Ma Huang. It seems that the most important reason why she was able to win all the way to the present and get 128 points is not because of her strength, but because she has not encountered the challenge of the two powerful forces of Immortal Demon City and Dapeng Demon Clan. Challenge the 8 dragon demons, Ying. Until this time, Duan Xiao, the strong man of the Dapeng monster clan, came on stage and finally pointed the finger at Ying. On the one hand, the members of the Dapeng monster clan don't think there is any difference between the Phantom branch and the other branches of the 8 dragon demon clan. They have grudges against the 8 dragon demon clan, and it's normal to challenge Ying. On the other hand, Ying's current points are 5th in the game. If Duan Xiao challenges her to win, his points will increase faster. As for Yi Feng, he is not going to move for now, and wait until the last moment. Ying's name was called, and she jumped onto the battle platform, ready to fight. Ying's figure is like Huan, it seems a little illusory, as if it doesn't really exist in this world, making people feel untouchable. The inheritance power of the phantom branch will make them look more illusory in shape, and in fact, when they face attacks from certain forces, the illusory shape will make them suffer less damage, such as using knives and guns when they are attacked by sharp weapons such as swords and halberds. They will hardly be affected in any way. This is the natural inheritance power of the illusory branch, and the strongest point of the illusory branch is not here. Duan Xiao challenged Ying, and the two soon began to confront each other on the stage. Duan Zhao's Duping monster power flashed golden light, very domineering, and suppressed Ying from the beginning, so that Ying's various powers could not be displayed smoothly. Faced with Duan Zhao's domineering suppression, Ying could only avoid his edge, and began to use the power of inheritance, the power of illusion. Immediately, thousands of Ying's illusory figures flashed in the field, just like the illusion of the little fox demon Qingxin. People couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Haha, is this useful? Duan Xiao laughed loudly. The golden rock's demonic power enveloped the audience, and it directly transformed into a golden-winged rock, with a pair of golden wings flapping, instantly creating domineering golden tornadoes one after another. These golden tornadoes raged lawlessly in the field, and one after another Ying's illusory figures were shattered by the tornadoes. Although the two have the same level of cultivation, the strength they possess is quite different. Under Duan Zhao's offensive suppression, Ying has no power to fight back at all. Admit defeat. Before it was time to decide the winner, Ying directly chose to admit defeat. She also knew that she probably would not be Duan Zhao's opponent. She just didn't want to run away without a fight and leave regrets. Ying's strength is naturally more than that, but she knows that Duan Xiao hides more than her. If she continues to fight, there is no need for that. Instead, she will expose her whole cards and let her lose the opportunity when fighting against opponents of similar strength. Duan Xiao. In the Fairy Demon City camp, Yi Feng and Tong squinted their eyes at the same time. Because Yi Feng saw Duan Zhao's domineering power, he was imagining how he could win as quickly as possible if he confronted Duan Xiao, while Tong was because Duan Xiao defeated Ying and made Ying admit defeat. Although Ying is a contestant of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, she has never provoked anyone from the Fairy Demon City and the Duping Demon clan. Instead, she followed Huan's words and has been choosing Tianmen and Ghost Bone sect, as well as some other mid-level sections. Contestants are opponents. Even so, Duan Xiao didn't let her go, and wanted to snatch the points from her. With the fall of Blood Sword and Xuanhuan, the 8-Dragon Demon clan had no fighting power. Ying was defeated by Duan Xiao, and half of the points were plundered. There are still 5 rounds to go, and the 8-Dragon Demons as a whole have been unable to achieve any good results, and only Ying has maintained a complete combat power, and may be able to rise. The Eastern Territory Martial Arts Finals lasted for 5 days. Among the remaining 30 players, the points basically showed a polarized situation. For example, Yi Feng, the Emperor of Death, Natural Calamity, Duan Xiao, and Xie Xianyu were far ahead in points. Both exceeded 150 points. For those with less points, there are only 4 points, 2 points, or even 1 point left. For example, Yue Yuan and other weaker contestants only have 2 points left, because she has not participated in the 5 rounds. They all admit defeat directly. But the good news is that she can completely expel the power of bones in Yue Yuan's body today. Perhaps from tomorrow onwards, Yue Yuan will be able to participate in the competition, which makes Yi Feng a little relieved. The most important part of the martial arts competition in the entire eastern region, the final, Yue Yuan finally did not directly engage in soy sauce. On the 6th day, the 6th round of the finals began. On the referee's seat, the mature and slim Zhuo Zishuan kept observing Yi Feng. With a charming smile on her face, she suddenly conveyed her spiritual thoughts to the natural disaster in the Tianmen camp. Natural disaster, this round, you challenge Yi Feng to try. Zhuo Zishuan's divine sense made the natural disasters in the Tianmen camp look terrified. Challenge Yi Feng? Natural Calamity's heart suddenly ignited a raging fighting spirit, but immediately, Zhuo Zishuan's divine thoughts immediately extinguished his enthusiasm. However, you should admit defeat in this battle, because you are not that guy. What about the opponent? When the natural disaster heard, the whole person immediately became dissatisfied. It is true that Yi Feng is very strong, but he is not weak in natural disasters. Following in the footsteps of Zhuo Songlong, he comprehends the power of the world-destroying natural disasters. This power surpasses the power of this world. He has never encountered an opponent of his generation. Originally, Shui Jian, the Emperor of Death, Duan Wuya and Duan Shao were the biggest targets of his trip, but after Duan Wuya was defeated by Yi Feng and Shui Jian died under Yi Feng's sword, his opponent was only the Emperor of Death and Duan Shao are left, and of course Yi Feng is added. Now, Zhuo Zishuan, the immortal emperor of his own sect, actually asked him to challenge Yi Feng and directly admit defeat. How could his self-esteem remain calm? But for Zhuo Zishuan, natural disasters have always only respected him. At this time Zhuo Zishuan spoke. Although he was upset, he could only agree. Yes. Natural Calamity lowered his head, quietly glanced at Yi Feng from the Fairy Demon City camp. He was a bit puzzled. What was so special about that guy, that even Zhuo Zishuan paid special attention to it? To challenge Yi Feng and admit defeat, he naturally wanted to give Yi Feng points. He didn't think about Zhuo Zishuan's deep-seated purpose. After 2 battles, it was the natural disaster's turn to choose. I challenge Yi Feng and admit defeat. Scourge stepped onto the battle stage, said with a destructive voice, and at the same time cast a provocative look at Yi Feng. When these words came out, everyone around looked at each other in dismay. Natural disaster, actually admit defeat to Yi Feng? Moreover, looking at the appearance of the natural disaster, it seems that Yi Feng is not very convinced. In this way, it was not his intention to admit defeat to Yi Feng, but someone asked him to do it. Of course, Yi Feng guessed this while being surprised. There are not many people who can make the natural disaster take the initiative to admit defeat to him. They must be from the Tianmen, and after all the calculations, only existences like Zhuo Zishuan or Zhuo Songlong can do it. And Zhuo Songlong, who is so stupid, probably wouldn't pay attention to such things. So, could it be Zhuo Zishuan? Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he raised his head and looked at the referee department, and he saw the beautiful woman Zhuo Zishuan with a mature charm, smiling slightly at him. Yi Feng smiled and nodded towards Zhuo Zishuan. He understood what Zhuo Zishuan meant. Right now, the points of the big powerhouses are still low, so it's not wrong to ask the natural disasters to give points to Yi Feng, but if they wait until the final stage and Yi Feng challenges them one by one, they will lose a lot of points. Now that Natural Calamity has conceded defeat to Yi Feng, it is obvious that he wants Yi Feng not to challenge him again, and this is not difficult for Yi Feng to do. Since Zhuo Zishuan wanted to give him a favor, then it was all right for him to accept it. After all, there was no enmity between him and Tianmen, but he and Zhuo Zishuan still had a little. Yi Feng shook his head. Without thinking too much, he looked towards the stage. I saw that after admitting defeat in the natural disaster challenge, the points under Yi Feng's name in the sky increased to 333 points, 3 threes. This number is not bad. And the next one to fight is Yue Yuan. Yue Yuan had just recovered from her serious injury and decided to fight. She floated onto the battle platform, looked around, and finally locked her eyes on the 8-dragon demon clan, Mo Huang, who had regained 40 points. After being defeated by Qingxin, Ma Huang challenged 2 geniuses from mid-level sects, and finally gained 40 points, but now, Yue Yuan chooses to challenge him as soon as he comes out. Such a challenge made Ma Huang very unhappy, because Yue Yuan's own points were only 2 points. Even if he defeated Yue Yuan, he would only gain 1 point, but if he lost, he would lose 20 points. No matter what, he couldn't lose again, otherwise he might not even be able to make it to the top 20 at the end of the East Territory contest. When Ma Huang went to battle, Yue Yuan had already been waiting for him on the battle stage. Yi Feng observed the situation on the stage from the audience, and was still a little worried about Yue Yuan. After all, Mo Huang's strength was not much different from that of Gue Wangu who injured Yue Yuan before. If he was careless, he might lose to the devil. But fortunately, Ma Huang was seriously injured in the previous battle, and now he must not be able to exert his full strength. In fact, it is also the case. On the battle stage, Yue Yuan relied on the super god-level magic weapon, the Star Crystal Bow, and the Flying Feather Fairy Arrow. There is also a little restraint on the power of the demons that the demons rely on, and the whole battle is suppressed by Yue Yuan. In the end, under the powerful arrows one after another, Mo Huang couldn't dodge in time, and was shot into the body by one of the arrows, and his body burst out instantly, greatly increasing his defense. But when he transformed into a monster dragon, Yue Yuan prepared her most powerful arrow, which easily broke through the defense of his monster dragon body, and seriously injured him. Knowing that Mo Huang was not his opponent, he immediately chose to surrender. If he did not surrender, it would be too sad if he was beheaded on the stage like Mo Xian. Ma Huang conceded defeat, and Yue Yuan's points finally recovered to 22 points, but it was obviously extremely difficult to get a good ranking based on this. The game continues. After so many rounds, Xie Xianyu's high points finally started to make people jealous. When it was the turn of the Ghost Bone Sect's Death Zone Emperor to step onto the battle arena, the pair of death-like eyes under the black robe fixed his eyes on Xie Xianyu, who was in the Wuya Valley camp. "I challenge, Xie Xianyu." A voice that seemed to come from hell came from the mouth of the Emperor of Death, which made many people shudder every time they heard it. In the previous few rounds, the Emperor of the Death Zone had been selecting opponents of such strength as Mo Xian, Gue Bajuan, and Duan Shuega. Now, apart from Xie Xianyu, there was no other opponent to choose. The most important thing is that the middle-level strength has been beaten by the Emperor of Death, and he is not interested if the strength is too low. Therefore, apart from Yi Feng, Duan Xiao, and Tian Hua, there is only one Xie Xianyu, and he is more interested. In the next 4 rounds, 4 of them could just be selected. Duan Xiao has always been very strong, and the Emperor of the Dead Zone knew that Duan Xiao's strength would not be much weaker than him, so he put it in the back. As for Yi Feng, he could kill the blood sword directly. I am afraid it is not so easy to deal with. The Emperor also put it on the back burner. After all, if you deal with the strong first, it is easy to expose your hidden hole cards, which will give you more disadvantages in the subsequent games. As for the natural disaster, he also knew that his strength was not bad, but since he ran out and conceded defeat to Yi Feng, then the points were not enough, and the Emperor of Death Zone had no interest. After such a reduction, there is only one Xie Xianyu left, and the Emperor of the Death Zone now chooses Xie Xianyu to challenge, but he has the confidence to win. Although Xie Xianyu's performance was not bad before, and her true strength has not yet been shown, but the Emperor of Death Zone feels that this woman will never be stronger than Yi Feng and Duan Xiao. When Xie Xianyu was challenged by the Emperor of Death, a peaceful smile appeared on his face, and he floated onto the battle platform the next moment. In the Wuya Valley camp, many people suddenly started whispering. This Xie Xianyu, relying on being Elder Qianxiang's niece, doesn't take us Wiagu disciples seriously. It's really abominable. That's right, but now that she is challenged by the Emperor of Death, her good days are coming to an end. 188 points, it's time to lose some. I'm afraid she still thinks she can be among the top few in the eastern region. I'm sure that in the next few rounds, people will challenge her one after another. In the end, she will not even be able to make it into the top 10. Everyone in Wuya Valley doesn't like Xie Xianyu, but in fact they are just jealous of her identity, jealous of her talent and strength. On the supergiant battle platform, the Emperor of Death in a black robe and Xie Xianyu in a blue cloth shirt stood facing each other. The power of bones. The Emperor of the Death Zone took the lead. Now that the two sides are on the stage, there is no need to say anything, and the winner will be decided. The power of bones is a kind of power that Ghost Bone sect monks have comprehended more. With the power to control bones, it is not only to control their own bones, but also to affect the opponent's bones. If the difference in cultivation base between the two parties is too large, the power of bones can directly corrupt the opponent's bones. The previous Xuanhuan was corroded by such power of bones, and it took Qi several days to completely expel the power of bones in her body. It is not difficult to get rid of the power of bones, but it is difficult to protect Xuanhuan while getting rid of the power of bones, which is not an easy task. The power of bones is useless to me. Xie Xianyu smiled faintly, and saw a series of white bones shot out from under the black robe of the Emperor of Death, randomly turning into streamers and attacking Xie Xianyu. And Xie Xianyu just waved his bare hand, and completely dissipated the power of these bones, dissipating into the void. Ghost crying and wolf howling. The Emperor of the Dead Zone was as immobile as a mountain, and continued to perform a trick of immortality. Immediately, the entire battle platform was enveloped by howling ghosts and wolves that could penetrate people's souls. Xie Xianyu was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. However, Xie Xianyu's figure flashed at random, and it directly flashed to the weakest area of Gikyalango. With a random wave of his hand, a burst of invisible power spread, directly offsetting the power of Gikyalango. The Emperor of Death Zone continued to launch tentative attacks, but Xie Xianyu easily resisted them all, which made him probably know that this Xie Xianyu was no longer the kind of opponent he had faced in the previous rounds. In that case, let me show you my true strength. The Emperor of Death Domain murmured softly, and then the black robe on his body was blown by the breeze, and the hem gradually floated up, and finally he could see the true face of a part of his body. His legs had turned into bones. This is definitely not a simulation, but a real bone. That is to say, the current Emperor of the Dead Domain has comprehended the Ghost Bone sect's cultivation of immortality to a very high level, and is even moving towards the Emperor. According to the legend, the Emperor of Death is the reincarnation of the Emperor. Now it seems that this is true. Otherwise, with his bone age of only 200 years, it is impossible to cultivate the Ghost Bone sect to such a bottom. Bone exploration. The Emperor of the Death Zone let out a soft drink, and then the two white leg bones flashed a gloomy color, and a burst of gloomy bone color spread towards the surroundings, turning the entire battle platform into a bone-covered place. On the ground of the battle platform, the bones were buried deep, and thousands of bones were buried, but in the air of the battle platform, there were broken bones floating, which looked extremely strange. In the area where the bones pioneered, you will be attacked by endless bones. Almost to confirm the words of the Emperor of Death, the bones on the ground and in the air of the entire battle platform began to move for a while, creaking, gradually combining with each other, forming one skeleton after another. Each of these skeletons has the same level of cultivation as the Emperor of the Death Zone. Looking around, there is a dense crowd of skeletons, rushing towards Xie Xianyu who is not far away. Human sea tactics, is it useful? Xie Xianyu's eyes flashed fiercely, facing the powerful immortal art of the Emperor of Death. She finally got serious. 9 colors in the sky, 1 color, 1 world. Xie Xianyu performed a fairy art that had never been performed before, and saw a 9-color skylight emanating from the palm of her hand. Each color was like a real world, including pavilions, towers, flowers and trees, deserts and oceans, and there is life in it. The 9-color skylight that seemed to have life swept across the audience in an instant, enveloping the entire battle arena. The bones and skeletons summoned by the Emperor of the Dead Zone were all assimilated under the nine-color skylight, and they were all absorbed into the world of the nine-color skylight, and were instead controlled by Xie Xianyu. What kind of magic is this? Everyone was shocked. Xie Xianyu, who has been silent until now, finally used his true strength. As soon as nine-color skylight made a move, he deciphered the powerful bone immortal art of the Emperor of Death domain. 9 colors of sky, 1 color, 1 world. Xie Xianyu finally used an astonishing method to decipher the domain of bones of the Emperor of Death. Not only that, but also collected all the bones and skeletons for his own use. Along the 9 colors of the sky, the 9 different colored light bands, those bone skeletons rushed towards the Emperor of Death, who was shrouded in black robes, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. It's finally getting interesting. The hoarse voice of the dead emperor came out. It seemed to be laughing, but it didn't seem to be. With a movement of his haggard legs under the black robe, he disappeared immediately, and when he reappeared, he was already at the height of the entire battle platform, overlooking Xie Xianyu below from a high position. 9 colors in the sky, 9 worlds, I will destroy all your 9 worlds. The hoarse voice of the Emperor of Death came out, and I saw his black robe flying all over his body, and boundless black air spread out, covering the sky and covering the sun, and endless death breath gushed out from the black air. Break it! Bursts of black air shrouded the 9-color sky below, and collided with each other halfway in an instant, bursting out a burst of extremely strong power fluctuations. Although Xie Xianyu is amazing, the strength of the Emperor of Death is also not comparable to that of ordinary monks. The place where the boundless black air and the 9-colored skylight contact each other almost formed a void fault. Xie Xianyu directly manipulated the white bone skeletons, poured into it, and one after another was swallowed by the void fault. She doesn't want these things that don't belong to her to exist in her 9-color sky and 9 worlds. Ancient Sea Realm, hailing, is here. Xie Xianyu snorted softly, and saw one of her 9-color skylights. A terrifying wave suddenly emerged from the purple, and then a huge monster appeared from it. Ah! A wolf-like roar spread throughout the center of Wuya City, and a purple ocean wolf appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That gigantic monster was as tall as the golden giant Yi Feng had seen before. The wolf of the ancient sea, overthrow everything. A cold light flashed in Xie Xianyu's beautiful eyes, and the gigantic sea wolf howled at the sky, stepped in the air, and rushed towards the boundless black air of the Emperor of Death with a layer of purple waves. The next moment, the purple sea waves overturned the boundless black air directly, and even enveloped the Emperor of Death in it, and was swept into the purple sea water, disappearing without a trace. This scene stunned everyone around. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, and was taken aback by Xie Xianyu's move. From the wolf of the ancient sea, he felt the breath of some ancient creature. Waves, involving the Emperor of Death. Of course, the Emperor of Death will not fail like this. The dense white bones soon appeared from the turbulent purple waves, and then formed a huge monster. It turned out to be an ancient giant beast made of white bones. It broke through the purple waves and fell from the sky towards Xie Xianyu, as if it wanted to tear her thin body to pieces. Fire realm, fire spirit is here. Xie Xianyu didn't panic, waved his plain hand, and from another piece of red sky, a giant flame beast roared out. The flames immediately spread to the entire battlefield, even more powerful than the flames cast by Hitomi, and the giant flame beast confronted the giant bone beast in midair. The power of flames and the power of white bones collided with each other, and a burst of tyrannical void turbulence erupted. The battle between the two giant beasts shocked everyone watching the battle. Xie Xianyu's power is so terrifying, even if she loses this battle, it is a glorious defeat. I don't think so. The 9 colors of skylight she used, 1 color and 1 world, include a total of 9 worlds, and she has only displayed the power of 2 of them until now. It doesn't matter how much power there is. Who can win depends on who is more powerful. The Emperor of Death will not let us down. There was a lot of discussion among the people, and the situation in the field changed rapidly. The Emperor of the Dead Zone summoned the giant bone beast, and the whole person was shrouded in a black robe, and the shattered void flashed towards Xie Shenyu. A white ghost claw suddenly appeared from the void, like a soul-hunting ghost, and grabbed Xie Shenyu. It is the forbidden technique inherited from the Ghost Bone sect, broken by the eternal ghost claw. Finally, the forbidden technique appeared. Not many people in the entire Ghost Bone sect can learn the forbidden technique performed by the Emperor of the Death Zone. It seems that he is the reincarnation of the Emperor, as the rumors say. Let's see how Xie Shenyu resists it. Not everyone can use forbidden techniques. The duel between the peak geniuses of the Eastern Territory, Hui Wu, will definitely be a duel of forbidden techniques in the end. Once it is time to cast forbidden techniques, it means that the two sides have begun to exert their bottom-line strength. Amidst the discussions among the crowd, Wanguga Kloppo finally swept in front of Xie Shenyu. Forbidden technique? Xie Shenyu remained calm, with a faint smile on her pretty face. It just so happens that I can also use forbidden techniques, and it just so happens that I can restrain you. As soon as the words were finished, Xie Shenyu waved his hand, and from the blue sky light world beside him, a door shining with blue light suddenly appeared. The realm of the fairy kingdom, the gate of the fairy kingdom. Xie Shenyu's eyes were solemn, and the door of the fairy kingdom that was shining with blue light directly blocked her. The terrifying power of the eternal ghost claw hit the gate of the immortal kingdom all at once. The blue radiance burst out with a burst of holy power, as if it came from another fairy world, making the Emperor of the Dead Zone completely unable to resist, and the whole person was thrown away by the blue radiance. The blue light continued to flash, and the gate of the fairy kingdom did not disappear, but shrouded the Emperor of Death, who flew backwards. Admit defeat. On the referee's seat, Emperor Chengu of the Ghost Bone sect immediately stood up with a solemn expression when he saw this, and shouted loudly. The Emperor of Death on the battle stage heard the words, although he was unwilling, but he was also very knowledgeable. After all, he was the reincarnation of the Emperor. Even though he didn't know what the gate of the fairy kingdom was, he could feel the holy power contained in it, which restrained him more than the power of dawn. Admit defeat. The Emperor of the Dead Zone actually conceded defeat, which shocked everyone around him on the spot. On the referee's seat, Tianxiang Fairy smiled slightly, waved away the gate of the fairy kingdom on the field, and then teleported Xie Shenyu out of the arena. Xie Shenyu smiled faintly, and returned to the Wuya Valley camp. Still alone, no one dared to greet her. As for the Emperor of Death, he took a deep look at Xie Shenyu, and also turned around and got off the stage. The blue gate of the fairy kingdom just now made him feel a little swaying in his body. That kind of holy power really restrained him. Under such circumstances, he was indeed no match for Xie Shenyu. However, if it is a life-and-death struggle in the wild, it is not certain who will win. Xie Shenyu relied on the mysterious Immortal Kingdom's access control technique to directly suppress the Emperor of the Death Zone, conceded defeat, and increased his points to 242 points. After returning to the Wuya Valley camp, Xie Shenyu looked toward Yifeng from a distance, as if he wanted to say that it would be Yifeng's turn next. Of course Yifeng noticed her gaze, but he didn't care about it. He just thought, if Xie Shenyu is willing to challenge, he will come here, just to save him another chance to challenge others. After Xie Shenyu was challenged by the Emperor of Death, there are still more than a dozen games today. Everyone's points have changed again, but the changes have not been significant. Today, the rankings of many middle-level contestants have basically been determined, but it is not until the last minute, or no one will give up. After all, the game is not over yet, and any unexpected situation may happen. In the game after this day, Xie Shenyu chose Zhuo Guanyu, the strong player of Tianmen, as his opponent. Zhuo Guanyu directly conceded, allowing her to rob another 20 points. But Yifeng chose Duanyu from the Dapeng monster clan as his opponent, and robbed him of 28 points. Otherwise, Yi Feng wanted to challenge the people from Tianmen, but it was a pity that the natural disasters gave up before, and he was embarrassed to face the people from Tianmen again. People started. After obtaining 28 points, Yi Feng's total points reached 361 points. All the contestants who participated in the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Finals, a total of 32 people, each had 32 points at the beginning, that is to say, the total score was only 1,024 points. Among them, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan died in battle, and nearly 100 points in total were invalidated, that is to say, the points of the remaining people added up to just over 900 points. Yi Feng alone accounted for 361 points, a full 1/3 of it. And Xie Shanyu also has 262 points, accounting for more than a quarter. The two people add up to more than half of the total score. Obviously, the two will definitely be the victory of this Eastern Region Martial Arts meeting by. Yi Feng defeated the Blood Sword, and Xie Shanyu defeated the Emperor of Death. Both of them proved their strength with facts. This time, the champion of the Eastern Region Martial Arts competition is probably not Yi Feng, but Xie Shanyu. After all, Duan Wuya, Blood Sword, and Death Region Emperor have all lost their qualifications, and the natural disaster even surrendered to Yi Feng. Only Duan Xiao from the Dapeng monster clan was left, who had the strength to fight with the two of them, but after experiencing the failures of Duan Wuya, Shui Jian, and the Emperor of Death, they did not have much hope for the original favorite to win the championship. Yi Feng and Xie Shanyu deservedly be the dark horses of this Eastern Region Martial Arts tournament. 7th day, 7th round. The Emperor of the Death Zone lost to Xie Shanyu yesterday, and he was full of anger. On the 7th day, he was ranked first in the selection of opponents. He stepped onto the stage in a black robe and set his sights on the opponents in the Fairy Demon City camp. Yi Feng. I challenge. Yi Feng. The Emperor of Death is indeed the reincarnation of the Emperor. Although he lost to Xie Shanyu, he is still very confident in his own strength, at least stronger than the Blood Sword who was defeated by Yi Feng. Therefore, he stood up without hesitation and chose to challenge Yi Feng. As long as he defeated Yi Feng, he would still have a chance to become the number one in the Eastern region, because Yi Feng's points are too high now. Choose me, good. Yi Feng's eyes lit up, he was trying to get more points from somewhere, and the Emperor of Death Zone came to his door, and it took no effort to get it. Although Emperor Death Zone lost to Xie Shanyu yesterday, he still has a lot of points, with 78 points, which is quite a lot among the rest. With 78 points, he can still be ranked among the top 8 among everyone. Yi Feng directly stepped onto the battlefield, another battle between two peak geniuses. Xie Shanyu was sitting in the Wuya Valley camp, looking at the battle stage with great interest. She was also very curious about Yi Feng's strength. In fact, the only thing she couldn't see clearly in this Eastern Region Martial Arts meeting was Yi Feng. It's up. Other than Yi Feng, Xie Shanyu was 100% sure that he would win. She was very curious, what kind of forbidden technique Yi Feng would use to win in the face of the Emperor of Death, and how many tricks did Yi Feng hide and did not use. You will lose. In the hoarse voice of the dead Emperor, there is an incomparable confidence. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Yi Feng smiled faintly, you chose me, I will let you lose a second time, and I will never let you down. What's the point of a war of words? The Emperor of Deadland gave a hoarse smile. It seems to be you who spoke first? Yi Feng chuckled, and the 9 colors Dao fruit sword was already in his hand. Come on, let's fight, speak with strength. The Emperor of the Dead Zone didn't speak anymore, but a strong death aura emerged from his whole body. The giant bone beast that appeared yesterday reappeared and roared towards Yi Feng, as if it wanted to swallow Yi Feng completely. This kind of move that has been used is also used to shame. Yi Feng laughed, swung the long sword in his hand, devouring the sword intent condensed into a sword energy and swept it out, and instantly slashed at the giant bone beast. The tyrannical devouring power, contained in the intent of the swallowing sword, immediately slowed down the giant bone beast's movements. If the giant bone beast had intelligence, it would definitely feel unbearable pain, but it was just a summoned creature without intelligence. The seventh sword of forbidden art, destroy. Immediately, an awe-inspiring sword energy pierced the sky. Yi Feng's figure flickered, instantly cut the body of the giant white bone beast in half, and then moved towards the place where the Emperor of Death was standing with his sword. Eternal Ghost Claw Break. The Emperor of the Death Zone once again used the forbidden technique that he used against Xie Xianyu yesterday. A bone claw that seemed to come from the ages instantly appeared in front of Yi Feng, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. The power of the shining demon dragon, flash. The power in Yi Feng's body was restless, and in just an instant, there was only a residual electric light left in place, and Yi Feng's figure had already turned into a flash of electric light, appearing in another direction. Sword of Instantaneous Sky. The eighth sword of the forbidden technique was used again, and with lightning speed, it broke through the void and attacked the dead Emperor's back. The Mouth of Death. The Emperor of Death Realm felt Yi Feng's movements, and the back of his body turned into a deep darkness, like a huge mouth, full of the breath of death, waiting for Yi Feng to throw himself into the net. The sword of instantaneous space, the sword energy shattered the void, rushed into the deep and dark mouth in an instant, and then became silent. It seemed that it was really swallowed by the mouth of death. There are such forbidden techniques. When Yi Feng saw it, his whole body turned into lightning, and he retreated a certain distance, to the back. Feeling the huge suction force coming from the mouth of death, he didn't dare to approach it casually. But right after, Yi Feng displayed his sword skills again. The sword technique that Yi Feng immediately used was not the long xuanhuan jianzhi that he used to kill Shiwa Jian before, but the ancient Tinglong sword that hadn't been used for a long time. However, he did not integrate the power of the ancient monster dragon into the sword technique of the ancient dragon this time, but the power of Qiyao. The power of the seven luminaries, seven kinds of power, including the power of the void, the power of time, the power of the sun, the power of true fire, the power of true water, the power of tides, and the power of extinction. The seven kinds of power are all the strongest powers in their respective fields in Shangqingshan. In the past, Yi Feng could only fuse two of them, such as the power of time and the power of void, the power of the sun and the power of real fire, the power of true water and the power of tides, etc. But now, he has completely fused the seven powers of Qiyao's power. The power of the fusion force is beyond Yi Feng's imagination, just a casual move of the ancient Tinglong sword technique. Its power is comparable to the forbidden technique, the sword of instant. Of course, the speed of this Huanggu Tinglong sword technique is definitely not as fast as that of the sword of instantaneous sky, but in terms of destructive power, it is no longer inferior to the sword of instantaneous sky. The seven-colored sword energy condensed by the power of Qiyao merges void and time into it, and goes west with one sword. What kind of sword technique is this? The Emperor of the Death Zone frowned slightly, but upon careful inspection, he realized that there were seven different powerful forces contained in the sword energy, and these seven powerful forces were almost perfectly blended together. Qiyao is the power of Qiyao. Relying on the memory before the reincarnation, the Emperor of the Dead Area finally thought of what kind of power it was. It stands to reason that many people can comprehend the power of the seven luminaries, but few people can fully integrate them together. In fact, even Yi Feng couldn't completely rely on himself to do this. The Qiyao ancient wood in his body played a key role in the fusion process of the Qiyao's power. If it wasn't for the Qiyao ancient wood, Yi Feng would not be able to perfectly integrate the Qiyao's power with the effort Yi Feng put in now. You kid, I insisted on showing you my strength, can you see it now? In Yi Feng's body, Qiyao Guma hummed and sent out a spiritual thought, the fusion of 7 kinds of power in my body is not inferior to the power of the ancient monster dragon you have comprehended, so don't underestimate me from now on. That's because I have already comprehended the 5th level of void power and the 3rd level of sun power. Yifeng smiled lightly. If I comprehend the power of the ancient monster dragon to the 3rd level, do you think the power will not be as powerful as the power of the 7 luminaries combined? When Qi Yaogumu heard it, he immediately wanted to refute reflexively, but the divine sense of refutation could not be transmitted. Because he can't refute it at all. The power of the desolate ancient demon dragon is much stronger than the power of the 7 radiances in terms of power level. Even the perfectly integrated power of the 7 luminaries is not comparable to the power of the ancient desolate demon dragon. Of course, the perfectly integrated power of Qi Yao can be said to be the strongest power in Shang Qingshan, so Yifeng's simple sword strike made the Emperor of Death Zone feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. The mouth of death. The Emperor of the Dead Zone flipped back his black robe again, and a huge mouth with a breath of death reappeared, aiming directly at Yifeng's 7-colored sword energy. The mouth of death is indeed a powerful forbidden technique comprehended by the Emperor of the Death Zone, but facing Yifeng's sword energy, it is still a bit powerless. The main reason was that the mouth of death had just swallowed Yifeng's sword chi of instantaneous sky. It was a frighteningly powerful swordsmanship that could seriously injure Duan Wuya. Now swallowing another 7-colored sword energy, the mouth of death finally collapsed. With a bang, the power filled with the breath of death and the mouth of death spread to the surroundings instantly, and it died together with Yifeng's 7-colored sword energy. The next strike, you will die. Yifeng flew in midair, looking at the Emperor of Death, with contempt in his eyes. You can try. The hoarse voice of the Death Zone Emperor sounded, obviously ready to meet Yifeng's powerful sword. I don't know, what kind of swordsmanship will Yifeng use next? Could it be the Wanjianju that killed Shuijian? If yes, how should it be resisted? The Emperor of Death Zone thought to himself, it's time for him to come up with the forbidden technique at the bottom of the box. This Yifeng's strength is indeed very strong, forcing him to use the strongest strength. Swordsmanship, the sword of death. Yifeng waved the 9-colored Dao fruit sword in his hand, smiled contemptuously, and then a sword aura full of desolation and death quickly swept towards the Emperor of Death. The Emperor of the Dead Domain trembled in his heart. The sword of death, what kind of sword technique is this? The momentum doesn't seem right. After a little observation, the Emperor of the Death Zone found that the aura of Yifeng's sword was very weak, not as good as his previous 2 sword auras. But Yifeng actually used this sword as his trump card, so there must be something special about him. The Emperor of the Dead Domain didn't dare to be careless, and then the black robe rolled up on his body, and the power of bones and death surged out of his whole body. Death Kingdom God General. In the hoarse voice of the Emperor of Death, a general of the Death Kingdom wearing black armor, shrouded in an aura of death and terror, suddenly descended on this world. Yifeng swung the so-called Sword of Death, and the void along the way was dyed scorched black, as if the land of the dead country swallowed this void. The God General of the dead country is really powerful, but it's a pity. Yifeng smiled strangely. You were fooled. His so-called Sword of Death just now was an extremely common one-stroke swordsmanship, which he deliberately used to attract the attention of the Emperor of Death. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng's figure turned into a bolt of lightning, and it flashed directly behind the Emperor of Death. Longyuan Myriad Sword Art. The trump card that had been prepared a long time ago was displayed instantly by Yifeng. The sword energy surged all over his body, and the sword intent surged. The 6 powerful flying swords instantly turned into tens of thousands of sharp sword chi, forming 2 mountains of sword chi, which firmly surrounded the Emperor of Death. Immediately afterwards, thousands of sword chi poured down, turning the absolute domain where the Emperor of the Dead Domain was located into the Dragon Burial Abyss. Longyuan Wanjianju, Wandao sword energy, penetrates the void, killing everything. The Emperor of Death, who was in the center of the storm, felt cold, and he was fooled. Yifeng's dragon burial abyss condensed with tens of thousands of sword qi, directly isolated the Death Realm Emperor's god of death, making it impossible for him to rescue the Death Realm Emperor trapped in the sword qi abyss. Admit defeat. The hoarse voice of the Emperor of Death came out, and then it rang throughout the audience. If the god general of the Death Kingdom he summoned faced Yifeng's Longyuan myriad sword art head-on, there should still be hope of a match, but he never thought that he would be easily played by Yifeng. It can be seen from this that Yifeng has long left a strong shadow in the heart of the Emperor of Death. Even though he has not fought before, the Emperor of Death has already regarded Yifeng as a strong enemy. Only in this way will the Emperor of the Dead Zone be fooled at the critical moment. The Emperor of Death Zone conceded defeat, and Yifeng's points increased to 372 points, leading the entire field. And Yifeng's victory in this battle directly raised his position in the eyes of everyone to a new height. He defeated Duan Wuya, wiped out the blood sword with one sword, and forced the Emperor of Death to admit defeat. No matter which battle, it is enough, let Yifeng's name resound throughout the audience. Xie Xianyu saw that he also forced the Emperor of Death to admit defeat, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she became more interested in Yifeng. At this point in the Eastern Territory martial arts contest, almost everyone's strength is already clear. The original 5 favorites to win the championship, Duan Wuya, Natural Disaster, Emperor of Death, Blood Sword and Duan Shao, all 5 of them have no chance. Except for Duan Shao, the other 4 have already lost to Yifeng or Xie Xianrain. And even Duan Zhao's strength is probably only on par with the other 4. If he wants to deal with Yifeng and Xie Xianyu, he is still a bit short. Most of the points in the field were concentrated in the hands of the strong, and everyone suddenly discovered that even if someone's points are only the first 32 points, they can still be ranked among the top 10. Now, the first place, Yifeng, has 372 points. Xie Xianyu, who is second, has 262 points. Duan Shao, who was third, had 164 points. Except for the 3 of them, the gap between the 4th and 10th places is very small, at least 32 points, and at most 80 points. Any victory will change the ranking. As for the little fox demon Qingxin of Fairy Demon City and Yank Melongtong, they ranked 6th and 5th, with 72 points and 74 points respectively. 7 days have passed, and the opponents that everyone can choose have basically been selected. The next step is to see who has the most points and who can win the game. And this 7th day is undoubtedly bad news for the Death Zone Emperor of the Ghost Bone sect, but with his strength, it is not difficult to rise again. It is conceivable that except for Yifeng and Xie Xianyu, it is unlikely that anyone else will be his opponent. At most, there is a Duan Shao. The Emperor of Death has not yet confronted him, so I don't know who is stronger or weaker. The last 3 days are left, which is the 3 days to determine the final ranking. After resting all night, everyone gathered in the center of Wuya City again to prepare for the 8th day of the competition. In today's game, Xie Xianyu was assigned to play first. I saw her figure floating on the battle stage, looking towards the direction of the Dapeng monster camp. I challenge, Duan Shao. Now Duan Shao is third in points. If she beats Duan Shao, she can narrow the gap with Yifeng. Of course, this is also a test for her, because Yifeng and Duan Shao may also meet in the future. She is now challenging Duan Shao, in order to side-estimate Yifeng's true strength. Although this estimate is not very representative, it is still somewhat useful, and anyway, Xie Xianyu is not prepared to fight Yifeng in this round. There is no one to choose except Duan Shao. Beauty, you really chose me, and I will accompany you with a smile. Duan Shao laughed, and stepped onto the battle stage in a blink of an eye. As a member of the Dapeng monster clan, Duan Shao had a bold personality, violent and tyrannical strength, and took an incomparably fierce way. Bring it on. The corner of Xie Xianyu's mouth turned up slightly, and with a raised hand, the 9 colors of sky light were displayed directly, and 9 worlds of different colors were displayed on the supergiant battle platform. 9 colors in the sky, 1 color and 1 world. I don't know where the fairy art came from. Yifeng observed Xie Xianyu's power carefully, and found that her power was very heterogeneous, even more types than Yifeng's, some of which surpassed the level of this world, making people irresistible. For example, the Gate of the Immortal Kingdom, which forced the Emperor of Death to admit defeat, is definitely a powerful force from Yuqing Tian in the Immortal Realm. Haha, come on, let me experience the power of the 9 worlds. Duan Shao laughed loudly, the golden rock's demonic power flickered all over his body, and suddenly an extremely fierce force radiated out. Even the 9 worlds with 9 colors of sky could not suppress Duan Shao. Ancient Sea Realm, hailing, is here. Fire Realm, Fire Spirit, is here. Xie Xianyu moved his lips slightly, and the huge wolf of the ancient sea and the giant flame beast that appeared during the fight against the Emperor of the Dead Zone appeared directly from the 2 worlds of sky light, and rushed towards Duan Shao. Pengwei Shrouds. Duan Shao yelled loudly, and the golden rock's monster power instantly filled the audience, and then his whole body turned into gold, and he displayed the rock's golden body when he released the cover of Pengwei. The golden body of the rock, with outstanding defensive power, combined with the aura enveloped by Pengwei, unexpectedly forcibly withstood the combined impact of the wolf of the ancient sea and the giant flame beast. The Dapeng monster power is the strongest power in the world. You 2 beasts, break it for me. With a roar from Duan Shao, the original body of Dapeng Yaxiu appeared in the world. A golden Dapeng spread its wings, and its body was even bigger than the wolf of the ancient sea and the giant flame beast. A pair of golden rock wings flapped, and the violent power broke through the void, instantly engulfing the wolf of the ancient sea and the giant flame beast. This crisp and neat scene shocked everyone. Compared with the Emperor of Death, the power of this laughter is more direct and powerful. The 2 giant beasts, the Emperor of the Death Zone, turned sideways, but when they appeared in front of Duan Shao, they were annihilated by Duan Shao with his absolutely domineering rock monster power, shocking the audience. The realm of the Fairy Kingdom, the Gate of the Fairy Kingdom, suppress. Xie Xianyu on the field was not surprised. She didn't expect the 2 giant beasts to be able to deal with Duan Shao at all. Immediately afterwards, the Gate of the Immortal Kingdom, which forced the Emperor of Death to surrender, reappeared. A door shining with holy celestial light appeared from the blue fairyland with 9 colors of sky light. Once it appeared, it pressed down from top to bottom, directly towards Duan Shao, who had turned into the main body. Immortal light radiated everywhere, making it almost impossible for people to look directly at it. However, at this critical moment, everyone opened their eyes wide. Even if they were blinded by the brilliance, they would not miss the next scene. Hold me, break! Duan Shao turned into a golden-winged rock, roared loudly, spread his wings, and the powerful golden rock's monster power spread out instantly. He actually chose to directly confront the Gate of the Fairy Kingdom. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the golden rock's demon power collided with the Gate of the Fairy Kingdom. Even the size of the golden-winged rock incarnated by Duan Shao was not as big as the blue Gate of the Fairy Kingdom. The forces of the 2 sides collided in an instant, and the holy suppressing force of the Gate of Immortal Kingdom descended on Duan Zhao's golden-winged rock like a huge wave. But Duan Zhao's domineering power did not flinch at all, but faced up to the difficulties. The violent golden demon power held back the Gate of the Fairy Kingdom, making it tremble. It can really confront directly. The onlookers were all shocked. The Gate of the Immortal Kingdom, which had forced the Emperor of Death to admit defeat, was blocked by Duan Zhao's domineering force. The power of this laughter is really terrifying. Xie Xianyu's eyes flashed with astonishment when he saw that Duan Shao actually used his own strength to fight against the blue Gate of the Fairy Kingdom. The Dapeng monster clan really deserves its reputation, but the Gate of the Fairy Kingdom is not so easy to resist. Xie Xianyu smiled indifferently, and then waved his plain hand, only to see that the blue gate of the fairy kingdom flashed with a more blazing light, which suppressed Duan Zhao's mighty aura all of a sudden. Immediately, the blue radiance intensified, and the golden-winged rock transformed by Duan Zhao trembled, apparently unable to hold on any longer. On the referee's seat, Duan Qiong of the Dapeng monster clan stood up and looked nervously at the field. Even he was shocked by the power of the Immortal Kingdom's gate in the arena. Although to him, the power might not be worth mentioning. After all, Xie Xianyu's cultivation base is still low, but the level of power is higher than what he has ever seen. Most of the forces are stronger. The 9 colors of Xie Xianyu's sky are probably some kind of taboo power from ancient times, which is much stronger than all the existing powers in the world. Duan Qiong knew that Duan Zhao must be defeated, and the only thing he was worried about now was whether Duan Zhao would be suppressed to death by the gate of the fairy kingdom. If Duan Zhao died and refused to admit defeat, then the final result would definitely be to be suppressed and thus lose his life. However, even though Duan Qiong was Duan Zhao's elder, even though he was very optimistic about Duan Zhao, he didn't say anything to remind Duan Zhao to admit defeat. Because admitting defeat is definitely an extremely shameful word for a genius. If Duan Zhao didn't decide on his own, it would definitely have a great impact on him in the future, and even make him unable to break through certain bottlenecks, and eventually live a mediocre life. The decision to admit defeat can only be made by Duan Zhao himself. On the giant battle platform, the gate of the fairy kingdom is getting stronger and stronger, and the blue light is so strong that it almost covers the whole battle platform. As for the body of the golden-winged rock that Duan Zhao transformed into, it has already been completely covered by the blue light, making it hard to see clearly. A roar came from Duan Zhao of the golden-winged rock, but he was still unable to break through the suppression of Lan Guang, the gate of the fairy kingdom, and was forced to retreat step by step. On the body of the golden-winged rock, burn marks appeared one after another. In order to stick to his will, Duan Zhao did not hesitate to get seriously injured. Bravery and unyielding, this is the powerful spirit and the strongest will of the Dapeng Yaozu. Admit defeat. Xie Xianyu snarled, and pressed his hands down. The blue light of the gate of the fairy kingdom shone even more, like a fairy light falling from the sky, completely suppressing the golden-winged rock Duan Zhao. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, Duan Zhao's entire body of the golden-winged rock was crushed into the soil of the giant battle platform, causing the whole battle platform to tremble. The tyrannical power swept out. Duan Zhao's strong willpower, tenacity, and unyielding made everyone watching the battle change color. This laugh is really too hard, but the power level gap is too big, he is doomed to fail. Humph, I'm just an idiot. If you work so hard, you can only suffer more serious injuries or even die in the end. What's the use? Maybe, the power of the Immortal Kingdom's gate will soon weaken. In that case, Duan Zhao's persistence will be meaningful. It's a pity that the facts are too cruel. Everyone was talking about Duan Zhao's persistence, no matter right or wrong, some were just shocked. Whether they thought he was powerful or stupid, everyone's hearts were shaken at this moment. Including Yi Feng, who were also shocked by Duan Zhao's actions. Duan Zhao, the proud son of the Dapeng monster clan, should have never been defeated before participating in the Eastern region martial arts. Now facing Xie Xianyu, who is stronger than him, he can have such a strong will, which is really admirable. Yi Feng was secretly startled. Except for Duan Zhao, no one has made such a crazy move in this Eastern region martial arts competition. After all, for all practitioners, no matter how powerful a genius is, life comes first. When their lives are threatened, admitting defeat is their most sensible choice. For example, Emperor Death Zone, when facing Yi Feng and Xie Xianyu, both chose to admit defeat, otherwise, he would have died on the battlefield long ago. However, the willpower possessed by Duan Zhao is the most lacking spirit among current cultivators. If Duan Zhao can grow up with this kind of will to go forward and would rather die than surrender, he will definitely be an extremely terrifying opponent. As Yifeng thought about it, he saw the blue light from the gate of the Immortal Kingdom fade away. At this moment, Xie Xianyu waved his hand to make the gate of Immortal Kingdom dissipate, while Duan Shao, the golden-winged roc who was originally suppressed by the gate of Immortal Kingdom, collapsed on the ground of the battle platform as if dead. He passed out, so I won, right? Xie Xianyu raised his head and asked Fairy Tianxiong on the referee's seat. Xie Xianyu, win. Fairy Tianxiong nodded, her eyes swept over Duan Shao, who was seriously injured on the battle stage and passed out, and she was a little shocked in her heart. This laugh, who would rather die than surrender, is really amazing. If this kind of will is allowed to grow up, it must be extremely terrifying. Fairy Tianxiong spoke highly of Duan Shao. Even though Duan Shao has lost to Xie Xianyu now, the future is still very long, and no one knows what the future will be like. Duan Shao fell into a coma and was judged to be defeated, but this should be a good result for him, much better than losing his life. Xie Xianyu smiled faintly, and left the battle stage in a flash. When she was leaving, she turned around and looked at Yifeng, her eyes seemed to say, "There is your last opponent left." Yifeng squinted his eyes. Following Duan Zhao's defeat, it is almost certain that the champion of this Eastern region martial arts tournament will be between him and Xie Xianyu. To be honest, now even Yifeng doesn't know how strong Xie Xianyu really is, but Yifeng thought that with the 9-armed ghost ape consciousness in his body, he shouldn't be able to defeat Xie Xianyu. Anyway, I'm still a disciple of the Jiangya in Yuqing Tianzhong in the fairy world. I have practiced the powerful mental method of the Jiangya, the dragon sword Jiu. I won't lose to Xie Xianyu in this place, right? Yifeng thought to himself. If he and Xie Xianyu have the same cultivation base of 12,000 years, then Yifeng's victory is without a doubt. But now, Yifeng's cultivation base is only 6,000 years, and the basic strength of the two sides is too far apart. Meeting Xie Xianyu, who owns the world of 9 colors of light, Yifeng is really not sure whether he can defeat the opponent. No matter what, you must win the first place in the Eastern region martial arts competition, otherwise. Long Yu had made up his mind a long time ago, even if he desperately wanted to win the Eastern region martial arts championship, because if he didn't get it, the first one not to let him go would be the immortal emperor and Itian of Fairy Demon City. Pity. Don't look at how Lian defended Yifeng before, it was all because he wanted to rely on Yifeng to get one of the rewards of the Eastern region martial arts champion. If Yifeng fails to win the championship, one can imagine the consequences. The competition went on all the way, but everyone's thoughts had already drifted to Yifeng and Xie Xianyu. Duan Shao lost to Xie Xianyu, so the champion of the Eastern region will definitely be between Yifeng and Xie Xianyu. For the peak duel between the two, everyone began to look forward to it. Now it seems that Xie Xianyu's Immortal Gate Immortal technique is invincible at all, and even the mighty Depeng monster clan itself has been suppressed. In contrast, although Yifeng is powerful, he only has a cultivation base of 6,000 years. It is even more difficult to forcibly resist Xie Xianyu's Immortal Kingdom Gate. Both sides, which one is stronger and weaker? However, neither Yifeng nor Xie Xianyu seem to have any intention of fighting each other today. Next, Yifeng chose Wiagu's Fei Luanqi as his opponent. This Fei Luanqi defeated the marrow-eating worms in the previous battle with Qingxin, which made Yifeng quite satisfied. Seeing that he actually has 56 points, he decisively launched a challenge. When Fei Luanqi heard Yifeng clicked his name after he came to the stage, his face instantly turned black. He only had 56 points left, and he thought he could get into the top 10. Now it seems that getting into the top 10 is not so easy. Once the points are high, they will be defeated by the strong, and they will not accumulate at all. However, under such rules, the entire final ranking of the East Territory Huiwu matches the strength of everyone. The stronger the strength, the higher the points. Of course, there are exceptions, but not many. After looting Fei Luanqi's points, Yi Feng's points increased to a full 400 points. In other words, Yi Feng's points already accounted for 40% of all the players in the field. On the 8th and 9th days that followed, the competition was still fierce. Many people arranged the battle at the bottom of the box for these 2 days. These 2 days were also the moments when the points changed a lot. Qing Xian and Tong both had with points close to 100 points, the two of them have long been challenged by the strongest. Now the two of them have encountered ordinary masters, and they can win every battle. Xie Xianyu also seemed to have no intention of targeting Immortal Demon City, and did not choose Qingxin and Tong as opponents. It is worth noting that Duan Shao, who was seriously injured and unconscious, also continued to participate in the battle for the past 2 days, but on the 8th day, he chose Yi Feng as his opponent, and then went on stage to admit defeat. One day, I will fight you openly, but now, I am seriously injured, and I admit that I am not your opponent. After saying this, Duan Shao stepped off the stage gracefully. There are many people who want to take advantage of Duan Zhao's serious injury and want to challenge him, but even the injured Duan Shao is not something ordinary people can provoke. All those who challenged Duan Shao were defeated and suppressed by the powerful Dapeng demon power. Duan Zhao's points have risen back to more than 80 points, which is about the same as that of the Emperor of Death. On the other hand, Yi Feng, after being awarded points by Duan Shao, his total points reached 433 points, plus these 2 days when Yi Feng challenged others to win, he had a total of 445 points. After 2 days of fighting, the gap between those with high points and those with low points is getting bigger and bigger, and this is the embodiment of their respective strengths. The last day has finally arrived in the eyes of everyone. This is a critical round that will determine the final ranking of the entire Eastern Region martial arts competition, and no one dares to be careless. Including Yi Feng, they immediately paid attention to the order of everyone's appearance on this day. Xie Xianyu came in third. Yue Yuan, Tong, and the little fox demon Qingxin all appeared in the top 10. Yi Feng was ranked 26th. This ranking is really great. Yi Feng's heart moved, and his eyes showed joy. In this way, he can really realize his original idea, which is to give up the points to Yue Long and let her become the first. In this case, he and Yue Yuan will win the first and second places in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, and get better rewards. As for Lian, it will be enough for Yue Yuan to give her the final special reward when the time comes. I believe Yue Yuan there will be no objection. The most important thing is that after Yi Feng chose to challenge Yue Yuan to win, there were only 4 people left to challenge. None of those 4 people was Yue Yuan's opponent, so there was no need to worry about Yue Yuan's points being taken away again. As for now, let's prepare for Xie Xianyu's challenge first. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had been looking forward to the battle with Xie Xianyu for a long time. After all, he finally found that Xie Xianyu was the strongest other than him in this Eastern Region martial arts meeting. Only when facing Xie Xianyu did Yi Feng have no certainty of winning. The first 2 battles were contests between middle-level sect disciples, and the third battle was followed by Xie Xianyu's appearance. Xie Xianyu Piao stepped onto the battle stage, and without any hesitation at all, she just glanced at Yi Feng. The key to the decisive round of this Eastern Region martial arts tournament lies in this match. If Xie Xianyu wants to win the championship, he must challenge Yi Feng in this battle and plunder half of his points. However, is Yi Feng's points so easy to plunder? Yi Feng laughed lightly, moved his body, and appeared on the battle platform the next moment, confronting Xie Xianyu. The peak duel is about to begin. Everyone's eyes were full of excitement. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, they all believed that it would be very exciting. They should be able to see the strongest strength of the two, right? The most concerned ones are Emperor Death Zone and Duan Shao. Both of them lost to Xie Xianyu and Yi Feng. At this moment, I want to know where their limits are and how far I am from them. This moment has finally arrived. Xie Shenyu said with a slight smile. Yifeng nodded but didn't speak, he just showed the 9 colors Dao fruit sword in his hand. Xie Shenyu didn't continue to say anything, but with a wave of her bare hand, a world of 9 colors in the sky suddenly appeared around her body. 9 colors of sky, 1 color, 1 world. Immortal Kingdom Realm, Ancient Sea Realm, and Fire Realm, these are the powers that Xie Shenyu displayed in previous battles, and the power of the other 6 heavenly light worlds, which she did not display. I don't know if she doesn't need to use the power of those worlds, or is it that she hasn't comprehended the power of those worlds yet? No one knows. However, after this battle with Yifeng, the final outcome of both sides should be clear at a glance. Ancient Sea Realm, Hailing, is here. Fire Realm, Fire Spirit, is here. Still using these 2 moves, Xie Shenyu swayed the power in his body, and from the Ancient Sea Realm and the Fire Realm, 2 behemoths appeared, an Ancient Sea Wolf and a Flame Behemoth. Seeing this scene, the onlookers became curious. Before, Duanshao defeated these 2 giant beasts from the front with absolute domineering power. Now, what method will Yifeng use to deal with these 2 giant beasts? Will it be more domineering than Duanshao, or will it take a roundabout tactic? These 2 behemoths, no matter which behemoths they are unable to match in front of the vast majority of Eastern Territory martial arts contestants and can only be defeated. But in front of strong men like Yifeng and Duanshao, they did not pose any threat. When Yifeng saw the 2 giant beasts being summoned, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. These 2 giant beasts appeared too many times, he could kill them with his eyes closed. 2 giant beasts appeared, and Yifeng swung the 9 colors Dao fruit sword directly. The sword light flickered, condensing the power of the totemized ancient demon dragon, splitting into 2 swords, and instantly attacked the wolf of the ancient sea and the giant flame beast. The wolf of the ancient sea roared up to the sky, and a wave from the ancient sea rose up, drowning Yifeng's sword light in an instant, but after a while, the aura of desolation and death spread out, instantly engulfing the wolf of the ancient sea. Not even the turbulent waves from the ancient sea can stop the spread of barrenness and death. As for the giant flame beast from the fire realm, it was even more unbearable. Under the flickering sword light, it was divided into countless parts by the breath of desolation and death, and then disappeared. With 2 easy swords, the 2 giant beasts were beheaded. Your strength really did not disappoint me. Xie Shenyu smiled faintly, and looked at Yifeng. Next, use your strongest strength. After finishing the words, she waved her slender hand, and the blue fairy kingdom boundary in the 9 colors of the sky suddenly floated up, and a gate of the fairy kingdom emerged from it. The gate of the immortal kingdom appeared again, and this was the 3rd time it appeared. When it appeared the first 2 times, it completely suppressed the Emperor of Death and Duanshao. Appearing in front of Yifeng this time, can it still have the same effect? Everyone's mood was stirred up, not only looking forward to Yifeng's ability to resist the gate of the fairy kingdom, but also hoping to see Xie Shenyu's other powers. At this moment, no one even thought that Yifeng would be suppressed by the gate of the fairy kingdom. The gate of immortal kingdom, this power is really strong. Yifeng laughed, but since you have used it so many times, it would be a big mistake to use it against me. After he finished speaking, he saw his arms shake, and a burst of terrifying power emanated from his body, forming a dark door behind him. This gate looks to be about the same size as Xie Shenyu's immortal kingdom gate, but it is completely dark, with streaks of purple lightning flashing on it, making one feel breathless at first glance. What's this? Everyone had doubts in their eyes. Xie Shenyu summoned the gate of immortal kingdom, but Yifeng also congealed a gate. Could it be that he wanted to rely on this gate to fight against the gate of immortal kingdom? Not too possible. Most people think this way, because Xie Shenyu's gate to the fairy kingdom is supported by a fairy kingdom behind it, and each of the 9 heavenly light worlds has its own law power. The gate of the immortal kingdom is so tyrannical precisely because it is supported by the sky and 9 colors of the world. Even Duan Shao and the Emperor of Death are firmly suppressed by it. But now, the pitch-black gate that Yi Feng condensed seemed to be imitated in the shape of the gate of the fairy kingdom. Without the support of a strong force, it would not be able to become an atmosphere after all. But what is the truth, now only Yi Feng himself knows. Go, fight against the gate of the fairy kingdom. Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly, and with a wave of his hands, the pitch-black gate behind him, which was dozens of times larger than others, flew up in an instant, blasting towards the gate of the fairy kingdom. Suppress me. Seeing this, Xie Xianyu's eyes sparkled with interest, causing the gate of the fairy kingdom to go towards the dark gate with all its strength. The two gates collided heavily in the next moment, and countless various forces poured into the surroundings like an explosion at this moment. Among them, there is the power of Xie Xianyu's fairy kingdom, and there is also the power of Yi Feng's ancient monster dragon. And the power of the shining demon dragon. Yi Feng actually used the power of this double monster dragon to construct this pitch-black door. The power of the demon dragon originally came from the same source, and the former Yi Feng couldn't fuse it together, but after observing Xie Xianyu's 9-color sky light world for so long, he finally realized something. The power of the ancient demon dragon is the breath of death and desolation. The power of the shining demon dragon is the power of rage and speed. The combination of the two forces can instantly erupt a very strong destructive force. The breath of death and desolation erupts at an extremely fast speed at this moment, and along with the violent thunder after another, it explodes within the gate of the fairy kingdom. The fusion of the two kinds of power can produce dozens of times the power in an instant. At this moment, the power of the ancient demon dragon and the power of the shining spirit demon dragon merged with each other, and they forcibly suppressed the gate of the fairy kingdom. The aura of desolation and death spread in and around the gate of the fairy kingdom, wrapping it up completely losing the motivation to move forward and suppress it. Desolate Dragon Sword Technique. Yi Feng's sword energy swayed, and the power of Qi Yao was completely fused, condensing into a bunch of awe-inspiring sword energy, which instantly attacked the gate of the fairy kingdom. There was a loud bang, and the power of Qi Yao and Huanggu Tinglong's swordsmanship immediately detonated the death and desolation that was already filled in the gate of the fairy kingdom, and the terrifying power exploded. The blue power of the immortal kingdom scattered towards the surroundings, easily suppressing Duan Shao and the Emperor of the Death region. The gate of the immortal kingdom was broken by Yi Feng like this. And the pitch-black door that Yi Feng condensed, with lightning flashing on its surface, continued to rush towards Xie Xianyu. Sharp. Xie Xianyu's eyes lit up, and he was shocked by Yi Feng's methods. The cohesion method of the pitch-black gate is obviously learned from her, but it is not a suppressive force like the gate of the fairy kingdom, but a violent destructive force. It is conceivable that if someone with a low cultivation base, the living beings are covered by the pitch-black gate, so there is absolutely only one dead end. Even if Xie Xianyu is covered by the pitch-black gate, it is impossible to escape, because the violent and destructive power inside it is too terrifying. Under the battle arena, everyone stared with bated breath. No one expected that Yi Feng would deal with the gate of the fairy kingdom in such a way. Burst open. Yi Feng's comprehension is really strong. In the fairy demon city camp, Qi squinted his eyes and said to Eugenie. However, in this battle, he is still not certain to win. Eugenie frowned slightly and said, Xie Xianyu, there are still too many methods that have not been used. The sky is 9 colors, 9 worlds, she has only used 3 methods, and she has already fought to this point, I am afraid. Just as he was saying this, Xie Xianyu in the arena faced Yi Feng's pitch-black gate, and finally was about to use the 4th method. There are 9 colors in the sky, 9 worlds, and each world contains extremely powerful power. With a wave of Xie Xianyu's hand, a world that was also filled with pitch-black colors floated up, and bursts of desperate destructive power came out of that world. In the realm of death, the undead are alive, and everything is dead. Xie Xianyu floated back, but in his dark world of skylight, ghosts floated out one after another, each of which carried an incomparably terrifying power of death. These powers of death seemed to be more pure than the power of Yifeng's ancient demon dragon. When Xie Xianyu summoned the undead from the realm of death, the entire battlefield was filled with the aura of death, which was deeper than the aura of death contained in the power of Yifeng's ancient demon dragon. This is real death. In the 9-color world of skylight, after the creatures in the other 8-color world die, they will all come to the realm of death. Xie Xianyu said lightly, with a wave of his hand, thousands of dead spirits danced together. Among them, Yifeng saw the wolf of the ancient sea that he killed at the beginning, and the soul of the flame giant beast after death, and there was more than one. Hearing Xie Xianyu's words, everyone including Yifeng couldn't help but think, in this world of light and 9 colors, is every realm and every realm connected? The 9 worlds are actually a world of their own, and the laws of heaven are revolving, as if life is endless. It's amazing, such power, such fairy art, unheard of. Not only was Yifeng not afraid, but he showed an excited expression. In the process of training, the more he sees, the more experience he has. With his powerful talent, it is easier to comprehend similar fairy arts and powers, and even create a set of similar fairy arts. Roar. Hiss. A series of dead souls rushed towards Yifeng's location, as if they wanted to drown him in the sea of death. My Hun Sword intent, my Hun Sword art, come out. Without hesitation, Yifeng fused the 9 colors Dao Fruit Sword and the Yangshan Sword together, and condensed it into a broadsword again. Immediately afterwards, he performed the soul-extinguishing sword art with the soul-extinguishing sword intent, and beams of bright sword light shot out fiercely towards the surroundings. Soul-killing sword intent and soul-killing sword technique are of course the best means to destroy souls. The sword light scatter, and one after another the dead spirits wailed and roared under the soul-killing sword technique, and were completely purified. Sharp. Seeing this, Xie Xianyu smiled casually, and with a wave of Zhang Xiansu's hand, more and more undead spewed out from the realm of death, and there was a tendency to surge into a sea. It seemed that Xie Xianyu also knew that Yifeng had not stepped into the realm of becoming a fairy, and wanted to use this to consume Yifeng's true energy, so that it would be easier to fight. It's a pity that there is still some Luotian water left on Yifeng's body, so it's better not to think about it for now. The soul-destroying sword technique was continuously displayed, and the sword intent of the soul-destroying sword condensed into a bright sword light, covering the entire giant battle platform, and the undead gushing out of the realm of death were also wiped out one by the soul-destroying sword technique. Not long after, the entire arena was completely filled with sword energy and undead spirits, and the onlookers couldn't even see the figures of Yifeng and Xie Xianyu. Sudden. Instant sword. Yifeng sternly shouted, and immediately appeared behind Xie Xianyu, and pierced Xie Xianyu's back with a sword that shattered the void. The ghosts all over the sky roared immediately, wanting to rush towards Xie Xianyu to protect the master. However, at the speed of the undead, it is too late to rescue. The fairy world, the fairy curtain hangs from the sky. Xie Xianyu felt Yifeng's sharp sword, and used the power of another skylight world without hesitation. I saw a layer of ethereal light curtain descending from the sky, covering Xie Xianyu's whole body, exuding an incomparably holy power. This power, like a fairy, like a saint, but also like a demon, is undoubtedly a forbidden technique. The sword of the sky, the fairy curtain hanging from the sky, and the two forbidden arts collided together in an instant. A burst of manic power exploded on the surface of the fairy curtain, but it failed to break through the fairy curtain that looked like a fairy. Under the ethereal aura, Xie Xianyu's figure loomed, revealing a charming smile. If you want to break through my fairy screen, with your 6,000 years of cultivation, you are still far behind. I admit that your talent is very strong, but cultivation is the foundation of an immortal cultivator. Xie Xianyu raised his chin. If you want to attain the Tao and become an immortal, the foundation is cultivation. Now, at this moment, I am an immortal with 12,000 years of cultivation. And you, with 6,000 years of cultivation, you have just learned the Tao, and the gap is more than hundreds of millions of miles away. If it's true as you said, shouldn't I have been defeated long ago? Yi Feng said indifferently. However, in fact, I am still standing here, and I am preparing to break through the defensive fairy screen that you are proud of. Long Yuan, Wan Jianju. The 6 flying swords gathered next to Yi Feng again, and after condensing together, they turned into thousands of sword qi, creating 2 mountains of sword qi out of thin air, blocking Xie Xianyu's figure in it. The roaring dead spirits around them were immediately strangled without a trace as soon as they encountered these 2 mountains of sword energy, and howled everywhere. And a piece of thousands of sword qi with terrifying power rushed down from the sky above the mountain wall of sword qi, like a long dragon composed of sword qi, as if it wanted to swallow Xie Xianyu. The ethereal fairy curtain still stands in front of Xie Xianyu, making her indistinct and extremely alluring. Immediately afterwards, Long Yuan Wan Jianju's attack came in an instant, and the stars fell on the fairy curtain formed by her forbidden technique. In the field, misty air and violent sword air collided together, and a burst of terrifying fluctuations erupted. On the surface of the fairy screen at this time, even the void and time were shattered one after another, creating waves of space-time turbulence. It erupted on the entire battlefield. The large swaths of undead that continuously poured out from the realm of death were blown away by these space-time turbulence, and completely lost their threat to Yi Feng. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the field, above the ethereal fairy screen. The immortal curtain hanging from the sky can definitely be regarded as the strongest defensive forbidden technique that appeared in this session of Eastern Territory martial arts. After all, even Yi Feng's forbidden technique, the sword of instantaneous sky, could not be used on the immortal curtain. Even the slightest ripple. And Long Yuan Wan Jianju can also be regarded as the strongest forbidden attack technique in this Eastern region martial arts meeting. Under this sword technique, the blood sword was buried in the sea of sword energy, and the Emperor of the Dead Domain was forced to admit defeat. Now, when Xianmu Tianshui and Long Yuan Wan Jianju collide with each other, what will be the result? Immortal energy dissipated, sword energy faded away, and it took a long time for the entire battle platform to finally regain its clarity, but at this moment, both Long Yuan Wan Jianju and Immortal Curtain Sky hanging had disappeared. Can they cancel each other out? These two are really evenly matched. Although the Shi Feng is powerful, Xie Xianyu is not behind it. The Dragon Yuan Wan Jianju was used, but Xie Xianyu couldn't even move a single step. Let's see what Yi Feng can do next. You know, Xie Xianyu still has power from several worlds that he hasn't used yet. Everyone, look forward to it again. Every time Yi Feng steps on the battlefield, he will display a new powerful sword technique, so next, can he display any stronger sword technique? Swordsmanship is invincible, and it is the most destructive of all fairy arts. If you practice your swordsmanship to the extreme, you will be able to shock the world, weep ghosts and gods, and destroy everything with one sword. It's just that Yi Feng's cultivation base is still too low. Many people secretly shook their heads, feeling that if the battle continues like this, Yi Feng will lose sooner or later. When Immortal Mu Tianshui and Long Yuan Wan Jianju's confrontation disappeared, Xie Xianyu smiled faintly. Long Yuan Wan Jianju is really extraordinary, even my forbidden technique, Immortal Curtain and Tianshui, can hardly resist it, powerful, powerful. If you want to say that it's amazing, it's me, right? The corner of Yi Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Even Long Yuan Wan Jianju can't deal with you, you are much stronger than blood swords and others. As soon as this sentence came out, people from the 8 Dragon Demon clan wanted to kill him. The blood sword and the like mean that the blood sword is very weak? However, they couldn't refute these words at all, because the blood sword really died in Yi Feng's Long Yuan Wan Jianju. At this time, the 8 Dragon Demon clan, except for Ying from the Illusory Division, who is still ranked 8th in points, The others have dropped to the top 20, because of the death of Blood Sword and xuanhuan, and others were targeted in various ways, and the results of the 8 dragon demons this time can be said to be the worst in the previous Eastern region martial arts. Investigating the reason, it seems that there is only one reason offending the fairy demon city, or offending Yi Feng. People like Shuajin can't compare with me, of course. Xie Xianyu had a sense of self-confidence in his eyes. However, I want to see what else you can do next. What else are you hiding, and you can use it all? You, make the move first. Yi Feng said easily. Then I won't be polite. Xie Xianyu closed her red lips, her eyes were like stars, and with a wave of her hand, a piece of starlight fell from the sky, and a giant mountain rose from the ground, attacking from top to bottom. Star Realm, Eternal Starlight. Mountain Realm, Endless Mountains. The starlight in the sky, the mountains on the ground, pinched towards Yi Feng, who was flying in mid-air. The speed was extremely fast, enveloping him in an instant. A burst of terrifying burning power emanated from the eternal starlight, making Yi Feng feel as if he was in the center of the sun. And the mountain that rises from the ground conveys a heavy aura, making people feel like they are facing the heaviest existence, and even breathing can hardly last. Eternal starlight, endless mountains, from above and below, tightly clamped Yi Feng in the air. This power is really strong. It actually used the power of 2 skylight worlds at once. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then he put away the long sword in his hand. This action made everyone watching the battle puzzled. Isn't this Yi Feng a sword cultivator? Put away all the swords? Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng raised his hand, a burst of desolation and death power erupted from his left hand, and the power of a shining demon dragon erupted from his right hand. The power of the 2 kinds of demon dragons was displayed by him at the same time. Immediately, the power of these 2 monster dragons spread towards Yi Feng's surroundings at an extremely fast speed, forming 2 areas above and below him in an instant. In the area above the head, the thunder light of the monster dragon is shining, and the demon dragons simulated by the shining spirits are soaring wantonly in this area. And under his feet, there is a barren and dead area. One after another exudes barren or dead monster dragons, wandering non-stop, making roars. Yi Feng used the power of the 2 monster dragons he possessed to create a world of 2 monster dragons. Although the monster dragons in these 2 worlds are imitated, with Yi Feng's talent, he actually simulated Xie Xianyu's world of 9 colors of sky and light in a perfect way. The 2 worlds of monsters and dragons, I learned from you. Now, let's see how powerful it is. Yi Feng laughed loudly, and then raised his hand. The shining spirit monster dragon realm above his head emitted a burst of thunder and lightning, intertwined and fought fiercely with the eternal starlight sprinkled by Xie Xianyu. And in the desolate ancient demon dragon world under his feet, the breath of desolation and death spread rapidly, and soon enveloped the thick mountain that Xie Xianyu summoned. Yi Feng's shining spirit demon dragon realm and desolate ancient demon dragon realm began to compete with Xie Xianyu's star realm and mountain realm. In an instant, it was the demon dragon's power level that far surpassed the level of this world, and directly Xie Xianyu's power from the 2 realms is suppressed. Break it! Yi Feng snarled, and the power of the 2 monster dragons in his body intertwined together, surging towards the surroundings even more violently. The 2 worlds of demon dragons are connected to each other and complement each other. When the power of the ancient demon dragon world is insufficient, the power of the shining spirit demon dragon world will flow into it through Yi Feng as a medium. The power of the 2 worlds of monster dragons, endless life, gave birth to a lifelike ancient monster dragon. Several demon dragons covered in lightning, as well as the desolate demon dragons, began to roar in the audience, easily destroying Xie Xianyu's attack this time. Immediately afterwards, the virtual monster dragons summoned by Yi Feng roared towards where Xie Xianyu was. The world of snow is frozen for thousands of miles. Xie Xianyu's pretty face changed slightly, and as he waved his plain hand, he immediately gathered a piece of ice and snow power, which spread rapidly towards the surroundings, and the tyrannical power actually completely frozen Yifeng's imitation monster dragons. The entire battle arena suddenly became a world of ice and snow again, and Yifeng's monster and dragon realms were put away after breaking through Xie Xianyu's star realm and mountain realm. Mysterious Ice Sword Field. Yifeng took out his long sword again, and chose to use the mysterious ice sword domain to fight against the 10,000 miles of ice. But this time, Yifeng's mysterious ice sword domain was easily broken by Xie Xianyu, because Yifeng could only use the power of real water to use the mysterious ice sword domain, which was really inferior to Xie Xianyu's condensed from the snow realm. Strength. All the powers in Xie Xianyu's 9-colored skylight world are beyond the power of Shang Qingshan. Although they are not as powerful as the power of the demon dragon, they are almost invincible in the world of Shang Qingshan. I don't know where this freak Xie Xianyu came from, but he possessed such terrifying strength that even Yifeng couldn't fight for a long time. Keeping swordsmanship. Facing the invasion of thousands of miles of frozen power, Yifeng immediately fused the 9 colors Dao fruit sword and the Yangshan sword into a giant sword. Swinging this huge sword, he immediately condensed layers of sword energy barriers with the power of the ancient monster dragon, and finally resisted Xie Xianyu's 10,000 miles of ice. However, Xie Xianyu's move covered the entire battle arena, except for the small area where Yifeng was. The whole battle arena had turned into snow white. You have used the power of 8 skylight worlds, and there is one last world left. Yifeng squinted his eyes and looked at Xie Xianyu's side with his sword. In the world of 9 colors of light that day, there was only one world left. The world is divided into 9 layers, each layer seems to have immortals dancing in it. The aura is extremely rich, just like a fairyland. 9 heavens. Xie Xianyu said lightly, with the power of this last world, you, Yifeng, should step off the stage. Just try it. Yifeng smiled softly. At this point, he has no other powerful means, only the 9-armed ghost ape consciousness hidden in his body is left. Under the battlefield, everyone knows that Xie Xianyu has only one world left. The power of the 9 heavens realm has not been used. As for Yifeng, he has already used all the powers he has shown before, and even used the means of the 2 worlds of monsters and dragons. I am afraid that he has reached his limit. The outcome of the 2 is about to happen. And the result of this battle basically determines who will be the champion of this Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament. The finals of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament, which lasted for 10 days, are finally coming to an end. The power of the 9 heavens comes from above the 9 heavens. Xie Xianyu chuckled, and said, that is no longer a power that belongs to this world, and it is even stronger than all the powers I used before. Then show it and see. Yifeng waved his hand, with the long sword in his hand, calm and composed. You are watching. Xie Xianyu closed her beautiful eyes, raised her hands, and suddenly a majestic atmosphere surged out from her 9-heaven realm, unexpectedly forming 9 white figures. 9 heavens, heavenly soldiers, and generals. Xie Xianyu gave a soft drink, and the 9 white figures immediately turned into entities, and each of them turned into a heavenly soldier or general, exuding majesty and majesty. There is a heavenly soldier holding a long spear, and the tip of the spear is shining with a shocking brilliance, as if a random shot can poke a hole out of this world. There is a heavenly general who holds a wall shield, and even the flow of time and space is isolated by it. No matter how powerful the force is, it seems to be resisted by it. The power gushing out from the 9-heaven realm condenses into 9 heavenly soldiers and generals, who can attack and defend, and majestically shock the whole world. 9 heavens, heavenly soldiers, and generals. Yifeng stared at the 9 heavenly soldiers and generals, and felt a familiar aura from them. It's heaven. Yifeng suddenly realized that when he was on Earth, there was a great power from the fairy world who broke through the void and invited him to join Yu Qingtian's heavenly forces. At that time, the power emitted by Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu was of the same nature as the 9 heavenly soldiers and generals in front of us. Of course, the power of the 9 heavenly soldiers and generals must be much weaker than Emperor Qinghua and Emperor Zhenwu, but the nature of the two is the same. No wonder Xie Xianyu is so confident that he can defeat Yi Feng with this move. With the combination of these 9 heavenly soldiers and generals, even those powerful immortals who have cultivated for 30,000 to 40,000 years cannot be Xie Xianyu's opponent. Any heavenly soldier or heavenly general can beat the Blood Sword or the Death Zone Emperor to pieces. Heavenly soldiers and generals, what kind of power is this? I didn't expect Xie Xianyu to have such a strong strength. Now it seems that Yi Feng will lose. That's not necessarily true, but in the face of such a terrifying force, even I have to back off. Among the crowd watching the battle, there are quite a few strong men who have cultivated for 30,000 to 40,000 years in the realm of becoming immortals, but at this moment, they even think that they are not opponents. It can be seen that Xie Xianyu's move has shocked the crowd. Since it is the power of heaven, then I can only release the consciousness body of the 9-armed ghost ape to try. Can I resist? Yi Feng smiled lightly. He was not overwhelmed by Xie Xianyu's tyrannical aura of heavenly soldiers and generals, but with a thought, the 9-armed ghost ape consciousness trapped in his dragon heart roared angrily. Ho ho dash. A roar that shook the sky instantly suppressed the shock that Xie Xianyu Tian being Tian general had brought to everyone. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng exuded a monstrous and gloomy domineering power from all over his body, and he immediately fell in love with Xie Xianyu. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals fought against each other with momentum. The 9 heavenly soldiers and generals actually possessed some spiritual wisdom of their own, and felt the mixture of monster and ghost energy emanating from Yi Feng's body, and immediately looked at each other. What kind of power is this? Everyone, including everyone outside the battle arena, was stunned by Yi Feng's aura. Xie Xianyu's power from the heavens above the 9 heavens was already extremely terrifying, but now Yi Feng's mixed aura of ghost aura and monster aura is equally terrifying. Isn't this power a bit like the power of the immortal demon city, the heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian? Soon, someone with a discerning eye saw something, and this fact quickly spread among the crowd. Immortal Emperor against heaven, Lian's power, at this very moment, was actually mastered by Yi Feng, a junior. On the referee's seat, there was no emotion in Lian's eyes. She just stared at the stage in the middle of the field, thinking in her heart, if even the 9-armed ghost ape couldn't deal with Xie Xianyu, then she really couldn't blame Yi Feng up. Now, let's take a look at the 9 heavenly soldiers and generals formed by the consciousness body of the 9-armed ghost ape and the power of the heavens. Which one is stronger? As the aura emanating from Yi Feng became stronger and stronger, Xie Xianyu finally couldn't wait any longer. We can't let him continue. Heavenly soldiers, kill. Xie Xianyu sternly shouted, and one of the heavenly soldiers moved forward with a gun, and with a dodge, he shattered the void and arrived in front of Yi Feng, shooting towards his face. Just at this time, a ghost suddenly appeared in front of Yi Feng, with a thick arm holding the long spear held by the heavenly soldier. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavenly soldier was thrown far away by the thick xuanhuan arm together with a man and a gun. Immediately afterwards, the ghost in front of Yi Feng became more and more clear, and soon, everyone discovered that it was actually the eerie ghost of a monkey. The ghost of a monkey can resist the power of heaven? What kind of monkey is this? Xie Xianyu's pretty face showed surprise, and her eyes were full of disbelief. The power of heaven is a kind of power that she only comprehended with great difficulty. She originally thought that it would be safe to use against Yi Feng now, but she never thought that Yi Feng could summon such a monkey who is crying devil. 9 arms stretched out from the monkey ghost. Compared with Xie Xianyu's 9 heavenly soldiers and generals, these 9 arms can just deal with one with each arm. 9 is the supreme number in the world, and the ultimate power of heaven and earth. Even in the heaven, 9 is respected. Now, the consciousness of the nine-armed ghost ape suddenly appeared in the world, and there was a posture that was about to dominate the audience. Roar! The consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape was trapped by Yifeng's dragon heart for too long, and now it finally escaped, as if the king had come. It's a pity that the current nine-armed ghost ape consciousness has long lost its own consciousness. The dragon's heart in Yifeng's body had already wiped out his consciousness, and the current nine-armed ghost ape's consciousness body was completely controlled by Yifeng alone. After comprehending some of the powers of the nine-armed ghost ape's conscious body, Lianguang has become the immortal emperor against heaven. But now, Yifeng has devoured the nine-armed ghost ape's conscious body, which shows that his future achievements will definitely not be worse than Lian's. Now, as soon as the nine-armed ghost ape consciousness appeared, the audience was shocked immediately. Even the 9 heavenly soldiers and generals were under the dual suppression of ghost energy and monster energy, as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Xie Xinyu's 9 heavenly soldiers and generals brought coercion. But the 9-armed ghost ape consciousness that Yifeng summoned brought violent destruction. As soon as it appeared, it immediately covered the audience with ghost and monster aura, and suppressed Xie Xinyu's party to death. Come on, kill that monkey. Xie Xinyu pointed at the 9-armed ghost ape and gave a soft drink, and immediately the 9 heavenly soldiers and generals rushed towards the 9-armed ghost ape's conscious body. The next moment, the 9-armed ghost ape and the heavenly soldiers and generals fought together. Although it was 9 against 1, the situation on the court was quite unfavorable to Xie Xianyu, because the ghost and monster aura of the 9-armed ghost ape spread, easily suppressing Xie Xianyu himself. But Xie Xianyu's heavenly court power couldn't suppress Yifeng. They hit theirs, we hit ours. Yifeng laughed out loud, holding the giant fusion sword, pointing at Xie Xianyu. Xie Xianyu's heart trembled, and she wanted to dodge, but found that under the suppression of the ghost and monster aura of the 9-armed ghost ape, her use of various powers was much slower than before. After Yifeng's attack, it became impossible for her to dodge. And if she fights recklessly, under the suppression of evil and ghost aura, her strength is no longer comparable to Yifeng. Siege. Of course, Xie Xianyu didn't want this kind of thing to happen. With an order, several heavenly soldiers and generals wanted to bypass the 9-armed ghost ape and head towards Yifeng's body. If heavenly soldiers and generals get close, even if it's just a single shot, Yifeng will only end up defeated. However, how could Yifeng let this kind of thing happen? 9-armed ghost ape, stop me. With a thought in Yifeng's mind, he saw some of the arms of the 9-armed ghost ape stretched out, blocking the heavenly soldiers and generals who wanted to bypass them. With a pull, all those heavenly soldiers and generals were stopped immediately. The violent ghost and monster aura of the 9-armed ghost ape spread throughout the audience, not only suppressing Xie Xianyu, but even the heavenly soldiers and generals were suppressed, unable to break through its obstruction. Immediately afterwards, taking advantage of the 9-armed ghost ape holding him back and suppressing Xie Xianyu, Yifeng immediately swallowed a drop of Luotian water, and then pointed his sword at Xie Xianyu. Long Yuan Myriad Sword Art. The 6 long swords instantly aroused thousands of sword qi, and then formed 2 mountain walls of sword qi, rising from both sides of Xie Xianyu, trapping her in the center. Immediately afterwards, as soon as Long Yu's true energy was released, thousands of sword energy swept over in an instant, pouring towards Xie Xianyu. The fairy curtain hangs from the sky. Xie Xianyu frowned, and then waved her hand. A burst of holy power emanating from the fairy world once again hung down to form a defensive sky. However, this time the immortal curtain hanging, the power contained in it is far inferior to the last time. Facing Yifeng's Long Yuan Jianju, it was crushed in an instant, and immediately, thousands of sword qi rolled up and became sword qi. The hurricane will tear Xie Xianyu into pieces. I surrender. No matter how unwilling Xie Xianyu was to face such a violent hurricane of sword energy, he could only say admit defeat. Although her power of the heavenly court, the heavenly soldiers and generals are extremely powerful, but meeting the nine-armed ghost ape is equivalent to meeting the nemesis, and it has no effect at all. Otherwise, if Xie Xianyu were to face top powerhouses like Xue Jin, Emperor of Death, Duan Shao, and Duan Wuya alone, even if those people fought together, they would not be Xie Xianyu's opponent. Similarly, if Yifeng had released the nine-armed ghost ape from the beginning, he would have won easily, but that would have put Xie Xianyu on guard, and now he would not be able to defeat her so easily. You are strong. Yifeng smiled, put away the thousands of sword qi, and said sincerely. Using the nine-armed ghost ape consciousness, he finally defeated Xie Xianyu by a clever trick. It has to be said that Xie Xianyu's strength was beyond Yifeng's imagination at the beginning. Such an opponent should be respected. People who lose to others, what qualifications do they have to say that they are strong? Xie Xianyu had a slumped look on her face, but she smiled immediately. However, I have seen that there are people in this world who are more talented than me, and I am ashamed of myself. After saying this, Xie Xianyu turned around and got off the stage. In the arena, the 9 heavenly soldiers and the 9-armed ghost ape were taken back into their bodies respectively, but the scene of the ghost ape fighting the 9 heavenly soldiers and generals was deeply imprinted in the minds of the spectators. Those present, even Lian, Miadaozi, and other heaven-defying immortal emperors, had to admit that when they were at the age of Yifeng and Xie Xianyu, their strength was far inferior to them. Of course, the journey of cultivating immortality does not only depend on talent, luck is equally important. And most importantly, to survive. The fierce battle came to an end. After Yifeng got off the battle platform, he found Yu Along. Yu Yuan, now, I have 615 points, how about I give you the points at the last moment and let you win the first place? Yifeng suggested, in this way, you and I will be first and second respectively, and get the most rewards. Yu Yuan was shocked when she heard the words. She really didn't expect that Yifeng really wanted to do this. However, while she was moved in her heart, she still shook her head rationally. No. Don't forget, now I still have the effect of controlling the gods in my body. You need to reward one of the champions to Lian Sr. If it gets messed up because of me, I'm afraid. Don't worry, I have a measure. Yifeng's eyes flashed with confidence. Of course he knew that there was still the god control pill under Miadaozi in Yu Yuan's body. Originally, he wanted to wait until the heaven-defying covenant to deal with Miadaozi and let him remove the god control pill in Yu Yuan's body. But later, he changed his mind, because he found out that there is a better way, which can save Yu Yuan from the pain of the god control pill earlier. Real? Hearing Yifeng's words, Yu Yuan obviously didn't believe it. Of course it's true. Just listen to me. When it's your turn, choose me as your opponent. I will admit defeat and transfer the points to you. A look flashed in Yifeng's eyes. When the rewards are announced, the show will be staged. But, Yu Yuan, I'm afraid you will have to be controlled by Miadaozi again. I believe that the championship reward is so precious. Once it reaches you in his hand, Miadaozi couldn't bear it. If Miadaozi did it, what would you do? Yu Yuan asked softly. At that time, someone will naturally help us. A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Miadaozi alone will definitely not be able to take that champion away. Yu Yuan heard the words and nodded. She didn't know why Yifeng was so confident that someone would help, and she didn't know who would help at that time, but because of her intuition, she chose to trust Yifeng. After the battle between Yifeng and Xie Xianyu ended, the battles of the others were equally exciting. Because this last day's competition determined everyone's final ranking in the Eastern Region martial arts competition. No matter who it is, they have used their strongest strength to fight the opponent for the final battle, striving to defeat the opponent and grab the last point. For everyone except Yifeng and Xie Xianyu, even just 10 points are enough to make them move higher in the ranking and get better final rewards. Yifeng was also watching from the arena, and as Tong, Qingxin, and Yuan entered the stage one by one. After defeating their opponents, they plundered more points. Tong's points reached 75 points, Qing Xian's points reached 86 points, Yuan's points reached 45 points. Because Yuan had conceded directly in the first few days, so the points were indeed much less than Tong and Qingxin, but even with 45 points, she could rank around 12 among all the people. As for Qingxin and Tong, they were 6th and 8th respectively. The current 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th are respectively Duan Shao from the Dapeng Monster Clan, Tian Men from Tian Men, Emperor Death from the Ghost Bone Sect, and Ying from the illusory branch of the 8-Dragon Demon Clan. As the battles ended, when it was Yifeng's turn to pick his opponents, everyone had no interest, and instead focused on guessing the rewards for the finals of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament. But when Yifeng entered the stage, he directly called his name and chose to challenge Yuan. When Yifeng's voice came out, the discussions of everyone around him stopped, and all eyes popped out. Challenge Yuan? It's about this time, he's already number 1, does he still want to win Yuelong's points? No, that's not what he intends to do, but he wants to give his points to Yueliang, so that. That's right, in that case, Yuan will be number 1, and he, Yifeng, will be number 2. The relationship between the two is ambiguous, and they have been together for a long time. Speaking of it now, it is really possible for Yifeng to do such a thing, to maximize the rewards that the two of them can get together. Everyone speculated and discussed, and Yifeng certainly wouldn't let them down. After choosing to challenge Yuan, Yifeng directly conceded defeat and gave all the more than 300 points to Yuelong. As a result, Yifeng still had 308 points left, and Yuan's points increased to 342 points, surpassing Yifeng to become the number 1 in points. This change of scene made everyone in the field feel like a dream. This Yifeng actually has such courage, he gave up the title of champion of the Eastern Territory martial arts to his own woman, it is really admirable. In the referee's seat, the eyes of many people also changed suddenly. The Nidian immortal emperor of Fairy Demon City, Lian, narrowed his beautiful eyes under the illusory figure, but he didn't say anything, he just glanced at Yifeng lightly. Daozi, who was watching the battle not far away, frowned slightly, somewhat confused about Yifeng's move. This son, knowing that Yuan was planted with the God Control pill, yet dared to hand over the championship to Yuan, wouldn't he be afraid that he would control Yuan to win the championship reward? This kid really has a trick. Daozi paid attention to Yifeng in his eyes. Now, it is really impossible for him to control Yuan in full view, because what he has always shown in front of everyone is aboveboard. Although everyone seemed to know about the control pill before, but after all, he himself did not admit it. This matter is entirely said by Lin Shan alone, so there is still room for a turnaround. If he, Daozi, is really so frenzied and wants to take away the championship reward regardless of his own face, not only in the Tianqing of the Eastern region, but the entire Shang Qingshan will not be able to tolerate him. As the head of Wuya Valley, Daozi can enjoy too many conveniences, and it is impossible for him to give up all of them. Even if there is such an alluring treasure of heaven and earth in the championship reward, it is still not enough to make him fall in love. On the battle stage, Yifeng turned his head sideways after giving away the points, glanced at Daozi, then smiled easily, and walked off the battle stage. He wants to see if Daozi dares to control Yuan and do something like snatch rewards. The points in the field changed suddenly. As Yuan became the person with the highest points in the field, Yifeng fell to the 2nd place, and Xie Xianyu became the 3rd place. The rankings of the top 11 have all been moved back 1 place, so the rewards will be much less. However, Qing Xian and Tong would certainly not complain about Yifeng, because even if the rewards for the two of them were reduced, in comparison, Yuan became the champion, and Yifeng was the 2nd, the rewards they will receive will be very rich. Do you want to challenge Yuan? Forget it, I am definitely not her opponent. Originally, I still have enough points to rank 20. If the challenge fails, I will just fall to the bottom. After Yifeng played, there were 3 more people who played one after another, but none of them chose to challenge Yueyuan. Even though Yueyuan has the most points and is not the strongest, the remaining 3 are even weaker. This is the last round, no one can take away the points from Yueyuan. When all 30 battles are over, everyone's points are finally determined. Yueyuan, ranked first. Yifeng, ranked second. Ranked 3rd to 9th are Xie Xianyu, Duan Xiao, Natural Disaster, Emperor Death Zone, Qing Xian, Ying, and Tong. According to the practice of the previous martial arts competitions in the Eastern Territory, the final rewards for the top 10 are the most generous, and after the 8th place, the rewards will be reduced accordingly. Duan Xiao, the Emperor of Death, and Natural Calamity, although their results are far from what they expected, their strength is still there after all. Under this point system, they will never fall to the bottom. Unless he was killed like a blood sword, otherwise, getting the current ranking is the minimum achievement, and Emperor Death Zone is very shrewd. If he finds that he can't beat him, he will admit defeat. Even Yifeng has no time to kill him. Now that the results have been announced, next, the rewards for this Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition final will be distributed on the spot. On the referee's seat, Fairy Tianxiang stood up, glanced at the audience, then smiled slightly, raised her hand, and showed something in her hand. First of all, a senior from the sanctuary Tianzhou deliberately gave the champion a special reward, the Oracle Gem. I saw a flash of light from Fairy Tianxiang's hand, and then, that bright light flew towards the place where Yueyang was. As soon as this treasure appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the field, including Mia Daozi, Lian, Zhuo Zixuan, Zhuo Cunlong, and other powerful Immortal Emperor realm powerhouses. The Oracle Gem is the reason why Lian insisted that Yifeng win the Eastern Region Martial Arts Championship. The Oracle Gem is very precious. Immortal cultivators can enhance their own talent by absorbing the divine light. The enhancement rate is related to the innate talent of the immortal cultivator. If an ordinary immortal emperor gets the Oracle Gem, then it is possible that he will have the talent to become the immortal emperor against the heavens. The introduction of Fairy Tianxiang made everyone in the venue excited. The Oracle Gem, one of the champion rewards of this Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament, turned out to be an Oracle Gem that can enhance the talent of a practitioner. According to Fairy Tianxiang's introduction, the role of this Oracle Gem can turn an ordinary immortal emperor into a heaven-defying immortal emperor, which can be called a heaven-defying thing. Even Yifeng couldn't help being a little moved when he heard it. Who doesn't need something that can improve one's talent? It's a pity that according to the agreement, this Oracle Gem belongs to the immortal Emperor Nidian. Lian has it. Lian chose Yifeng, and supported him all the way to the present. Because of this Oracle Gem, it is impossible for Yifeng to abscond with the Oracle Gem. In front of the immortal Emperor Nidian, it is impossible for Yifeng to escape by using any small tricks. When the Oracle Gem shone brightly and floated towards Yueyuan, everyone's eyes widened. Such a treasure of heaven and earth undoubtedly made everyone jealous. At this moment, everyone's heartbeats accelerated. Everyone knows that Yueyuan is still under the influence of Miadaozi's God Control Pill. Now, will Miadaozi dare to control her and let her give the Oracle Gem to him? I will give this Oracle Gem to Yifeng. Before the Oracle Gem was in Yueyuan's hands, she said something straightforward, and then waved her hand, causing the Oracle Gem to fly towards Yifeng. Yifeng felt relieved that Miadaozi really didn't dare to make a move, and the reason might be the crystal-masked man who came from the sanctuary Tianzhou. With the man in the spar mask, even a heaven-defying immortal emperor like Miadaozi don't even think about doing anything in this Eastern Territory martial arts meeting. In particular, regarding the attribution of Oracle Gems. You know, this Oracle Gem was brought over by the spar-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary, and specially given to the Eastern Region Martial Arts Champion. How can Miadozi mess around? Snapped. Yi Feng held the oracle gem in his hand, and felt bursts of aura from the oracle gem. Just holding the oracle gem like this already made him feel refreshed. He looked down and saw the divine light flowing in the oracle gem. These divine lights should be the essence of the oracle gem. As long as they absorb these radiant divine lights, the talent of the immortal cultivator will undergo earth-shaking changes. Even if it is an ordinary immortal emperor, there is no small possibility of being promoted to the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Yi Feng held the oracle gem in his hand, and felt that everyone's eyes were on him. Pity Senior, this oracle gem. Yi Feng didn't even look at the oracle gem, and was about to throw the oracle gem towards Lian's place. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the referee's seat. Wait a minute. The spar-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary, finally stood up from his seat, walked slowly, and came to the center of the referee system. The masked face of the spar-masked man looked towards where Yi Feng was, making Yi Feng seem to be completely seen through by the other party at this moment. Yi Feng, there is an agreement between you and Lian, to hand over the oracle gem to her, but this agreement is up to me, and it is temporarily void. While talking, the man in the spar mask glanced in the direction of Lian, and said firmly. There was an unquestionable flavor in his words. The strong man from the holy land of Tianzhou had the aura of a superior in his words, which made it impossible for people to refute. However, Lian, as the heaven-defying immortal emperor, did not lose her courage even in the face of this spar-masked man. This agreement is a private agreement between me and little friend Yi Feng. You, who don't have the right to make the decision, declare it invalid. Lian stared at the man in the spar mask and said lightly. She knew very well in her heart that the spar-masked man came from the sanctuary of Tianzhou, and she knew exactly which side he came from. However, she would never be able to make Lian give up the oracle gem she had obtained. Pity, maybe you haven't figured out the situation yet. The man in the spar mask didn't change his tone. He didn't mean to discuss with Pity at all. He just said, this oracle gem was brought by the sect to reward the young man with the strongest talent in martial arts in the eastern region. Yi Feng is exactly the person I want to replace my sect. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was shocked. This spar-masked man, who came to participate in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region, turned out to be only here to select talents on behalf of the sect. As for the use of selecting talents, no one knows. All in all, in front of the powerful sects of the sanctuary Tianzhou, the sect forces such as the Wuya Valley of the eastern Tianqing can only be regarded as small sects and sects. Yi Feng, what do you think? At this moment, Yi Feng had already returned to the fairy demon city camp holding the oracle gem. She asked him as soon as he came back. I don't know, let's have a look first. Yi Feng frowned slightly, although on the surface, it seemed like a great thing for him to be spotted by the spar-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary. But God knows, why did they choose young talents to come out? Yi Feng always believed that pies would never fall from the sky for no reason, and the other party picked him out to make him do something, and no one knew whether that thing was dangerous or whether he would lose his life. For Yi Feng, it would be better to hand over the oracle gem to Lian. Fulfilling this agreement is easy and happy. But now, the man in the spar mask is clearly in the dominant position. He said that this agreement is void, so most likely it is void. He, Yi Feng, can only accept this oracle gem, and then help the other party to do things. However, the heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian didn't seem to want to just agree. Choose the candidate. Can one word select the candidate decide everything? Facing the man in the spar mask, Lian snorted coldly, I know which sect you come from, and I won't be afraid of the forces behind you. If you want to break the agreement between me and little friend Yi Feng, then the only thing we can do is fight to win the battle. Strength will decide. Yeah? The man in the spar mask chuckled, fight, just fight, is it possible that I will still be afraid of you? As soon as his words fell, Lian's whole body exuded ghost and monster aura, and he enveloped the man in the spar mask. Right in the referee system, Lian took the lead without any scruples. Trouble. The man in the spar mask muttered, touched the spar mask on his face with one hand, then waved his hand, and a long spear transformed by an unknown force appeared in his hand. Facing Lian's erupting ghostly and demonic aura, the man in the spar mask is not afraid. It can be seen that this spar-masked man is definitely an immortal emperor against heaven, and he is probably no weaker than Lian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to come here and take the place of Zongman to control the situation. However, Lian didn't care. Anyway, if she wants to break the agreement with Yifeng, fine, just defeat her. When Lian released strong ghost and monster aura and blasted towards the man in the spar mask, the man in the spar mask transformed into a spear with his own strength. He just stabbed out with one easy shot, and the ghost and monster aura that enveloped him receded one after another, and then a bit of cold light pierced the void, stabbing towards the direction where Lian was. Ghost illusion. As soon as Lian raised his hand, the ghostly and demonic energy instantly condensed, forming an illusory shield wall, and bounced the spear back at once. Ha ha ha. Pity, your strength has improved a lot. The man in the spar mask laughed loudly, the spear in his hand danced again, and he stabbed down with a single shot. This shot seemed to tear the entire world apart, and a deep crack in the void was directly formed, spreading out in the direction of Lian. As soon as the rift in the void appeared, many immortal emperors on the referee stand backed away, including Nidian immortal emperor Miadaozi, Eclipse Heaven from the 8-Dragon Demon clan, Zhuo Songlong and Zhuo Zishuan from Tianmen, etc. It's really long-winded. Seeing this, Emperor Changu of the Ghost Bone sect flashed away with a wave of his hand, expressing that he did not want to participate in the battle between the two. Duan Xiong, the immortal emperor of the Dapeng monster clan, did the same, dodging away, leaving a wide fighting space for Lian and the man in the spar mask relentlessly. Yifeng felt the void crack created by the spar-masked man, and couldn't help feeling awe-inspiring. This spar-masked man's strength is too terrifying. If this void crack is cast on him, it's completely impossible for him to resist it with his current cultivation. Even dodging is impossible. With one random strike, thousands of existences like Yifeng could be killed. Ghost illusion. Facing the void crack, Lian didn't dodge or avoid it. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he broke into the void crack instead. Immediately afterwards, the rift in the void was filled with ghost and evil aura, and then it exploded, and Lian's figure appeared above the spar-masked man. The terrifying power instantly enveloped the man in the spar mask. Haha, gun. The spar-masked man looked up to the sky and smiled, and thrust his spear towards the top of his head, as swift as lightning, piercing Lian's body in one fell swoop. It's a pity that Lian's body seemed to be unreal, and it was not affected at all when he pierced it with a gun. Instead, he entangled himself with the man in the spar mask even more quickly. Shock. The man in the spar mask was full of strength, and the shadow of the gun shook, directly shaking Lian's body away, but it was just an illusion condensed by Lian's ghostly illusion. The real pity has passed through the void crack and quietly came to another space less than half an inch away from the spar-masked man. Immediately afterwards, Lian pierced through the space with one hand, and the ghost and monster aura suddenly surged, covering the man in the spar mask again. Shock. The man in the spar mask swung his spear again, his whole body vibrated with strength, releasing ripples in the air, annihilating the ghostly aura in it. Although the battle between the two heaven-defying immortal sovereigns was still in the tentative stage, without using any powerful fairy or black arts, it was already extremely shocking. Ordinary immortal emperors can't get involved at all, such as Longshan, Fairy Tianxiang, etc. Once they are involved, they will definitely die. And taking advantage of Lian and the spar-masked man fighting together, the immortal demon city at this time finally lost the protection of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Many immortal sovereigns who had a grudge against Yi Feng began to think about it. Although Yi Feng was attracted by the man in the crystal mask, the people around Yi Feng were not. If they killed those people, they would be able to hit Yi Feng, and the man in the crystal mask would definitely not deal with them because of this. The Qingqing Sword Sect, the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, several major races, and several branches of the 8-Dragon Demon clan finally united, and immediately dispatched 7 or 8 immortal sovereigns to cross towards the immortal demon city. Yi Feng, although you are very talented, you are too arrogant, and you actually killed my 8-Dragon Demon clan youth geniuses. Today, we don't kill you, but we want you to experience the pain of losing a loved one. 8 immortal sovereigns came together, and the first target was Qingxin, the little fox demon, beside Yi Feng. I want to play wild here, but I don't even look where it is. Qi shouted angrily, and immediately turned into his body. A dragon demon with a length of hundreds of feet stopped in front of Qingxin in an instant. The immortal emperor is the supreme ruler in the Shangqing heaven. Lian and the man in the crystal mask started fighting with each other, as if they were restraining each other. They, the fairy emperors, came to fight a little, and it was impossible for the man in the crystal mask to trouble them afterwards. Taking this opportunity, they can easily get rid of some enemies. For example, Qingxin, Tong, Yueyuan, and so on in Fairy Demon City. The final rewards of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition have not yet been issued, so let no one claim these rewards. Anyway, the competition is over, and the rules set by the major sects have expired, and no one can restrain them anymore. The 8-Dragon Demon clan, the Alliance of Demon Sword Cultivators, and the suzerain of the Qingqing Sword Sect, Sword Master Qingxiao, a total of 8 immortal emperors rushed towards the immortal demon city. Qi turned himself into the body, and the Yank Dragon Demon stopped them in an instant. The flames burned half of the sky, and rushed towards the 8 opponents. With the power of one person, you want to fight against the 8 of us, you are too arrogant. The current patriarch of the Yank branch, who is the father of Huoruoxi, who was beheaded by Yi Feng, snorted coldly, and also transformed into the Yank Dragon Demon. The power of the real fire swept over him, and he collided with Qi in an instant. Together, the collision of the power of the real fire made everyone in Fairy Demon City feel a wave of heat. Even though they were still far away, they could feel the power of it. If an existence that is not in the realm of the immortal emperor is caught by the power of the two people's real fire, there will only be a dead end. And the other 7 immortal sovereigns rushed towards the immortal demon city at the fastest speed, intending to strike at the many geniuses in the immortal demon city. This is not only because of the grievances formed by the martial arts in the Eastern Territory this time. You must know that the people in the Fairy Demon City have offended the 2 major forces of human monks and demon cultivators, which is why they attracted so many immortal emperors all at once. Deal with. It's really courting death. As far as Immortal Demon City is concerned, the immortal emperor is not the only one. Not far behind Yi Feng, Eugenie snorted coldly, then waved his sleeves and stepped out, wanting to meet the 7 flying emperors. But at this time an old man in a white robe suddenly broke through the void and stopped in front of Eugenie. It turned out to be one of the 4 elders of Wuya Valley, Lungshan. Originally, Lungshan and Eugenie had an unresolvable grudge, and he was afraid that Eugenie would trouble him, but now that so many people were going to deal with Fairy Demon City, he chose to take the initiative. Lungshan, you are courting death. When Eugenie saw Lungshan, he snorted angrily, waved his sleeves, and a burst of tyrannical force swept towards Lungshan. At the same time, the centipede demon who had been silent since arriving in Wuya City, with a stiff face from reincarnation, finally stepped out, and instantly came to the 7 immortal sovereigns who rushed over. Stop. The 2 words came from the mouth of Samsara, and then a burst of terrifying power emanated from him, making the 7 immortal emperors stagnate at the same time. When the self-Samsara figure flashed out, the 7 incoming immortal sovereigns stopped at the same time. "It's you." When several of them saw Zi Samsara's stiff face, their expressions all changed at the same time, but then they flashed sternly, "Don't be afraid, he is only one person now, and it happens to be the best time to eradicate this evildoer." The 3 immortal sovereigns of the 8-dragon demon clan immediately besieged the self-reincarnation in the center, and it seemed that they wanted to fight 3 of them one by one to wipe out the self-reincarnation. Since reincarnation, I seem to have a bit of hatred with them. Thinking in Yifeng's heart, it was easy to see that those people regarded self-reincarnation as their enemy, and the solemn look in their eyes was very obvious. Roll. There was a dull sound from Samsara, and then he raised his hand. A burst of power that seemed to come from the underworld instantly enveloped the 3 immortal emperors. Countless scarlet tentacles stretched out from his body, and entwined towards the 3 immortal emperors. The 3 immortal sovereigns immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and each displayed their strongest defense methods, ready to fight. Looking at the appearance of the 3 immortal emperors from the 8-dragon demon clan, Yifeng knew that the strength of self-reincarnation was definitely much stronger than the 3 of them, otherwise there would not be 3 people left to deal with self-reincarnation. There are still 4 remaining immortal sovereigns, tearing apart the void section by section, and attacking towards the immortal demon city camp. "Let's go." The 4 immortal sovereign lords of the demon-slaying hall, Frost, Rain and Snow, looked at each other, and then joined hands and moved out to meet the remaining 4 immortal sovereigns. The remaining 4 people are all immortal emperors of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, and 2 of them are Jianxia from the Demon Wing Sword clan and Crocodile Sha from the frightening Crocodile Sword clan that Yifeng has seen in the Demon Cultivation site. These 2 people were also outraged by Yifeng's teasing at the beginning, and given the opportunity now, they naturally wouldn't let Yifeng go easily. The Ghost Demon Sword clan, Yifeng killed the geniuses Gui Qiansha and Gui Qianshang among their clans, and dispatched a strong immortal emperor to deal with everyone in the immortal demon city, and this immortal emperor was the last of the Ghost Demon Sword clan. An immortal emperor. When he was in Xianyao City, the patriarch of Guiyao Sword clan, the father of Gui Qiansha and Gui Qianshang brothers, wanted to chase and kill Yifeng, but was killed by Lian Su, and he had no chance to witness this scene. Feng Xiu, the hall masters of the Monster Slayer Hall, fought together, and immediately formed 4 large formations of Feng Xiu, echoing each other, complementing each other, and strengthening each other. The 4 immortal sovereigns of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance were finally resisted by the 4 hall masters of Wind, Frost, Rain and Snow. It's just that at this moment, there is not even a strong immortal emperor in the direction of the immortal demon city camp. If someone comes to deal with them, a total of hundreds of people on their side will have nowhere to escape. There are few people who send charcoal in the snow, but there are many people who fall into trouble, no matter where they are. Seeing that the immortal emperor from the immortal demon city had gone out to fight against the enemy, someone soon followed everyone in the immortal demon city camp. Among them, an old man who was originally on the referee's bench in the direction of Wuya Valley finally stood up, ready to shoot. This old man, named Su Yan, was wearing a black robe, one black and one white, with Lung Shan, and they had always been friends. At this time, Lung Shan and Eugenie were facing each other, so Su Yan naturally wouldn't just ignore it. "Eugenie, you have to keep an eye on these little dolls in your fairy demon city." Wearing a black robe, Su Yan got up and rushed towards the direction of Fairy Demon City. At the same time, he sent out a divine thought, which startled Eugenie, who was fighting Lung Shan. Eugenie looked back, only to see that the entire immortal demon city was no longer guarded by the immortal emperor powerhouse, only some monks in the realm of immortal kings were left. If they were to attack Su Yan, they would all be dead in no time. "Senior Yu, don't panic, I'm here." At this moment, an illusory voice suddenly came from the void, followed by an illusory figure descending from the sky, and a burst of powerful illusory power immediately enveloped Su Yan in it. It turned out to be the 8-dragon demon clan, and Huan from the Huanshu branch made a move. In the Fairy Demon City camp, there is also Huan's son Tong, standing with Yi Feng and others. How could Huan watch someone attack and kill his son and ignore it? Huan, which side are you on? In the direction of the 8 dragon demons, many people roared angrily, very angry at Huan's behavior. Of course I'm on my son's side. You colluded with Wiagu to expel my husband and take my son away. Now, do you still want me to help you deal with your husband and son? Huan has been looking forward to this moment for a long time, and the moment of fighting with her husband has finally arrived. You idiots are dreaming. Following Huan's powerful divine thoughts, a burst of illusory power erupted in the void, enveloping the void flame, one of the Sijia elders in Wuya Valley. Countless different flame powers erupted from Su Yan's body immediately, but when they encountered Huan's illusory law power, they had nowhere to focus. The burning power of the flame is very strong, but how to burn it in the face of illusory things? As soon as Huan made a move, he firmly restrained Xu Yan. The whole scene was in chaos. A total of nearly 20 immortal sovereigns shot out, causing the unrelated monks around to quickly leave towards the distance, of course including Yi Feng, Qing Xian, and others in the Immortal Demon City. Let's go quickly. The Battle of the Immortal Emperor. The scope is too wide. If you stay here, you will definitely be affected by Chiyu. In the camp of the Fairy Demon City, Pengwan Yaoxiu from the Immortal King Realm, the Mengniu Horn Demon Bingniu, and Jini Mandharma Protector Feng Hu and others each took their own sects and retreated towards the distance, wanting to leave quickly. Since you have all shot, how can I stand by and watch? The heaven-defying immortal emperor of the 8 dragon demon clan, Shi Tian, saw that he was finally about to make a move. He first looked at the direction where he was fighting with the 3 8-division dragon demon clan immortal emperors, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since reincarnation, you immortal centipede, now is the time for you to die. With a thought in his mind, Shi Tian was ready to sneak attack Sasansara. But at this moment, a burst of natural disaster law descended around his body, destroying the entire space around him at once, preventing him from breaking the void and launching a sneak attack. You again. As soon as Shi Tian turned his head, he saw Xuanhuan from Tianmen, looking at him with a pale face and expressionless face. As soon as Xuanhuan raised his hand, the power of the law of natural disasters surged like a volcanic eruption, as if it wanted to destroy the sky on the spot. Xuanhuan stopped Shi Tian, and Zhuo Zishuan came to the side of Yi Feng in the Fairy Demon City camp in a flash. My little genius, we meet again. Zhuo Zishuan came to Yi Feng's side, and her mature and charming body immediately stuck to her. Stop. Seeing this, the bull-horned bull monster thought that Zhuo Zishuan was going to attack Yi Feng, so he roared angrily, turned into a bull, and rushed towards Zhuo Zishuan. Zhuo Zishuan certainly wouldn't remain indifferent as soon as the horned monster rushed over. Yo, what a big cow! Zhuo Zishuan smiled leisurely, waved her hand casually, and a burst of invisible force imprisoned the wild horned monster, completely, unable to move at all. Don't worry, I have no malice towards my little genius, I just want to protect him. Zhuo Zishuan was laughing while being with Yi Fengfei. Senior Immortal Emperor, what are you? Yi Feng was a little embarrassed and couldn't help asking. I'm here to protect you. Otherwise, you could easily be killed in this place alone. Zhuo Zishuan said lightly, and then with a wave of her hand, all the 700 people from the Fairy Demon City camp were sent into the void, and then all of them appeared hundreds of kilometers away. Okay, let's just watch the show here. Remember, no matter what, don't want to turn back, otherwise, there is probably only a dead end. Zhuo Zishuan said calmly, and with a wave of his hand, a large-scale picture appeared in front of all of them like a canvas. The picture is divided into 7 parts in total, which happens to be the scene of the battles of the various immortal emperors in the center of Wuya City. Eugenie and Lingshan. Qi and Yank Branch Patriarch. Huan and Wuya Valley Sijia Elder Xuyan. Eclipse and Xuanhuan. from reincarnation to fight against the emperor of the 3 dragon demon clans. In addition, plus the 4 hall masters of the demon-slaying hall, wind, frost, rain and snow, and the confrontation with the 4 immortal emperors of the demon sword cultivation alliance, as well as Lien and the Spar masked man. A total of 7 battlefields shrouded the entire Wuya city. Everyone escaped from Wuya city immediately, and no one dared to stay to face the power of the immortal emperor's battle. Look, senior self-reincarnation seems to be injured. After a while, some little demon cultivators from Shura Demon Valley pointed at the scene of fighting in reincarnation and exclaimed. Since reincarnation, he is a strong man and a role model in the eyes of these juniors. Now fighting against a strong enemy in front of them, the power released in the moment makes the blood of more than 700 people in Fairy Demon City excited. Including Yi Feng, he didn't think too much about Zhuo Zixuan's problem, but threw himself into the battle of many immortal emperors. Since reincarnation, it seems that he is the first to die among all the emperors. After all, he is 1 against 3, and the pressure he faces can be imagined. I saw one of the emperors incarnate as a dragon, covered with sword thorns all over his body. All of a sudden, the self-samsara body was entangled. That immortal emperor is an elder of the Stegosaurus branch of the 8 dragon demon clan. Incarnate in his body, he is a sword-stabbing demon dragon, who can use his sword energy to summon dragons at will. Since Samsara was dealing with the moves of the other 2 people, he was finally entangled tightly by the body of the elder of the Stegosaurus branch. Immediately afterwards, the sword chi summoned the dragon, and the monster dragon summoned by countless sword chi flew in the air and moved towards him. Swallow it down. Senior reincarnation. Beside Yi Feng, many demon cultivators from Shura Demon Valley all exclaimed, worried for the seniors in their sect. Don't worry, that immortal centipede is not so easy to kill. Zhuo Zixuan accompanied Yi Feng, sitting in the air, with a glamorous smile on her face, her snow-white thighs raised, and said in a seductive tone, the other party sent 3 people to intercept him. Of course it is also because he is powerful and wants to kill him. In my opinion, these 3 people are not qualified enough. As if to confirm Zhuo Zixuan's words, since the reincarnation side the situation has suddenly turned around. But he saw Samsara's stiff and pale face suddenly turned scarlet, and then centipede legs protruded from his whole body. In an instant, the self-reincarnation of the human form finally turned into the main body, forming a scarlet 1,000-legged centipede. Immediately afterwards, a burst of scarlet unknown power law emanated from him, shaking away the sword-stabbing dragon that had turned into its body. Since reincarnation, he is not a simple centipede monster. What makes him so powerful is that he is a twin centipede. Following Zhuo Zixuan's words, the self-samsara body in everyone's eyes suddenly split into 2 from the center. Twin centipedes. Yi Feng's heart trembled, he stared carefully at the field, and saw that the scarlet centipede's body from samsara was divided into 2, and a terrifying aura erupted instantly, as if Shura's killing god had descended. The immortal sovereign of the Stegosaurus branch was directly shocked by the scarlet killing intent of Shura, and the entire body of the dragon retreated a very long distance in a hurry. However, even so, the immortal sovereign of the Stegosaurus branch could not escape the killing of self-incarnation. The twin centipedes, since the day they were born, represent unknown, Shura, bloodthirsty. Ever since he became conscious of reincarnation, he has been hunted down by people. Fortunately, with his terrifying talent, he escaped all the way and improved his cultivation all the way. Until, he finally provoked a genius from the 8 dragon demon clan, who was a super enemy to him at that time, almost invincible. After all, the genius of the 8 dragon demon clan possesses countless resources for cultivation, but his self-incarnation has been spent in the process of being constantly hunted down. Since reincarnation, the enmity with the genius of the 8-part dragon and demon clan has been very deep. From the moment he stepped into the realm of the Fairy King, he began to fight, and fought at least 100 times, before and after. Finally, when self-reincarnation relied on the terrifying talent and went through countless lives and deaths to finally achieve the realm of the Immortal Emperor, that genius still did not break through the bottleneck and stepped into the Immortal Emperor. In that battle, since the reincarnation easily beheaded that genius, he had enmity with the 8 Dragon Demon clan. In order to avenge that genius, the 8 Dragon Demon clan sent 4 or 5 Immortal Emperors to encircle and suppress the Samsara, but they were attacked one by the Samsara, and all of them were killed in battle. The 8 Dragon Demons were furious and sent Nidian Immortal Emperor to take action. The Samsara was undoubtedly suppressed. At the critical moment, Lien suddenly appeared and rescued the Samsara. Since then, since reincarnation, he has become the #1 general of Shura Demon Valley, and his reputation has shocked the entire Eastern Heavenly City. At this moment, facing the 3 Immortal Emperors of the 8 tribes of the Dragon Demon clan, their old rivals, it seems that since reincarnation, they have found the days when they were hunted down and fled. And that was the period when Shura's bloodthirsty killing intent was the most intense. At this moment, when Z Samsara seemed to recall everything in that period of time, the Shura killing intent emanating from him immediately enveloped the 3 Immortal Emperors of the 8 Dragon Demon clans. The twin centipedes, showing their natural strength, can't imagine that after all these years of training, this reincarnation is only one step away from the heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. Xuanhuan looked at the field, felt the strong bloodthirsty intent of Shura, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Even she didn't expect her self-reincarnation strength to improve so fast. It was only a few decades since he was rescued by Lien, but now, he was almost approaching the realm of the heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. This speed is much faster than Xuanhuan. Twin centipede, is talent really so terrifying? Everyone felt a shudder when they saw the killing intent of Shura from the reincarnation. As for the many demon cultivators in the Azura Demon Valley, they all became excited when they saw this. Since Senior Samsara, they have already approached the level of the heaven-defying Immortal Emperor, too strong. After following the heaven-defying Immortal Emperor Lien, since reincarnation, he rarely showed his true strength in front of others. But now, when faced with the siege of 3 immortal king powerhouses from the 8 Dragon Demon clan, since reincarnation, he finally transformed into his twin centipede body. The body of the twin centipedes appeared, and the strong murderous intent of Shura instantly enveloped the 3 immortal emperors from the 8-part Dragon Demon clan, making their bodies stiff, their blood cold, and all the forces in their bodies seemed to be shocked. Kill. Everyone seemed to have heard the cry of self-reincarnation, and then saw the 3 immortal emperors from the 8-part Dragon Demon clan oozing blood from all over their bodies. In addition to the immortal emperor of the Stegosaurus branch, the other 2 immortal emperors turned into their own bodies at the same time, and the 3-headed dragon roared around the scarlet twin centipede. However, even roaring would be of no avail. Now the strength of self-reincarnation far exceeded the estimation of those 3 people. Since the main body of the reincarnated twin centipede appeared, its strength has reached the level of the immortal emperor against heaven, instantly shocking the audience. Not only the cultivators of Yifeng and the immortal demon city, but even the immortal emperors and immortal emperors who fought together in Wuya City couldn't help but look sideways at the place where they were reincarnated. Damn it. Nidian Immortal Emperor Zhu Tian, who was being held back by Xuanhuan, cursed secretly when he saw this. He didn't expect that in the past, he was just a little ordinary immortal emperor's self-reincarnation. During this period of time, he would make such great progress following Lien, and he had already approached the realm of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Faced with such a powerful self-reincarnation, the 3 immortal emperors of the 8-part Dragon Demon clan will definitely not be spared. Not only that, even if the remaining 3 immortal emperors from the 8 Dragon Demon clan guarding the clansmen go together, they may not be able to encircle and kill the reincarnation, but will be defeated one by them. If it's an immortal emperor against heaven, he can kill an ordinary immortal emperor with a wave of his hand. Now that the strength of self-reincarnation is approaching that of an immortal emperor against heaven, it is almost impossible for an ordinary immortal emperor to kill him. Many people present were thinking in their hearts, looking at Zi Samsara with shock in their eyes. Zhu Tian, being held back by Xuanhuan, had no way of going to rescue him. At this moment, he could only watch Zi Samsara show his might. Sura, kill. Since the reincarnation twin centipede was glowing with scarlet murderous intent, the strong man from the Stegosaurus branch was instantly cornered, and then the terrifying force crushed him away. Boom! The strong man of the Stegosaurus branch, transformed into a sword-stabbing demon dragon, unexpectedly shattered, his inner alchemy disappeared, and his whole body was wiped out under the crush of Shura's killing intent. The other two, although they also incarnated themselves, did not have the courage to fight against self-reincarnation at this moment. Seeing this situation, the two split up and ran away, wanting to escape from the killing of reincarnation. However, since the reincarnation twin centipedes have appeared, how can they escape? Boom! A burst of scarlet lightning with Shura's killing intent instantly attacked the two immortal emperors of the 8-dragon demon clan, blocking their escape route at once. Burst! The sound of self-reincarnation exploded in everyone's minds, and then seeing the two immortal emperors of the 8-part dragon demon clan, the demon dragons they transformed into exploded at once, and were blasted by the scarlet lightning condensed by Shura's killing intent. Became smashed. The twin centipede manifested itself, killing 3 immortal emperors from the 8-dragon demon clan in an instant. Swish! As soon as Samsara turned his gaze, he turned his gaze to the 8-dragon demon clan camp, and the scarlet Shura's murderous intent spread. You can let it go. A faint voice rang from the ears of the reincarnation, and then a figure covered in bones appeared in front of the reincarnation. This person turned out to be the heaven-defying immortal emperor of the Ghost Bone sect, the Eternal Emperor. However, Emperor Changu appeared in front of the reincarnation, not to deal with the reincarnation, but to prevent him from killing again. Killing the 3 members of the 8-dragon demon clan, their strength has been greatly reduced. In addition to the death of the Blood Sword, and the turmoil within the clan 100 years ago, the entire 8-dragon demon clan has shown signs of decline. Emperor Changu said indifferently, if you continue to kill them, they will be exterminated. Obviously, although Emperor Changu's relationship with the 8-dragon demons is not very good, he will not just watch the 8-dragon demons' strength continue to be weakened. There has always been a balance among the 5 major forces in Tianqing in the eastern region. If this balance is broken, it is very likely that the harm will outweigh the benefits for everyone. Stop and stop. Although Shura's killing intent erupted from the reincarnation, he did not lose his mind, and still said in a stiff tone, if they don't come to kill me, I won't do anything to them. From the beginning to the end, since the reincarnation is self-protection, since Emperor Changu stopped it, then he will not kill it. Because it is very clear from the reincarnation that the current him is only approaching the realm of the heaven-defying immortal emperor, but has not reached that level. It is impossible to break through the eternal emperor and kill the other 3 immortal emperors of the 8-dragon demon clan. Hearing that the reincarnation said to stop, the 3 immortal emperors from the 8-dragon demon clan camp breathed a sigh of relief, and were already covered in cold sweat. The strength of the current self-reincarnation is too terrifying. If they insist on killing them, they absolutely have no resistance at all. On the other side, Zhu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 deaths are already enough. If there are 3 more deaths, as the leader of the 8-dragon demon clan this time, he will not be able to explain it when he returns. Your opponent is me. Xuanhuan's face was pale, and he kept staring at Zhu Tian. At this time, Zhu Tian was distracted, and Xuanhuan immediately seized the opportunity. It seemed that the power of lawless natural disasters surged towards Zhu Tian from all directions, and instantly surrounded him. The surging power of natural disasters condensed into the law of natural disasters, as if to destroy the world and turn the whole world into a world of natural disasters. Pieces of emptiness exploded from Zhu Tian's side, which made Gang Gang a little distracted. The Candle Day was traumatized all of a sudden. In the battle against the heaven-defying immortal emperor, the slightest distraction cannot be tolerated. Originally, Zhu Tian's strength was slightly weaker than Xuanhuan's, but now that he is distracted, he is no longer his opponent. I won't fight anymore. Zhu Tian said coldly. Originally, he wanted to deal with Xianyao City, but who thought Xuanhuan would stop him? Now that this is the case, he can only give up, go back and guard the remaining people of the 8-Dragon Demon clan first. Otherwise, if anyone takes action against the remaining people of the 8-Dragon Demon clan, then he will really no solution anymore. You can fight if you say you want to fight, and if you say you don't want to fight, can you not fight? But Xuanhuan didn't give any face. With a wave of his hand, the law of natural disasters became even more rampant and went towards the siege of Zhu Tian. Could it be? Do you really want to fight to the death? Zhu Tian shouted angrily, and suddenly the aura of the demon surged out, forming a huge phantom of the demon behind him, with 3 heads and 6 arms, which was more than billions of times stronger than the phantom of the demon summoned by Ma Xuan and Ma Huang before. As soon as the phantom of the heavenly demon appeared, the aura of the heavenly demon immediately enveloped the entire sky, and it fought against Xuanhuan's natural disaster law power. The phantom of the heavenly demon condensed by Zhu Tian with the power of the heavenly demon is much stronger than those condensed by Ma Xuan and Demon Huang. With 3 heads and 6 arms, every part of the phantom of the demon is filled with the power of the demon, and the demonic cloud is billowing, and it actually repulses Xuanhuan's natural disaster law power towards the surroundings. Heavenly demon phantom, dare to show off its might. Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to the phantom of the demon in its complete state at all. With a wave of his hand, the law of natural disasters condensed again, and at this moment, the law of natural disasters suddenly changed from gray to dark red. The gray law of natural disasters is filled with the breath of destruction, but now the dark red law of natural disasters is integrated with the power of death, as if the stars are about to die, and their color is dark red. This law of natural disasters can turn stars into nothingness. The 3 heads and 6 arms of the demon phantom condensed the power of the tyrannical demon, trying to resist the dark red law of extinction natural disaster, but the 2 sides collided with each other, and it didn't take long to see the phantom of the demon gradually collapse under the dark red extinction natural disaster. It can't even last for a moment. Xuanhuan, don't go too far. Seeing this, Zhu Tian finished speaking in a cold voice, and created a void crack with a wave of his hand, and the whole person retreated tens of miles behind. Excessive, is it me? Xuanhuan asked softly, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Excessive, it was never him, Xuanhuan. Once upon a time, Xuanhuan was just a disciple of Tianmen in Tianqing of the eastern region. Although he was talented, there was nothing outstanding. Xuanhuan is the elder sister of Xuanhuan, who is of the same generation as Miadaozi. Zhu Tian is a genius of the 8-part dragon and demon youth generation, younger than Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan and Zhu Tian got married by chance and became close friends, each with the goal of surpassing Miadaozi. The 2 of them at that time, Zhu Tian was much younger than Xuanhuan, but their cultivation bases were similar, so they could learn from each other to improve and become friends. However, as Zhu Tian's cultivation level improved like a rocket, he finally abandoned Xuanhuan when he faced Tian Kadibo. Xuanhuan resisted with all his strength, but was still defeated, and was seriously injured immediately, so he rescued Miadaozi when he passed by. Miadaozi was of the same generation as Xuanhuan, and had participated in the same Eastern region martial arts tournament, so he felt sympathetic to each other. When he saw Xuanhuan, he would naturally save him. When Xuanhuan was sent to Xuanhuan, he was seriously injured and his cultivation was almost destroyed, and all of this was caused by Zhu Tian. If it hadn't been for Zhu Tian to snatch that piece of natural material and earthly treasure, xuanhuan wouldn't be in this situation. All because in the eyes of Zhu Tian at that time, xuanhuan was not talented enough, and he was no longer qualified to be friends with him, so he abandoned him at will, thinking that he would die in the pursuit of those people. Unexpectedly, xuanhuan would be rescued by Miadaozi and survived. Xuanhuan was seriously injured that time, and managed to save his life, but most of the meridians in his body were also destroyed, almost no possibility of becoming an immortal king. Although xuanhuan's talent is mediocre, how could he be reconciled to this matter? He didn't tell Zhuo Zishuan, and ran away alone. As for where he went, no one knew. Zhuo Zishuan had been searching for Tianqing in the eastern region for many years, but there was no news. Almost everyone thought xuanhuan was dead. After all, he was seriously injured, and he might have tens of thousands of years of cultivation, but his combat power is not as good as some juniors who have just become immortals. If he goes out to fight alone, the possibility of surviving is extremely low. However, only later did someone bring news from the sanctuary Tianzhou, letting Zhuo Zishuan know that xuanhuan actually went to the sanctuary Tianzhou, had to meet a nobleman, his injuries were completely healed, and apprenticed to the nobleman, he finally achieved the realm of the immortal emperor. Zhuo Zishuan didn't tell anyone about this news, not even Miadaozi. Because when he got the news, Miadaozi was still lying to her, saying that xuanhuan was taken by an elder Yunyu from Wuya Valley and taken out for a wandering. Based on this, Miadaozi has been pursuing Zhuo Zishuan, trying to deceive her. Originally, Zhuo Zishuan still had some affection for Miadaozi, but after this incident, Zhuo Zishuan suddenly saw Miadaozi's true face, and soon alienated him. Poor Miadaozi didn't know what happened, until xuanhuan suddenly appeared at the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory. He didn't know that Zhuo Zishuan knew that he was lying to her. Xuanhuan's achievements today are all thanks to Zhu Tian. However, the hopeless pain of his former cultivation base being abolished was also given by Candle Sky. How could he let Candle Sky go so easily? This thin pale-skinned young man, xuanhuan, stepped into the immortal emperor in the sanctuary Tianzhou, and did not return to the eastern Tianqing until he became the heaven-defying immortal emperor, for the purpose of defeating Candle Heaven. Zhu Tian, you have already flinched once, now, do you want to flinch a second time? Xuanhuan snarled, and with a backhand, a burst of dark red extinguishing natural disaster law suddenly blasted towards the black-clothed Zhu Tian dozens of miles away. The void was shattered by this natural disaster law, as if piercing through the sky. Not long ago, xuanhuan and Zhu Tian had fought quietly once, and that time, Zhu Tian was defeated and flinched. Now, Zhu Tian continued to shrink back. Although he was also in the realm of the heaven-defying immortal emperor, he was really no match for xuanhuan. With your strength, are you trying to surpass Miadaozi? With your strength, do you want to aspire to the top of the immortal Tao? Go dream. Xuanhuan's resentment for many years exploded at this moment. A burst of black power of the law of death and natural disasters enveloped the entire sky, making everyone feel the breath of death. Even the people in Fairy Demon City hundreds of miles away, including Yi Feng, suddenly felt that the sky was dyed black, and a terrifying breath of death came over them. This breath of death is definitely the power passed down from the upper realm, even if it is not much better than the breath of death and the power of the ancient demon dragon. Yi Feng felt the power in it and couldn't help but marvel at it. And because it was performed by the immortal Emperor Nidian, it actually dyed the sky of thousands of miles in the black of death. This power of death and natural disasters will kill all living beings, and when the natural disasters fall, there will be thousands of lonely souls. Xuanhuan palmed the sky with one hand and covered the ground with the other. Although his pale-skinned figure was thin, he seemed to be the only fairy god in the world, instantly suppressing Zhu Tian. Zhu Tian felt the breath of death from the sky, felt the breath of death in the surrounding void, and knew that he had been firmly locked by xuanhuan. At this time, no matter how far he escapes to the ends of the earth, xuanhuan will never let him go. Zhu Tian's self-confident and proud expression finally changed. Only now did he finally realize that xuanhuan, who was abandoned by him in the past, now has the strength to kill him. And he Zhu Tian, there is no way to escape. After a busy day today, there will be 2 updates. Thanks to the readers of the main battle, Tip Denny's, Mahjong Demon Seed, 134 ****** 9988, One Little Baby, I Don't Want to Understand You 123, Flying Little Sheep, Pan Yuan Yun from the East, 138263 ****** S monthly ticket support. A while ago, I had to deal with the new book deposit manuscript, and the update of this book was not effective. I apologize for this. In the future, this book will always maintain 2 to 3 updates. In addition, the new book Dragon Martial Emperor Zun will be released, with a passionate fantasy style. Everyone can go and read it. Xuanhuan, with his former hatred, wanted to kill Zhu Tian at this moment when many immortal emperors were fighting. However, the life and death of a heaven-defying immortal emperor has too much to do with it, and it has a profound impact on the situation in the entire eastern region Tiancheng. Even the Dapeng monster clan, who had some quarrels with the 8-dragon demon clan, among them Duan Qiong, the Emperor Nidian Immortal, who was the referee of the martial arts competition in the Eastern Territory, his face changed slightly when he saw this situation, and then he dodged out to fight with Mia together. Daozi stopped Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, you have to forgive others and forgive others. You can report your hatred until the covenant against heaven. Duan Qiong, a rough man, frowned and persuaded. At the time of the covenant against the heavens, the entire Eastern Territory Tiancheng will be a group, and if they die for a candle now, they will be at a disadvantage in the covenant against the heavens. This ending is not what Duan Qiong, Mia Daozi, and even Lian hoped to see. Go away. Xuanhuan's face remained unchanged. The power of natural disasters continued to gather, and he was not afraid of Duan Qiong and Mia Daozi at all. This made the 2 of them look bad, and of course it was even more impossible to get out of the way. The power of the law of death and natural disasters continued to fall from the sky, and it actually enveloped Duan Qiong and Mia Daozi. The 2 had no choice but to drag Xuanhuan together, so that he could not kill Zhu Tian, and Zhu Tian, of course, could not kill Xuanhuan. The 4 heaven-defying immortal emperors soon began to fight in chaos. The more they fought, the further they went, until they disappeared. Xuanhuan sat next to Yifeng out of thin air, with a mature and seductive figure, watching Xuanhuan and the others fight farther and farther away. She was not worried about anything. Xuanhuan, who came back from the sanctuary Tianzhou, is already very powerful. Not only can he easily defeat the Emperor Nidian at Zhu Tian's level, but even if he faces Zhu Tian, Duan Qiong, and Mia Daozi at the same time, he has enough means to ensure that he will not die. In comparison, Xuanhuan's strength is much worse, and she doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in the heaven-defying covenant. This made Xuanhuan a little depressed. She looked at Long Yu, and thought to herself, with this kid's talent, he is absolutely qualified to participate in the heaven-defying covenant, and in the heaven-defying covenant, he will definitely become a blockbuster. Senior Xua, why are you looking at me like this? Yifeng turned his head sideways, and saw Xuanhuan's mature and seductive eyes. He couldn't help smiling and asked. Xuanhuan didn't look away. She gently held her hair with one hand, and rested her head on the other, showing a charming smile. It's nothing, I was just thinking, how can you have such a high talent? This, I can only say that it is natural. Yifeng smiled and didn't say much. In fact, if he didn't have the immortal destiny he had awakened, then his talent would be at most similar to that of Duan Wuya, Natural Calamity, Emperor of Death and others. But with the immortal root's fate, his talent is even stronger than Xie Xianyu's. Xie Xianyu is also a heaven-defying character, and Yifeng just swallowed the consciousness body of the 9-armed ghost ape with the heart of the dragon by chance, so that Xie Xianyu can be defeated. Otherwise, depending on his cultivation base, if he wants to defeat Xie Xianyu, he will miss the last step. In the next covenant against the heavens, you may face characters like Zhu Tian and Mia Daozi, so now, let's get acquainted with the battle of the Immortal Emperor. While talking, Xuanhuan shifted her gaze to the image that appeared in the sky. Yifeng nodded, and shifted his sight back, and was immediately attracted by one of the battlefields. It was the battle between Eugenie, the head of the Genie sect, and Lingshan. Eugenie wanted to stop the Immortal Emperor of the Eight-Dragon Demon clan, but was stopped by Lingshan, and the two sides quickly fought together. Because of the previous grievances, the battle between the two was extremely fierce. Every time the two sides made a move, it was extremely fierce, a fierce killing move. Old Dog Lin, I didn't expect that after so many years, your strength has also improved a lot, and you have obtained another top-grade super god-level magic weapon. No wonder, you will give the Kanghan ring to your disciples during the competition. Eugenie alone fought against Lingshan, plus 2 top-quality, super god-level magic weapons. The pressure was very great. A super god-level magic weapon can exert power comparable to that of an immortal emperor in the hands of an immortal emperor, and a top-grade super god-level magic weapon, although its power is not as powerful as that of a heaven-defying immortal emperor, is definitely stronger than an ordinary immortal emperor. The current Lingshan, apart from taking back the Kanghan ring given to his disciples during the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory, unexpectedly threw out another top-grade super god-level magic weapon, the 10 Emperor Sword. The Sword of the 10 Emperors was rumored to have been forged by 10 senior immortal emperors from Tianqing in the eastern region, and it was infused with the spirits of 10 powerful sword cultivators in Tianqing in the eastern region long ago. I don't know how Lingshan got this sword, but I don't see Lingshan controlling it. This sword will attack Eugenie actively. It is obviously a super god-level magic weapon that has been born with spiritual wisdom. This sword is not bad. Yifeng glanced at it, and couldn't help but look at the 10 Emperor sword a few more times. It can be felt that even the quaint dragon sword avatar in his hand is not as powerful as the 10 Emperor sword. Of course, it is very difficult to use the super god-level magic weapon that gave birth to spiritual wisdom. Unless you can reach the realm of the Immortal Emperor and then subdue it with strength, it is impossible to use it at all. Yifeng, there is no need to use the 10 Emperor sword for the time being, at least with his own strength, it is impossible. Senior Eugenie, don't know how to deal with it? Yifeng observed the field. Eugenie retreated steadily under the attacks of xuanhuan Jia and 10 Emperor Sword. Lingshan took Lung Zi to hit him, which could easily hurt him. Until now, Eugenie has been attacked several times, and the injuries are serious. However, just when Lingshan had the chance to win and the onlookers felt that Eugenie was about to be defeated, Eugenie suddenly waved his hand, and a strange and terrifying power surged up instantly. At this very moment, it was he who dragged the 10 Emperor's sword and the Kanghan ring, finally separating a certain distance from Lingshan. He made a bold move, and even displayed the power of a demon dragon. The power of the demon dragon was comprehended from the demon dragon totem. Yifeng comprehended it first, and then displayed it for others to comprehend. Almost all the emperors in the fairy demon city have comprehended the power of the demon dragon, and at this time, Eugenie finally displayed the power of the demon dragon. In an instant, Lingshan was enveloped by the power of the monster dragon, and the breath of monster death surprised him. However, the 10 Emperor sword and the Kanghan ring, 2 top-quality super god-level magic weapons, were both lured away by Eugenie in the previous battle, and there was no time to rescue them. Eugenie had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Demon Dragon, Death Blast. Eugenie yelled, and the power of the monster dragon that surrounded Lingshan exploded instantly, and the whole space was filled with blood-red color. A shrill scream came out from Ling Shenku, and then his white-robed figure ran away in embarrassment, and was seriously injured by the power of the monster dragon. Even if he used the defensive fairy technique at the critical moment, he couldn't resist it. The power of the demon dragon and the power of the totem are the two kinds of power contained in the totem of the demon dragon that Yi Feng had comprehended before. The power of the totem, except for Yi Feng, no one can comprehend it. After all, it is a forbidden magic technique handed down from ancient times, and the level is quite high, so it is very difficult to comprehend. As for the power of the monster dragon, when Yi Feng comprehended it, it was directly fused with the power of the ancient dragon, and combined into the power of the ancient monster dragon. As for why the two merged, Yi Feng himself didn't know, he could only guess that the power of the ancient Tinglong was also a kind of power of the demon dragon. The power of the demon dragon that Eugenie had comprehended was fused into the power of blasting that he had comprehended. When the two forces were fused together, the demon dragon exploded, and the resulting power was extremely terrifying. Lung Shan, as one of the four great elders of Wuya Valley, is naturally quite powerful, but under this explosion, he was directly seriously injured. Lung Shan, you killed your own daughter, have you ever repented now? Eugenie took a step forward and snarled, with a look of hatred on his face, treat my daughter like a tool, Lung Shan, you are really worse than a beast. Stop talking nonsense, today, either you die or I die. Indifference flashed in Lung Shan's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the 10 Emperor's sword and xuanhuan ring finally returned from not far away, and each rushed towards Eugenie. The power of the demon dragon, 10 consecutive explosions. With a wave of Eugenie's hand, the power of the eerie red demon dragon swayed out all at once, causing 10 consecutive explosions in the space, and even easily blocked the attacks of the 10 Emperor's sword and xuanhuan ring. Immediately afterwards, Eugenie's figure flashed, broke through the void, and caught up with Lung Shan. The power of the monster dragon condensed into a red cloud, and covered Lung Shan's head and face. Void, flash. Lung Shan shattered the void and wanted to leave the space, but was instantly enveloped by the red cloud condensed by the power of the monster dragon, and then exploded. 10 Emperor's sword and Kanghan ring, two top-quality super god-level magic weapons, quickly chased back and blasted sword light and Kanghan chi towards Eugenie. The two super god-level magic weapons pose a far greater threat to Genie than Lung Shan himself. If it were not for these two super god-level magic weapons, Lung Shan would have been killed by Eugenie countless times. However, at this time, Eugenie also had to face these two super god-level magic weapons with caution. Lung Shan was seriously injured, his strength was damaged, and he was basically in a state where he could only escape, relying on two super god-level magic weapons to besiege Eugenie. Do you want the 10 Emperor sword? Why don't I get it for you? Yi Feng was observing the battle situation in the arena when suddenly Zhuo Zishuan's seductive voice came from his ear. 10 Emperor sword, fetch? Yi Feng was stunned for a moment, and then said, even if I take it, I can't subdue it. If you can subdue the consciousness body of the 9-armed ghost ape, then it shouldn't be a big problem if you want to subdue the spirits of the 10 sword cultivators in the 10 Emperor swords. Zhuo Zishuan smiled seductively, I'll get that sword first, you can figure it out yourself. I'm still looking forward to it, you can subdue that 10 Emperor sword. Before Yi Feng could say anything, he saw Zhuo Zishuan's beautiful figure disappear in a flash, leaving only a charming fragrance in place, making people daydream. In the arena, the 10 Emperor sword and the Kanghan ring followed Lung Shan's will, and showed one after another sword energy and Kanghan chi towards Eugenie. At this moment, suddenly a seductive figure in purple clothes came, he immediately stopped in front of the 10 Emperor swords. Xiao Jianjian, that Lung Shan is not a good thing, you should come with me. I will introduce you to a talented master, who is a genius sword repairman. I believe you will like it. Zhuo Zishuan's voice was so alluring that the 10 Emperor swords couldn't help trembling. What are you trying to do? Go away. Lung Shan was escaping from Eugenie's pursuit. When he saw Zhuo Zishuan's plan to fight the 10 Emperor's sword, he quickly became vigilant. He managed to get the 10 Emperor's sword, and he already had his own consciousness. If he wanted to leave, he couldn't keep it with his strength. Heck little Jian, look, this old guy is very vigilant, he must have used some shady means to keep you by his side, right? Xuanhuan giggled coquettishly, her seductive figure shone with purple light. When Lung Shan attacked her, she waved her hand directly, and a burst of purple hazy power spread out, trapping Lung Shan in it all at once. This burst of purple hazy power didn't do any harm, it just made Lung Shan unable to move for a while. And this is fatal to Lung Shan. All kinds of power in Lung Shan's body erupted with full force, and when he broke through the shackles of this purple hazy power, Eugenie's monster dragon power swept over again, and the sound of explosion could be heard. Snort. Lung Shan snorted angrily, but he had nothing to do with Xuanhuan, he could only dodge to another place first. Compared with his own life, 10 Emperor Sword's life is more important. If he doesn't leave, facing Xuanhuan and Eugenie's attack, he will definitely die. The power of the blood-red monster dragon chased towards Lung Shan in an instant. Eugenie glanced at Xuanhuan in a little surprise, not wanting to understand why the immortal emperor of Tianmen would appear here to help him. Could it be because of Yifeng? Eugenie didn't think too much, the most important thing for him now is to kill Lung Shan and avenge the one he loves. After a while, Xuanhuan, wearing a seductive body in a purple robe, brought the 10 Emperor Sword all the way back to the vicinity of everyone in the Fairy Demon City camp. Seeing that Xuanhuan really came back with the 10 Emperor Sword, Yifeng could not help but sweat on his forehead. This Xuanhuan just said a few words to that 10 Emperor Sword, and then brought that 10 Emperor Sword back? Yifeng didn't know what exactly Xuanhuan said to make the 10 Emperor Swords follow him. The 10 Emperor Sword is quite spiritual. Yifeng thought in his heart, and Xuanhuan quickly came to his side with the 10 Emperor Sword. Hey, little Jian, look, isn't this little brother with amazing bones and extraordinary talent more than enough to be your master? Xuanhuan patted Yifeng on the shoulder, and said rather ambiguously, even a beautiful woman like me is willing to follow him, why are you worried? What he said made Yifeng a little embarrassed. Behind him, the little fox demon Qing Xian, Yu Yuan, Tong and others all looked at him with strange eyes, making him even more at a loss for what to say. The sword of the 10 emperors flew around Yifeng twice, and then said, the kid you're looking at is really talented, much stronger than 10 of us old fellows. It's ridiculous, that Lung Shan said find a reliable host for the 10 of us, and deceive us for hundreds of years. Now there is a genius like this kid, but he doesn't introduce it to me, it is really hateful, hateful. In the Sword of 10 Emperors, the spirits of the 10 sword cultivators kept complaining, causing Xuanhuan to giggle, that old fellow Lung Shan, not only did he not introduce this genius to you, he also tried every means to kill him. Woolen cloth / When Shi Huangjian heard this, he became even more angry. Thanks to what we've done for him for so long, I'm angry. No, we're going to kill that old man. Wait a minute, if you want to kill that old man, it seems that you don't need 10 seniors to do it yourself. Xuanhuan pointed at the field, but saw that Eugenie broke through the obstruction of the Kanghan ring in an instant after being chased by the 10 Emperor Swords, and captured Lung Shan several times in succession. The power of the monster dragon exploded one after another, and soon Lung Shan was covered in bruises, and his defeat was imminent. Although the Xuanhuan Jia can release streams of cold air, it can't stop Eugenie's attack at all with the Xuanhuan Jia, a top-grade super god-level magic weapon. Eugenie combined the power of the monster dragon with the power of blasting, and kept approaching Lung Shan. Lung Shan kept fleeing, but under the cover of the power of the monster dragon, the space for dodging became smaller and smaller. Finally, Lung Shan was seriously injured in an explosion with the power of a demon dragon. He was useless even by using defensive magic. He fell from the sky and fell heavily on the streets of Wuya City. A piece of dust and rubble was smashed up. Have you ever regretted forcing your daughter to death? Eugenie gained power and was relentless, chasing after him. The power of the monster dragon came out again, with a fierce look on his face. Lung Shan looked shocked. He could clearly feel that the power in his body had been eroded by the power of the monster dragon. He could not exert much power at all, and the meridians all over his body were blocked. Facing Jin Yi's offensive, he could no longer resist it. "Help me!" In desperation, Lung Shan glanced at Fairy Tianxiong and another Xijia elder on the referee's bench. However, neither Fairy Tianxiong nor the last Xijia elder were indifferent to this. Because Eugenie had made a bet with Lung Shan in advance, if the Fairy Demon City wins, Lung Shan will be killed, and no one else is allowed to intervene. Now that the Eastern Territory Consortium is settled and Yifeng is the strongest, it is time for Eugenie to fulfill his promise. Fairy Tianxiong, as well as the remaining Xijia elders, are still shameless people, so of course they won't intervene at this time. The most important thing is that Fairy Tianxiong doesn't have a good impression of Lung Shan, the old man who cheated her daughter. Even though she is also the Xijia elder of Wuya Valley, Fairy Tianxiong has no intention of saving Lung Shan. Finally, with the last explosion of the power of the demon dragon, Lung Shan's cry for help was drowned in the sound of the explosion. The violent blasting power and the power of the monster dragon formed a blood-red thick fog. The streets of Wuya City have been endless for a long time. It was not until a long time before Lung Shan's body appeared in the eyes of everyone. An immortal emperor, one of the dignified Wuya Valley's 4 great elders, Lung Shan, has done too many heartless things in his life, and at this moment, he was finally beheaded by Eugenie. Finally, revenge for you. Standing in front of Lung Shan's corpse, Eugenie closed his eyes and raised his head, as if he was feeling something. "It's a pity that you can't see this scene anymore. I still have something to do. I will go to accompany you immediately after finishing the next thing." Eugenie yelled, and then saw him wave his hand, and the power of the monster dragon instantly wrapped Lung Shan's body. Burst. The power of the explosion was released, and the entire body of Lung Shan was blown away, leaving no trace in this world. Immediately afterwards, with a flash of Eugenie's figure, he came towards where Yifeng and the others were. The last thing he has to do is of course to house the disciples of the Genie sect. Those disciples of the Genie sect, especially the Dharma protector Feng Hu, are all carried by him, and he already has feelings for them. If the disciples of the Genie sect were not settled properly, Eugenie would not be able to die like this. Senior Yu, there is still a long way to go in life. Apart from revenge, there are many other wonderful things waiting for you to do. Why should you be so decisive? Yifeng heard Eugenie's roar, and when Eugenie came back, he couldn't help but persuade him. "Okay, kid surnamed Yi, with your talent, your achievements will definitely surpass all of us here in the future." Eugenie laughed. "It's a pity that I don't have the good fortune to see that day come. She's down here and has been waiting for me for too long. I can't let her meet her father first." Yifeng had nothing to say. Although he is very talented, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can control the actions of an immortal emperor. If Eugenie wants to settle the people of Jinemen, he will die, no one can stop him. Xuanhuan, who was beside Yifeng, watched Eugenie come back and gathered all the disciples of Genie sect together to say something. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect this person to be so infatuated. It's a pity that the old man Lung Shan is really too shameless," Xuanhuan said regretfully. At this moment, the 10 Emperor's sword was already floating around Yifeng, and he was even more angry when he heard the words, "That old man, who lied to us for hundreds of years, died like this, really hateful, hateful." "Okay, seniors, everyone is dead, so what are you talking about?" Xuanhuan gently persuaded. "Look, this kid Yifeng is really talented, right? I dare say that even 10 seniors, at his age, didn't have such achievements. That is." The sword cultivator spirit in the 10 Emperor swords said, "It's really not easy to comprehend so many high-level powers and condense barren-level Dao fruits at a bone age of 200 years. This kid's destiny, the destiny of the immortal root, is a natural cultivation genius. Ah. In that case, why don't the 10 seniors follow him? Zhuo Zishuan giggled coquettishly. No problem, but if this kid misbehaves, or thinks of crooked ways, we won't forgive him easily. The sword cultivator spirit in the 10 emperor swords laughed and said. This agrees? Surrendered? Yi Feng's eyes widened involuntarily. He didn't expect that a top-grade super god-level magic weapon that had already produced spirituality would follow him like this. It's a bit inexplicable to think about it. But in this way, if he uses Long Xuanhuan Jianju again, the power will be many times greater than before. The flying sword magic weapon he used before was at best a low-grade super god-level magic weapon. But the 10 Emperor sword is the ultimate super god-level magic weapon. In terms of power, one 10 Emperor sword is comparable to those 6. Seeing that the 10 Emperor swords stopped beside him, as if they would follow him like this from now on, Yi Feng thought it was like a dream. After he glanced at Zhuo Zishuan, a look of admiration appeared on his face. It turned out that this mature beauty not only looks seductive, but also has first-rate deception skills, so she let the 10 Emperor sword stay by his side. The 10 Emperor swords followed Yi Feng, obviously raising Yi Feng's strength to another level. Of course, if Yi Feng wanted to use the 10 Emperor swords to perform swordsmanship, the power he could display would only be in line with his own cultivation, and it was impossible for the 10 Emperor swords to display the power of an immortal emperor. After all, no matter how powerful the 10 Emperor sword is, it cannot be unleashed if Long Yu is not strong enough. However, although he cannot use all the power of the 10 Emperor swords to perform swordsmanship, the 10 Emperor sword itself has spirituality, but it is already a strong immortal emperor. As long as the 10 Emperor swords follow him, it is equivalent to having an immortal emperor following him all the time. Even if he wanders around the entire Eastern Heavenly City, he doesn't have to be afraid of encountering any danger to his life. Boy, we agreed in advance that no matter where you go, we will follow you, but unless you meet a strong person in the realm of the immortal emperor, we will not help you. Facing Yi Feng, 10 Emperor sword's tone became a bit arrogant. Well, that's natural. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. It seems that he is unlikely to encounter any strong opponents. At least for a while, he will follow the immortal emperor, so there is no need to worry about safety. Until, go to the ancient killing formation, and thus get the qualification to participate in the covenant against the sky. It is said that in the ancient killing formation, no matter how high the cultivation level is, it is useless. If you want to pass, you can only rely on your own talent. At that time, it may make no difference whether you wear the 10 Emperor sword or not. Everything depends on your talent. Yi Feng didn't know what the ancient killing formation was like, but since Lian and others said so, then with his talent, he should be able to pass. After setting up the 10 Emperor swords, Zhuo Zishuan got up and walked towards the genie sect people not far behind. At this time, Eugenie was arranging the funeral of the genie sect, and a group of genie sect disciples were reluctant to stay, and the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Although Yi Feng couldn't stop Eugenie from doing anything, Zhuo Zishuan, as the powerful immortal emperor of Tianmen, could still try to see if he could be persuaded. Why would such a decent immortal sovereign seek death? Although Zhuo Zishuan had nothing to do with Eugenie and didn't know Eugenie very well, but at this moment, she was moved by Eugenie's dedication to love and felt a little sad. If she could prevent Eugenie from dying, she, Zhuo Zishuan, would naturally try it. After Zhuo Zishuan walked away, Yi Feng refocused his attention on the sky above Wuya City, where many immortal emperors fought. As for whether Eugenie wants to commit suicide, it depends on Zhuo Zishuan. Apart from her, no one else has the time to persuade Eugenie. In the sky above Wuya City, when Lingshan was blasted to death by Eugenie with the power of a monster dragon, an old man's shrill cry came out. Brother Lung! This shrill cry came from Su Yan, one of the Sijia elders, who jumped out to help Lingshan. Wearing a black robe, Su Yan was originally fighting against Immortal Emperor Huan from Huanshu's branch. Just now he desperately wanted to save Ling Shan, but was blocked by Huan, unable to break through at all. The powerful illusory power formed one piece after another of illusions around Xu Yan, making him a little bit confused between reality and illusion. All he knew was that Ling Shan was killed, this is a fact. Ling Shan, his good friend for many years, was actually killed by the people of Fairy Demon City. Deep in his heart, a burst of strong hostility suddenly burst out. Destroy Void Flame! The old man Su Yan yelled, and then a burst of flames that seemed to come from hell burned directly beside him, burning up the endless illusions around him in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the scene that appeared in front of Su Yan was that even Ling Shan's body was blown away by Eugenie. This scene made Su Yan's eyes tear open, and the strongest power in his body erupted instantly. A burst of hellfire, exuding an aura of infinite destruction, condensed into 1, 2, 3, until countless dark lotus, and swept towards the phantom in an instant. Illusory barrier. Seeing the illusion, he could obviously feel the anger in Xu Yan's heart, his heart froze, and he condensed a phantom barrier with all his strength. The illusory barrier, true and false, false and real, countless dark lotuses collided with it with destructive power, and soon disappeared without making any sound. The defense of the phantom barrier can actually turn real objects and forces into illusions, thereby making them ineffective. It is an extremely powerful defense method. However, the defense of the phantom barrier is limited to a certain extent. It took more than a dozen dark lotuses to transform, and the destructive flame power contained in those dark lotuses smashed the illusion barrier, and then continued to attack the illusion. Block me! At this moment, a sudden furious roar came from far and near. Immediately afterwards, a giant skeletal demon dragon broke into the battlefield of phantom and emptiness, stopped the countless dark lotuses at once, and the power of destructive flames exploded on it. The person who came here was Qi, who had turned into the body. If you want to play with fire, who can play with Qi? Qi, as a genius of the Yank Demon Dragon clan, was born to be the ancestor of playing with fire. Although Su Yan has been cultivating the power of flames, but when facing Qi, it is still impossible to resist. His dark Yulians carrying destructive power were assimilated by the violent flames on Qi's body, and then disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed before. Your opponent is me. A loud shout came from not far away, and it turned out to be the figure of another flame skeleton demon dragon, which came across the space and attacked Qi. Qi was originally fighting with the current head of the Yankee branch, but when he saw Huan in danger, he rushed over immediately. The current head of the Yank branch, named Tianyan, was originally just a young elder of the Yank branch. However, in the turmoil 100 years ago, Tianyan colluded with the Tiamalong branch, the Jianlong branch and other powerful powers to expel and kill many powerful people in the Yanke branch. The current patriarch of the skeleton branch. In terms of strength, Tianyan is far behind Qi in comparison. Tianyan is just an ordinary immortal emperor, but Qi is a strong man who can fight against the heaven-defying immortal emperor Zuazi and learn from each other to grow together. Of course, the current Qi is still too far away from the Emperor Nidian, but it is easy to deal with Tianyan. What really made Qi feel troublesome was Su Yan, one of the Sijia elders of Wuyigu. Qi. At this time, Huan's illusory figure swayed for a while, obviously his mind was very disturbed. Magical. Qi's divine thoughts emanated from the body of the Yank demon dragon. The two of them, husband and wife, were separated for 100 years by the turmoil in the 8-dragon demon clan, and their son, Tong, was actually exiled to the lower realms, suffering for nothing for 100 years. At this moment, the husband and wife finally meet again and join hands to fight against the enemy. Su Yan and Tianyan also looked at each other and nodded to each other. Joining forces is their best choice now. Their common goal is to kill Huan and Qi. Su Yan, one of the Sijia elders of Wuya Valley, and Tian Yan, the current patriarch of the Yanhu branch of the Eight Dragon Demon clan, finally joined hands to deal with Huan and Qi. Coincidentally, Su Yan and Tian Yan had joined forces 100 years ago, when the Yank branch of the Eight Dragon Demon clan was in turmoil. Su Yan, one of the 4 elders of Wuya Valley. It turned into the body of the flaming skeletal demon dragon, with endless flames shining in its eyes. In the flames, there was hatred and killing intent. 100 years ago, you led people to kill the 8 dragon demon clans, and killed me. Many brothers expelled, captured my son, and exiled to the lower realms for 100 years. So what? Su Yan snorted coldly. Now what else can you do, besides hiding in the fairy demon city, and lingering on your last breath? The conversation between the two made Gun's expression on the side change. Qi, our son, Tong, didn't he follow you? Huan's beautiful, but illusory face was dignified, and asked. No, Tong was abducted by Su Yan during the turmoil and exiled to the lower realm. For 100 years, he was regarded as a guard beast for Wuya Valley, to select talents in the lower realm. He was almost decapitated. He said sharply, if little friend Yi Feng rescued Tong from the ruins, I'm afraid I don't know where Tong is until now. As soon as these words came out, hatred flashed in Huan Meili's eyes. This Su Yan, who led people to participate in the civil strife of the 8 Dragon Demon clan, even killed many of Qi's brothers, unexpectedly expelled Qi, took Tong away, and exiled him to the lower realm. This, all of a sudden, the hatred in Huan's heart exploded. Revenge realm. As soon as Huan opened his eyes, the power of a piece of illusory law suddenly spread towards the surroundings. A burst of killing intent enveloped Xu Yan and Tian Yan in an instant, leaving them in an illusion composed of the power of the law of illusion. This illusion is called Revenge Realm. This magic technique is the strongest magic technique that Huan has comprehended, but it is also the most unstable magic technique. Because after this trick is used, people in the illusion can see the phantoms of people who were killed by him before, as if they were resurrected, looking for revenge. Immortal cultivators who have fallen into the realm of revenge after falling into this sorcery, the more people they have killed in the past, the greater the pressure they will encounter. Even if this trick is used to deal with bloodthirsty and murderous big demons, I am afraid that a face-to-face meeting will make them feel better. The opponent has a mental breakdown. The more you kill, the stronger the spiritual suppression in the realm of revenge will be. If you kill enough people, no matter how strong your cultivation is or how strong your willpower is, you will be trapped in the illusion of being revenged endlessly, unable to extricate yourself. Usually, Huan seldom uses this trick because the vengeance realm consumes too much, and once this trick is used, it is irreversible, and even she herself cannot get rid of the vengeance fantasy realm. Those who fall into it will definitely fall into the illusion of fighting with the people they killed before. In other words, as long as this trick is used, the opponent is dead or alive, and even Huan himself cannot control it. Originally, she didn't want to kill Su Yan, but when she heard that Su Yan had exiled her son, Tong, to the lower realm, her anger exploded in her heart. Boom! The realm of revenge instantly enveloped Xu Yan and Tian Yan. It turned out to be this trick. Qi watched from the side, with surprise on his face. Huan, you finally comprehended this forbidden technique. Well, I didn't want to use it at first, but now, even if I use this trick, I feel that these two guys are already cheap. There was killing intent in Huan's beautiful eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the realm of revenge shrouded by Xu Yan and Tian Yan immediately began to operate. One after another, the phantoms of monks appeared from the realm of revenge, and appeared in front of Xu Yan and Tian Yan. The two practiced all the way until this year, reaching the realm of Immortal Emperor, and of course they killed countless people. In particular, both Su Yan and Tian Yan were unscrupulous people who killed several times more people than ordinary immortal sovereigns for their own sake. At this moment, there are as many as thousands of monk phantoms popping up around them in an instant. These phantoms of monks were all monks who died under their hands before. At this moment, they were urged by the realm of revenge and turned into phantoms, to come to revenge. The source of these phantoms is actually the memory deep in the minds of Xuanhuan and Tianyan. When the phantoms of thousands of monks appeared in front of them, they were like ghosts, and wanted to kill them. Ants in the Yangshan realm dare to seek revenge on me. Su Yan glanced at the phantom of a monk, and saw that the monk was only 100 years old, and in the realm of the Yang god, he couldn't help but sneered. That was obviously the opponent he killed in his early years, but now, he has long forgotten the identity and name of the opponent. How can he, who has become the immortal emperor, be in a hurry for an ant who has been cultivated for hundreds of years? You don't remember me. I'm your elder brother, Su Yang. Back then, you killed me in order to win the reward of the sect. I hate, my talent is obviously stronger than yours, and in the end it should be me who became the immortal emperor. The phantom of the cultivator in the realm of the Yang god, like a fierce ghost, unexpectedly exploded at this moment with the power equivalent to that of the immortal emperor. This is equivalent to the source of the immortal emperor's power, which naturally comes from the fantasy of setting up the realm of revenge. Huh? Burn it for me. Su Yan snorted coldly, and the Diablo Yolian was thrown out instantly, and a burst of black destruction flames spread in front of him immediately. His elder brother, Su Yang's phantom of revenge, quickly turned into ashes in the flames of destruction, but then, more and more phantoms of monks appeared out of thin air, seeking revenge from him. Destroy the fire lotus, burn it for me, burn everything. Xuyan continuously releases the dark lotus, and the flames of destruction fill the entire realm of revenge, burning up the phantoms of revenge that continue to appear. After killing hundreds of millions of phantoms of revenge, some strong men finally began to appear. For example, Qi's elder brother, who he teamed up to kill 100 years ago. That is the body of a skeletal demon dragon covering the sky and covering the sun, coming with the power of endless flames. In Xuyan's memory, Qi's elder brother is extremely powerful, and he is only one step away from becoming the heaven-defying immortal emperor. However, he and some other people jointly strangled him. At this moment, the phantom of Qi's elder brother's revenge came into being, and his power in Su Yan's eyes was exactly the same as in his memory, making him break out in cold sweat. Immediately afterwards, Qi's father, the previous head of the Yanhu branch, also appeared in front of Xuyan and Tianyan. As soon as it appeared, the entire realm of vengeance was filled with flames, and the power of the infinite true fire law, with its endless killing intent and hatred, completely devoured the two of them. In addition to these two strong men, the vengeance phantoms of many strong men in the Yank branch appeared one after another, and the terrifying power of the true fire law completely overwhelmed the two of them. Huan cast a forbidden technique, the realm of revenge, and trapped Xuyan and Tianyan in it. Many acts of unrighteousness will lead to self-death. They are talking about Su Yan and Tianyan. If they hadn't killed so many people and deliberately provoked troubles just to satisfy their own desires, at this moment, the situation of mere revenge, how can I get them? Realm of vengeance, such a forbidden technique, if it is used to deal with Yi Feng, it will definitely be of no use at all. Because all the opponents who died under Yi Feng's sword were beheaded by him alone, he never thought about crooked ways, joining forces to kill opponents and the like. Even if he falls into a situation of revenge, the phantoms of revenge that appear are all people who deserve to be killed, and they are all people who have been beheaded by him before. Why should he be afraid? Swinging the flying sword can cut through thousands of illusions. However, it was too difficult for Su Yan and Tianyan. As soon as the realm of revenge came out, Su Yan and Tianyan were immediately trapped in it, with no possibility of breaking free. Countless phantoms of revenge surrounded the bodies of the two of them. Although these were phantoms, they were phantoms with the power of revenge. Through the phantom's forbidden power, some of the power in life was displayed. Therefore, the current Xuyan and Tianyan are equivalent to facing all the opponents they have killed before, and the pressure can be imagined. Countless tyrannical forces surged in the realm of revenge, and finally stopped completely after a period of time. All the illusions of revenge gradually dissipated, and the entire realm of revenge finally disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was nothing but an empty space. Su Yan and Tian Yan had already lost their souls under the tyrannical revenge force, and they didn't even leave their bodies behind. It's over. Qi changed into a human form again, his whole body was condensed by flames. Looking at Huan beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. He, and his wife Huan, finally meet again. Qi. Huan raised his head, and the originally illusory beautiful face finally gradually became clear. Her face has never been seen by others during this period of time, only in front of her husband, Qi. She finally showed her most beautiful side. Seeing the face of the person he loves the most again, Qi's eyes are full of tranquility. I miss you, come with me. Fiercely speaking. Phantom nodded slightly. There is no place in the current 8-dragon demon clan that can attract her to stay, even for her father, she still has hatred. If her father hadn't imprisoned her at that time, how could she not even know the whereabouts of Qi and Tong? How could pupil be left in the lower realm for 100 years? In the sky above Wuya City, one battle after another between the immortal emperors was decided. Lung Shan lost to Eugenie, and his body was gone. Su Yan and Tian Yan were defeated by Qi and Huan, leaving no bones left. The 3 great immortal emperors of the 8-dragon demon clan were defeated by self-reincarnation, and there was no bones left. Once a battle of this level is defeated, the soul will be scattered and nothing will be left behind. For immortal cultivators, if they die, leaving a corpse is useless. Since reincarnation, after killing 3 immortal emperors of the 8-dragon demon clan, he was stopped by the heaven-defying immortal emperor of the Ghost Bone sect, Emperor Qiangu, and prevented him from continuing to kill. And Mie Daozi and Duan Qiong of the Dapeng monster clan fought together to resist Sui Sunlong and stop Sui Sunlong from killing Zhu Tianxia. In the battle that is still going on in the arena, apart from the missing Pity and the spar-masked man, only Zui Sunlong and Zhu Tian are left, as well as the 4 immortal emperors of Fengshuangxiu in the Fairy Demon City, fighting against the 4 immortals of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance. Immortal Emperor. The celestial phenomena formation formed. The 4 immortal sovereigns fought against the 4 immortal sovereigns, and they were the most powerful in the field. However, the 2 sides always tried to test each other, and did not display any real means. But now, after seeing both Su Yan and Tian Yan died in the realm of forbidden revenge, the 4 immortal emperors finally looked at each other and nodded. They are already ready to fight together. The Great Formation of Celestial Phenomena is a forbidden technique level formation practiced by the 4 of them together. Relying on this forbidden technique level formation technique, if they join hands, even if they are heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian, they will dare to fight. Wind, frost, rain, snow, 4 directions, immediately set up a large array of celestial phenomena, and enveloped the 4 immortal emperors of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance in it. It's a forbidden formation, each breaks through. In the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, Jianxia, the immortal king of the Demon Wing Sword clan, instantly turned into a 2-winged sword demon when he saw this. He displayed a meteor-like speed and moved towards one of the directions quickly, trying to break through the celestial formation of the siege. It's a pity that when the 2 sides confronted each other just now, the 4 immortal hall masters, Fengshuangxiu, had already prepared everything for arranging the big needles of the forbidden technique. At this moment, as soon as the astronomical formation was activated, the next moment it surrounded the 4 members of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance in the center. The wind, tornadoes, were mixed with frost and snow, forming a celestial barrier that completely surrounded the 4 immortal emperors of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance. But at this moment, the immortal emperor Yu waved his big hand, and the strength of his whole body was concentrated, and the heavy rain poured down on the four immortal emperors who were besieged by the celestial phenomenon. Emperor Yu Xian is the father of Yu Lua, who died in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region. At this moment, although they are facing the immortal emperor of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, like the Eight-Dragon Demon Clan, is targeting the immortal demon city. The eyes of the immortal Rain Emperor were full of killing intent, and the power of the Rainstorm Law condensed made the four immortal emperors of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance try their best to resist it. The torrential rain condensed by the law of torrential rain is completely different from the normal torrential rain in the natural world. I am afraid that just a random drop of rain can cause immortal cultivators below the level of the immortal emperor to pierce through and die in one fell swoop. Immediately after the downpour of Xuanhuan ended, it was Xuanhuan's turn to take action. Frost Immortal Emperor was the father of xuanhuan, who was seriously injured in the martial arts meeting in the Eastern Territory. When he made a move at this time, all the space in the celestial phenomenon formation was filled with the law of frost. The four immortal sovereigns of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance were immediately covered by layers of cold frost, and all kinds of power in their bodies were stagnated, and their blood was almost frozen into ice cubes. Immediately afterwards, Immortal Snow Emperor and Immortal Feng took turns. 3 of them preside over the siege, and the other kills the enemy, and then they take turns. The 4 forces attack alternately, making it impossible for the opponents trapped in the celestial formation to defend against. It is extremely difficult to resist, and it is even more impossible to escape. Because of this, even if the Emperor Nidian is in such a large formation of celestial phenomena, he may not be able to escape, let alone the 4 immortal emperors of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance. During the interlacing of the 4 celestial phenomena, soon an immortal emperor of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance couldn't hold on. His blood was frozen into ice cubes, then blown into pieces by the storm, and finally cut to pieces by the cold ice and snow. Smash! As soon as the celestial phenomenon came out, the 4 immortal emperors of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance were trapped in it, and no matter what kind of power they used, they couldn't get out of the trap. Not long after, one of them couldn't hold on, and was bombarded by various celestial phenomena in turn, and was cut into pieces by the ice and snow. One person died, and it was easier for the next 3 to deal with it. In less than an hour, the 3 of them died one after another in the celestial formation, making everyone in the distant Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance camp look ashen. There are more than 10 races in the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, and there are only about 10 immortal sovereigns in total. However, after the end of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, 4 of them died in one fell swoop. This is a completely unbearable blow to the entire Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance. Especially for the races where the 4 immortal emperors belonged, such as the Yaoi Sword Clan and the Dinosaur Sword Clan, all of a sudden there will be no immortal emperor powerhouses in their clan, and their status will fall in the future, and they will even be devastated. There is no chance of rising. As for the Ghost Demon Sword Clan, it seems that they have been suffering from bad luck ever since Ghost Qian Sha provoked Yi Feng. First, Gui Qiansha was beheaded by Yi Feng, and then his father, Immortal Emperor, was wiped out with a wave of pity. Originally, he expected Gui Qianshang to rise all the way and finally step into the realm of the Immortal Emperor, but he didn't expect that he would be easily beheaded by Yi Feng in the Eastern Region martial arts competition. All of this stemmed from their inaccurate estimation of Yi Feng's strength, which led to the fact that the entire Ghost Sword clan is about to go downhill. With the elimination of the 4 immortal sovereigns of the Demon Sword Cultivation Alliance, the battle in Wuya City finally ceased. Suotsunglong from Tianmen was still unable to break through Mia Daozi and Duan Qiong's interception to kill Zhu Tian, so he could only give up and return to Zhuozishuan, who was hundreds of miles away. As for the person who caused this battle between immortal emperors, Nidian Immortal Emperor Lian, and the spar-masked man from Tianzhou, the sanctuary, the battle between the two was not shown in front of everyone. Everyone only knew that when the two of them reappeared from the void, Lien, this lawless and heaven-defying immortal emperor, had already compromised. I admit, I'm not as good as you right now. If that's the case, let that kid use the Oracle gem. Lien said lightly, but in exchange, you owe me a request, you have to remember it. Don't worry, as long as you come to Sanctuary Tianzhou to look for me, no matter what you ask, as long as I can do it and it doesn't endanger my sect, I will never refuse. The Crystal Mask Man said lightly. Remember your words. After Lien finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he went to the place where everyone in Fairy Demon City was. Immediately afterwards, the man in the spar mask flashed, and followed Lien to the vicinity of everyone in the Fairy Demon City. It's time to draw a successful conclusion to this session of the East Territory Martial Arts Competition. At this time, beside Yifeng, many immortal emperors gathered again. Among them, Eugenie was still at the side explaining the funeral to the people of Jinemen. Zhuo Zishuan was persuading non-stop. As for Zhuo Songlong, after returning, he followed Zhuo Zishuan without saying a word. In addition, Qi and Huan also came back, but now they are looking for Tong, enjoying the first reunion after 100 years of separation, and have no time to pay attention to others for the time being. Since reincarnation, he has recovered into a man with a stiff face, leading many demon cultivators in Shura Demon Valley, closing his eyes to rest, preparing to take a rest, and then obeying Lien's orders. Feng Frost, Rain and Snow, the four immortal hall masters, came back. Among them, Yu Xianhuang thought of his son who died in the Eastern Territory martial arts, and screamed at the sky, as if hating the injustice of the sky. Among the other three immortal Emperor Hall Masters, xuanhuan, the daughter of Immortal Frost Emperor, was also seriously injured. Although Yifeng said that he would find the Holy Land Spirit Spring to heal xuanhuan's wounds, who knows if Yifeng will succeed? Emperor Frost thought to himself, maybe he has to go to the Sanctuary Tianzhou. The four immortal lords of Monster-Slashing Hall were not in a very high mood, because the four of them were siblings, and their children were also siblings. Now that Yulua was dead and xuanhuan was seriously injured, they couldn't be happier anyway. At this moment, Lien and the crystal-masked man came to Yifeng hand in hand. The Oracle Gem, you can eat it now. The man in the spar mask said relaxedly, with some encouragement in his tone, you have to know that this Oracle Gem is extremely precious. Even I have no chance to get one. This opportunity must be cherished. If you eat the Oracle Gem, you will participate in the covenant against the sky on behalf of the Immortal Emperor Palace. You have to think it through yourself. The pity on the side said leisurely. After hearing what the two said, Yifeng understood what they meant, and couldn't help but wryly smiled. This Oracle Gem is undoubtedly an extremely precious treasure, and even every cultivator longs to have it. However, the Immortal Palace, where the man with the spar mask is located, wants to use this Oracle Gem to bind him, Yifeng. Yifeng is fighting for the Immortal Palace. Of course, Yifeng has no reason to refuse this condition. Anyway, in the end, he must go to Yuqingshan instead of cultivating in Shangqingshan. Get the Oracle Gem first, improve your talent, after that, what do you care about so much? The covenant against the sky depends entirely on talent. Yifeng believes that with his own talent, if he eats the Oracle Gem, it will be even more terrifying. In the covenant against the sky, no one can match him. That being the case, there is nothing wrong with participating in the covenant against the sky on behalf of the Immortal Emperor Palace. Anyway, it will not be used as cannon fodder by the hostile forces and killed by hostile forces. I see. Yifeng nodded, took out the Oracle Gem, and swallowed it in one gulp. At the entrance of the Oracle Gem, it turned into a burst of divine light, filling his whole body, making him feel very comfortable. This divine light can cleanse and temper the flesh and bones of the cultivator, and greatly enhance the talent of the cultivator. Ordinary immortal emperors can be transformed into the talents of heaven-defying immortal emperors, so it can be seen that its effect is terrifying. Yifeng thought in his heart, closed his eyes, and felt the changes produced by the tempering of the divine light, and couldn't help but admire inwardly. This feeling is so wonderful, it's like taking an incomparably thorough bath, which makes me completely reborn. I don't know how far my current talent has reached. After a while, Yifeng opened his eyes, feeling that the current self is different from the original, and his body is still in the process of being transformed by the divine light. The Oracle Gem can last for 7 days and transform you. By then, your speed of comprehending various powers, fairy arts, and black arts will be more than twice as fast as before. The spar-masked man said with a smile, his tone seemed a little envious. Even if he is as strong as him, he is not qualified to get an Oracle Gem. Of course he is envious of Yifeng's talent and opportunity. After Yifeng swallowed the Oracle Gem, all eyes were on him. What are you looking at? Are you expecting him to turn into a monster? Nidian Immortal Emperor Lien lightly reprimanded everyone around him, immediately making everyone dare not look at Yifeng anymore. Okay, the Immortal Emperor War is over, we should go back to the center of Wuya City, and listen to Fairy Tianxiang, what rewards will be awarded to our winning contestants. The man in the spar mask said with a chuckle, now he seems approachable and amiable, that's because his biggest goal of coming to the eastern region to fight martial arts has been achieved. After the work is done, he is relaxed, and the spar mask man is naturally happy. As soon as he said this, many people finally realized that the final rewards for the Eastern Territory martial arts competition had not yet been distributed. Just after releasing an Oracle Gem, it caused such a war between the emperors, which was something that no one had expected. In fact, as long as there are sect forces participating in the Eastern Territory martial arts finals, none of them have left yet, and they have gathered towards the center of Wuya City. Following the heaven-defying Immortal Emperor Lien, when he brought everyone from the Fairy Demon City camp back to the center of Wuya City, everyone had almost gathered together again. Which sect originally gathered where, and now they still gather there is no confusion at all. However, compared with before, there is already a lot of space left. Obviously, in the Immortal Emperor War just now, not only did several Immortal Emperors die, but also implicated some other people, who were affected by the Immortal Emperor War. Can't die anymore. Everyone is looking forward to the final reward of the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. Although the most precious Oracle Gem has been swallowed by Yifeng, the rest of the rewards cannot be ignored. In Wiaogu, 2 Xijia elders, Lin Shan and Su Yan, died all of a sudden, but Fairy Tianxiang on the referee's bench didn't show any expression, she still had that gentle smile on her face. It's not that she's cold-blooded, but that she didn't like Lin Shan and Su Yan in the first place. These two people have been playing tricks on weekdays, not only outside the Wuya Valley, but also often devising some schemes to instigate aliens from their families to gain benefits, even their own people inside the sect. For example, Su Yan and Lin Shan teamed up to go to the 8-Dragon Demon Clan, participated in the civil strife of the 8-Dragon Demon Clan, broke up the Yank branch, and gained a lot of super god-level magic weapons. For another example, these two people usually covet the secret hall of Tianxiang Restaurant, and often send people to investigate. Although Fairy Tianxiang caught the investigator would immediately commit suicide and die, but through the clues behind him, Fairy Tianxiang also knew that Ling Shan and Su Yan did it. For such two deaths, Fairy Tianxiang is too late to be happy, so where is there any reason to make her sad or angry? Originally, she was also one of the Xijia elders in Wuya Valley, so it was not convenient for her to take action against Ling Shan and Su Yan, but now Huan and Qi couples helped her, and he would also like to thank the couple. Mia Daozi, sitting next to the referee system with his eyes closed, didn't seem to pay attention to the field, but everyone knew that Mia Daozi was definitely in a bad mood right now. Wiaoga lost a lot in this Eastern Region martial arts meeting. Except for Xie Xianyu, everyone else was almost wiped out. This is the worst result that Wielder has ever achieved since participating in the Eastern Territory Martial Arts Tournament. Fairy Tianxiang looked around and quickly determined that everyone who was supposed to come had already arrived. She took a step forward and said with a gentle smile, "Although there have been many twists and turns in this Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament, it's time to end now, and the final rewards will be distributed next. Eastern Territory Martial Arts, the first place in the finals, Yuelong, now belongs to the Power Immortal Demon City." Fairy Tianxiang seemed to say that on purpose, and then said, "What reward do you want?" These words made Yi Feng and Yu Yuan in the Fairy Demon City camp stunned at the same time. Fairy Tianxiang deliberately explained that Yu Yuan belongs to the forces of the Fairy Demon City. Did she want Yu Yuan not to return to Wuya Valley in the future? That's right, Yu Yuan got Miaodaozi's God Control pill. If she was in Wuya Valley again, who knows what would happen. Moreover, the current Yu Yuan basically doesn't have any feelings for Wu Yagu, instead she has all her heart on Yi Feng. In this way, it's better to remind her that she will continue to practice in the Fairy Demon City from now on. Can I choose any reward? Yu Yuan thought for a moment, then asked. Yes. Fairy Tianxiang smiled. In addition, you will also get a top-quality super god-level magic weapon, the Immortal King's Divine Cauldron. Immortal King Divine Cauldron. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard these 4 words. The Immortal King's Divine Cauldron, one of the treasures of the Wuya Valley, is now used as a reward for the champion of the Eastern Region Martial Arts. Before the award was announced, only the 10 referees in the referee's seat knew the content of the award. Now that the reward was announced, everyone knew about it, and immediately caused a great uproar. Even Yi Feng in the audience was a little surprised. The Immortal King Divine Cauldron, he remembered, was in the ancient ruins of the lower realm, used to suppress and manage the existence of the entire ancient ruins. Regarding this, he heard from Qiao Gumu that he seemed to be a lively little guy. When he was thinking this way, suddenly a huge medicine cauldron fell from the sky and came to Yuelong's side, accompanied by a burst of fairy spirit, making the people around him feel refreshed. This is the Immortal King Divine Cauldron. The Immortal King Divine Cauldron has already produced its own spiritual wisdom, so it is the one who voluntarily followed the first place in this Eastern Region Martial Arts Tournament. Fairy Tianxiang smiled and said, "Actually, there is only one unconditional requirement for the reward for the first place in this Eastern Region Martial Arts competition. And the Immortal King Shendang wants to leave Wuya Valley, so let it be in the Eastern Region. In the Wu Finals, pick one and leave with him, but I didn't expect to choose the champion, it's just a month away." These words made everyone even more surprised. The Immortal King Divine Cauldron actually chose Yuelong on his own initiative? Obviously, Yi Feng is the strongest martial artist in this East Region tournament. If it wasn't for Yi Feng, Yu Yuan wouldn't be able to win the championship. Now, why did the Immortal King Divine Cauldron choose Yu Yuan? Everyone is puzzled. However, after the Immortal King Divine Cauldron arrived, it shrunk into a small cauldron and got into Yuelyang's palm. It seemed that he must have approved of Yuelyang. As for the reason, who knows? Even Yu Yuan herself didn't expect that the Immortal King Shendang would choose her as the master. Beside the referee's seat, Miaodaozi closed his eyes with a blank expression on his face. He obviously knew about this a long time ago. However, the Immortal King Shendang has already developed wisdom. Even Miaodaozi couldn't change the choice of Immortal King Shendang. The Immortal King Divine Cauldron shrunk into a small cauldron, went straight into Yuelyang's palm, and disappeared instantly. Everyone around could only stare blankly and swallow their saliva. Who would dare to grab the Immortal King Divine Cauldron? The current Yu Yuan belongs to the Fairy Demon City camp, and in the Immortal Emperor War just now, all the Immortal Emperors who aimed at the Immortal Demon City and wanted to attack the Immortal Demon City, died and lost face. None of them had a good end. Now, who else dares to underestimate Fairy Demon City? Starting from this Eastern Territory Martial Arts contest, Fairy Demon City is destined to become a major force in the Eastern Territory Tiancheng, just like Wuya Valley, Ghost Bone Sect, Tianmen, and so on. And because of this East Territory martial arts contest, the entire Fairy Demon City is somewhat united with the enemy, and there will definitely not be so many conflicts in practicing and living together in the future. Yuan put away the Immortal King Divine Cauldron, thought for a moment, and said to Fairy Tianxiang, Senior Tianxiang, I have a request. I want to go to the lower realm, that is, the world I came from. I don't know, can it be fulfilled? When he said this, everyone around him was stunned. Go back to the lower world? Yuan finally won the championship because of Yi Feng, and finally made such a request? What a waste of money! Everyone stared at Yuan, thinking that this woman was simply out of her mind. But only Yi Feng knew how much Yuan missed his hometown after coming to Shangqingshan for so many years. Because Yi Feng himself misses the lower realm too. However, Yuan can go to the lower realm, but Yi Feng cannot. Because he will immediately prepare to participate in the covenant against the heavens, and have a new round of competition, and that is the highest level stage in the entire Shangqingshan. Those who participated in the covenant against the sky were all the top powerhouses in the entire Qing dynasty, such as Lian, Miadaozi, Suotsunlong, Zhu Tian, and the man in the spar mask. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited, but it's a pity that Yu Liang's talent is definitely not qualified to participate in the covenant against the sky. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help but think back to the time when he was in the lower realm and the ancient ruins. If he hadn't given up the opportunity to go to the 7th floor of the ancient ruins to Yueliang, but had stepped into the 7th floor by himself, what would it be like now? The current Yi Feng knew that even if he was pregnant with the 7 luminaries ancient would at that time, if Wu Yaga found out, he would definitely not do anything to him, but would get more attention than Yueliang. The cultivation resources he has obtained may be more than what he has obtained now, but in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition, the power he represents will be Boundless Valley. During this period, the final result of the entire Eastern Region martial arts tournament was changed because Yi Feng let Yuan step into the 7th floor of the ancient ruins. It can be seen that everything in the world is connected, and no one can imagine what will happen in the next moment of life. This is true in everyone's life. This request, of course. Fairy Tianxiang was slightly surprised, and then she replied to Yuan, however, this is not really a request. In this regard, I, Tianxiang, can personally promise you and send you to the lower realm. In addition, you can also make a request, as a reward for becoming the Eastern Region martial arts champion. Yuan was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect Fairy Tianxiang to be so kind to her. But she tilted her head and thought about it, but she smiled slightly. Can I give Yi Feng the opportunity to make a request? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. Give it to Yi Feng? Here, Yuan, every action and every word she made when she was receiving the reward was full of surprises, and it would be impossible for anyone else to say similar words. Yi Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. Like everyone else, he didn't expect Yuan to say that. Theoretically speaking, this opportunity to make a request cannot be transferred to other people. However, since Yi Feng is special, I, Tianxiang, agree on behalf of many referees. Fairy Tianxiang smiled slightly, nodded to Yi Feng and said, Now, Yi Feng, you can take the lead in exercising the rights assigned to you by Yuan, and then I will give you a reward as the 2nd place in this Eastern Region martial arts competition. Yi Feng nodded upon hearing this. Since Yuan gave him this opportunity, he had to plan carefully, and asked aloud, Is there any restriction on this request? Fairy Tianxiang said, As long as it doesn't harm the vested interests of anyone else in Tiancheng in the Eastern Region, that's fine. Of course, the prerequisite is that the 10 referees in the Eastern Region will be able to do it for you. I suggest that you can ask for a top-grade super god-level magic weapon, and then your combat effectiveness will become stronger. You can also request that many referees provide you with enough natural and earthly treasures, so that your cultivation can improve as quickly as possible. After all, your biggest shortcoming now is your lack of cultivation. Fairy Tianxiang spoke one after another, making several suggestions to Yi Feng, but these two suggestions were all rejected by Yi Feng, directly shaking his head. The ultimate super god-level magic weapon? He is not lacking. The 10 Emperor sword floating beside him is that. Treasures of heaven and earth? Now, he has almost absorbed all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures in Tianqing of the Eastern Territory. Even if many people provide them to him, most of them must have been absorbed before, which is useless. 1,000-year cultivation base is the most. And this is not what Yi Feng urgently needs. He will then join the heaven-defying covenant, which does not require a high level of cultivation, but requires a lot of talent. From this point of view, Yi Feng does not need to worry about his own cultivation. That being the case, there are not many rewards that Yi Feng can think of. After a while, he raised his head, looked at Fairy Tianxiang, and said with a slight smile, "Can I ask Senior Mask to fetch me a copy of the Sanctuary Spiritual Spring? My friend xuanhuan was injured and needs the Sanctuary Spiritual Spring to heal." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the field was shocked again. Everyone didn't know how many times this was the first time they were stunned today, but now they were truly stunned. This Yi Feng, who managed to win the Eastern Region Martial Arts Championship with great difficulty, actually only asked for a copy of the Holy Spirit Spring? Although the value of the Holy Land Spirit Spring is very high and extremely precious, but to be honest, it is of no use to Yi Feng himself. He was only used to rescue a friend. In the arena, everyone was boiling. Behind Yi Feng, in the Immortal Demon City camp, Shuang Immortal Emperor and xuanhuan, whose meridians were broken, were stunned at the same time. Yi Feng would actually waste a request for her, asking for the Sanctuary Spirit Spring to heal her wounds? No matter whether they can get the Holy Land Spirit Spring or not, this kind of heart has already moved xuanhuan and xuanhuan. Originally, Immortal Xuan didn't expect Yi Feng would really help xuanhuan get the sacred spring, but now, hope was rekindled in his heart. Yi Feng's words shocked everyone, and made the corners of the mouth of the man in the crystal mask sitting on the referee's bench slightly curl up. Interesting. The man in the spar mask said with great interest, "Since you said so, I can get it for your girlfriend, but after I go back to the Sanctuary Tianzhou, and this place, the distance is not close." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Feng smiled faintly. He didn't ask how long it would take for the man in the crystal mask to get the Holy Spring, because he knew that the man in the crystal mask would definitely abide by the agreement. Yi Feng could tell that the man in the spar mask also needed the Oracle Gem. After all, it could be said to be a life-changing thing for all cultivators. However, the man in the crystal mask who came to select talents for the sect did not swallow the Oracle Gem privately, but let Yi Feng swallow it. It can be seen from this that the man with the spar mask must have an extremely stable personality, and he will never break his promise easily if he says something or promises something. "Okay, let's go on." The man in the crystal mask turned his head to the side, gestured to Fairy Tianxiang, and then continued to look at Yi Feng, apparently becoming more interested in him. "Yi Feng, thank you very much." Emperor Xuan came to Yi Feng's side and said gratefully, "Senior, you don't have to be polite. xuanhuan was injured because of me. Now it's my duty to ask for the Holy Spring for her." Yi Feng said with a chuckle. "It's a good thing you have a conscience." Behind them, Xue Feifei and Feng Quang breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, Xue Feifei interjected unwillingly, but was pulled behind by Immortal Xue Huang, covering her mouth. "Now, Yi Feng has just obtained the Holy Land Spirit Spring for xuanhuan, and he has done his best. No matter from which point of view, they have no reason to criticize Yi Feng. As for Yu Luo's death, it really had nothing to do with Yi Feng. If he wanted to blame, he could only blame the insidiousness of the 8-Dragon Demon clan. But this time, the 8-Dragon Demon clan had already suffered heavy losses. Even the strongest blood sword of the younger generation was killed by Yi Feng, which could be regarded as indirectly avenging part of Yu Luo's revenge. Of course, Yu Luo's death would never be forgotten by the 4 hall masters of the monster-slaying hall. As long as they seize the opportunity, the 4 of them will never let go of any chance to attack the 8-dragon demons. At the referee's seat, Fairy Tianxiang nodded after hearing what the man in the spar mask said, and was about to announce Yi Feng as the reward for the 2nd place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition. She turned her head, looked at Yi Feng, smiled softly and said, "The reward for the 2nd place in the Eastern Territory martial arts competition. I believe you will be very interested. Look carefully, it's this thing." As her words fell, everyone's attention was focused on Fairy Tianxiang. However, Fairy Tianxiang waved her bare hand, but nothing appeared in her hand. Instead, from a building in Wuya Valley behind her, a radiant fairy sail suddenly flew up. Liuguang Xian Fan, the ultimate super god-level magic weapon, and it is a special magic weapon. It is the final reward for the 2nd place in this Eastern Region martial arts competition. As soon as Fairy Tianxiang introduced her, everyone felt a sense of envy in their hearts. Flowing fairy sail. It turned out to be a top-grade super god-level magic weapon, or a special type of magic weapon, much more precious than ordinary swords, guns, swords, and halberds. This year's Eastern Region martial arts competition, the rewards for the 1st and 2nd place are really unexpected. Any request, Liuguang Xian Fan, no matter what it is, can make a cultivator's future cultivation journey smoother. Needless to say, any request, you can make a request to supplement your current deficiencies and improve yourself to a higher level. As for the flowing immortal sail, its mobility is extremely powerful, and it can even directly shatter the void. The void in the upper clear sky is much stronger than the space in the lower clear sky. Even if you understand the spatial laws of the lower clear sky, you may not be able to teleport a few miles away after arriving in the upper clear sky. And this Liuguang Xian Fan, as a top-grade super god-level magic weapon, and has not yet produced a spiritual existence, it is self-evident what it means to a cultivator. The flowing light fairy sail can easily penetrate the void. With the flowing light fairy sail, even between the Eastern Tiancheng and the Holy Tianzhou, etc., you can shuttle freely, and it doesn't take much time. Fairy Tianxiang smiled and explained, generally speaking, only those who are close to the level of the Emperor Nidian can have such a means of transportation. From this, we can see how precious this Liuguang Xian Fan is. Even Yi Feng was shocked by the scene. He raised his head, and saw a huge fairy sail in the sky, stretching across the sky, completely covering the sunlight, and only casting a huge shadow in Wuya City. This fairy sail, just looking at its shape, is as big as a city on the earth, covering the sky and covering the sun, shining brightly. It is not ordinary at first glance. Hey, if you take this fairy sail and return to the earth, wouldn't you scare everyone to death? Yi Feng thought about it, but soon he thought of a very important question, and asked Fairy Tianxiang, "By the way, Senior Tianxiang, can this Liuguang Xian Fan freely go to the lower realm?" "Of course you can, but if you want to go to the lower realm, you must remember a rule, that is, you must not disclose any information about our world. This is a rule recognized by the entire Shangqingshan, do you know?" Fairy Tianxiang said solemnly. "You can go to the lower realm." Yi Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, he doesn't need to comprehend the power of the void into a law before he can go back and visit other people. No wonder Fairy Tianxiang couldn't help laughing when she heard Yue Yuan's request to go back to the lower realm just now. It turned out that there was still this Liuguang Xian Fan. "Now, you board Xian Fan and have a look." With a wave of her hand, Fairy Tianxiang took Yi Feng and flew up towards the radiant fairy sail in the air, and soon flew above the fairy sail. Yifeng followed the figure of Fairy Tianxiang upwards, and as the sun covered by the fairy's sail hit his face again, what he saw was a streamer fairy's sail as big as a city, appearing in front of his eyes. The deck alone is tens of miles long, and the entire fairy sail cannot be seen from the bow to the stern at a glance. This fairy sail is like a city. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Good. Fairy Tianxiang nodded while smiling wryly. However, the seniors who forged this Liuguang Xian fan didn't expect that there would be a problem in this way. That is, there is no magic weapon for storage that can store Liuguang Xian fan in it. The key is not because the Liuguang Xian fan is huge, but because many parts of the Liuguang Xian fan are powered by sealed monsters. Those monsters are all living creatures. Only in this way can such a big fairy sail be driven operation. Storage space is generally not able to accommodate living things. So far, Yifeng has only seen a storage space that can accommodate living things. That is, the bloodstone space he owns. Fairy Tianxiang was talking to Yifeng that there is no magic weapon that can contain Liuguang Xian fan, while observing Yifeng's expression. After all, it would be too inconvenient if such a huge streamer fairy sail could not be stored as a magic weapon. It's not that it's inconvenient to carry, but it's too conspicuous. If you want to carry out some low-key actions, it's obviously inappropriate to carry Liuguang Xian fan. No matter where you go, this Liuguang Xian fan will definitely be the focus of everyone around you. Even in the sanctuary Tianzhou, it's the same. Because of this, no one has been willing to take over this Liuguang Xian fan since it was created, and it is not bad to use it as a reward for the second place in the Eastern region martial arts. After all, in terms of its own value, it is more than enough as a reward for the second place, or as a champion reward. It doesn't matter, I have a magic weapon for storage, and I can capture this streamer fairy sail. After hearing what Fairy Tianxiang said, Yifeng smiled slightly. There is a way? Fairy Tianxiang was taken aback for a moment. How can this be? Even the heaven-defying immortal emperor of the sanctuary Tianzhou, there must be no way to send living things into the storage space. Yifeng, did you not hear clearly? Fairy Tianxiang smiled wryly and said, there are a total of 28 beasts in 4 directions on this streamer sail, as the source of power for it to travel through space, and these 28 beasts in 4 directions are all living creatures. I heard you right. Yifeng smiled lightly, and then he waved his hand to expand the entrance of the bloodstone space. In just a blink of an eye, the entire Liuguang Xian fan was collected by Yifeng into the bloodstone space. This bloodstone space is a storage magic weapon made for him by the seniors of Dragon Sword Immortal Palace. Although it is only the Blood Soul Dragon that is clearing the sky, when the Blood Soul Dragon made this bloodstone, it must have used Immortal World Yu Qingtian's prohibition method. This is a means that no one in Shangqingshan can have, and it is a means that truly comes from the fairy world. Because of this, the bloodstone space can hold living things. When Liuguang Xian fan disappeared from the sky and the sun shines on the earth again, everyone in Wuya City was stunned. Such a big streamer fairy sail disappeared all of a sudden? Especially some immortal emperors who knew that there were 28 beasts in the 4 directions as the source of power in Liuguang Xian fan, they all couldn't believe it as if they had seen a ghost. Yifeng, actually able to put the flowing light sail with living things into the storage space? How can this be? Beside Yifeng, Fairy Tianxiang was also completely stunned. You, really, beyond people's expectations. Fairy Tianxiang froze for 2 seconds before finally speaking. Well enough. Yifeng smiled, and then asked, by the way, Senior Tianxiang, you said that there are 28 beasts in 4 directions on this Liuguang fairy sail as the source of power. What's going on with these 28 beasts in 4 directions? Hearing Yifeng's question, Fairy Tianxiang came back to her senses and explained, 28 beasts in 4 directions, divided into 4 directions, 7 monsters in each direction, a total of 28 monsters. The Dongfang Qinglong is the core of Liuguang Xianfan. The 7 monsters have all comprehended the law of void and time and space. They can make Liuguang Xianfan shuttle through the void, and can create acceleration space or deceleration space. The Western White Tiger controls the attack of Liuguang Xianfan. The 7 powerful monsters master various attack laws and gather together to break through the defenses of ordinary immortal emperors. Northern Xuanwu, the 7-headed monsters master all kinds of defensive laws. This is the strongest part of Liuguang Xianfan. Even if it is the attack of the heaven-defying immortal emperor, the 7-headed monsters can resist it for a short period of time. In addition, the Southern Suzaku and the 7 monsters all master various laws of fire. You can make alchemy and weapons in it, which is very convenient. Immediately afterwards, Fairy Tianxiang smiled wryly again. However, there is another trouble, that the food intake of these 28 beasts is not small, and what they eat are all natural materials that can improve the cultivation level and the upper limit of cultivation level. Treasures, or some fragments of broken rules in the small world, rule crystals, etc., can also be used. After Yi Feng heard these words, he immediately stayed on the spot. Originally, he thought that with this flowing light fairy sail, he would be able to travel to the world, fly to the sky and escape from the ground, and be omnipotent. But I didn't expect that these 28 beasts in all directions, which are the power source of Liuguang Xianfan, turned out to be big eaters. Eat natural treasures? Eat rule shards? Crystallization of rules? Originally, Yi Feng had quite a lot, but now, his body is empty. He couldn't help asking, then, Senior Tianxiang, are the 28 beasts in the 4 directions already full? Fairy Tianxiang shook her head when she heard this. They have been starving for hundreds of years. Hearing this answer, what else could Yi Feng say? I can only go to the side and cry. It is conceivable that those monsters imprisoned in the Liuguang Xianfan must be very irritable. Although it is impossible to hurt him as the master, it is definitely very difficult for him to order these monsters. It would be better if he had enough natural treasures, rule fragments, etc., for these monsters to eat, and he could even quickly draw closer to them. But now, young Master Yi, don't worry. Seeing that Yi Feng's expression was very bad, Fairy Tianxiang quickly said, as the 2nd place in the Eastern Region martial arts competition, we, together with Liuguang Xianfan, will reward you with some treasures of heaven and earth. Together, they can increase a cultivator's cultivation base by 2,000 years. Oh? When Yi Feng heard it, he immediately showed joy. It seems that Tianxiang Fairy still has a conscience. This is a treasure of heaven and earth that can improve 2,000 years of cultivation. It should be enough for Liuguang Xianfan's 28 monsters to eat for a long time, right? No, probably, it's only enough for the Azure Dragon and the 7 beasts to eat a meal, and then travel through the void. Fairy Tianxiang shook her head and said. Yi Feng was instantly shocked and sad. The treasures of heaven and earth, which are enough to improve the cultivation level of 2,000 years, can only be eaten by the green dragon and 7 beasts. Can only travel through the void once? So if he wanted to make the entire Liuguang Xianfan operate normally and continuously, wouldn't he need countless treasures from heaven and earth? Countless crystallization of rules? Rule fragments? This is simply a scam. Yi Feng's heart is bleeding. Now he finally knew why the Liuguang Xianfan, which seemed so powerful and useful, was used as a reward for the 2nd place in the Eastern Region martial arts. With such 28 food-eating monsters as the source of power, who can afford to support this Liuguang Xianfan? Even Yi Feng probably can only temporarily store it in the bloodstone space, and cannot use it for the time being. Alright, Mr. Yi. Don't you still have a key to the secret hall of our Tianxiang restaurant? Seeing Yi Feng's frustration, Fairy Tianxiang couldn't help comforting her and said, if you want, you can exchange the key with me. I can give you some natural treasures, or rule fragments, crystallization, how about it? There is only one chapter today. After going out for a day, I have a really unbearable headache. If I don't rest, I'm afraid I will die suddenly. Hearing what Fairy Tianxiang said, Yi Feng shook his head. Forget it, there should be a lot of good things in the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant, and there are even fragments of the heavenly light mirror. If I only choose some regular fragments, the treasures of heaven and earth, wouldn't the loss be too great? While talking, he thought in his heart that this flowing light fairy sail should be put away for now, and it will not be too late to use it when he gets more treasures of heaven and earth, and rule fragments. Although Fairy Tianxiang said that she would give him the treasures of heaven and earth that could improve his cultivation for 2,000 years, but that was only enough for the 7 green dragon monsters to eat for one meal. He still wants to participate in the covenant against the heavens, but he doesn't want to go back to the lower realm and be unable to go up, that would be too sad. He put away the Liuguang Xian fan, and returned to the crowd of the Fairy Demon City camp under the eyes of everyone. At this time, of course, he was a little curious about the 28 beasts on the Liuguang Xian fan, but now was not a good time for him to visit those 28 monsters. Not to mention so many people in the arena, just the 28 monsters, each of which is hungry. It is obviously inappropriate for him to visit now. At least, you have to wait until you get enough treasures from heaven, material, and earth, so that you can give those monsters a good impression. Only in this way, can you step on Liuguang Xianfan better in the future. After handing out Yi Feng as the reward for the second place in the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition, immediately after, Fairy Tianxiang announced the rewards for the other contestants. As long as the contestants entered the finals, they had already received a super god-level magic weapon as a reward. And this final reward, only the last top 16 can get it. Xie Xianyu, who ranked third, got a crystal pendant, which seemed to be a top-quality super god-level magic weapon. As for what it was useful for, no one else knew. After all, things like crystal pendants are small in size, unlike Liuguang Xianfan, which is sure to catch people's attention as soon as it appears. After the rewards were distributed, the top 3 had almost all obtained a top-grade super god-level magic weapon. And from the 4th place onwards, the rewards are not so good. Duan Xiao in 4th place, Natural Disaster in 5th place, and Emperor Death Zone in 6th place all got only one high-grade super god-level magic weapon. Then Qing Xian, who was in 7th place, Ying, who was in 8th place, and Tong, who was in 9th place, all got a rule core from Shang Qingshan. The core of the rules is an existence that goes far beyond the rule fragments and rule crystallization levels, and is the essence of rules condensed in a small world. Generally speaking, if one comprehends all the power in the core of a rule, it is enough for a cultivator to directly comprehend a rule. Of course, the role of the core of the rules is definitely not comparable to that of the top-grade super god-level magic weapon, because the top-grade super god-level magic weapon already contains very strong various forces. If the talent is enough, even from the top-grade super god-level magic weapon, you can comprehend enough powerful law power, and the magic weapon itself will not be destroyed, but can enhance the combat effectiveness of the immortal cultivator. The next 10th place also got a rule core, but from the 11th to the 16th place, they only got the middle-grade super god-level magic weapon, which was dropped by another level. It is worth mentioning that Ying, the 8th-ranked woman in this Eastern Region martial arts tournament, is a disciple of Huan who cultivates the power of illusion. Now, she actually appeared in the Fairy Demon City camp. From now on, Ying will follow Huan and live in the Fairy Demon City together. Huan obviously wanted to introduce Ying to his son Tong, but it was a pity that Tong only had cultivation in his mind now, and Ying didn't know anything about Tong either. The most important thing is that in this Eastern Region martial arts contest, Tong ranked one place lower than Ying, which made Ying feel a little contemptuous of Tong. It seems that it is not something that can be done in a short while to bring the two together. The final rewards for the finals of the Eastern Region Martial Arts Competition have been distributed, and this year's Eastern Region Martial Arts competition has finally come to a successful conclusion. At the end of the martial arts meeting, everyone naturally started to disperse. We're going back to Fairy Demon City first, Yi Feng, how about you? Nidian Immortal Emperor Lian, from Immortal Demon City, turned around and asked Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng swallowed the Oracle Gem, so that she failed to achieve her original goal this trip, but she earned a request from the spar-masked man, it's not too bad. For Yi Feng, Lian still admired him very much. I'll go to the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant with Senior Tianxiang first, and then I should prepare to break into the ancient killing formation and get the qualification to participate in the covenant against the heavens. Yi Feng replied. In that case, let me reincarnate with you. Lian said lightly, he should not be far away from the 2 words of guarding the sky, and the talent of the twin centipedes has almost awakened, so you should be able to give it a try. Yi Feng nodded upon hearing this, and then glanced at Samsara beside him. Since reincarnation, it is still that stiff face, without a trace of expression. As for Lian's orders, Samsara of course obeyed, and this move, maybe Lian wanted to keep track of Yi Feng's movements, so he arranged Samsara to follow Yi Feng together. Regarding this, Yi Feng had no objection. Anyway, he wasn't going to do anything that would endanger Lian. The only thing he needed to do next was to improve himself, and then break through the ancient killing formation and participate in the covenant against the heavens. For the covenant against the sky, he has been looking forward to it for a long time, and he doesn't know what kind of occasion it will be. What will he encounter in the covenant against the sky? Then let's go first, Yi Xiaoyu, take care of yourself, and come to Fairy Demon City, to see more when you have time. Qi and Huan walked together, turned around and said to Yi Feng with a smile. Senior, go well, I will definitely go if I have the opportunity. Yi Feng also said with a smile. Don't lie to me, or I will find you one day, and I will haunt you every day from then on. The little fox demon Qingxin waved her fist and said threateningly. Yi Feng expressed his doubts. This little fox, could it be that he fell in love with him, and still pestered him every day? He never thought that he would be jumping around with a little fox demon. Seeing Yi Feng's embarrassment, the little fox demon giggled, then turned around and left without saying a word. Yi Feng, you take care. At this time, Zi Lian, a girl from the Star Refining Tower, felt a little restrained when facing Yi Feng, because she suddenly realized that the distance between her and Yi Feng was very, very far. With Yi Feng's talent, he was able to break into the ancient killing formation and participate in the covenant against the sky. A covenant against the heavens, Zi Lian might not be qualified to participate in such a grand event in her entire life. Yi Feng saw the loneliness in her eyes, and couldn't help comforting him. Zi Lian, take care too. There are many things in this world other than cultivation. Even for me, cultivation is far from everything. My practice is to protect the important people around me. For this purpose, no matter how dangerous and difficult it is, I will persevere. Well, then, goodbye. Zi Lian looked at Yi Feng with nostalgia, although she said goodbye, but in her heart, she felt that she and Yi Feng would never see each other again. Yi Feng will stay in Wuya City, and everyone else in Fairy Demon City will naturally have to go back to Fairy Demon City. After Zi Lian said goodbye to Yi Feng, she followed Lian and left. It seems to know that Yi Feng and Zi Lian have some relationship, pity, and now she is taking good care of Zi Lian. Zi Lian's achievements in the future should not be low. At least, she is much better than staying in a place like the Star Refining Tower. Qi and Huan, as well as Tong Hang, Little Fox Demon Qing Xian and others, followed Lian and went back to Fairy Demon City on a ghost demon boat. In addition to this, the 4 hall masters of the Monster Slaying Hall also sent out the flying magic weapon, the big cattail fan, for the remaining monks of the Monster Slashing Hall and Fairy Monster City to climb on it. Sacred Domain Lingquan, I will deliver it to Fairy Demon City as agreed. The crystal stone masked man unknowingly came to Yi Feng's side, the corner of his exposed mouth was slightly raised, and he transmitted his voice to xuanhuan on the big cattail fan. Thank you, Senior. Wearing white clothes, xuanhuan looked at Yi Feng with a strange emotion in her eyes. Thank you, young Master Yi. Goodbye. Yi Feng smiled and waved his hand casually, not paying attention. He didn't regret exchanging the condition of being the first place in the martial arts competition in the eastern region in exchange for the spiritual spring in the sanctuary. On the contrary, he untied a knot in his heart. If not, he would always have the sanctuary spirit spring in his heart, which would not be a good thing for cultivation. Seeing that Yi Feng's eyes did not have the slightest nostalgia, xuanhuan was a little disappointed, but she still smiled politely, then turned and walked into the crowd of monks in the Monster Slayer Hall. Yi Xiaoyu, it seems that you have made a lot of confidant friends in Fairy Demon City during this time. The man in the spar mask was beside Yi Feng, and said with a smile. Senior joked. Yi Feng smiled lightly and didn't care. Fairy Demon City, at most, can only be regarded as a small stop on his way of cultivating immortality. He is destined not to stop in Fairy Demon City more. Now that we are separated from everyone in Fairy Demon City, if we want to meet again in the future, I am afraid that there will not be many chances. However, Yi Feng didn't pay much attention to it. On the contrary, he missed the girls who were still on the earth more. How is that gentle girl in memory, Su Menghan, doing now? How about that mature woman, Xiaoyu, who was always dressed in red like a flower, now? How much does the lively and strong Long Water cultivate now? Where is that elegant and pure woman, Lin Shiqing? In addition to these 4 women who have a close relationship with Yi Feng, there are other people who are also concerned about his heart. Master Su Feiying, is she still as indifferent as before? Is the innocent girl Zi Jianlan still as uninvolved in the world as before? Shu Shu, Yuechan, Zhang Xinyun, Shao Qi. Wait a few girls, what's going on now? In addition, there are mother, Tang Qingling, grandfather, Tang Xiefeng, and grandfather, Yi Wendian. Scar, Nanfeng, Zhao Ling Chen, Li Jibua, Yang Shuning. Too many people, have not seen for too long. Thinking about it, Yi Feng's nose became a little pantothenic. He really wanted to go back and have a look. However, he couldn't go back when he was sure that the earth was absolutely safe. The covenant against the sky is coming, and he must go all out. In the whole journey of cultivation, if you don't advance, you will retreat. He, Yi Feng, must climb to the top, at least, to the level where he can protect everyone around him. Even in Xia Qingshan, the strongest has the realm of Immortal King. Now Yi Feng is nothing in Xia Qingshan, let alone in Shang Qingshan, and even Yu Qingshan in the fairy world. If Yi Feng doesn't want to see his relatives and friends killed by the strong in the future, then he must work hard now. Yi Feng, are you not going back this time? The soft and beautiful woman Yuelong came to Yi Feng's side and asked in a soft voice. Well, I won't be going back for the time being, who made Liuguang Xianfan unusable for the time being. Yi Feng smiled regretfully. Well, then I'm going back first. I want to see my father, my brother, and other relatives. It's been a long time since I saw them, and I don't know how they are doing. Yu Yuan said apologetically. If she could choose, of course she would not want to leave Yi Feng, but she also knew that Yi Feng was about to participate in the covenant against the heavens, and this was a level she could not reach for the time being. Perhaps, when she stepped into the realm of the Immortal King, perhaps after becoming the Immortal Emperor, it is possible that due to the improvement of the realm, the improvement of talent would be accompanied by the improvement of her talent, and she would eventually achieve the reputation of defying the sky. But now, it is impossible for Yue Yuan to break through the ancient killing formation. Those who can break through the ancient killing formations in the realm of becoming immortals, or even in the realm of attaining Taoism, and achieve the reputation of defying the heavens, probably have never appeared in the entire Shang Qingshan. heaven-defying people in the realm of immortal kings appear from time to time, but this is the first time someone like Yi Feng appears. From the importance attached to Yi Feng by the spar-masked man, it can be seen how rare his talent is in Shangqingshan. The talent of a cultivator represents the speed of comprehension of power, fairy art, black art, and whether he can comprehend forbidden art. After reaching the peak of cultivation base, if you want to become stronger, you can only rely on your talent to comprehend more power, fairy art, black art, and even forbidden art. The stronger the talent, the higher the achievement in the future. The man in the spar mask is even looking forward to it. Of course, what kind of achievements Yi Feng will have after he becomes the immortal emperor. I will definitely go to the legendary fairyland. The spar-masked man thought in his heart. Yuqing Tian in the immortal realm, in the eyes of the top powerhouses in Shangqingshan, of course, exists with certainty, and there have also been many powerhouses in Shangqingshan who have already gone to Yuqingshan in the fairyland. After everyone from Fairy Demon City and people from other forces left one after another, Wuya City finally returned to desertion. Of course, as the only city at the entrance of the Wuya Valley sect, there are already a lot of practitioners in Wuya City. At this moment, it is just returning to the way it was before. A grand event came to an end. But Yi Feng's matter is not finished yet. Fairy Tianxiang and Xie Xianyu came to Yi Feng with Piafei. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Yi Feng, you are very strong. I am very happy to fight with you. Xie Xianyu flew over and said with a light smile. The same as you. Yi Feng laughed. The covenant against the sky, I really want to try it, but it's a pity that my talent is not enough to break through the ancient killing formation. Xie Xianyu said with some regret. Although she was able to almost draw with Yi Feng, it was because her cultivation had reached 12,000 years and she had already become a fairy. As for Yi Feng, his cultivation base was only 6,000 years old, which was twice as bad. The talents of the two are still far apart. With your talent, at most, you will be able to participate in the realm of the immortal king. Yi Feng smiled and said, then, we won't be able to wait for long. It's a pity that I have to miss it with you. Xie Xianyu brushed her hair lightly, and said with a little regret. Don't be afraid of missing something, just be afraid of making mistakes. On the journey of cultivating immortals, the word stability is the most important thing. Yi Feng sighed, if it wasn't for the God Control pill, I wouldn't want to go to the ancient killing formation right now. After all, I only have one life. Good luck. When Xie Xianyu heard the words, his heart was awe-inspiring, and he could only say so. Okay, let's go to the secret hall first. Yi Feng, you still have a key that you haven't used. Now, go to the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant, and carefully choose the reward you want. Fairy Tianxiang interjected with a smile, and then looked at Yue Yuan. There is still Yue Yuan, you come with me too. I will send you to the lower realm first. Following Fairy Tianxiang, Yi Feng and Yue Yuan soon arrived at Tianxiang restaurant. As soon as they came here, Yi Feng and Yue Yuan looked at each other, causing Yue Yuan to turn her head in embarrassment. Thinking back then, she tricked Yi Feng here to drink the heavenly perfume together, which made the two of them bond. She couldn't help but blush a little. Yi Feng, on the other hand, smiled softly, and hugged Yue Yuan's delicate body in his arms. Don't think too much. In fact, before I reached Shangqingshan, your father took me captive to Yue Yuan world, and forcibly take me in as a son-in-law. What? Yue Yuan heard the words, she was shocked, her eyes were full of disbelief. My father, he took you captive to Yue Yuan world? Yeah, and forced me to get engaged to you. Yi Feng spread his hands, expressing helplessness. My father, he is really too much. Yue Yuan looks a little angry on the surface, but deep in her heart is sweet, thinking to herself, it's still her father who understands herself best. This is a beautiful job. She was also afraid that when she returned to the world of Yue Yuan and saw her father, Emperor Xingyue, the other party would arrange for her some kind of husband-in-law, which would be troublesome. Now hearing what Yifeng said, her father already knew that she had feelings for Yifeng. Of course, it was also thanks to Yueyuan leaving Yifeng with her mother's relic, otherwise Emperor Xingyue and her brother Yu Jitian would not have known that she had feelings for Yifeng. Okay, you two, stop flirting, too. Fairy Tianxiang walked ahead, while Xie Xianyu had already picked a seat in Tianxiang restaurant and was about to rest for a while. Yifeng, come, I will take you to the secret hall, corresponding to the key you got. Fairy Tianxiang said, waved her hand, and led Yifeng towards the depths of Tianxiang restaurant. As for Yu Yuan, he could only sit with Xie Xianyu in the restaurant, chatting while resting. Sister Yu, are you old acquaintance with Yifeng? Xie Xianyu was very interested in Yifeng, sitting alone with Yu Yuan at this time. Of course he would not waste this good opportunity to inquire about the news. I've known each other since we were in the lower realms. In fact, it's not too long. Yu Yuan is a little wary of Xie Xianyu, but Fairy Tianxiang takes good care of Yu Yuan, and Xie Xianyu is Yu Yuan's daughter, so it shouldn't be against her. As for things related to Yifeng, even Yu Yuan herself didn't know about it. I only know a little about him, but I didn't know why at the beginning, but I was attracted by him. Yu Yuan smiled lightly and said, until now, I still don't know where he came from and what his life was like before. If you want to ask me about him, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Hearing this, Xie Xianyu couldn't help being a little surprised. You don't know his past, how can you trust him so much? What if he had a wife before, what should you do? I didn't think about it, at least now, I can be with him, can't I? Yu Yuan asked back. It won't be soon. Xie Xianyu said with a hint of meaning. That's just a temporary separation. Yu Yuan looks very open. Uncertain. Xie Xianyu smiled and shook his head. The covenant against the heavens is too dangerous. You may not know that my aunt Tianxiang is actually an immortal emperor who has achieved the heavens. She was able to break through the ancient killing formation, but I don't know how many people who died in the covenant against the sky. My aunt, I don't want to go to die. The covenant against the sky, what exactly is it? Hearing this, Yu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Originally she had great confidence in Yifeng, but now she became a little shaken. That's right, although Yifeng's talent is extremely high, how many people who can participate in the covenant against the sky are not talented against the sky? Regarding the covenant against the heavens, Yifeng didn't know anything at all, so if he went to participate with his eyes darkened, would he be tricked? For example, the immortal palace where the spar-masked man is, as well as Nidian immortal Emperor Lian, Mia Daozi, Zhu Tian, Suotsanglong, etc. These, everyone has lived for too long, whether it is combat experience or understanding of the covenant against the sky, they are much more than Yifeng. Yifeng, can he really stand out from so many people? It is said that there were more than 300 people in the entire upper realm participating in the last covenant against the sky, but less than half of them survived in the end. You can imagine how dangerous the covenant against the sky is. Xie Xianyu chuckled, and continued, including Mia Daozi, it was because of danger that he saved his life, and almost couldn't come back. As for Lian, it's quite powerful, but he didn't get it in the covenant against the sky. What a big deal. How did you know this? After hearing so much, Yu Yuan became a little curious. I'm from Tianzhou, the sanctuary, so I've heard more about it than you. Xie Xianyu said that she was not showing off, but telling a fact. If you say that there are 20 heaven-defying immortal emperors in your entire eastern region Tianchang, then there are more than 200 heaven-defying immortal emperors in the sanctuary Tianzhou. From this, you should know that the cultivation environment of sanctuary Tianzhou is much better than that of eastern Tianchang, and all kinds of news are much more well-informed. I see. Yu Yuan suddenly realized that this Xie Xianyu came from Tianzhou, the sanctuary. It seems that she came to participate in the martial arts meeting in the eastern region just to try to get the oracle gem, but unfortunately, she was snatched by Yifeng in the end. At this time, a figure with a stiff face walked into Tianxiang restaurant. It was from Reincarnation. Lian ordered to follow Yifeng from Reincarnation, and he also came here, waiting for Yifeng, and go to the ancient killing formation together. As long as he breaks through the ancient killing formation, he has achieved a reputation against the sky since his reincarnation, and he can participate in the covenant against the sky, so please help me. Regarding self-reincarnation, Yuan and Xiaoshanyu ignored it, but continued to talk about some things about the covenant against the sky. All of these will be of great help to Yifeng's upcoming trip to the heaven-defying covenant. Some experiences may save Yifeng from danger and save his life. At this time, Yifeng followed Tianxiang ferry all the way to the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant. Soon, the two came to the depths of Tianxiang restaurant. Immediately, Fairy Tianxiang smiled softly, waved her hand, and a wave of void loss power enveloped Yifeng. Now, I will send you into the secret hall. You can enter it according to the key you hold. After Fairy Tianxiang finished speaking, Yifeng felt that he was transported to another unique space. I remember that the key I hold is exactly the same as what Xiaoshanyu got. I don't know what's in that secret palace. Yifeng was full of expectations. Immediately, he found himself in an ancient palace, surrounded by mottled stone walls of ancient monuments. Dozens of secret palace gates appeared in front of him. At this time, he has to choose a secret hall door to enter it according to the key in his hand. Yifeng's key is engraved with a bright star pattern, which looks extremely bright and brilliant. As soon as he came to this ancient palace, he felt that there seemed to be some kind of power in the dark, which was attracting the star pattern on the key and guiding his progress at the same time. Soon, he followed the guidance and came to the gate of a secret hall engraved with stars. That's the door. Yifeng raised his head and saw that the gate was tens of meters high. Standing in front of this gate, he looked like a dwarf. Of course, it wasn't the first time he had seen a huge door. He soared into the air, and inserted the key in his hand, which was shining brightly with stars, into the keyhole at once. Immediately, a burst of starlight shone out, covering Yifeng's entire body. He only felt that the space around him was in chaos, and then he was sent to another space by the burst of starlight. This space seems to have an endless void, with countless stars shining in all directions, as if they are far away, but also seem to be very close. Yifeng felt that there were a few stars that seemed within his reach, but when he stretched out his hand, he found that there was still a weird distance between those stars and him. A cross. What are these stars? Yifeng frowned slightly. After entering the secret hall, what he saw was different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't there be all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures, or super god-level magic weapons in this secret hall? How could it be nothingness, shining with the stars? Where is his choice? Just as he was thinking this way, a voice that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly came into his mind. Young man, congratulations, coming here, you are close to the true origin of this world. The voice seemed a little old, but what he said was very powerful. The truest source of this world? Who is the senior? Yifeng's spiritual thoughts spread around. The father of Laosher Tianxiang, the previous head of Wuya Valley. That old voice continued to enter Yifeng's mind, making him startled. The father of Fairy Tianxiang? The previous head of Endless Valley? Didn't he say he was already dead? It will appear in this secret palace. Don't be surprised, the old man has been dead for many years, but he buried a trace of consciousness in one of the stars in the space of this secret hall, and it survived forever in ancient times. The old voice said lightly. The stars here, can people's consciousness last forever? Yifeng frowned slightly, raised his head, and looked around, but he couldn't see anything special about these stars. That's natural. These stars were obtained by the old man from the chaotic Taiching sky when he was in the covenant against the sky. The old voice said, moreover, some of these stars still retain the consciousness of the ancient Taiqing gods, which are extremely precious. Taiqing god? Yi Feng was even more surprised. Taiqingshan, isn't that a higher world than Yuqingshan in the fairy world? Could it be that the covenant against the sky is going to the chaotic Taiqingshan? Even Yi Feng, now the highest contact, is only the two great strengths of Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, Jiangya and Tian Ting. And this previous head of Wuya Valley actually came into contact with Taiqingshan. Of course, I also knew from the consciousness of the Taiqing gods left in these stars that I was going to the Taiqing heaven that had turned into chaos. The old voice continued, young man, since you are here, choose a star from among them. If you are lucky, the vague consciousness of the Taiqing god still remains in the star. It must be a good thing for you to participate in the covenant against the heavens. Useful. Senior knows that I am going to the covenant against the heavens? Yi Feng was surprised. That's natural. If you are not qualified to go to the covenant against the sky, how can my daughter let you come here? There was a hint of emotion in the old voice. So far, I still can't forget the chaotic Taiqing heaven. I will lose my life in it. Senior, what is going on? Taiqingshan, why is there such chaos? The more Yi Feng listened, the more confused he became. You ask me, who should I ask? At that time, we just went to a crack in the space of Taiqingshan, and we didn't see the wider Taiqingshan at all. There was regret in the old voice. For the covenant against the heavens, the participants are not only the heaven-defying immortal cultivators of the Shangqingshan, but also the powerhouses of the fairy world. The last time the heaven-defying covenant, a total of more than 300 people participated in the Shangqingshan, but in the fairy world, more than 30,000 people went to explore together in the space crack of Taiqingshan. Immortal world, Yuqing Tian. Yi Feng's face changed. This heaven-defying covenant is not just a matter of the heavens? Even the heaven-defying immortal Emperor Yuqing Tian from the immortal realm will enter it. In this way, the pressure of competition is indeed huge. Now, it's up to you to pick a star. The old voice seemed to be struggling. My energy is limited, so I can't talk too much, so hurry up and pick a star, and I'll fetch it for you. Yi Feng's heart trembled, and he looked around. There are at least hundreds of stars in this empty space. Among these hundreds of stars, some are bright and some are dim. From the surface, it is impossible to tell which star will. There is the residual consciousness of the Taiqing god. Then choose this one. Yi Feng pointed at one of the dim stars. Although this star was dim and dull, those dim rays of light vaguely condensed into the shape of a sword, which made him feel kind. As soon as his voice fell, that dim star seemed to have traveled through an endless period of time and space, and came to him in an instant. This is an incomparably huge star, even comparable to the sun, but the flames on the surface have long been extinguished and become dim. Here you are, the star chain. Following the old voice, a small piece of rusty iron lock came to Yi Feng and fell into his hands. Yi Feng's heart moved, and he threw the star chain towards the huge star. Immediately, I saw that the entire star shrunk sharply, and was immediately trapped by the star chains. That small piece of rusty star chain was immediately hung with a dim little star, like a jewel necklace, and returned to Yi Feng's hands. This chain of stars is the treasure that the old man obtained in the Taiqing heaven. Every small piece can lock a star. The old voice made Yi Feng finally know the origin of these stars. It turned out that after the previous head of Wuya Valley obtained the star chain in the Taiqing heaven, he used the star chain to bring out the stars in the Taiqing heaven. After getting that dim star, Yi Feng was sent out of that vast and empty space. Unexpectedly, above Yuqingshan in the fairy world, Taiqingshan turned out to be a piece of chaos, and the covenant against the sky is going to the chaotic Taiqingshan, or with countless heaven-defying monks in the fairyland. Yi Feng felt a lot of emotion, opened his eyes again, and found that he had returned to Tianxiang restaurant. Looking around, she saw Yuan and Xiaxinyu having a passionate chat, while the man with a stiff face, Samsara, was sitting alone on the other side, thinking about something. When Yifeng's figure appeared, the three people's eyes lit up. Yifeng, you're out. With a smile on Yuanxiao's face, she stood up and greeted her. Yifeng nodded, and saw the beautiful figure of Fairy Tianxiang appearing beside her. How is it? How is the harvest? Fairy Tianxiang smiled softly. Do not know yet. Yifeng spread his hands, in fact it was the same. He didn't know if there was any residual consciousness of the so-called Tai Ching god among the dim stars locked by the star chains. If not, then going to the secret hall of Tianxiang restaurant is probably a big loss this time. What's the use of just getting a dim star? Then I won't bother you. There are many guest rooms in the restaurant. You can choose one of your own and stay here for now. Fairy Tianxiang smiled slightly. When the covenant against heaven is about to start, I will send you all to enter the ancient killing formation. After finishing speaking, she glanced at Samsara. Senior Samsara, Senior Lian has told me to take you with me when the time comes. As for these days, you should stay in the restaurant first. Why call me senior? Your strength is stronger than mine. Samsara said with a stiff face. When Yifeng heard this, he was taken aback for a moment. Since his reincarnation was close to the strength of the immortal Emperor Nidian, he actually said that the strength of Tianxiang Fairy is stronger than him? Doesn't that mean that the current Tianxiang Fairy is already the immortal Emperor against heaven? Unexpectedly, Fairy Tianxiang was hiding so deeply this day. Senior Samsara, my perception is really sharp, far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. You must know that even our head of Wuya Valley, Nie Daozi, can't see my true strength. Fairy Tianxiang pursed her lips and smiled. My body is a twin centipede, and I have a very keen sense of danger. Samsara said stiffly. It is precisely because of this that he was able to escape the pursuit of the 8 dragon demons time and time again, until he defected to Lian's command, and gradually cultivated to achieve the name of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Senior, you can rest assured that you will not encounter any danger in Tianxiang restaurant. After finishing speaking, Fairy Tianxiang turned around and left. Xiaxinyu took a small step, came to Yifeng, blinked his eyes and said, Yifeng, you and Yu Liang, do you want to live in one room or 2 rooms, separate? Yifeng was stumped by this question. Do you want 1 room or 2 rooms? He couldn't help turning his eyes to Yuan. He really wanted a room. Anyway, everyone was his own. However, he had to take care of Yuan's face. Sure enough, Yuan's face turned red. Let's live separately. What a pity. Xiaxinyu giggled coquettishly. Then come with me and choose 2 rooms to live in. Yifeng, next I will try to communicate with the consciousness in the stars. If I get something, maybe I can go with you to participate in the Guardian. It's an appointment. Oh? Yifeng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Xiaxinyu also got a star, but I don't know what kind of star she chose. Does it contain the remaining consciousness of the Tai Ching god? Then I wish you success. Yifeng laughed. Since Samsara and Yuan didn't understand what Xiaxinyu said, neither of them interrupted to ask. Since Samsara knows, it's useless to ask what he shouldn't know, but Yuan believes that if it is something that can be told to her, Yifeng will definitely explain it to her alone in the future. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng and Yuan walked towards the backyard of Tianxiang restaurant. Tianxiang restaurant covers a very large area. In addition to several floors of drinking places, there is also a large part of the ground in the backyard, which is used for the distinguished guests. There are not many people coming to Tianxiang restaurant on weekdays. The higher the level, the fewer people are eligible to enter. And there are even fewer people who are eligible to live in Tianxiang restaurant. Now, Yifeng and Yuan have the honor to live in Tianxiang restaurant and enjoy the convenience that even some Miagu disciples don't have. Yi Feng and Yu Yuan lived in two adjacent courtyards, respectively. Alone in the room, Yi Feng finally took out the dim star locked by the star chains, and prepared to study the mystery inside carefully. He wasn't worried about the hidden space in Tianxiang restaurant, letting others know his secret, because the dim star in his hand was originally given to him by the founder of Tianxiang restaurant. This dim star was taken from the chaotic Taiqing sky. I hope that through this star, I can get a little glimpse of what the Taiqing sky looks like. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and carefully sank his mind into the stars locked by the star chains. Among the stars, there was darkness and dead silence, and the legendary Taiqing god consciousness did not seem to appear in this star. However, the dim light emanating from this star still formed the shape of a long sword in his mind. What kind of power is it that makes the light of the stars condense into a long sword? Yi Feng became more and more curious, and found that the entire star was divided into several layers. His divine sense at this time only detected the outermost layer of the star. In order to pry into the ultimate secret of this star, his divine sense kept poking into it. Due to Yi Feng's extremely strong talent, he soon had a slight fit with the star light in the shape of a long sword, as if he felt the deep and ancient aura in it. This turned out to be the power left by a person named Chaos Sword Immortal. Not long after, Yi Feng's divine sense finally broke through to the second layer of this dim star, and he learned the truth about this star. This star actually contains the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, but it needs to penetrate the inner layer of divine sense to truly feel it. The whole star is the burial place of the Chaos Sword Immortal. It is divided into 8 layers. The deeper the layer, the stronger the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal. It's a pity that I can only use the divine sense probe into the second floor. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. I don't know how strong this Chaos Sword Immortal's power is, let me comprehend it and see. The power from Taiqingshan, titled Chaos Sword Immortal, must be extremely powerful, and even, it should not be weaker than the power of the ancient demon dragon and other powers. Moreover, this is a special sword power, which is more suitable for Yi Feng's cultivation, comprehension and use. Since this dim star contains the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, let's call it Chaos Sword Immortal Star for the time being. The space in Chaos Sword Immortal Star is divided into 8 layers in total, and the surface layer is just a void with nothing in it. When Yi Feng's divine sense detected the second layer, he finally sensed a trace of residual consciousness, which told him the truth about the star of Chaos Sword Immortal. There are 8 layers of Chaos Sword Immortal Star, each layer contains the secret of the so-called Chaos Sword Immortal. Only by fully comprehending, digesting and absorbing the things of the previous level, can the divine sense be detected to the next level and gain more power. The second layer is mainly the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal, which is the foundation of all the power contained in this star. If you can't comprehend the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal, then even owning this star is like a waste product. Nothing works. Yi Feng thought in his heart, it seems that he must begin to comprehend power again in the next time. Comprehending power is not an unfamiliar thing to him. On the contrary, he is already familiar with it. Whether it is the power of Qi Yao at the beginning, or even the power of Monster Dragon later, every ordinary person cannot comprehend it. His power or forbidden technique are nothing in his eyes. I don't know how difficult it is to comprehend the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal. At least, it won't be easier than the forbidden technique, otherwise, I'm too disappointed. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation. For him, there is no power that cannot be comprehended, on the contrary, the harder it is to comprehend, the stronger it will be when exerted. However, even for Yi Feng, if he wanted to comprehend the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, Yi Feng would definitely not do it overnight. Yi Feng still doesn't know the time of the covenant against the sky. It is said that although the covenant against the sky is once every 10,000 years, the specifics are not very accurate, and there will be some errors every time. 9,997 years have passed since the last covenant against the sky, that is to say, the next covenant against the sky will be about 3 years later. 3 years, no matter what, is not enough to cultivate, and creating acceleration space has become a necessary means. For the immortal Emperor Nidian, creating an acceleration space is not a difficult task at all, because they have lived for tens of thousands of years and have already comprehended the law of time. For this reason, Yi Feng had no choice but to trouble himself, or Fairy Tianxiang, to create the best acceleration space for him. Consuming the shortest real time allows Yi Feng to cultivate the longest acceleration time. The effect of the acceleration space created by the experts in the immortal sovereign realm will be extremely terrifying. Even if only 2 years have passed, the acceleration space can provide practitioners with tens of thousands of years of training time. However, tens of thousands of years is too long. Yi Feng's current lifespan is far from reaching this amount. With his current cultivation base, he can live for at most 3 or 4,000 years, which is considered extraordinary. If he creates an accelerated space that lasts tens of thousands of years, he won't even think about getting out. In the end, what's left is probably just a pile of bones. Cultivating for 1,000 years, in addition to comprehending the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, I also have to try to break through and comprehend the 7-fold restriction and 3-stroke swordsmanship that keep the dragon sword itself in my body. Yi Feng's eyes flashed determination. In the covenant against the sky, he will face the sky-defying cultivator from Yuqing Tian, a vast fairy world. If he wants to rise in the covenant against the sky, he must have powerful means that even Yuqing Tian in the fairy world does not have. The means of the Jiangya given by the dragon sword itself, the dragon sword Ju, the Longyuan Wanjian Ju, etc., are just the foundation, and even mastering them all is not enough. The power of Chaos Sword Immortal is my ultimate trump card. I must understand the deeper power of this star and certain forbidden techniques. Yi Feng thought in his heart. The next day, he called Fairy Tianxiang and said that he would enter the acceleration space to practice. 2 years, accelerated to 1,000 years? Fairy Tianxiang heard Yi Feng's words, and couldn't help but look at him like a monster. Don't be afraid, you have wasted so much life energy, but failed to improve your cultivation level too much, which may make you die if your life energy is exhausted. Death? For a cultivator, this can be said to be the most stupid way to die. According to my cultivation base, my lifespan should be more than 4,000 years. If it takes 1,000 years now, it shouldn't have much impact. Yi Feng laughed. You may be a little too optimistic. Fairy Tianxiang frowned. Ordinary cultivators, in the process of cultivation, search for treasures of heaven and earth while comprehending, so that their cultivation can keep up with their own lifespan. Unless they encounter a bottleneck, they will retreat penance. What can I get in the covenant against the heavens? But Yi Feng suddenly changed the subject and asked about the covenant against the sky. It is possible for you to obtain anything that exists in this world, but this requires you to compete fiercely with other cultivators against the sky. Fairy Tianxiang explained, you have entered the void in the secret hall, you must have seen my father. He told me that after entering the Chaos Taiqing heaven where the heaven-defying covenant is located, the cultivation base of all practitioners will be reduced. Whether you are strong or not depends entirely on how much power you can borrow from the Chaos Taiqing heaven. The cultivation base will be invalid. When Yi Feng heard this, he was stunned by the situation. No wonder, people say that participating in the heaven-defying covenant has nothing to do with the cultivator's current cultivation level, but only with talent. The talent of an immortal cultivator will gradually improve as the immortal cultivator crosses and breaks through. Generally speaking, only the immortal emperor can meet the standards for participating in the heaven-defying covenant. However, Yi Feng's talent was far beyond ordinary people. Even the immortal emperor against heaven is probably not as powerful as his talent right now. The role of immortal root, destiny, and oracle gem is not something to be ignored. If this is the case, wouldn't I have an advantage if I had comprehended the power of Chaos Sword Immortal in advance? Yi Feng squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart. On the contrary, it seems that there is no need to practice the means belonging to the sword pavilion of the power of Yu Qingshan in the fairy world, because even if it is practiced, it cannot be used in the covenant against the sky. So, many of the heaven-defying immortal cultivators who have participated in the heaven-defying covenant, have some of them already comprehended the power of the chaotic Tai Ching? Yi Feng immediately thought of a question, and frowned slightly. Yes, it is precisely because of this, that my father told me not to enter it. Fairy Tianxiang said with emotion, those who have always been able to control the covenants against the sky are the old people who have participated in many covenants against the sky. There's no way to fight back. This heaven-defying covenant is so unfair, but the way of heaven is unkind, and the world respects strength, so there is nothing to say about it. Yi Feng thought in his heart, he must participate in the covenant against heaven. Therefore, the power of Chaos Sword Immortal must be comprehended. 2 years, 1,000 years of practice, I have decided, senior, please. Yi Feng finally made up his mind, and said to Fairy Tianxiang. Fairy Tianxiang saw Yi Feng's firm attitude, so she didn't say anything. WW. No matter what, this is Yi Feng's own decision, no matter what the consequences are, Yi Feng will bear it himself. As for her Tianxiang fairy, at most she was just a senior who admired Yi Feng, and she also knew that with Yi Feng's talent, she would definitely enter the fairy world Yu Qing Tian in the future. There may not be many encounters between the two in the future. In this case, there is no need for Fairy Tianxiang to persuade Yi Feng. Soon, in the room where Yi Feng lived, Fairy Tianxiang created an acceleration space, and the time in the entire room began to accelerate. Yi Feng will spend the next 2 years in this room. For anyone else, it is almost unimaginable to choose to stay in the accelerated space for 1,000 years when they have only experienced 200 years of life. That would be an extremely terrifying scruple. During this millennium, he will rarely communicate with other people. Even if Yu Yuan passes through Tianxiang Fairy and enters the accelerated space to visit him every day, for Yi Feng, there will be more than a year between seeing Yu Yuan every time. Time is the most ruthless. And time is of the utmost importance to every practitioner. Even the strong in the immortal emperor realm cannot escape the hurdle of death. Their lifespan may last tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, but after all, it is not an unlimited improvement. When their lifespan is exhausted, the relentless time will still take their lives. No matter how powerful they were in life, they will still die. When the accelerated space was created by Fairy Tianxiang, Yi Feng began a 1,000-year comprehension journey. Because it is the power from the Chaos Tai Ching heaven, Yi Feng decided to use this 1,000 years to comprehend the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal. The strongest power, even with his talent, cannot be comprehended in a short time. Epiphany. As soon as he entered the acceleration space, Yi Feng completely immersed his mind into the Chaos Sword Immortal star, and because his heart was calm and unwavering, he actually directly entered the state of enlightenment. In the state of epiphany, it took him decades to comprehend the power of the demon dragon and the magic of totemization. It is conceivable that if one wants to comprehend the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, it cannot be done in a few years. Year after year passed quickly in the process of cultivation. Yi Feng's hair gradually became longer, reaching his shoulders, and then reaching his shoulders again, but he didn't care about it at all. All his thoughts were devoted to comprehending the power of Chaos Sword Immortal. Ordinary people, even with his talent, would hardly have his perseverance, endurance, and ability to endure loneliness. People, no matter they are immortal cultivators or ordinary people, are social creatures after all. Determined not to communicate with other people for 1,000 years, this kind of courage, even Tianxiang Fairy thinks she can never have it. However, for the covenant against the heavens, Yi Feng went all out. The covenant against the sky only happens once every 10,000 years. Yi Feng doesn't want to wait until the next time. The earlier you enter it, the earlier you will be able to get in touch with Chaos Taikingxian, the ultimate secret in this world. The power of Chaos Sword Immortal. Apart from feeling a weak sword intent, I have nothing left. When Yi Feng first comprehended it, he was completely confused about the power of Chaos Sword Immortal. This kind of power is completely different from other powers he has comprehended before. For example, the power of Qi Yao. Whether it is the power of real fire, the power of real water, or the power of extinction, the power of tides, etc., there is a specific image for him to perceive and comprehend. In this way, the difficulty of comprehending these powers is relatively low. Another example is the power of the demon dragon, the power of the shining demon dragon, and the power of the two demon dragons. When comprehending the power of the demon dragon, the scene of the demon dragon taking off will appear in the mind of the immortal cultivator. However, at the initial stage of comprehending the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, Yi Feng couldn't feel anything. In his sea of consciousness, there was chaos, only the faint but ever-existing sword intent gave him continuous guidance. In the first few years, Yi Feng has been following this trace of sword intent, trying to find the source of this trace of sword intent. However, after a few years, he finally discovered that this trace of sword intent had no source at all. The whole void is chaos. Chaos is a more deadly existence than void. Yi Feng realized it in his heart. Even in the state of epiphany, it took him several years to finally figure out this level of truth. In the sky of Tai Ching, chaos was first opened, and all the creatures in it, even sword immortals, possessed the most primitive power of chaos. And the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal is the Chaos Sword Immortal, who added his own understanding based on the power of chaos, and finally formed a trace of sword intent and sword way. In other words, if Yi Feng wants to comprehend the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, he must first comprehend the power of chaos. Chaos, that is, complete nothingness, endless silence, the power of chaos, is the basic power of the first opening of the world, whether it is the power of Qi Yao, the power of demon dragons, or other powers, all evolved from the power of chaos come. As Yi Feng continued to comprehend, his understanding of chaos became more and more profound. Mastering the power of chaos is equivalent to mastering all the power in the world. The power of chaos is the root of the universe. The reason why the power of the demon dragon is higher than the power of Qi Yao is because the power of demon dragon is closer to the form of the power of chaos. The power of Qi Yao is decomposed from the power of chaos, and it is produced after layer upon layer peeling shape. In Shang Qingshan, the power of Qi Yao can be regarded as the strongest power among the corresponding attributes. However, in Yu Qingshan, the power of Qi Yao is nothing, and even the power of the demon dragon can only be regarded as ordinary power. On top of the power of the monster dragon, there are many levels of power, and each level is much stronger than the previous level. The current Yi Feng has never come into contact with the power that is truly top-notch in the fairy world. However, even those sharp powers are completely incomparable with the power of chaos. And the power of Chaos Sword Immortal is different from other powers. The power of Chaos Sword Immortal, in the power of chaos, perfectly integrated the sword intent comprehended by Chaos Sword Immortal, stronger than the most primitive power of chaos. This can already be the strongest force in the world. Time, year after year passed quickly. However, for Yi Feng, these times did not pass too slowly. On the contrary, during the comprehension process, he did not notice any time flies. Wandering in the ocean of chaos power, Yi Feng was immersed in it with all his thoughts, amazed by the ultimate power of the universe. 100 years of epiphany. Even in the state of epiphany, it took him 100 years before he finally had a little understanding of the power of chaos. The difficulty of comprehending the power of chaos is so high. Yi Feng's eyes flashed brightly. No wonder, you have to have the talent against the sky to participate in the covenant against the sky. Because if the talent is not up to the sky, no matter how much time you spend, it is impossible to comprehend the power of chaos. It took 100 years for Yi Feng to finally comprehend the power of chaos. But as the saying goes, the most difficult thing to do is to get started. Once you get started, the speed of improvement will be very fast. That's how Yi Feng comprehended the power of chaos. It took him 100 years to finally comprehend the aura of the power of chaos, but immediately after, he was still in the state of epiphany, and he began to make rapid progress every day, making great progress every day. The power of chaos, the first level. 3 years later, he comprehended the first level of the power of chaos. 10 years later, he comprehended the power of chaos for the second time. 18 years later, he realized the power of chaos for the third time. Every time he comprehended a deeper level of chaos power, he would compare it with the various forces he had originally comprehended, which one was stronger and which was weaker. Soon, he discovered that even if it was only the first level of chaos power, any sword technique used to perform it was much stronger than any of his previous powers. Not to mention, the third level of chaos power. When the power of chaos reaches the third level, it is used to perform sword techniques such as long xuanhuan jianju, and its power is even dozens of times stronger than the power of the ancient demon dragon. Now, even if I don't have the consciousness body of the nine-armed ghost ape, I can easily defeat Xie Xianyu. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but Xie Xianyu also entered the same heavenly fragrant secret palace as him, so he must be in the process of hard training now. What level has Xie Xianyu reached now? Is there any consciousness of the gods or the power of the chaotic Tai Ching in the stars she has obtained? Yi Feng didn't know about all of this, and all he could do was to redouble his efforts. Perhaps Fairy Tianxiang saw Yi Feng in a state of epiphany, so no one entered the acceleration space to disturb him for more than 100 years. And after comprehending the power of chaos to the third level, he was finally able to begin to integrate his sword intent into it. The power of the Chaos Sword Immortal was originally incorporated into the sword intent comprehended by that Chaos Sword Immortal. But for the sword intent comprehended by others, no one can copy it, even if Yi Feng spends time to comprehend the sword intent of the primal Chaos Sword Immortal, it will be difficult to be exactly the same. Everyone has a different understanding of swords. Because of this, every sword cultivator is unique. I comprehend the double sword intent, the devouring sword intent and the soul-destroying sword intent, both of which can be integrated into the power of chaos. Thinking in Yi Feng's heart, he began to integrate the sword intent into the third level of chaos power he had comprehended. Another 100 years later, he finally created his own chaos power. The power of chaotic devouring, the power of chaotic soul extinguishing, both powers belong to him alone, and no one else can steal the past. Moreover, these two kinds of power are based on the power of Chaos Sword Immortal, and are further improved on the power of chaos. The power of chaos perfectly integrated into the sword intent is more than 10 times stronger than the pure power of chaos. And this method of blending into the sword intent was learned by Yi Feng based on the mechanics of the Chaos Sword Immortal, and it can be regarded as stealing the skills of his predecessors. Chaos Sword Immortal, although I don't know who you are, but no matter what, you can be regarded as my teacher. Yi Feng thought in his heart, as he integrated his sword intent into the power of chaos. At this moment, he was finally able to penetrate his divine sense into the second space of the Chaos Sword Immortal star. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. However, when he penetrated his divine sense into it, he was suddenly stunned. Because the second layer of space is completely empty, there is nothing, not even the power of chaos, the power of Chaos Sword Immortal. In the incomparably huge void, there is only one crystal coffin. His divine thoughts drifted towards the crystal coffin, and soon he discovered that there was a stunning woman lying in the crystal coffin. Woman? Yi Feng was shocked. How could there be a woman in this chaotic sword fairy star? Could it be that the woman lying in the crystal coffin is the Chaos Sword Immortal? No. Yi Feng soon discovered that a line of small characters had been carved on the side of the crystal coffin with the power of Chaos Sword Immortal. Although Yi Feng didn't know those fonts, it was very strange that there was a layer of divine sense that existed in ancient times, which was transmitted to his mind through those small characters. I am the Chaos Sword Immortal, and my daughter is the Chaos Sword Fairy. The Taiching collapsed, and I persisted in resisting until the last moment. I invited my friend the Chaos Ice Immortal to cast an endless ice coffin for my daughter, causing her to fall into an endless sleep. Chaos Sword Immortal, Chaos Sword Fairy, Chaos Ice Immortal. These rankings are extremely unfamiliar to Yi Feng, but each of them sounds very domineering. Yi Feng circled the endless ice coffin with his spiritual thoughts, and began to observe carefully, and found that the aura of the endless ice coffin was extremely restrained. There was no cold breath coming out at all. This made Yi Feng completely unaware of what kind of power was inside the ice coffin, causing the so-called Chaos Sword Princess to fall into a deep sleep. It seems that Chaos Sword Princess is completely frozen? Yi Feng can only guess, but can't be sure. But right now, how he guesses has nothing to do with his current situation at all, and it doesn't help him in any way. However, just when he was about to use his divine sense to detect the next layer, the endless ice coffin in front of his divine sense suddenly disappeared, and the entire second layer of Chaos Sword Immortal Star turned into nothingness. Chaos Sword Fairy, as the daughter of the Chaos Sword Immortal, of course she will not be placed in a place outside the second floor. In that case, wouldn't it be easy for people to find you and encounter accidents? What Yi Feng's divine sense detected just now is probably just a phantom, and the place where this phantom came from is definitely the lower layers of Chaos Sword Immortal Star. I'm afraid, only when we reach the 7th floor, or the innermost 8th floor, can we find Chaos Sword Girl again. According to that Chaos Sword Immortal, this Chaos Sword Fairy should still be alive. Maybe there is some way to revive her, but now is not the time to think about it. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and then he discovered that in the second layer of the Chaos Sword Immortal Star, the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal finally began to emerge one after another. The power of these Chaos Sword Immortals actually began to evolve into one-stroke swordsmanship, as if they wanted to pass it on to Yi Feng. Forbidden Technique. Yi Feng searched spiritually, and immediately discovered that the swordsmanship images evolved from the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal. Each move turned out to be an extremely powerful forbidden technique. If it is said that forbidden techniques are divided into different levels, then the forbidden techniques he had comprehended before, the 7th and 8th swords of Guiling 18 swords, are obviously the lowest level of forbidden techniques. And the forbidden technique performed by the Chaos Sword Immortal is the strongest forbidden technique. Even if Chaos Sword Immortal and I have the same level of cultivation and comprehend the same power, such a single move of the sword and forbidden technique can kill tens of thousands of me. Yi Feng was immediately shocked by these forbidden techniques. In Chaos Sword Immortal Star, the entire second floor records some relatively simple forbidden techniques. The reason why it is said to be relatively simple is because the Sword Fairy forbidden techniques recorded at this level are extremely basic methods for the Chaos Sword Fairy to use the power of the Chaos Sword Fairy. But for a cultivator like Yi Feng, these forbidden techniques are extremely profound skills. Although there are many forbidden techniques, I don't need to practice all of them. Yi Feng quickly observed and selected these Sword Immortal forbidden techniques. He roughly counted that in the second layer of the entire Chaos Sword Immortal Star, there are hundreds of forbidden sword techniques recorded. With so many forbidden sword techniques, even if he is given another 1,000 years, it is absolutely impossible for him to comprehend all of them. That being the case, he can only choose some key and best forbidden techniques to comprehend. After the endless ice coffin where the Chaos Sword Princess was located disappeared, the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal condensed the forbidden sword art in the entire void, which were listed in 8 directions. In each direction, there are records of more than 10 Sword Immortal forbidden techniques, which are divided into categories and placed together in a fairly regular way. Among the 8 directions, 2 directions record defensive swordsmanship, 4 directions record offensive swordsmanship, and 2 directions record some relatively special swordsmanship. 1 defensive sword technique and 1 offensive sword technique are enough for me. What I need most now is to choose a few special sword techniques. Attacking swordsmanship and defensive swordsmanship, although each move is different, but the effect is not much different, so there is no need to practice too much. But those special sword skills, each move has some special effects, which makes Yi Feng feel that it is very likely to be used in the Covenant against the sky. For example, there is a special sword technique called Dazzling Sword of Chaos. Using this sword technique can release endless dazzling light, filling the entire nearby space with dazzling light, and making the opponent lose all perception. Not only vision, but also hearing, smell, and most importantly, the ability to sense consciousness will be completely lost after this trick is used. Once the Dazzling Sword of Chaos is released, it can make a cultivator blind. The Dazzling Sword of Chaos has a good effect and can be cultivated. Yi Feng quickly decided that the first forbidden technique to practice was the Dazzling Chaos Sword. The Dazzling Sword of Chaos has no destructive power and no defensive ability, but it is the best choice for creating chaos. Once chaos is created, no matter whether Yi Feng wants to escape or chase after him, he will have enough powerful protection. However, Yi Feng completely underestimated the difficulty of cultivating the Dazzling Chaos Sword. The Dazzling Sword of Chaos pours the power of chaos into the tip of the sword, then condenses it into sword light with the sword intent, and finally casts it out. The step of infusing the power of chaos is very simple, but it is extremely difficult to condense the sword intent into sword light. Sword intent is an idea, invisible and invisible. And the sword light is light, and it is a special light, it is the dazzling light of chaos. The difficulty in transforming the sword intent that one has comprehended into chaotic dazzling light makes it impossible for ordinary immortal cultivators to break through. Even if Yi Feng's talent is extremely strong, he still hasn't been able to comprehend it in 100 years. After another 100 years of epiphany, he finally started to have some eyebrows. He admired the theory of the Chaos Dazzling Sword, the forbidden technique of sword immortals. As expected of the primal chaos sword immortal living in the Tai Ching heaven, he can actually create such a forbidden sword technique. While Yi Feng was amazed, he finally broke through the comprehension of the Dazzling Sword of Chaos and began to practice the sword. The process of practicing sword is not shorter than the time to comprehend swordsmanship. It was another 100 years before he was finally able to unleash the Dazzling Chaos Sword, a tyrannical and special forbidden sword technique. If he used it, everyone around him would lose any perception ability. Once the chaos breaks out, whether it is killing people, stealing treasures, escaping, or saving people, it will become extremely simple. Because no one knows where he is, let alone what he is doing. The Dazzling Sword of Chaos has been trained, so it seems that there is no need to practice defensive swordsmanship. Yi Feng thought in his heart that his time was limited, 1,000 years had already passed, but his cultivation was much slower than he estimated at the beginning. The power of chaos has only comprehended the 3rd level. And among the many forbidden sword techniques created by the Chaos Sword Immortal, he only comprehended the Chaos Dazzling Sword. Immediately afterwards, he quickly selected an attacking sword technique. Annihilation Sword Technique. Yi Feng chose this sword technique because it has the strongest attack power and the simplest principle, that is to annihilate all existence into chaos. Chaos is the most primitive state of this world, and it is also the original force. Everything in this world, including those cultivating immortals, is transformed by the power of chaos. The Annihilation Sword technique can return all existence to chaos. This is not just an attack sword technique. Even if it is used for defense, the effect is extremely obvious. The principle of this forbidden sword technique is that simple. However, it is too difficult to really practice this sword technique. Because, although everything in this world is transformed by the power of chaos, the degree of transformation and the transformation rules of each thing are different. How difficult is it to annihilate everything into the original power of chaos? The power of this sword technique is almost equal to the power of the creator. Annihilating everything in chaos and returning to the original power of chaos is extremely terrifying to think about. This sword technique must be learned, and this annihilation sword technique seems to be the most respected sword technique by Chaos Sword Immortal Power, so choose it. Yi Feng made up his mind, but he didn't expect that because of his choice, the next few hundred years of his retreat and cultivation would be spent on this sword technique. If you want to learn the annihilation sword technique, the most important thing is to figure out how everything in this world is transformed from the power of chaos. And all of this is recorded in the cultivation method of annihilation sword art. Although it is extremely complicated, Yi Feng of course memorized it all in his mind after reading it once. Things with different attributes have different transformation rules, and different powers have different transformation degrees. These things have undoubtedly touched the foundation of this world, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone to research it except for existences like Chaos Sword Immortal. Unexpectedly, there is such a wealth of knowledge in the star of the Chaos Sword Immortal. I am afraid that even the father of Tianxiang Fairy doesn't know about it. Yi Feng thought in his heart, it seems that he got a big deal from Fairy Tianxiang's father. Annihilation sword technique, in the process of his day-to-day practice, finally became a decent one. The first thing he learned was to annihilate other immortal cultivators into the power of chaos. If you want to master the annihilation swordsmanship, you must first master the reasons for the birth of various existences in this world. Everything returns to chaos, but the method is different. This method is what Yi Feng must master and memorize. For a full 700 years, Yi Feng's thoughts were all spent on this. Annihilation swordsmanship, with one strike, everything will be annihilated. When Yi Feng opened his eyes again, the light of the truth of the universe was shining in his eyes. From this moment on, everything can be turned into chaos in his eyes. Of course, this is the situation in the chaotic Taiching sky. As for the outside world, his cultivation base also restricts his display of strength. No matter how much he comprehends the annihilation sword technique, it is impossible for him to defeat a million-year cultivation powerhouse in the Immortal Emperor realm. While the level of power you possess is important, the amount of power is even more important. Ants can lift food that is 400 times heavier than their own body weight. From this point of view, the strength of ants is terrifying. However, if there is something 1,000 times heavier, 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times heavier than it, can it still lift it? This is the importance of cultivation. But the current Yi Feng, in the eyes of the immortal sovereign realm, might be equivalent to a growing ant. Although the potential is great, in any case, it is still just an ant, and it is very simple to step on it to death. Senior 10 Emperor Swords, how do you feel now? When the entire acceleration space was about to dissipate, Yi Feng saw the 10 Emperor Swords, wandering in the second layer of Chaos Sword Immortal Star, seeing and comprehending all kinds of Sword Immortal forbidden techniques. The 10 Emperor Swords, following Yi Feng to practice and comprehend in the accelerated space, naturally gained a lot in the past 1,000 years. Thousands of years have been worth living. Among the 10 Emperor Swords, an old man's voice came out, haha, I have seen so many forbidden sword arts in my life, even if I were to die now, I would not have any regrets. 10 Emperor Swords, a supreme super god-level magic weapon with self-awareness, its true combat power is close to that of the heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. However, although it is by Yi Feng's side, it is not his bodyguard. Unless there is a strong person in the realm of Immortal Emperor who wants to kill him, it will consider doing it to help Yi Feng. Although Yi Feng's talent is extremely strong, if he doesn't go through the experience of fighting, he still won't become a strong man in the end. Senior has gained a lot, which is a good thing, but this accelerated space is about to collapse, and the 8th level space of the Chaos Sword Immortal Star can only be reserved for later entry. Yi Feng said with a bit of regret. You kid, it's not enough to fully comprehend the dazzling sword of chaos and the sword of annihilation? 10 Emperor Sword said contemptuously, even though my talent is good, old man, it's a pity that I haven't been able to comprehend any of these forbidden sword arts for nearly 1,000 years. Senior, when you see a forbidden technique, you want to practice it successfully. When you see another forbidden technique, you want to practice it successfully. How can it be so easy? Yi Feng wondered, if Senior is like me and focuses on practicing 1 or 2 moves, he will definitely gain something now. Hey! Old man, I just don't have the patience like you. 10 Emperor Sword laughed, in that case, you can let me stay here, I don't even want to go out, old man. Senior, whatever you want. Of course, Yi Feng would not refuse, he just said, when I need Senior's help, I will ask Senior to show up. Of course there is no problem. As a senior, 10 Emperor Swords, the credibility of what he said is of course extremely high, and he will never go back on his word easily. Yi Feng gave it a chance, and after being exposed to so many forbidden sword arts, its attitude towards Yi Feng became completely different from the beginning. However, Yi Feng didn't pay too much attention to these. The dazzling sword of chaos and the annihilation sword technique have been cultivated successfully, and in these 1,000 years, my cultivation level has finally increased to 8,000 years, and it is not far from stepping into the realm of immortality. Yi Feng felt a little emotional. 1,000 years of time did not make his face look old, but it made the memory in his mind extremely distant. The earth in his memory, the world of cultivating immortals, and the girls around him seemed to be separated by an incomparably long time. We must go back and have a look. Yi Feng made up his mind, if he didn't go back to the earth to have a look this time, his heart really couldn't calm down. This is by no means a good sign for the upcoming covenant against the heavens. Anyway, he now has Liuguang Xian Fan, and Fairy Tianxiang will give him some natural materials and earthly treasures. As the fuel for the first start of Liuguang Xian Fan, why not take Yue Yuan back to clear the sky once? As for returning to Qing Tian, let Yue Yuan and her father, Emperor Xingyue, ask for some treasures from heaven and earth, and then activate Liuguang Xian Fan. After making a decision, the acceleration space made by Fairy Tianxiang finally fell apart and collapsed after 1,000 years of maintenance. Yi Feng's figure appeared in the guest room of Tianxiang restaurant. After 1,000 years, it seems like a lifetime. However, for outsiders, the time is only the past 2 years. There is still 1 year left, and the covenant against the sky will probably begin, so this time I will only stay for 1 year when I go back to clear the sky. Yi Feng thought in his heart. The 10 Emperor Swords were thrown into the star of the Chaos Sword Immortal by him. If the 10 seniors want to study the forbidden technique of the Chaos Sword Immortal, let them do it first. There are many forbidden techniques, it is difficult for Yi Feng to figure out quickly by himself. But if there is a study of the 10 Emperor Swords first, maybe Yi Feng will save a lot of effort when he wants to practice. Yi Feng. The crisp voice of Yue Yuan came from outside the room. In the past 2 years, she certainly missed Yi Feng very much, and wanted to enter the acceleration space several times to practice with Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng stayed in the acceleration space for 1,000 years, and she didn't find a suitable opportunity to enter it. During the process of epiphany, being disturbed by others is the most taboo, and Yi Feng can achieve epiphany for 1,000 years, which is also a situation that Fairy Tianxiang has never seen. After 1,000 years of epiphany, what forbidden techniques and powers cannot be comprehended? During these 1,000 years, Yi Feng's progress has definitely surpassed everyone's imagination. Not only that, Long Yu practiced the Dragon Sword Ju, which is a super immortal cultivation method, and the natural improvement speed of his cultivation was much faster than ordinary people. In 1,000 years, his original 6,000 years of cultivation had been raised to 8,000 years, and even his longevity had been raised by nearly 1,000 years. Although he has been in seclusion for 1,000 years, the time he can live in the end has not decreased. It can be seen that if there is no bottleneck in his cultivation, he can almost live forever, and his lifespan will not be exhausted. However, this can only be thought about. Although Yifeng hadn't encountered any bottlenecks when he attained the Dao realm, once he became a fairy, who knows if he will encounter any bottlenecks. Moreover, once you step into the realm of the Immortal Emperor, there seems to be no possibility of being promoted again. Xuanhuan, all immortal emperors are the same. Yifeng met Yuan very soon, and when he was leaving the seclusion, Xie Xianyu, Fairy Tianxiang, and Zi Samsara also ran over to congratulate him on the success of his seclusion. You spent 1,000 years of life in retreat this time, but judging from your cultivation base, you have increased so much life, and you haven't lost much. When Fairy Tianxiang saw Yifeng, her eyes lit up. I can't even see through your aura now. It seems that what my father gave you is of great help to you, so I can rest assured gone. Senior Tianxiang, if I achieve something in the future, I will definitely not ignore this matter. Yifeng said with a smile, but it also showed that he would write down this favor. And isn't that what Fairy Tianxiang meant? Fairy Tianxiang heard what Yifeng said, and nodded with a gentle smile. Actually, I've been living like this, and it's been quiet and stable. There shouldn't be any major problems. It's just that my father has always had an obsession. I have gained something in the covenant against the heavens, I hope to come back and tell him the old man. Well, no problem. Yifeng nodded. My father, after all, was in the covenant against the heavens, and he was seriously injured, which led to his death. Therefore, I hope Yifeng, you can understand. Fairy Tianxiang said with some embarrassment. Senior has helped me a lot. This small request is not too much. Senior don't need to take it to heart. Yifeng waved his hand, but he just came back to inform, that's nothing. If he really got something from the covenant against heaven, it is not impossible to share it with Fairy Tianxiang's father. After all, everything he knows about chaos Taikingtian now was told by her. Knowing kindness and repaying is the virtue of human beings. Since reincarnation with a stiff face, he stood not far away, didn't say a word, he just followed Fairy Tianxiang, because Fairy Tianxiang once said that as long as Yifeng leaves the customs, he should go to the ancient killing formation, one the name of defying the sky. In comparison, Xie Xianyu has also changed a lot. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the girl from the holy land of Tianzhou. He felt that her whole body had an aura similar to the power of chaos. He knew that Xie Xianyu had definitely comprehended some power of chaos. As for how much he has comprehended, Yifeng has no idea. Anyway, Yifeng spent 1,000 years of life in closed-door training, and he felt that he had gained a lot. As for Xie Xianyu, although he had retreated for 2 years like him, he only spent 200 years of life. In such a short time, even if Xie Xianyu can realize something, he probably won't understand much. Yifeng guessed that Xie Xianyu had only just had a little comprehension of the power of chaos at most, and comprehending the first level of the power of chaos was only at the initial stage. And Yifeng, after comprehending the first level of the power of chaos, he also comprehended the second level and the third level. Not only that, but also integrated the devouring sword intent and soul-killing sword intent that he had comprehended into it, creating the power of chaotic devouring and the power of chaotic soul-killing. These two powers are many times stronger than the power of chaos. Most importantly, he also practiced 2 extremely powerful forbidden techniques, the dazzling sword of chaos and the sword of annihilation. Yifeng believed that if the current him faced Xie Xianyu again, he might be able to kill Xie Xianyu directly with a single sword, and be completely annihilated into the chaos. Of course, his opponent in the covenant against heaven would not be Xie Xianyu. The participants of the heaven-defying covenant are not only from the entire Shang Qingshan, but also powerful heaven-defying practitioners from Yu Qingshan in the fairy world. Among these practitioners, there are many who have a deep understanding of the power of chaos. The interval between each heaven-defying covenant is 10,000 years. After entering the chaos Tai Ching heaven once, come out and practice for 10,000 years. Those with stronger talents may be able to directly comprehend the 10th level of chaos power, and thus turn it into the law of chaos. Of course, an ordinary heaven-defying immortal emperor might not be able to do this. For example, Nidian immortal emperor Lian, Mia Daozi, and so on. Now it seems that whether it is Lian, Mia Daozi, or some other heaven-defying emperors in Tianqing of the Eastern Territory, I am afraid that they have not been able to comprehend the power of chaos, because after the end of the Eastern Territory martial arts, no one has displayed chaos power to come. Of course, it is also possible that they hide it deeper, but even if they have a comprehension, the comprehension is not deep. Yi Feng knows the difficulty of cultivating the power of chaos best. His talent has already far exceeded that of an ordinary heaven-defying immortal emperor, and his comprehension speed for some forbidden techniques and powers is several times faster than that of an heaven-defying immortal emperor like Lian. However, it took Yi Feng 100 or 200 years to comprehend the power of chaos from the first level to the third level in the state of epiphany. In the state of epiphany, the speed at which people can comprehend any power is increased by 10 times or even dozens of times. As for the others, it is definitely not as easy as Yi Feng's to achieve enlightenment. If a rough calculation is made, even if an ordinary heaven-defying immortal sovereign is given 10,000 years to comprehend the power of chaos, at most it will reach Yi Feng's current level. This made Yi Feng full of confidence in his heaven-defying covenant and his party. Of course, in the covenant against the heavens, there will definitely be many unexpected strong people. No matter how competent Yi Feng is, he must not be careless, otherwise the game will be over if he is not careful. Since Xian Yu and Yi Feng have come out, let me introduce you to the 3 ancient killing formations first. Fairy Tianxiang glanced at the two of them, and said with a gentle smile, no matter which one of these 3 ancient killing formations you pass through, you will be able to achieve the reputation of defying the sky, and you will be able to participate in every covenant against the heavens in the future. 3 ancient killing formations. Yi Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. Crossing this ancient killing formation, can you choose which one to break into? Good. Fairy Tianxiang smiled and nodded. The 3 ancient killing formations are different in nature, but their danger levels are almost the same. You can choose the one you feel more confident in and go to the formation. Ancient killing formation, what kind of existence is it? Xie Xianyu couldn't help but ask, even though she was from the sanctuary of Tianzhou. The matter of the ancient killing formation was a secret between the heaven-defying immortal emperors, and no one else could know about it. I don't know either. Fairy Tianxiang said helplessly, I have never broken through the 3 ancient killing formations. In my opinion, it is too stupid to gamble with my own life. Even if I win the bet, it is more than one for me. It's just a title against the sky, it's useless at all. Yi Feng heard the words, and immediately knew the danger of the ancient killing formation. As strong as Tianxiang Fairy, she didn't even dare to break into the ancient killing formations, so it can be seen how terrifying those 3 ancient killing formations are. Of course, it is also possible that Fairy Tianxiang's father ordered her to do so that Fairy Tianxiang did not fight for the title of defying the sky. Fairy Tianxiang's father was seriously injured in the covenant against the heavens and died as a result, so he would naturally remind his daughter of this. Immediately afterwards, Fairy Tianxiang began to briefly introduce the characteristics of the 3 ancient killing formations. Each of the 3 ancient killing formations is an extremely dangerous place. Even when Mia Daozi entered the formation 10,000 years ago, he almost left his life inside. The 3 ancient killing formations are all located in the sanctuary Tianzhou. The first one is called the Dead Silence Killing Formation. It is rumored that the vitality of anyone who steps into this killing formation will quickly wither away. Even a powerful immortal sovereign with a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years may age in an instant. The silence of the battle is the silence of the years, the silence of the vitality. The time within the killing array has not changed in any way, but the vitality of anyone who enters it will die and fall like a dead leaf. The second killing formation is called Death Abyss Killing Formation. This killing array is completely an abyss of death, and those who step into it will face death in various ways, and it is impossible to avoid it no matter what. As long as you die once in it, that is the real death. Breaking into this Death Abyss Killing array is absolutely a lifetime of death, and you will find a way out in countless fatal dangers. The third killing formation is the Phantom Killing Formation. According to rumors, phantoms of anyone will appear in this killing formation, and these phantoms have extremely terrifying strength. These phantoms can be regarded as killers one by one. They will continue to attack and kill anyone who enters the killing circle until they die, or break through the entire killing circle. The three killing formations all had to pass through the killing formations or die. The most important thing is that no matter what cultivation level a cultivator has, once he enters it, all cultivation bases will be invalidated. Whether he can break through these three killing formations depends on the innate talent of the practitioner. Once you break through any of these three killing formations, you will be able to get the name of Defying the Sky and be eligible to participate in the Covenant Against the Sky. This period of the Heaven-Defying Covenant will start roughly in 1 year and 2 months. After Tianxiang Fairy explained the three ancient killing formations, she said to Yi Feng, "Are you going to try to break through these three ancient killing formations now?" Yi Feng thought for a while and said, "Let me go to the formation first obtain the qualification for the Heaven-Defying Covenant, and then go back to the Qingtian, and when the time for the Heaven-Defying Covenant arrives, I will catch up." Well, with Liuguang Xianfan in hand, if you can get enough treasures from heaven and earth in Xia Qingshan, it will not be a problem to return to Shang Qingshan by yourself. Fairy Tianxiang smiled softly. However, if you don't get enough treasures from heaven and earth to feed Liuguang Xianfan and the quartet 28 beasts, then go to the ancient ruins of Xia Qingtian, and I will accept them, led you. Thank you, Senior. Only then did Yi Feng feel completely relieved. He really wanted to go back to see Su Minghan, Long Wanner and the others, but he was worried that there would not be enough feeding materials by then, so he would not be able to return to Shang Qingshan. Now that Fairy Tianxiang said so, he has nothing to worry about. All he has to do now is to try to break through the three ancient killing formations. Once you break through the three major killing formations, you will have the reputation of defying the sky, and thus be eligible to participate in the Covenant Against the Sky. Xia Xianyu is going too? Yi Feng glanced at the young girl Xia Xianyu at the side. Well, I have retreated during this period of time, and I have gained a little bit, so I want to try it. Xia Xianyu laughed. Well. Fairy Tianxiang glanced at her, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it after all. She might want to persuade Xia Xianyu not to rush into the battle, but seeing that Xia Xianyu was so determined, she didn't say anything. In fact, Fairy Tianxiang and Xia Xianyu have such a good relationship, they must have discussed it in private many times, and the end result was that Fairy Tianxiang couldn't persuade Xia Xianyu to let her go. It is imperative for the ancient killing formation and his party to do so. Then I will wait for you outside the killing formation with Senior Tianxiang, and then go back to clear the sky together. Yu Yuan said with a gentle smile. A look of worry appeared in her eyes. Obviously she was very worried about Yi Feng's safety. Well, when I come out, I believe I will be fine. Yi Feng held Yu Yuan's soft little hand tightly, and nodded solemnly. Okay, since the three of you are going to enter the formation, let's talk about which killing formation you want to enter first, so that I can take you there. Fairy Tianxiang asked the three to make their own decisions. As soon as these words came out, the stiff face from Samsara looked at Yi Feng. Obviously, he followed Yi Feng to make the choice. Whichever one Yi Feng chose, he would choose which one. As for Xia Xianyu, he exchanged a glance with Yi Feng, then lowered his head and thought. The killing formation of Dead Silence, Abyss of Death, Phantom Killing Formation, and the three ancient killing formations each have their own differences and terrifying features. The deadly killing formation is impossible to defend against. It can directly plunder the life force of those who enter the formation. This kind of power is too strange to be guarded against. The killing formation in the abyss of death is even more strange. All kinds of death methods are possible, and it is the most difficult to guard against. It is said that the possibility of passing through the killing formation in the abyss of death is the lowest among the three killing formations. In the end, the phantom killing array is to kill the enemy continuously, kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Phantom killing formation. If enemies keep appearing, even if I lose to the enemy and die, at least I will know how I died. If the other two killing formations fail, I'm afraid I won't know how I died. Soon, Yi Feng made his own decision. Xie Xianyu followed suit and nodded. I also think the phantom killing formation is the most appropriate, so let's go to the phantom killing formation together. Where's senior self Samsara? Same. Since Samsara opened his mouth a little and said 2 words, his face was extremely stiff. Then decide to go to the phantom killing array. Fairy Tianxiang no longer had a smile on her face, but an unprecedented seriousness. This day is finally coming, break into the ancient killing formation, and gain the reputation of defying the sky. For Fairy Tianxiang, this is the most dangerous thing she has ever come into contact with in her life, not one of them. Normally, with Fairy Tianxiang's strength, nothing could threaten her life. However, if she enters one of these 3 killing formations, maybe a negligence will cost her her life. Although she didn't enter the killing formation herself, just sending Yi Feng and the other 3 into it was an extremely heavy heart. In case the 3 of them can't get out, isn't she Tianxiang Fairy the murderer? But at this moment, the parties involved have already made a decision, so naturally she, Fairy Tianxiang, can't say anything more. Come with me. After Tianxiang Fairy finished speaking, she turned around and waved her plain hand, immediately summoning a crystal clear shuttle. This is the flying magic weapon of Fairy Tianxiang. If you want to go to the sanctuary Tianzhou, you must pass the flying magic weapon. Turbulence. The 5 boarded the crystal shuttle and finally embarked on the journey to the holy land of Tianzhou. Sanctuary Tianzhou. This is the center of the entire Shang Qingshan, which is equivalent to the 3 holy worlds of the Xia Qingshan, representing the strongest level of cultivation in the entire Shang Qingshan. It's just that the small world of Xia Qing Tian is really extremely complicated. Just in the center of the world, there are 3 holy worlds. But going to heaven is much simpler. Apart from the sanctuary of Tianzhou, there are only 4 major worlds in the southeast, north, and west directions, and other than that, there are only a few hidden small worlds. As Yi Feng followed Fairy Tianxiang along the way, Xie Xianyu explained some of the situation in the sanctuary Tianzhou. There are several major sects in the entire sanctuary of Tianzhou, one of which is the Immortal Palace where the spar-masked man was located, and it is considered one of the strongest sects in the sanctuary of Tianzhou. Compared to the spar-masked man who went to the Tiancheng of the eastern region to select talents, the other major sects in the Tianzhou of the sanctuary also went to the 3 regions of the south, west, north, and so on to select their own geniuses against the sky, so as to add confidence to their respective covenants against the sky. For the covenant against the heavens, there are only a few people in the entire Shang Qingshan. Shouldn't they be united in the face of dozens of times the number of people in the Shang Qingshan from the fairy world Yu Qingshan? Yi Feng is a little strange. If such a few people from the Supreme Qing participate in the covenant against the sky, if they don't act in groups after entering, wouldn't they become very weak? That can't be helped. The competition among the various sects in the sanctuary Tianzhou is very fierce, especially, they control the quota for ascension to the immortal realm Yu Qingshan. Fairy Tianxiang interjected and said, the number of this quota is determined according to their respective performances in the covenant against the heavens. Go to the quota of Yuqing Tian in the immortal realm. Yi Feng's heart moved, but he didn't think much about it. If he wanted to go to Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, he could just raise his cultivation level to 10,000 years and step into the realm of immortality. He doesn't need to compete for this kind of quota, because he is considered to be a member of the Jiangya in the fairy world of Yuqingshan. As long as he steps into the realm of becoming a fairy, it is very simple to go to the fairyland. In the entire sanctuary of Tianzhou, apart from the Immortal Palace, the other 4 sects are Nishang Pavilion, Eastern Emperor Sect, Dust Killing Sword Sect and Tianlong Yaodian. Among them, the suzerain of the Emperor of the Eastern region was the Great Emperor of the Eastern region a long time ago, who ruled the entire Tianqing of the Eastern region. Later, he went to Tianzhou, the Holy Region, to establish a sect, and made the Emperor of the Eastern region rise to become a holy region at an extremely fast speed. One of the 5 sects of Tianzhou. The Emperor sect of the Eastern region is still a new sect, and its suzerain, the Great Emperor of the Eastern region, is also a good friend of Fairy Tianqiang's father. Of course, Fairy Tianqiang did not intend to go to the Emperor sect of the Eastern region during this trip, but went straight to the place where the Phantom Killing Array was located. The Phantom Killing Formation is one of the 3 ancient killing formations that have achieved the reputation of defying the sky. Because it is the most simple and rude, the number of immortal cultivators who chose this killing formation to enter the formation is the largest among the 3 ancient killing formations. Soon, Yi Feng and the other 5 people traveled through the endless void on the crystal shuttle of Fairy Tianqiang, from the eastern heavenly city to the sanctuary Tianzhou. A burst of multicolored rays came, and the sky of Tianzhou in the entire sanctuary was filled with endless colorful clouds, which looked completely different from Tianqing in the eastern region. Arriving at the holy region of Tianzhou, a sense of holiness arises spontaneously, and the aura is much stronger. Obviously, this is a big world that is more suitable for cultivation than the eastern region of Tianqing. If Yi Feng started to practice in the sanctuary Tianzhou from the beginning, his current cultivation is definitely more than that. Of course, the achievements he can obtain are not necessarily the same. After all, he has encountered too many opportunities along the way, and all the opportunities are connected by coincidence, which has created the current Yi Feng. The Phantom Killing Array is in the eastern sky. Fairy Tianqiang said while controlling the crystal shuttle, the 3 ancient killing formations are located in the east, north and west sky of Tianzhou, the sanctuary respectively. As for the south, it is a lore killing formation. Those who came out alive in the Battle of Lore. Since the Phantom Killing Array is located in the eastern sky of the sanctuary Tianzhou, their journey is the shortest. Not long after, the crystal shuttle flew into the clouds, and continued to fly upwards, passing through layers of clouds. It wasn't until the temperature irradiated by the sun reached the level enough to melt the steel that the crystal shuttle began to slow down gradually. Not long after, a murderous aura came from ahead. Even in the crystal shuttle, Yi Feng could feel the tyranny of that killing aura. That is the killing breath of the Phantom Killing Array. Fairy Tianqiang's complexion also turned a little pale. She was so unaccustomed to the strong killing atmosphere that she almost couldn't breathe. On the other hand, Yi Feng and Zi Samsara seemed to be more accustomed to this. They have long been accustomed to the killing atmosphere. As the crystal shuttle shuttled through the clouds, soon, a huge blood-red formation in front of them floated in the clouds and appeared in front of them. The giant formation was outlined by blood-red lines, forming a huge circular killing formation in the high-altitude clouds, with blood-red color in it, spreading an extremely terrifying killing atmosphere. That's the Phantom Killing Array. Yi Feng saw it with his own eyes, and his heart trembled. He could clearly feel the breath of death emanating from the Phantom Killing Array. From ancient times to the present, countless cultivators of immortality may have been buried in it. And those immortal cultivators who died in it are all powerful existences who want to achieve a reputation against the sky. There are people at the entrance of the killing array. While observing the Phantom Killing Formation, Fairy Tianqiang looked at the entrance of the killing formation, and found that there were many people standing at the entrance, as if they wanted to enter the killing formation. He is a member of the Slaughtering Dust Sword sect. Xie Xianyu saw the identity of the other party at a glance. As one of the 5 major sects in the holy domain of Tianzhou, it is expected that Dust Slaughter Sword sect will send people into the phantom killing formation. Fairy Tianxiang nodded, not too surprised. Although there are not many people who can pass through the 3 ancient killing formations, there are quite a few people who enter them. It is very common to meet other people when entering the formation. As the crystal shuttle moved towards the entrance of the phantom killing formation, it immediately attracted the attention of those from the Dust Killing Sword sect. Someone actually wants to break into this phantom killing formation. Quite a few people looked towards the crystal shuttle with curious expressions, and every member of the Dust Slayer Sword sect had a hint of arrogance in their eyes. For them, there are tens of thousands of immortal cultivators in Tianzhou in the entire sanctuary, but the number of those who can compare with their Dust Killing Sword sect is extremely small. Most importantly, as soon as they saw the 5 people in the crystal shuttle, they could tell that none of the 5 people were disciples from the 5 major sects of the sanctuary Tianzhou. Things like this dare to enter the phantom killing formation, they really don't know how to live or die. One of them, with a long sword on his back, stood with his hands behind his back, imposing, squinting at Yi Feng and the others inside the crystal shuttle, not paying them any attention at all. Seeing Yi Feng and others coming on the crystal shuttle, the Dust Slaughter Sword sect had a total of 4 members, each of them took a look at them. Fairy Tianxiang, since reincarnation, 2 immortal emperors, except for the 2 immortal emperors, the other 2 have cultivated for more than 10,000 years, and they have just stepped into the realm. The most interesting thing is that there is even a man with only 8,000 years of cultivation. This really made the 4 of the Killing Dust Sword sect laugh out loud. A boy with 8,000 years of cultivation, what is he doing in this phantom killing formation? Is it possible that you are still whimsical, wanting to break through the killing array? Of course, they all felt that Yi Feng, Xie Xianyu, and Yu Yuan were here to send the 2 immortal sovereigns into the battle, but they didn't need the younger generation to send them into the battle. Just like the 4 of them from the Dust Slaughtering Sword sect, this time only one of them wants to enter the phantom killing formation, while the other 3 are also immortal emperors. Only the relationship between the immortal emperor and the immortal emperor can be regarded as friendship. If they don't reach the immortal emperor, their status and qualifications cannot be compared with the immortal emperor. Because of this, the 4 of the Dust Slaughter Sword sect find Yi Feng and others very funny. 4th, aren't you short of a flying magic weapon right now? Among them, a middle-aged man who was about to enter the phantom killing array smiled at a young man. I think this crystal shuttle is good, these people are not very strong, and they have no background, how about taking it over? Does that even matter? Seeing this, the imposing man with the long sword on his back said calmly and proudly, the most precious thing in the world, the strong live in it. These people don't even look at what they are, but they are sitting on a crystal shuttle. They are really looking for a snatch, old man. 4, this time I will take it for you. Of the 4 of them, the man with a long sword on his back and an imposing aura is the boss. He has broken through the phantom killing array before, and he is an immortal emperor against heaven. The other 3 are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The 2nd child and the 3rd child are 2 middle-aged men who look similar in appearance, they should be a pair of brothers, and the 4th child is a young man. So, thank you, brother. Hearing the words, the 4th young man's eyes flashed with joy, and when he looked at the crystal shuttle again, he already regarded it as his own. Big brother, it should be enough. The 2nd child and the 3rd child, the 2 middle-aged men stood calmly, not even bothering to make a move. The imposing man with the long sword on his back stood up and put the long sword in front of the crystal shuttle with one hand. A bright sword light blocked the crystal shuttle's way. My name is Killing Sword, the elder of the Killing Sword sect protector. Killing Yin Zi proudly said, hand over the crystal shuttle, and I will spare your lives. There was incomparable arrogance in his words, as if in his eyes, Yi Feng and the others were just ants. In the crystal shuttle, Fairy Tianxiang and Zi Samsara looked at each other, and they both saw a solemn look in each other's eyes. No one expected that such a thing would happen outside of the phantom killing array. Yi Feng, Yu Liang, and Xie Xianyu had no power to resist in front of the immortal emperor, and the opponent could kill them all with just a wave of his hand. Under such circumstances, Fairy Tianxiang had to seriously consider what the other party said. It seems that we can only hand over the crystal shuttle. Fairy Tianxiang's heart sank, thinking. Although her status is extraordinary, her father is still a good friend of the Emperor of the Eastern Territory, but the distant water cannot save the near fire. If the killing swordsman directly strikes at a disagreement, she will definitely not do it. The guardian elder of the killing dust sword sect will definitely not be weaker than Lian Lai. Although Tianxiang Fairy's strength is actually already against the Heavenly Emperor, but without the baptism of the three ancient killing formations, she is still weaker in terms of momentum. However, when Fairy Tianxiang was about to hand over the crystal shuttle, the self-reincarnation beside her moved. Kill. Stepping across the void from reincarnation and stepping out of the crystal shuttle, a twin centipede's murderous intent instantly descended on that killing sword. He even fought. Yi Feng, Xie Xianyu, and Yu Yuan were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect this reincarnation's temper to be so hot. Shura's killing intent descended, and a flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the killing sword. Unexpectedly, you are still a twin centipede, but if you meet my killing sword, even if you are the emperor among the centipedes, you must give way to my sword. Killing sword let out a cold snort, and the long sword in his hand immediately radiated a great glow, which immediately blocked the killing intent of Shura from reincarnation. Senior Tianxiang, go and help. A shrewd look flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. If you join hands with Senior Zi Samsara, you shouldn't be defeated by that killing sword. But, I still have to protect you. Fairy Tianxiang frowned slightly. Senior, did I still have the 10 Emperor swords? Yi Feng said with a smile, even if the remaining people want to kill me, it depends on whether they have the strength. Among the 4 opponents, the strength of the second and third children should have reached the limit of defying the sky, otherwise they would not have come to enter the battle at this time. But even so, Yi Feng was not afraid. After thousands of years of research on the Sword of the 10 Emperors, I have gained a lot of understanding of the immortal forbidden technique of the Chaos Sword. Now the strength of the Sword of the 10 Emperors is definitely not inferior to that of a true heaven-defying immortal emperor. Fairy Tianxiang's eyes lit up when she heard the words. That's right, Yi Feng also has the ultimate super god-level magic weapon, the 10 Emperor's Sword. Not only that, doesn't Yu Yuan also have a tripod of the Immortal King on her body? In terms of tyranny, the Immortal King's divine cauldron is probably even higher than the 10 Emperor's Sword. Thinking of this, Fairy Tianxiang immediately felt relieved, scolded coquettishly, and her body flickered out like a streamer, releasing a burst of brilliance and mighty power, breaking through the bright sword light that was fighting against Shura's killing intent. With 1 against 2, the pressure on killing sword suddenly increased. Brother is in some trouble, let's do it too. The second brother and the third brother looked at each other, nodded, and then they flickered and shot together, wanting to attack Sasansara and Fairy Tianxiang together with killing Jianzi. In their eyes, the remaining Yi Feng and the others did not pose any threat at all, just like the 3 ants, they were completely ignored by them. As long as Tianxiang Fairy and Sasansara are killed, they will be able to sit on the crystal shuttle. Seeing this situation, Yi Feng certainly couldn't just wait. Senior 10 Emperors, it seems that it is your turn to act. Yi Feng's divine sense sank into the second layer of Chaos Sword Immortal Star, and suddenly he heard a voice of anger. Who dares to interfere with my comprehension of the Sword Fairy forbidden technique? Accompanied by the sound of anger, a celestial sword turned into a stream of light and jumped out from Yi Feng's body. Immediately after, it found its target and swept towards the other's second child. Extreme Super God Level Magic Weapon. The second child's face changed, and he immediately became vigilant. With a wave of his hand, a barrier of fairy light was formed in front of him, facing the Ten Emperor's sword. When Yifeng comprehended the power of the Chaos Sword Immortal and the forbidden technique of the Chaos Sword Immortal in the second space of the Chaos Sword Immortal star, the 10 Emperor swords were not idle. The current 10 Emperor sword is much stronger than before. The most obvious change is that the 10 Emperor swords have also comprehended the power of chaos. With its power as a super god-level magic weapon, and the power of chaos, even if it is just ordinary swordsmanship, it may be able to fight against the heaven-defying immortal emperor. When the second child in the Dust Slaughter sword sect waved his hand and condensed a barrier of immortal light, trying to resist it, the entire body of the 10 Emperor's sword emitted a layer of chaotic streamer. Snort. The 10 Emperor sword snorted coldly, and this layer of chaotic light swept away, instantly smashing the opponent's layer of fairy light barrier. How can it be? The second child's face changed drastically. His strength can already be said to be at the level of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. The ordinary top-grade super god-level magic weapon will definitely not be his opponent. The fairy light barrier he condensed at will is more than enough to resist a top-quality super god-level flying sword. But now, the flying sword that flew out from that kid who had only 8,000 years of cultivation, smashed his fairy light barrier all at once. This sword is unusual. The second child immediately said in a deep voice. Second brother, I'll help you. When the third child saw this, without any hesitation, he turned his head and flew towards the place where the 10 Emperor swords were. I, the Dust Slaughtering Sword sect, take the sword as my name and my life as a sword. Your mere flying sword can still be compared with our Dust Slaughtering Sword sect. The youngest shouted sharply, with a fierce look in his eyes, we will let you know now that as a flying sword, you can only become a servant of the sword cultivator. Feijian can only become the servant of the sword cultivator. These words made 10 Emperor swords angry. What a breath! As soon as the 10 Emperor sword was angry, a chaotic stream of light flashed on his body, condensing into sword lights one after another, rushing towards the third child continuously. The flowing sword energy condensed by the power of chaos broke through the void, and arrived in front of the third child in an instant. The third child was already prepared. He held a long sword behind his back and held a sword flower in his hand. Immediately afterwards, layer after layer of sword energy barriers formed in front of him. Clang! Click! Crack! The sword energy condensed by the power of chaos immediately shattered those sword energy barriers layer by layer. However, the third child's cultivation was also unusual, and in the end, the attack of the 10 Emperor sword failed to break through the defense, and successfully resisted the attack of the chaotic sword energy. Capture the thief first and capture the king first, I'll deal with that brat first. Seeing this, the second child's heart trembled, knowing that he might have encountered a hard stubble, so he quickly shifted his gaze to Yifeng. In his mind, as long as this kid is caught, the 10 Emperor swords will definitely be afraid to do anything. In this way, they will not only be able to grab a crystal shuttle, but also get an unusually high-grade super god. A super magic weapon and a stronger flying sword. As soon as he thought about this, he quickly moved towards the crystal shuttle where only Yifeng, Yu Yuan and Xie Xianyu were left. These three little guys are absolutely unstoppable against a quasi-defying immortal emperor. However, when he was triumphantly trying to snatch the crystal shuttle, a small cauldron suddenly jumped out of Yu Yuan's body and flew to the second child in an instant. Refine. The little cauldron made a naughty baby sound, and then it grew in size, covering the body of the second child in it. Immortal King Divine Cauldron. Yifeng, Yu Yuan and Xie Xianyu were all taken aback at the same time, and then they came to their senses. At this moment, when the 10 Emperor swords are fighting, the Immortal King's Divine Cauldron obtained by Yu Yuan is naturally not far behind. Once in the ancient ruins of the lower realm, Qiao Guma told Yi Feng that this immortal king divine cauldron is a little guy who is unwilling to be lonely. Although he doesn't know why he chooses to follow Yue Yuan, his strength will definitely not compare to the current 10 Emperor Sword bad time. The 10 Emperor Sword is a magic weapon of the flying sword type, with extremely strong attack power, but its defense ability is not good enough. If it encounters a too strong attack, it may be in danger of being cut off. But this Immortal King's Divine Cauldron is mainly defensive, and it is also very good at attacking. It can refine all things, and even refine magic weapons in a very short period of time. As long as it is a magic weapon below the super god level, whether it is the eternal level, the reincarnation level or the indestructible level, as long as there are materials, the Immortal King's Divine Cauldron can be refined in an instant. This also made it placed in the ancient ruins by the people of Wuya Valley to provide rewards for those who broke into the ancient ruins, so as to attract geniuses from the lower world to enter the ancient ruins and provide them for the people of Wuya Valley to choose. For thousands of years, Wuya Valley has selected many geniuses from the lower realms, but this time, Yue Yuan and Yi Feng were the ones who made the most noise. Not only that, they also took away the Immortal King Divine Cauldron, which can be said to be a huge loss. Big. However, Immortal King Shendang's own choice, even Wu Yagu's head, Mia Daozi, has no way to interfere. At this moment, as soon as the Immortal King Divine Cauldron appeared, he immediately covered the whole body of the second child into the cauldron. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound, and there was a burst of fire in the cauldron, revealing the power of endless refinement. The Divine Cauldron of the Immortal King. Can it be possible to refine an immortal emperor who is close to defying the sky? Seeing this, Yi Feng's face changed slightly. If so, this Immortal King Divine Cauldron is too strong. Soon he knew that there was really no way for the Immortal King Shendang to do this. It only lasted for a short period of time, and the second child swung a sword light, cut through the void, and escaped from the Immortal King Divine Cauldron. However, the robes all over his body were burned to tatters, he was extremely embarrassed, and his face became extremely gloomy. It's really unexpected that there is such a small cauldron, but this top-grade super god-level small cauldron will also be in our pocket. The second child said coldly, "Fourth child, why don't you hurry up? There are still 3 little guys left, I don't believe they can play tricks." The 4 members of the Slaughtering Sword sect, among them the leader Nidian Immortal Emperor and Slaughter Ming Jianzi, fought with Sasansara and Tianxiang Fairy, while the second and third were entangled with 10 Emperor's Sword and Immortal King Shendang, respectively. And the last 4th child, no one can stop him at last. The situation is not right. The battle between the heaven-defying immortal emperors will not end so easily. It seems that we must face the 4th child alone. Yi Feng's heart trembled, and the whole person became solemnly vigilant. He glanced at the entrance of the phantom killing formation that was close at hand, and there was a strong murderous aura wafting out. He had an idea in his heart, why not just break into the phantom killing formation? Entering the phantom killing formation is much easier for Yi Feng than facing an immortal emperor. However, if Yi Feng and Xie Xianyu go in, what will Yu Long do? Anyway. Now facing an immortal emperor, he will kill him straight away. Yi Feng was helpless at all. Although he is extremely talented. But the cultivation base is still only 8,000 years. He wants to fight the immortal sovereign who has been cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Absolutely nothing is possible. Seeing that person kill him directly. Xie Xianyu beside Yi Feng smiled softly, since both of you have contributed, it seems inappropriate for me to hold back. This one. Just leave it to me. The voice fell. The first update saw Xie Xianyu wave his hand. Then condensed the color of 9 skylights. Instantly condensed into the appearance of a pearl. This. It turned out to be a top-quality super god-level magic weapon. Yi Feng saw this. His complexion changed slightly. I saw this orb exuding 9-color skylight. It seems to contain 9 different worlds. It was when he fought Xie Xianyu before. The 9 skylight worlds summoned by Xie Xianyu. Did not expect. The sky is full of light. 1 color, 1 world. It actually came from a top-quality super god-level magic weapon. Please come to more and faster chapters. And this magic weapon is the same as the 10 Emperor's sword. It is also a powerful existence that has produced self-awareness. Even against the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Neither will be at a disadvantage. This is the skylight orb I brought out from my teacher's school. It is my predecessor. Xie Xianyu introduced softly, if you are fighting with someone of the same generation, senior will naturally not appear. But now there is an immortal emperor who wants to attack me. Naturally, senior Chengguang will not stand by and watch. Master magic weapon. Skylight orb. Same as the 10 emperor swords. For Xie Xianyu, it plays a protective role. If you encounter an irresistible enemy, will make a move. It seems to be in the sky. There are many talented young cultivators. They all carry such magic weapons with them. Yifeng thought in his heart. Instead, he observed the battle of the light orb that day. I saw the skylight orb appearing. Then summoned the 9 colors of skylight. A total of 9 big worlds are updated for the first time. Surrounded the 4th child of the Killing Dust Sword sect. The man's face suddenly changed. Even the eldest brother, Lu Mingjianzi, who was the leader, was a little shocked. Original. The 4 of them thought that the group of people who came here were just persimmons. Good pinch. Take a look now. They simply had the wrong idea. Not only the 2 immortal sovereigns. They have all reached the level of the heaven-defying immortal emperor. Kill Mingjianzi is 1 against 2. Completely at a disadvantage. Even those young people who have only attained the realm of immortality. Each has the best super god-level magic weapon. These top-quality super god-level magic weapons. They are also self-aware. Able to display a terrifying strength comparable to that of the immortal emperor against heaven. On that day, the light orb appeared. The 4 of Slaughtering Dust Sword sect suddenly fell into a disadvantage. After the skylight orb appeared. Not saying a word. A skylight flickered at random. Then there will be the wolf of the ancient purple sea. Or the red fire spirit is present. A powerful creature that keeps emerging. Please come to more and faster chapters. Completely suppress the 4th child of the Slaughtering Sword sect. Immediately afterwards. A blue fairy gate appeared. Carrying the power of infinite suppression. Heading towards the 4th child of the Killing Dust Sword sect. 4th. The 2nd child and the 3rd child saw this. They all exclaimed. Then each flashes. The body is shattered into the void. Want to help the 4th child. Let's fight against the gate of Fairy Kingdom together. However. 10 Emperor Swords and Immortal King, Divine Cauldron. How could it be possible for them to do so? The power of chaos. The sword energy is like a rainbow. 10 Emperor Swords, old voice hummed. Immediately afterwards, a sword chi condensed by the power of chaos swept over. Block the figure of the 2nd child abruptly. If he goes 1 step further, it will definitely be cut into 2 sections by this sword energy. Even the immortal emperor. Words chopped into 2 paragraphs. There is no possibility of surviving. Unless there is a holy doctor nearby. Get treatment in time. That's what's possible. However, near the entrance of the phantom killing array. How could there be a medical immortal? Even if there is. Such an existence will not easily save people. The immortal King Divine Cauldron is also not to be outdone. The entire shattered void. The laws of time are reversed. so he enveloped the third child in it. No matter how the third child bombards the barrier of the law of time with great force, can't break through. The fourth child of the killing dust sword sect, facing the gate of the fairy kingdom abruptly. It's not a martial arts competition. It's life and death. Please come to more and faster chapters. Even if the fourth child of the killing dust sword sect felt that he was not an opponent, nor can he surrender or admit defeat. This is the gate of the fairy kingdom. It descends like Mount Tai pressing down on the top. The fourth child of the slaughtering sword sect was suppressed and kept retreating. He could feel the terrifying power coming from the gate of the fairy kingdom. If it is really suppressed on the body, that depends on his strength as the fourth child of the dust slaughter sword sect. There is absolutely only one dead end. Yet he kept backing away. But the figure quickly approached the entrance of the phantom killing array. Fourth. Be careful when updating first. Kill Ming Zi Chen saw this. Angrily roared. The top-quality super god-level flying sword in his hand immediately struck towards the gate of the fairy kingdom. Relying on the best super god-level flying sword, it was only then that killing sword was able to draw with Sasansara and fairy Tianxiang. And this flying sword left. Since the time of reincarnation, Shura's killing intent permeated his whole body. Take the opportunity to explode. In the loud bang, the blood-red Shura's killing intent completely enveloped the killing sword. Immediately afterwards, fairy Tianxiang waved her hand. It was actually a burst of chaos. It condensed into streamer blades one after another, stabbed into that mass of Shura's killing intent. Yi Feng was watching from the side. His expression changed slightly. Tianxiang fairy even comprehended the power of chaos. But think about it carefully. This is not surprising. After all, Tianxiang fairy's father came back from Chaos Tai Ching with so many stars that are too clear. Just pick a few for your daughter. That's perfectly normal. But the talent of fairy Tianxiang, it also exceeded Yi Feng's expectations. Because of the heaven-defying immortal Emperor Lian he saw, the spar-masked man from the sanctuary Tianzhou, and so on. Although they are all against the heavenly emperor. But they did not fight with the power of chaos. The reason why fairy Tianxiang exerted the power of chaos, it was because she had cultivated the power of chaos to the third level. Although it was only at the same level as Yi Feng's now. However, ordinary people don't have such heaven-defying talent as Yi Feng. Even a powerful existence like Lian. I want to cultivate the power of chaos to the third level. I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years. And pity. It was the heaven-defying immortal emperor who had only risen in the past 20,000 years. It is impossible to cultivate the power of chaos to the third level. In this case, Lian wields the power of chaos. It's better to use the combined power of soul cultivation and demon cultivation that you have. Can explode stronger power. This Tianxiang fairy is so low-key. It is obvious that she possesses the strength. She was one of the best in the martial arts in the eastern region at that time. Yi Feng felt awe-inspiring. With Shura's killing intent, the killing Ming sword was enveloped. Fairy Tianxiang burst out the power of chaos in an instant. It was completely beyond Lu Ming Jianzi's expectations. Original. Killing Jianzi still felt that the best super god-level flying sword was missing. He can also resist the self-samsara and Tianxiang fairy. But now, he does. I miscalculated. Fairy Tianxiang pierced the sword blade condensed by the power of chaos into the blood-red Shura's killing intent from all directions. In an instant, I heard the scream of killing Jianzi. Facing the power of chaos that has been comprehended to the third level. There was no way for Killing Sword to resist it. If he still has the top-grade super god-level flying sword in his hand, maybe you can try it against Fairy Tianxiang. However, he flew out the flying sword. Go to resist the gate of the Fairy Kingdom. In order to save the fourth child of the slaughtering Dust Sword sect. Killing Ming Jianzi lost his life all at once. And the boss died. Please come to more and faster chapters. The expressions of the remaining three people suddenly changed. The gate of Fairyland. All of a sudden, it collided with the top-grade super god-level flying sword of Lu Ming Jianzi. Immediately, the two sides exerted their strengths. Deadlocked. But then, the skylight orb that Xie Xianyu took out was shining again. Comes from the world of 9 colors of skylight. The power of the 9 heavens realm condensed instantly. 9 heavenly soldiers and generals suddenly appeared in the field. Continue to threaten the fourth child of the slaughtering sword sect. Help me. That fourth child had a look of infinite horror on his face. Keep backing up. But accidentally stepped on the entrance of the phantom killing array. Immediately, the blood-red breath rises from the sky. Ingest his whole body into it. The fourth child, who was originally only here to send the second and third brothers into the phantom killing formation. He was actually forced into the phantom killing array. And with his strength, enter the killing array. There is no doubt that he must die. Walk. The remaining second and third children did not beg for mercy. The first time to update but immediately respond. Now they are completely at a disadvantage. Even begging for mercy. It is certainly impossible for the other party to agree. Their only way of life. It is to enter the phantom killing array. Anyway, their original purpose. Just to break into the phantom killing array. Thus achieving the name of defying the sky. Just got greedy in the middle. This led to the present consequences. The two naturally regretted it. But they were at that time. How did they know that Yi Feng and his group were so strong? When the second and third children run away with all their strength, no one can catch up. The two of them stepped on the entrance teleportation array of the phantom killing array one after another. Bloody breath gushed out. Immediately enveloped the two of them. Immediately, the two were teleported into the phantom killing array. Near the entrance of the entire phantom killing array. The clouds move. Quiet for an instant. Only Yi Feng and the other 5 were left. This flying sword. Update Yi Feng as soon as possible. Fairy Tianxiang is holding the top-grade super god-level flying sword of Killing Sword. I strolled back to the crystal shuttle. If Senior Tianxiang doesn't need it, I really want it. It's a pity that I can't control it. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. This is the ultimate super god-level flying sword of Killing Sword. It also has its own consciousness. The combat power is comparable to that of an immortal emperor. If Yi Feng holds it himself, of course it can't be stopped. You can't. I can. This moment. 10 Emperor Sword's old-fashioned voice came over. Then the sword light flashed. Then he returned to the crystal shuttle. I saw a roll of the 10 Emperor Sword. Immediately, he tightly entangled the ultra-god-level flying sword of Killing Ming Jianzi. From now on, you can follow the old man and me. By the way, protect this kid Yi Feng. Yes. My name is... The ultra-god-level flying sword of Kill Ming Jianzi made a sound tremblingly. It sounded like a young man. But he hasn't finished yet. The 10 Emperor Sword interrupted with a stern shout. I don't want to know what your original name was. From now on, your name is Huang Nu Jian. 10 Emperor Sword said triumphantly. Among the 10 Emperor Swords. It is the spirit of 10 sword cultivators. They unanimously agreed to call this flying sword the Imperial Slave Sword. Imperial Slave, Imperial Slave. It is the slave of the 10 Emperor Swords. Please come to more and faster chapters. Everyone looked at the 10 Emperor Swords like this. It could only be a cold sweat. Yi Feng was happy to see it. From then on, he has another top-quality super god-level flying sword. The power of Long Yuan Wan Jianju is even stronger. But the harvest of this battle seems to be more than that. From the body of killing sword that was pierced by the sword energy of chaos. Since reincarnation, a storage ring was found. There are a lot of things in the storage ring. The most important is, there are actually 8 other super god-level flying swords. These 8 super god-level flying swords. Not the best. But even if it's just low-grade or middle-grade, that's priceless too. Since reincarnation is a twin centipede, it's useless to ask for a flying sword. Then he threw all 8 super god-level flying swords to Yi Feng. There is no doubt that these flying swords were once again accepted as younger brothers by 10 Emperor Swords. A total of 9 flying swords. They are called Emperor Slave 1 Sword by 10 Emperor Swords, respectively. Emperor Slave 2 Swords. 3 swords of the Imperial Slave. Among them, the Imperial Slave made a sword. It was the top-grade super god level flying sword. These 9 flying swords. Please come to more and faster chapters. All have been born spiritual wisdom. But for Kill Ming Jianzi, none of these 9 flying swords have any sincerity. A member of the Dust Killing Sword sect. Just use the flying sword as a tool. Arms. This. It is undoubtedly contrary to the purpose of sword repair. Except for the 9 flying swords. There are many other things in the storage ring of Lu Ming Jianzi. For example, tying Kadibo or something. They were also divided among 5 people, including Yi Feng. But even if it is as strong as killing sword, there will not be too many treasures in the storage ring. After all, if there is something, he has already taken it. Yi Feng's biggest harvest. There are still 9 super god-level flying swords. The phantom killing array is right in front of you. Shall we go in now? Xie Xianyu glanced at the entrance of the phantom killing array where the 2nd and 3rd children had just been sent away. Asked aloud. 2nd and 3rd. Both have the strength to defy the Heavenly Emperor. If there is no accident, they will definitely break through this phantom killing formation. Fairy Tianxiang frowned slightly and said, and they entered first. It is very likely that they will come out before you. At that time only me and Yue Yuan will be left. I am afraid. It's okay. Senior 10 Emperor Swords. You stay outside and guard. If those 2 people show up to cause trouble later, I will trouble you to protect Yue Yuan. Yi Feng said to 10 Emperor Swords. You boy. If you die in the phantom killing array, my old man will pat his ass and leave. 10 Emperor Swords said with a soft snort. Senior, don't worry. I, Yi Feng, should not die so easily. Yi Feng smiled and said. That's good. 10 Emperor Sword nodded in satisfaction. Then he guarded by Yuelong's side. Including Yuelong's Immortal King Divine Cauldron. Also guard him. If the 2nd and 3rd child reappear at that time, it is absolutely impossible to be their opponent. I'll keep the Skylight Orb as well. I'm in the middle of the battle. Bringing the Skylight Orb is useless. Xie Xianyu threw the Skylight Orb. Suspended behind Fairy Tianxiang and Yuelong. In the ancient killing formation. It will isolate all conscious beings from each other. That is, if Xie Xianyu entered the phantom killing formation with the Skylight Orb, then both parties will be separated. So, bring the best super god level magic weapon and enter the killing array. It is of no use at all to enter the formation. The first edition of this book comes from the first time to read the genuine content. Fairy Tianxiang and Yueyuan stayed outside, and Yi Feng and Xie Xianyu also left the 10 Emperor's sword and Tianguang orb to protect their safety. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng, Xie Xianyu, and Zi Samsara flew towards the entrance of the phantom killing formation. Everyone be careful. Fairy Tianxiang's voice came from behind, full of worry. Do not worry. Xie Xianyu waved his hand without looking back, and followed Yi Feng to the entrance of the phantom killing formation. The three of them stepped on the blood-red teleportation array one after another, and then a burst of blood spread, accompanied by a burst of strong void law power, teleporting the three of them into the phantom killing array. Every creature will be placed separately after entering the phantom killing formation. This is a common rule in ancient killing formations. When Yi Feng was teleported away by the void law power of the teleportation array, he instantly felt that he had come to a blood-red space full of killing intent. All directions, front, back, left, and right were covered with blood-red color. The so-called phantom killing array means that phantoms will appear one after another to kill those who enter the formation. Only by killing these phantoms continuously and moving forward at the same time can we finally break through the killing formation. Yi Feng was thinking in his heart, and when he looked down, he saw that his feet seemed to be stepping on a pool of blood, and this pool of blood stretched from his feet all the way to the distance, until it was out of his field of vision. This is a bloody road. Those who enter the formation can only continue to fight along this bloody road. As long as they reach the end of this bloody road, they can be regarded as having passed through the phantom killing formation. Without any hesitation, Yi Feng quickly ran forward along this bloody road. In the space of this phantom killing array, both the law of void and the law of time are imprisoned. Even the immortal emperor cannot use any power of void and time to allow himself to quickly pass through this bloody road. At the beginning of entering the killing formation, no one appeared in the surrounding blood-colored space. But when Yi Feng started to run a few steps, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared beside him, holding a pitch-black long knife, and a ray of light cut down instantly. Yi Feng's heart trembled. He gathered a burst of chaos power at will, cultivated to the 3rd level of chaos power, and instantly formed a barrier, resisting the opponent's sharp saber light. This black shadow is the phantom in the phantom killing array. Yi Feng immediately thought of it, with a shrewd look in his eyes. Not only this phantom, but also those who break through the formation like me. Once they enter the phantom killing formation, their cultivation will be erased immediately. No matter how much cultivation after entering the killing formation, all the strong men are treated equally, and all they rely on are the various powers they have comprehended. Not only that, the growth of the practitioner's bone age will also increase the power of these phantom killers. If an immortal sovereign has cultivated for 10,000 years and enters the phantom killing formation, the phantom killer he will face is much stronger than what Yi Feng is facing right now. However, the immortal emperor has practiced for a long time. No matter how poorly talented he is, he can comprehend some laws of power, and the phantom killer he faces will of course be stronger. This is a complete test of a practitioner's talent. If the talent is not enough, no matter how much heaven, material, and earth treasures are used to accumulate the cultivation base to the realm of the immortal emperor, and come to the killing array to meet these phantom killers, there is still no resistance. But now in front of Yi Feng, this phantom killer has no resistance at all. The power of chaos condensed into a sword light, and with one slash, the phantom killer beside him was cut in half in an instant, and then turned into blood red and disappeared. This is equivalent to reducing everyone's cultivation base to the same level, and then relying on their own strength to win. Yi Feng estimated the strength of the phantom killer he just beheaded, and found that if it was Yu Yuan who came to break through this killing formation, it would be really difficult to break through. Not to mention Yu Yuan, even Xie Xianyu, who had been cultivating for 2 years before entering the phantom killing formation, could only die. Even if he could kill the first few phantom killers, but as he walked towards the end of this bloody road, more and more phantom killers would appear and become stronger. Yi Feng beheaded the first phantom killer at the fastest speed, and then moved forward quickly. Soon, 2 pitch-black phantom killers appeared, each holding a spear, stabbing towards Yi Feng. The power of the ancient monster dragon, kill. Yi Feng let out a low shout, and swept his sword energy, one sword at a time, beheading the 2 phantom killers in an instant. Although he can use the power of chaos to kill the enemy more easily and quickly, but he found that using the power of chaos consumes a lot of energy for himself. If he uses the power of chaos all the way, he will definitely be exhausted in the end. As he moved forward, one phantom killer after another kept appearing. However, no matter how many phantom killers appear, Yi Feng can guarantee to kill all phantom killers with one sword. This is Yi Feng's powerful suppression ability in front of enemies of the same cultivation level. His talent is extremely terrifying, and the various powers he has comprehended are also stronger than those of his peers. Even if he came to enter the phantom killing formation, it would be effortless. On the other side, since Samsara and Xiaoshanyu, the process of entering the battle was not as easy as Yi Feng. Especially since reincarnation, his cultivation base has reached the Immortal Emperor, and his bone age has been nearly 10,000 years. Every phantom killer that has appeared is extremely powerful. He transformed into the body of the twin centipedes, condensed his murderous intent, fought in the blood-colored space, and walked forward step by step along the bloody path under his feet. When he reached the middle of the bloody road, he had no time to kill more and more phantom killers around him, but finally, the end of the bloody road was in front of him. As for Xiaoshanyu, the 9-colored world of skylight flashed, and the heavenly soldiers and generals, fire spirit beasts, ancient sea wolves, etc. were constantly summoned by her to kill phantom killers one by one. If these forces alone are no longer able to deal with it, Xiaoshanyu will use the power of chaos to instantly wipe out the phantom killer. Her forward movement was easier than that of reincarnation, but compared to Yi Feng, it was much slower. The fight on the road of blood lasted for nearly a day and a night. Yi Feng moved forward without hindrance, and finally came to the end of the bloody road after beheading a total of 5,050 phantom killers. Phantom killing array, there were a total of 100 phantom killers, each wave had one more killer, and in the last wave, a total of 100 killers came to attack. If it is not a real genius, there will be no place to die. Yi Feng raised his head and saw the teleportation formation at the end of the blood road, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he stepped into it. The name against the sky is so simple, for Yi Feng. However, when he stepped into the teleportation array, he was surrounded by a burst of void law, and when he reappeared, he was not at the entrance of the phantom killing array. But where is this? Yi Feng looked around, and was extremely shocked by the scene he saw. Around Yi Feng. It is a scene of the first opening of the primordial world. The rich power of chaos in the world. Surround him tightly. The intensity of the power of chaos in this space. It is even more unimaginable than in Chaos Sword Immortal Star. Here. Where is it? Why did I break through the phantom killing formation? But I didn't return to the entrance of the phantom killing formation. Instead, I came to this place. Yi Feng was full of vigilance. But soon, he found that he was the only one in this space. No other living beings exist. Update as soon as possible. In the whole space. A dense power of chaos. That's all. Besides, only Yi Feng, an immortal cultivator who invaded from the outside world, was left. Regardless of Yi Feng's front or rear. Left or right. It's all chaos. There is no existence of any living beings and consciousness. Here. Where is it? In Yifeng's mind. Very suspicious. Just when he was fully on guard. Suddenly found out. All the power of chaos in this space. They even started to gather in the direction of the other party where he was. The gathering speed of these chaotic forces. Yifeng couldn't react at all. It was surrounded by the extremely strong power of chaos. Immediately before him. The power of infinite chaos instantly condensed into a hazy ball of light. This light group. Compressed by the power of endless chaos. It contained Yifeng's unimaginable power. And with the formation of this light group, the power of chaos in the entire space gathered towards the light cluster more quickly. Yifeng wanted to take a few steps back. That way, in case the light ball would cause him any danger. He also has a little more time to react. However, he suddenly found out. At this moment, he couldn't even move an inch. What is going on? Yifeng's mind was full of doubts. Him at this very moment. He could only watch the hazy power of chaos gradually become clear. Please come to more and faster chapters. And gradually formed a sphere exuding hazy light. This sphere, hazy from the start, gradually began to solidify. To the end. It actually absorbed all the power of chaos in the entire space. It became a fist-sized ball. There was a hazy blur of white light. This ball. Yifeng stared at the ball. For fear of its sudden violent attack. If that is the case. Yifeng felt that his hundreds of lives were not enough. But then. He found that his body could move. Throughout the space. The power of chaos completely condensed into the hazy chaotic sphere in front of his eyes. And the original hazy chaotic space. It was pitch black at this moment. Yifeng subconsciously took a few steps back. He stared at the hazy ball formed by the power of chaos. Be extremely cautious. Even if the orb didn't show any signs of being against him. But he did not venture forward. But separated by a certain distance. Watching from a distance. Until several hours later. Only Yifeng can be sure. The hazy ball formed by the power of chaos in front of his eyes. There really was no trend against him. Be brave. He flew towards the hazy ball. Immediately afterwards. He held the hazy ball in his hand. Immediately. A burst of consciousness that seemed to come from primordial Meng. It descended into Yifeng's mind. Chaos ball. Update as soon as possible. This hazy ball formed by the power of chaos. Known as the chaos ball. It is the core existence that will be produced in every crack in the Taiqing sky. Endless ancient times. Take Qingshan because of a big war. The whole collapsed. All things return to chaos. All living beings are devastated. Into nothingness. Only a very small number of creatures. To be able to rely on tyrannical strength. Survive in a special form. Yifeng thought to himself. This probably refers to the daughter of Chaos Sword Immortal. Chaos Sword Girl. Please come to more and faster chapters. Chaos Sword Girl frozen in an endless ice coffin. Indeed, in a special form. Survived. But such an existence. There is not much in the whole Taiqing day. After the Taiqing heaven collapsed. It turned into 999 fragments. Every fragment. It is an extremely wide space. And the space where Yifeng is now. It was one of the fragments formed after the collapse of the Taiqing heaven. 2 clear sky cracks. Phantom killing array. It is the only entrance to this Taiqing Tian crack. However, not everyone who passes through the phantom killing formation can enter this great clear sky rift. Yifeng. Relying on his incomparable talent against the sky. The entire phantom killing array was cracked without any pressure. The mechanism of the phantom killing array was touched. Only then did he enter the space. The ball of chaos. It is the core of every fragment of Taekingshan. A ball of chaos can generate a large world. However, if enough balls of chaos are collected, it can even restore Taekingshan to its original state. This period of consciousness. The first update was sent to Yifeng from the chaos ball. But Yifeng was completely sure. This ball of chaos is definitely not a creature. Nor is it consciousness like a magic weapon. Could it be? This belongs to the Taiqing heaven. The will of this world. Yifeng couldn't help but guess. However, this speculation is too shocking. I'm afraid few people in this world have thought about it. This world itself will generate consciousness. Some magical weapons, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures such as the super god level can generate their own consciousness. So, the world itself. From the consciousness of the ball of chaos, Yifeng could clearly feel a burst of desolation. The entire Taiqing sky collapsed. Torn apart. If Taekingshan itself is conscious, what kind of mood will it be? It's too clear at this moment. I'm afraid I really want to reorganize myself again. Yifeng held the chaos ball. Feel the extremely strong power of chaos. I thought if I relied on this chaotic ball, come to practice the power of chaos. It is definitely many times faster than his cultivation in Chaos Sword Immortal Star. This ball of chaos. It is the core of the fragments of chaos Taekingshan. Suddenly, Yifeng felt the consciousness of himself and the ball of chaos. It's as if it's starting to come together. Consciousness in this ball of chaos. It seemed to bring a trace of Yifeng's own personality. This ball of chaos. The original character was blank. At this time it was obtained by Yifeng. Actually imitated Yifeng. Possesses the same character as Yifeng. We can even say the current chaos orb has become a part of Yifeng. Both melted into one. Yifeng can borrow the power from the chaos ball. And this chaos ball also has Yifeng's character and consciousness. The whole situation. Yifeng didn't even imagine it. Some were caught off guard. Leave here. Yifeng thought in his heart. He felt the power surge in the ball of chaos in his hand. Then bring Yifeng along. Leave from this crack in the Taiqing sky. The surrounding void distorts. Yifeng opened his eyes. I found that I had finally returned to the entrance of the phantom killing array. However, at this time, the phantom killing array behind him began to dissipate. The first edition of this book comes from the first time to read the genuine content. When Yifeng returned to the outside world with the chaos ball in his hand, he looked back, only to find that the entrance of the phantom killing formation behind him gradually disappeared. This strange scene surprised Yifeng. Could it be that the mission of this phantom killing formation is to allow a certain cultivator to obtain this chaos ball? But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. Because as soon as he appeared in the sky, he found that the entire field was in chaos. The fairy Tianxiang and the two immortal emperors from reincarnation, leading the two daughters Yueliang and Xiaoshenyu, are confronting a large group of sword cultivators with the strength of immortal emperors. These sword cultivators are all members of the Dust Slaughtering Sword sect. There are more than a dozen immortal sovereigns in total. Among them, the second and third brothers who were forced into the phantom killing formation by Yifeng, and the others are among them. Although Yifeng took the shortest time to break through the phantom killing formation, but he entered the crack of the chaos Taiqing heaven and collected the chaos ball. Because of this, he came out later than Zasansara and Xiaoshenyu. Yi Feng did not expect that what he saw after he came out would be such a scene. Slaughtering Dust Sword sect unexpectedly came with a large group of people and surrounded them all. And looking at the appearance of Fairy Tianxiang and Zi Samsara, it seemed that there had been some battles just now, and they were at a disadvantage, while the 10 Emperor's Sword, Immortal King Divine Cauldron, and Tianguang Orb all blocked Yuan and Xia Shenyu. The doubled gap in numbers puts Fairy Tianxiang at a complete disadvantage in the battle. And when Yi Feng appeared from the phantom killing formation, everyone in the field stopped for a moment. Seeing that Yi Feng had only 8,000 years of cultivation, the dozen or so immortal emperors from the slaughtering Dust Sword sect were all shocked on the spot. How could such a brat who has attained the Dao realm break through the phantom killing formation? At the very beginning, they had just arrived when they saw Xia Shenyu break through the phantom killing formation, claiming to be against the sky with a mere 13,000 years of cultivation. Now, the Yi Feng who just appeared is even more shocking, breaking through the phantom killing formation, and it's only 8,000 years. Has a heaven-defying cultivator with an 8,000-year cultivation base appeared before? No. Don't say 8,000 years, even those who have cultivated for 80,000 years against the heavens rarely appear in the sky. At this moment, Xia Shenyu is the first, Yi Feng is the second, breaking through the record of the ancient killing formation in one fell swoop. However, it seems that it does not stop there. In everyone's eyes, when Yi Feng came out of the phantom killing formation, the whole phantom killing formation seemed to start to collapse, and the entrance started first. The blood-red teleportation array collapsed the moment Yi Feng's figure appeared, turning into ashes, and this was something that had never happened in hundreds of thousands of years. The entrance to the phantom killing array collapsed. From now on, no one seems to be able to enter the phantom killing formation again, and this will be a big loss for the entire high-end monks in Shangqingshan. After all, the phantom killing formation is the easiest one to pass through in the ancient killing formations. Throughout the ages, there have been countless reputations of defying the heavens and immortal emperors who have been achieved through the phantom killing formation. Now that the phantom killing array is gone, it will undoubtedly become more difficult for monks in the upper heavens to achieve the reputation of defying the sky. And the instigator of all this seems to be Yi Feng, who just appeared from the phantom killing array. A mere little cultivator with 8,000 years of cultivation. This made everyone in the killing Dust Sword sect swallow their saliva. How can this be? Could it be that they are dreaming? However, they are very clear that with their cultivation base that has reached the realm of the immortal emperor, if it is a dream, they can already wake up on their own initiative. Chaos Ball, let me see how powerful you are. After Yi Feng came out, he quickly understood the situation in front of him, but he was not worried, but squinted his eyes, feeling the power of the Chaos Ball in his hand. At this moment, the Chaos Ball is filled with extremely strong chaos power. In Yi Feng's perception, even the immortal sovereign cannot resist this burst of chaos power. That is to say, the current Yi Feng holding the Chaos Ball can definitely rival the immortal sovereign, even against the heavenly sovereign, and there are more than one of them. Of course, Yi Feng felt that the power of chaos in the ball of chaos would be consumed, and in normal times, it was impossible to replenish the power of chaos. In other words, the Chaos Ball is equivalent to a one-time item. Fortunately, Yi Feng possesses the Star of Chaos Sword Immortal, which seems to contain a lot of power of chaos, but according to Yi Feng's estimation, even if all the power of chaos in the entire Star of Chaos Sword Immortal is poured into the ball of chaos, can't be refilled either. Anyway, since Yi Feng is holding the Chaos Ball overflowing with chaos power, he would be too sorry for himself if he didn't try its power. What's more, if he doesn't use his means now, it is absolutely impossible to escape from this place. There are more than 10 immortal emperors from the Dust Slaughter Sword sect, 6 of them are heaven-defying immortal emperors. You can tell from their lineup that they are definitely going to wipe out Yi Feng and the others, and seize their top-grade super god-level magic weapon. Whether it's the Sword of the 10 Emperors, the Divine Cauldron of the Immortal King, or the orb of heavenly light, they are all extremely precious treasures for any immortal emperor. Although I don't know what's weird about this kid, but we have so many immortal emperors here, you don't have any chance. Among the crowd of immortal emperors of the Slaughtering Sword sect, an old man headed by held a flying sword and said contemptuously, "The shattering of the phantom slaying formation probably has something to do with you. Immortal cultivators, arrest you. The people of the dust-killing sword sect will only use the third-rate methods of blocking the road and robbing." Yi Feng chuckled, and with a movement of his body, he floated in front of Fairy Tianxiang and the others. Holding the chaos ball in his hand, he raised his head and looked at the dust-killing sword sect people in front of him, with deep disdain in his eyes. "At first, I thought that the immortal cultivators in the sanctuary Tianzhou were all elegant seniors, but now it seems that they are nothing more than a group of hooligans who show off their power with some cultivation." "Say it again if you have the guts." Immediately, the second child, who had suffered under Yi Feng's 10 emperor swords before, let out a snarl, extremely angry. Say it again, you rascals of the Dust Slaughter Sword sect, what else do you do, besides blocking the road and robbery?" Yi Feng's eyes became even more disdainful. "You." The second child was so angry that he almost vomited blood, his eyes flickered fiercely. "You are courting death. Don't talk to him, do it." The old man in the lead was also very angry by Yi Feng, but they have an absolute advantage now, why bother to play tricks with the person in front of them? "Yi Feng, be careful." Fairy Tianxiang and the others immediately reminded that Yi Feng was standing in front of him. Although she had only said these 2 words, she could clearly feel the killing intent of the Dust Slaughter Sword sect towards Yi Feng. She absolutely cannot let Yi Feng die here. Thinking of this, Fairy Tianxiang immediately wanted to fly forward, but at this moment, Yi Feng turned around and smiled slightly. "Senior Tianxiang, you hold me back, I'll meet these vile hooligans." Hearing Yi Feng's words, and looking at Yi Feng's expression, Tianxiang Fairy was stunned. Not only Tianxiang Fairy, but also Zilunhui, Yuelong, and Xie Xianyu beside Tianxiang Fairy were also surprised. Yi Feng actually said that he wanted to meet the lowly gangster in front of him. You know, they were in front of more than 10 immortal emperors of the Dukhan Sword sect. Among them, there were 6 immortal emperors against the sky. Such a powerful force might be able to sweep across the entire Wuya Valley. However, now, Yi Feng wanted to meet them. Together with the 10 Emperor Swords, the Immortal King Cauldron, the Tianguang Orb and other top-grade super-god-level magic weapons, they were a little shocked at this moment. As top-grade super-god-level magic weapons, they already had the strength comparable to the Immortal Emperor after the birth of self-awareness. At this moment, they have mastered various powers after countless years of practice, and are even comparable to the Immortal Emperor against the sky. However, even they, at this moment, could not be opponents facing the strong men of the Dukhan Sword sect. Updated at the first time, they could only retreat. They didn't believe that Yi Feng, who had only 8,000 years of cultivation, could fight against such a powerful opponent. Even when Yi Feng just appeared from the Phantom Killing Array, the Phantom Killing Array collapsed. But this only shows that Yi Feng has a high talent. It doesn't mean that Yi Feng is strong. Perhaps only people with enough talent can make the Phantom Killing Array disappear. But Yi Feng's strength is still only 8,000 years of cultivation. And Yi Feng's words, updated at the first time, made the people of the Dukhan Sword sect laugh out loud. What did they hear? A kid with 8,000 years of cultivation in the realm of enlightenment actually said that he wanted to meet with them, the immortal emperors. This is simply the funniest joke they have heard in their lives. Needless to say, Yi Feng has only 8,000 years of cultivation now. Even if Yi Feng is a heaven-defying immortal emperor, they will think this is a joke. And once compared with Yi Feng's cultivation. More and faster chapters, please go. They were too lazy to even laugh. They all felt that the boy who had reached the Dao realm in front of them was completely crazy. Although this boy seemed to have caused the disappearance of the phantom killing array, this did not mean that there was anything special about this boy. It was very likely that it was just an anomaly in the phantom killing array itself. As for the possibility that Yi Feng caused this anomaly, they did not say that they had not thought about it. But they really could not imagine that a guy with 8,000 years of cultivation would have anything special. Like Yi Feng, who had cultivated for 8,000 years and had just reached the Dao realm, there were at least 100,000 of them in the Dukhan Sword sect. In the eyes of the immortal emperors of the Dukhan Sword sect, they were simply ant-like existences. Stinky boy, it's time to go crazy. We don't have time to talk to you. The old man in the lead held a flying sword and flew towards Yi Feng. There was a flash of extremely fierce color in his eyes. It was obvious that he would not stop until Yi Feng was killed. Seeing the old man take action, the remaining people of the Dukhan Sword sect all sneered. They never took Yi Feng seriously. At this moment, the right elder of their sect took action. He would definitely be able to deal with this boastful kid in an instant. Be careful. The faces of Tianxiang Fairy and others changed. They were about to help. However, at this moment, Yi Feng suddenly moved. He raised his right hand. Suddenly, a sphere flashing with the power of chaos burst out with a hazy light. This light contained extremely powerful power of chaos. Not only did Tianxiang Fairy and others startle, but also scared the old man who attacked Yi Feng. It turned out to be the power of chaos. The kid in front of him was only 8,000 years old. He could actually comprehend the power of chaos. It was really shocking. You know, when the old man himself comprehended the power of chaos. It was already more than 30,000 years old when he achieved the name of defying the heavens. Only then did he participate in a defying the heavens appointment, and thus had the opportunity to comprehend the power of chaos. However, how could this kid with 8,000 years of cultivation in front of him? And he soon discovered that the strength of the power of chaos contained in the ball of chaos in Yi Feng's hand was not consistent with Yi Feng's 8,000 years of cultivation. More and faster chapters, please go. The power of chaos in this ball of chaos turned out to be the law of chaos. And it was more powerful than the law of chaos displayed by the immortal emperor. The old man had not reacted at all, but he was already enveloped by the power of chaos in the ball of chaos. The whole person was suppressed by force, and suddenly he could not move at all. The old man's face was instantly covered with cold sweat. The sword in his hand began to tremble completely out of his control. You know, his sword is a top-grade super god-level magic weapon. In terms of age. But it is older and more powerful than the 10 Emperor swords. However, at this time, under the pressure of the chaos ball, the flying sword began to tremble involuntarily. The chaos power, contained in the chaos ball, is the chaos law. For practitioners, this is a powerful force that needs to be cultivated to the 10th level, before it can be exerted. Now, let alone Shang Qingshan, even if the immortal realm Yu Qingshan is included, I am afraid that no one can comprehend the chaos law. Because, with the talents of most of the heaven-defying immortal emperors, they can only cultivate the chaos power to the 4th or 5th level at most within the limit of their lifespan. It is already very terrible. This. Already the best in the world. The law of chaos. No one dared even think about it. But now. A mere boy with 8,000 years of cultivation in the realm of Taoism found a strange sphere in his hand. The law of chaos was released. The right elder of the Qinshan sword sect has lived for such a long time. Of course I knew he had completely miscalculated this time. But at this moment, he was completely unable to move. I can only watch the power of the chaos law of the chaos ball, spreading out in all directions. In an instant. Then everyone in the Dukhan sword sect was enveloped. Tyrannical pressure shocked the whole audience. However, the power of the ball of chaos. That's all. These forces. He can only help Yi Feng to scare his opponents. Completely suppress your opponent. But it cannot directly kill the opponent. If it were just Yi Feng, the most he can do is rely on the chaos ball to save his life and escape. But now. However, there were two heaven-defying immortal emperors beside him, Zi Reincarnation and Tianxiang Fairy. Kill. Yi Feng shouted lowly. Immediately, Zi Reincarnation and Tianxiang Fairy nodded understandingly. Both of them. No one thought that Yi Feng would be so strong now. But now this opportunity is extremely rare. And no one knows how long the power of Yi Feng's ball of chaos can last. Self-reincarnation and Tianxiang Fairy are very clear. If they cannot kill their opponent within this period of time, then you will be the one who dies in the end. The two of them thought about this. Take action brazenly. Faced with low-grade hooligans like the Lucan Sword Sect, there is no need to have any compassion at all. This book was first published from, see the genuine content first, 37360 plus SWA plus 244874434. When the tyrannical power of chaos and the chaos ball suppressed everyone in the Dust Slaughter Sword Sect on the spot, Zi Samsara and Fairy Tianxiang immediately attacked each other. After all, this group is all in the realm of the Immortal Emperor, even the tyrannical existence of the Immortal Emperor against the sky. With Yi Feng's strength alone, even if the opponent stands still, he cannot kill the opponent. But since Reincarnation and Fairy Tianxiang are different, both of them are at the level of the heaven-defying Immortal Emperor, and since Reincarnation as twin centipede demon cultivators, their bodies are full of Shura's killing intent. Speaking of other things, self-reincarnation may not be very good, but killing people, self-reincarnation is the best. When Zi Samsara and Fairy Tianxiang attacked, Ten Emperor's Sword, Immortal King Divine Cauldron and Tianguang Orb, of course, the three of them did not hesitate at all, and quickly cast their killing moves towards each other. Everyone shot together, killing more than a dozen opponents in an instant. After a few breaths, many immortal emperors of slaughtering Dust Sword Sect, including the tyrannical Elder Right, had all died in front of Yi Feng. Self-Samsara, Tianxiang Fairy, Ten Emperor's Sword, Immortal King Divine Cauldron, and Tianguang Orb each killed 2 or 3 opponents. Among them, Self-Samsara was the fastest, but Shura's killing intent enveloped them, and killed 4 of them in an instant. Under the coercion of the law of chaos, the opponent has no ability to resist at all. Yi Feng, I never thought that you would have such a powerful weapon when you came out of the phantom killing formation. Fairy Tianxiang turned her head and smiled at Yi Feng. Senior Tianxiang, stop complimenting me. Yi Feng could only smile wryly at this moment. Because now he found that the chaos ball in his hand was empty, and there was not even a single bit of chaos law power left. It's just that the power of the chaos power was completely consumed this time, and Yi Feng could clearly feel that the power of the chaos law consumed this time was probably more powerful than the chaos power in the entire Chaos Sword Immortal Star. Force more. In other words, even the star of the Chaos Sword Immortal cannot replenish the consumption of the Chaos Ball's power this time. This Chaos Ball is actually just a one-time magic weapon. After using it once, the energy will be gone. It seems that if you want to replenish it with full energy, you can only wait to participate in the covenant against the sky. As long as you participate in the covenant against the sky, you can enter the cracks of the chaotic Taiqingshan, so that you can have endless power of chaos to supplement the power of the ball of chaos. That is to say, in the Chaos Taiqing heaven, I have the chaos ball, and my combat power will be much stronger than ordinary cultivators against the sky. Yi Feng quickly thought of this in his mind. However, there are too many heaven-defying immortal cultivators participating in the heaven-defying covenant, and most of them are powerful heaven-defying immortal cultivators from Yuqing Tian in the fairy world. Among those people, there might not have been someone like Yi Feng who had obtained such a powerful treasure as the Chaos Ball. Even if Yi Feng possessed a Chaos Ball, he would never dare to say that he was invincible. Suddenly, Yi Feng thought of an idea. Since there is such a thing as the Chaos Ball in the Phantom Killing Formation, is there a similar tyrannical treasure in the other 3 ancient killing formations in the Sanctuary Tianzhou? In addition to the Phantom Killing Formation, Sanctuary Tianzhou also has the Deathly Abyss Killing Formation, the Dead Silence Killing Formation, and another lore killing formation that no one has ever come out alive. If the 3 major killing formations can give Yi Feng 3 more Chaos Balls to participate in the Heaven-defying Covenant and enter the Chaos Taiching Heaven, wouldn't it be a greater advantage? But at this moment, since Samsara and Fairy Tianxiang have collected all the spoils obtained from beheading and killing more than a dozen immortal emperors of Qin Jianzong. Among them, just the treasures of heaven and earth, regular fragments, and the like can be used as food for the 28 beasts in the 4 directions of Liuguang Xianfan, and there are quite a few in total. These things should be enough to feed all the 28 beasts in Liuguang Xianfan. Fairy Tianxiang smiled slightly and said to Yi Feng, "These people from the Dust Slaughter Sword sect were killed by the seniors. These things should be distributed by the seniors." Yi Feng was more modest, but he said immediately, "I only need these natural and earthly treasures. As for other magic treasures, let the seniors share them among themselves." "Then how?" Fairy Tianxiang shook her head and said, "If it wasn't for you, all of us would have died here. The magic weapon used by the Dust Slaughter Sword sect is the flying sword, which is useless to me and self-reincarnation. Why don't we just leave it to you? Should be able to enhance your strength a lot." "In that case, I would like to thank the 2 seniors." Yi Feng was disrespectful, he really needs these things now. A magic weapon of the flying sword type, even if he himself is useless, taking it back to the earth can also distribute some benefits to everyone, lest he go back and fail to bring back anything, which is too disappointing for his own people. As for the flying sword magic weapon that can enhance the power of his Longyuan myriad sword art, he has thought about it, but even if the power of the Longyuan myriad sword art is maximized, it cannot be as powerful as the annihilation sword art. The current Yi Feng's strongest swordsmanship is Chaos Dazzling Sword and Annihilation Swordsmanship. As for the swordsmanship inherited by Dragon's Sword, it cannot compare to these 2 swordsmanships. Since this is the case, I will try Liuguang Xianfan first. The 2 seniors, Yu Yuan, Miss Xia, why don't you go back first?" As Yi Feng said, his eyes shone brightly, "I'm in Tianzhou, the sanctuary, and I want to do more things." As soon as these words came out, a bright color flashed in Fairy Tianxiang's eyes. "Yi Feng, still want to stay and do something in the sanctuary, Tianzhou?" This makes people can't help but want to guess. Since reincarnation, his face was as stiff as when he first saw him. He nodded without saying anything, expressing his agreement with Yi Feng's words. Fairy Tianxiang was naturally inconvenient to stop Yi Feng, so she just ordered to be careful before leaving. In fact, no matter who they were, they had vaguely guessed what Yi Feng wanted to do. Yi Feng's talent really surpassed that of ordinary people too much. He entered the Phantom Killing Formation and actually melted the Phantom Killing Formation, and he also got an incomparably terrifying Chaos Ball. Since the Phantom Killing Array is fine, what about the other 3 killing arrays? Everyone thinks so. When Fairy Tianxiang turned around, she thought silently, this Yi Feng might really start to do something earth-shattering. What Yi Feng will do next, I believe it will definitely shock the entire world of cultivating immortals in Shangqingshan. No matter what, Fairy Tianxiang's eyes were full of anticipation. She can be said to have witnessed Yi Feng step by step becoming the strongest fighter in the eastern region, and now, she is going to witness him creating miracles in the covenant against the sky. Fairy Tianxiang controlled the crystal shuttle, and after leading the crowd away, Yi Feng released Liuguang Xianfan. As soon as Liuguang Xianfan appeared, it was like a city in the sky, suspended above Yi Feng's head. Including the treasures of heaven and earth that Fairy Tianxiang gave me before, I can improve my cultivation for more than 7,000 years, and more than half of them are things that I have never absorbed. Yi Feng thought in his heart that he wanted to improve his cultivation level one more time before going to the remaining 3 ancient killing formations. At least, he had to reach 10,000 years of cultivation level and step into the realm of immortality. In this way, the spiritual energy in his body will be connected with the heaven and the earth, and it will never be exhausted. This is also one of the biggest differences between the immortal cultivators who have attained the Tao realm and the immortal cultivators who have attained the immortal realm. But now in the phantom killing formation, where so many people from the killing dust sword sect have just died, it is not suitable for absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth. The current Yi Feng, except for the 10 emperor swords who are still following Yi Feng, has no other strengths that can compete with the powerhouses of the immortal emperor realm. But at this moment, 10 Emperor Swords has already expanded the total number of his younger brothers to Emperor Slave Sword, number 39. A total of 39 super god-level magic weapon flying swords were adopted by the 10 Emperor Swords as younger brothers. These flying swords were originally regarded as tools in the hands of the monks of the dust-killing sword sect. In contrast, the current 10 Emperor Swords love them so much that they even plan to select some of them and impart the power of chaos to them. Of course, the 10 Emperor Swords knew that these flying swords were not trustworthy now. After all, they were snatched from the people of the Dust Slaughter Sword sect, and no matter how they were refined, they were all refined by the Slaughter Dust Sword sect members. Only when they can really trust them, will the 10 Emperor Swords really impart the power of chaos to them. As for now, they can only be used as tools first. Come up with me. Yi Feng said something to the 10 Emperor Swords, and then flew up towards Liuguang Xianfan. On the Liuguang Xianfan, there are a total of 28 beasts from all directions controlling the entire Xianfan, the core of which is the Eastern Qinglong 7 beasts, all of which have comprehended the laws of void and time. This is the part that Yi Feng is most concerned about. Whether he can shuttle between the upper and lower heavens depends on the 7 green dragon monsters. He flew on the Liuguang Xianfan and headed straight to the east. For the time being, he didn't have extra treasures to feed the other 21 monsters. For the time being, he could only feed the 7 green dragon beasts first. When he came to the eastern bow, he found that in the cabin, 7 monsters of different shapes were trapped in the ferry sail by the formation, and each of them seemed to have entered a dormant state, motionless. It wasn't until Yi Feng approached that he finally alarmed the 7 monsters, causing them to raise their heads and look towards Yi Feng. These 7 monsters include a golden 6-winged beast, a twin shadow leopard, a streamer angel, and so on. It's not that only dragon-shaped monsters are placed on the eastern bow, but because these monsters have mastered the law of the void and the law of time. And Yi Feng soon discovered that these monsters were probably not wild monsters, because their respective forms seemed not to be flesh and blood, but energy. No wonder, it needs to feed on heaven, material, earth treasures or rule fragments, but I don't know how such monsters are produced. Yi Feng paced forward, and soon came to the golden 6-winged beast. That golden 6-winged beast, with a head like a lion, looked mighty and uncommon, and its eyes were looking towards Long Yu with an extremely vigilant expression. Obviously, the golden 6-winged beast is wild and unruly. At this moment, only by imprisoning it in the formation can it prevent it from escaping and hurting people. Since you are going to control Liuguang Xianfan, it seems impossible not to spend some money. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and took out all the fragments of rules he got from Slaughter Dust Sword sect and others not long ago. These rule fragments are quite powerful in Shangqingshan, but for Yi Feng, they are useless at all. You must know that what Yi Feng has mastered and used is all powerful in Yuqingshan in the fairy world. Power of rules. When Yi Feng took out these rule fragments, the eyes of the 7 monsters imprisoned in the bow formation all lit up. They understood almost immediately that Yi Feng was here to give them something to eat. Seeing that you are the most powerful, let me give you a taste first. Yifeng looked at the golden six-winged beast, smiled slightly, and threw the rule fragment in his hand towards the golden six-winged beast in the formation. Seeing this, the golden six-winged beast became excited, leaped easily, took all the regular fragments into its mouth, and chewed it lightly. Immediately afterwards, those rule fragments were transformed into the purest power, which flowed all over the body of the golden six-winged beast. Immediately, the 3 pairs of wings of the golden six-winged beast all emitted extremely strong light, instantly filling the entire space. The image of the whole golden six-winged beast suddenly became more mighty. It roared towards the sky, and suddenly a burst of violent void power surged out, which shocked Yifeng. The power of this golden six-winged beast alone is comparable to the crystal shuttle of fairy Tianxiang. It's a pity that this Liuguang Xianfan is too huge. If you want to make the entire Liuguang Xianfan work, you can only rely on this. A golden six-winged beast is still not enough. Yifeng thought in his heart, and then turned his gaze to another monster, the twin shadow leopards. These are 2 disembodied leopards, like ghosts, intertwined with each other, looking at the golden six-winged beast that ate the regular fragments, with a desire in their eyes. For you. Yifeng continued to throw the rule fragments in his hands to the twin shadow leopards. When the twin shadow leopards saw it, they immediately opened their mouths to swallow those rule fragments. Similarly, these rule fragments turned into the purest energy and flowed throughout its body. You guys, can you let this flowing light fairy sail go from here to another direction of the sanctuary Tianzhou? After Yifeng fed the 2 monster beasts, he released his divine thoughts and asked about the golden six-winged beast and the twin shadow leopards. The 2 monsters seemed to look at each other, and then all the power in their bodies poured into the entire Liuguang Xianfan. The feeling of being full of power made the 2 monsters feel extremely comfortable. As long as Liuguang Xianfan is not allowed to cross the boundary, their power will not be consumed much. Therefore, the 2 demonic beasts just moved at will, and they made the entire city-sized streamer sail move. Flowing light fairy sail, if you don't move, you will become a blockbuster. Yifeng jumped up and stood at the bow of the boat, and found that this speed was several times faster than fairy Tianxiang's crystal shuttle. There is also a long distance between the 4 great ancient killing formations in the sanctuary of Tianzhou. When Liuguang Xianfan shuttled towards the next Death Abyss killing formation, Yifeng had a lot of time to absorb some natural and earthly treasures, and try to step into the realm of becoming a fairy. He fed the golden six-winged beast and the twin shadow leopards with regular fragments, and there was no need to feed other monsters for the time being. However, such unfair treatment caused the other 5 monsters to protest. Of course Yifeng would not pay attention to them. This way, it would obviously stimulate the energy of these monsters, otherwise, if they were all fed, it would be a waste. He returned to the deck of Liuguang Xianfan. This vast area was like a city square, with Yifeng sitting in the center alone. It was as inconspicuous as an ant on a vast land. Liuguang Xianfan quickly shuttled forward while shattering the void to avoid being discovered by other people in the sanctuary Tianzhou. With the strength possessed by the golden six-winged beast and the twin shadow leopards, it is enough for them to run Liuguang Xianfan all the way to the next killing formation. As for Yifeng himself, sitting in the center of the deck, he began to absorb the natural treasures obtained from the immortal emperor of the Slaughtering Sword sect. Yifeng has not taken many treasures in the holy land of Tianzhou that can increase the cultivation level and the upper limit of cultivation level, and now he just has time to absorb them and see if he can achieve the realm of immortality. Yifeng had already been familiar with the process of absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth. He quickly selected the treasures of heaven and earth with 2,000 years of cultivation and the upper limit of cultivation, and absorbed them one by one. His cultivation base, starting from 8,000 years, is rapidly progressing towards 10,000 years. As long as there are enough types of natural treasures, the improvement of cultivation base is only an instant thing. Just 3 days passed. Yifeng had already absorbed most of the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, and his own cultivation had reached more than 9,900 years. At this moment, he could finally feel that the second layer of the dragon sword body was condensed in his body before. Prohibition. At that time, when the dragon sword body descended, it left 7 layers of restrictions in his body, and 3 powerful swordsmanship moves. Yifeng had already broken through the first level of restriction when he stepped into the Tao realm, and at this moment when he was about to break through to immortality, he finally encountered the second level of restriction. Yifeng still remembered that at that time, it was quite difficult for him to break through the first restriction and step into the realm of 1,000 years of cultivation. But now, he has comprehended the third level of the power of chaos. At this moment, the restriction set by the dragon sword itself is useless to him. The power of chaos circulated rapidly in his body, running through his whole body. When Yifeng's cultivation was close to 10,000 years, these forces of chaos easily broke through the second restriction set by the dragon sword itself. Originally, dragon sword's main body set up these 7 restrictions, of course, to prevent Yifeng's cultivation base from improving too quickly, while ignoring the comprehension of power. Only by comprehending enough strength can one break through these restrictions. However, now that Yifeng has comprehended the third level of chaos power, these restrictions have no effect on him, not only the second level of restrictions, but also the remaining 5 levels of restrictions. I am afraid that they are also ineffective in front of the power of chaos. Will have no effect. 10,000 years of cultivation, the realm of becoming a fairy. Yifeng closed his eyes tightly, feeling the surge of power in his body. When he reached 10,000 years of cultivation, the barren level Tao fruit that was originally condensed in his body finally began to bloom a fairy flower at this moment. Ordinary immortal cultivators, after becoming immortals, the immortal flowers in their bodies contain all the power contained in their Tao fruit. The more power and the higher the level, the stronger the power that the immortal flowers can burst out. But now, there is only one kind of power in Yifeng's fairy flower, and that is the power of chaos. The fairy flower condensed by the power of chaos looks a bit hazy and gray, making it impossible to see how much power it contains. However, Yifeng could feel that his fairy flower, in terms of quality, was definitely higher than his barren level Tao fruit among the Tao fruits. The most important thing is that his fairy flower achievement can finally generate the power of chaos continuously. No matter what power it is, as long as it passes through the fairy flower, it can be transformed into the power of chaos, but the efficiency of transforming other powers into the power of chaos is different. The lower the power is, the less it will be transformed into the power of chaos, which makes it impossible for Yifeng to replenish the entire ball of chaos. Even in the sanctuary Tianzhou, where the aura of heaven and earth is extremely abundant, if he wants to rely on fairy flowers to replenish the power of chaos consumed in the ball of chaos, it may take thousands of years to complete it. I have finally become a fairy. If I report to Longjian, I should be able to take me to Yuqingshan, the fairyland. However, I still have something to do in Tianzhou, the sanctuary. A bright light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Next, he wanted to go to the 3 remaining ancient killing formations in the sanctuary Tianzhou to see if he could get something like the Chaos Ball in the Phantom Killing Formation. If there is, then he will obviously have more absolute advantages in the covenant against the sky. Such an opportunity must not be missed. A few days later, Lu Guang's Xianfan finally started to slow down, and approached the next ancient killing formation, the Death Abyss Killing Formation. According to Fairy Tianxiang's explanation, this abyss of death is completely the abyss of death. After stepping into it, one will face all kinds of dangers, even walking may step on something and die. Faced with endless ways of death, the cultivators who step into it must try their best to avoid death, and finally they can find a way to survive and come out alive. Like Yifeng, who wanted to pass through 2 ancient killing formations one after another, probably never appeared in the entire Shangqing heaven. Others, thank God after passing a killing formation, have achieved the reputation of defying the sky, and being able to participate in the covenant against the sky is enough. Breaking through another killing formation is meaningless at all. Only a person with extreme talent like Yi Feng would be interested in breaking into the second ancient killing formation. Because of this, the other members of the Killing Dust Sword sect didn't expect him to come in this direction at all, and they didn't chase him to search at all. No matter how hard they searched, it was impossible to find Yi Feng's trace. Soon, Liuguang Xianfan stopped in the sky not far from the Death Abyss killing formation. Yi Feng put it in the Bloodstone space, and flew to the Death Abyss killing formation alone. The entrance of the Death Abyss killing formation is a huge mouth condensed with the breath of death, facing the sky, swallowing endless killing intent. As long as they pass through the huge mouth, the immortal cultivator can step into the Death Abyss and face various unexpected ways of death. Normally, no one would come to kill the Abyss of Death. Yi Feng, alone, easily flew into the abyss of the giant mouth of death, without being noticed by anyone at all. In the Abyss of Death, this is a completely blood-red space. There is no blood path like the Phantom Killing formation, but it is extremely empty on all sides. Up, down, front, back, left, and right, there seems to be nothing there, and they are all covered with blood red. Soon, Yi Feng took a step towards the left, and found that the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The space that was originally blood-red suddenly became snow-white. Yi Feng just took a step towards the left and came to a world of ice and snow. Yi Feng felt that the temperature in the space around his body began to drop sharply, and after only a few breaths, it seemed that even the blood in his body was frozen. If this goes on, even the powerhouses of the Immortal Emperor realm will definitely not be able to bear it. If you want to crack it, the only way is. Yi Feng's heart shuddered, and he immediately thought of a way. According to the principle of the Annihilation Sword technique that he had practiced before, he tried to transform the endless cold power that was pressing around him into the power of chaos. Annihilation swordsmanship, annihilation of all things, has a strong restraint on everything in the world. At this moment, according to the knowledge he learned while practicing the Annihilation Sword technique, Yi Feng quickly transformed the surrounding cold power into the power of chaos. This process was very quick. When Yi Feng thought of it, an idea immediately emanated from him, condensed the power of chaos in his body, and spread to the surroundings. In just an instant, the endless cold power around was transformed into the power of chaos. The power that was about to freeze Yi Feng's whole body into ice cubes disappeared without a trace in an instant. The first difficulty after entering the Death Abyss killing array was easily broken by Yi Feng like this. If someone else came here, in order to break through this cold field, they must display a strong enough defense ability. Just like in the Phantom Killing formation, in the Deathly Abyss killing formation, everyone's cultivation bases will be erased, leaving only the powers that the immortal cultivators have comprehended. Without comprehending enough types of power, it is impossible to break through the Death Abyss. Because of this, the difficulty of Death Abyss killing formation is the biggest among the three ancient killing formations in the Sanctuary Tianzhou that can be broken through. Historically, the pass rate of breaking into the three major killing formations has always been the highest in the Phantom Killing formation, and the lowest in the Death Abyss killing formation. That is to say, the death rate in the Death Abyss killing formation has always been the highest. However, Yi Feng has already comprehended the power of chaos. It couldn't be easier to break into this Death Abyss. Not only that, even if it was replaced by other geniuses who comprehend the power of chaos, it would not be so easy to break into the Abyss of Death. The key is that Yi Feng also mastered the principle of the Annihilation Sword technique. Annihilation swordsmanship can be said to contain extremely profound truths of the universe, including all things, and can also annihilate all things. If you want to annihilate all things, the first thing you need to know is how all things are produced. Yi Feng has mastered all kinds of knowledge in Chaos Sword Immortal Star, and at this moment, it will come in handy. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng continued to move forward, stepping into the range of a dark castle. In this dark castle, there is a strong power of darkness. Immortal cultivators caught in the dark power of this dark castle will easily lose their minds. Faced with such a death crisis, Yi Feng continued to use the knowledge of the Annihilation Sword technique to release the power of chaos, turning all the power of darkness into the power of chaos. The power of annihilation of everything. This set of swordsmanship can be said to be the strongest swordsmanship Yi Feng has mastered, and it can be used in any situation. Step by step, Yi Feng continued to travel through the killing array of death abyss, deciphering one death scene after another, until after hundreds of times, the situation he encountered suddenly became complicated. It's been 100 death scenes. It stands to reason that you can pass through this killing array, but now. Yi Feng felt the combination of several tyrannical forces coming from around him, as if they were going to crush his whole body. He couldn't help frowning slightly. Combining several kinds of power, it will be much more difficult to annihilate it into the power of chaos. But fortunately, Yi Feng's comprehension of the Annihilation Sword technique is quite solid. At this moment, he released the power of chaos in an orderly manner, and then used the Annihilation Sword technique to transform several kinds of power into the chaos power. One crisis after another was easily overcome by Yi Feng. Until the end, more and more forces appeared, stronger and stronger. Even Yi Feng felt a lot of pressure. A series of killing scenes appeared around Yi Feng, but he cracked them one by one. Yi Feng was close to death several times, and he tried his best to escape from it. Finally, after breaking through more than 400 killing circles, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly opened up. A piece of chaotic space that passed through the phantom killing array before appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. Similarly, when Yi Feng entered this space, the power of chaos in this space began to quickly condense towards the center, gradually condensing into the shape of a spear. Spear? Yi Feng stared with bated breath, only to find that the shape of the spear became more and more clear as the power of chaos gathered around him, until finally, a spear condensed all the power of chaos in the entire space, and appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Really a spear? Yi Feng had experience in collecting chaos balls, so he didn't hesitate at this moment. He stepped forward and held the spear in his hand. Immediately, the same feeling as holding the chaos ball came over. Yi Feng could clearly feel the tyrannical chaos power contained in the spear. Yi Feng could feel that the power contained in the chaos spear was extremely aggressive, much stronger than the chaos ball. However, the power seems to be concentrated in one point, and it should be possible to use the spear of chaos to deal with one enemy. When the chaos spear comes out, it will kill with one blow. However, there is no place to replenish the power consumed by the chaos spear outside of Chaos Tai Ching, and it can only be used once in total. Yi Feng thought in his heart, this opportunity can't be wasted casually. He finally obtained the chaos spear after the chaos ball, and this was a much stronger beheading effect than the suppression effect of the chaos ball. Yi Feng at this moment can be said to be a shotgun, even if he has just become a fairy, but even in the face of the Immortal Emperor, he has the power to fight. The 10 Emperor's sword is still in his Chaos Sword Immortal Star Space. Liuguang Xianfan also has the ability to attack, as long as he can take out some natural materials and earthly treasures to feed those monsters. With such a big ship, it must be no problem to deal with an Immortal Emperor. The Phantom Killing Array is the Ball of Chaos, and the Death Abyss Killing Array is the Spear of Chaos. There are still 2 killing arrays left. They must be able to give me something unique. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and then his eyes lit up. He finally got out of the death pit. His next goal is to kill the battle with silence. Yi Feng quietly left from the killing formation in the abyss of death without anyone noticing. And after he left with the Spear of Chaos, the entire death abyss killing formation disappeared from midair like a phantom killing formation, as if it had never appeared before. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng rode the flowing light immortal sail and headed towards the Kuji killing formation in another direction. At the same time, he continued to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth, raising his cultivation to 13,000 years along the way. So far, there are still treasures left in him that can increase the cultivation level and the upper limit of the cultivation level for 4 or 5,000 years, but they are all types that he has absorbed and cannot continue to absorb. These treasures of heaven, material, and earth, together with some remaining rule fragments, etc., can make Liuguang Xianfan operate normally for a long time. It can even feed the seven-headed monsters in the direction of the western white tiger, allowing Liuguang Xianfan to display extremely terrifying attack power. If necessary, it is enough to fight with people in the realm of the Immortal Emperor. If you go back to Xia Qingshan, a Liuguang Xianfan is enough to sweep all the worlds, including the 3 worlds of Xia Qingshan like Shutian World, and the most prosperous world. It is impossible to be Liuguang Xianfan's opponent together. In Xia Qingshan, the strongest person is 100,000 years of cultivation, the realm of Immortal King, such as Emperor Zhenyue and so on. And the current Yifeng, with his own strength alone, might be able to fight against ordinary cultivators with a cultivation base of 40,000 to 50,000 years, let alone Liuguang Xianfan. As long as you return to Xiaqing Tian, you can really sweep everything away. It's just that, Yifeng didn't think too much about it. What he was going to face next was the Dead Silence killing formation, one of the 3 ancient killing formations. According to what Fairy Tianxiang said, the power of Kuji is contained in the Kuji killing formation, which makes people age, and thousands of years are like a moment. The power of Withering Silence will continue to attack the immortal cultivators, and only those who resist with all their strength for a long enough time can be regarded as having passed the killing array of Withered Silence. Many immortal cultivators chose to enter the Kuji killing formation. Even if they passed through the Kuji killing formation in the end, they were still affected by the power of Kuji, consuming thousands or even tens of thousands of years of lifespan. Of course, as long as you can survive it, it is not bad for ordinary cultivators. Only Yifeng would ask not to be affected by the power of Withering Silence in any aspect, and to fight for the treasure of chaos in it. Now, Yifeng refers to items like the Chaos Ball and Chaos Spear as Chaos Treasures. These Chaos Treasures must have existed since the beginning of the world. In the Chaos Taiqing Heaven, the Chaos Supreme Treasure is the key to the strength of the immortal cultivator. The Ball of Chaos, the Spear of Chaos, I don't know what kind of treasure of chaos will be hidden in this deadly killing formation. Yifeng rode the flowing light immortal sail and quickly flew towards the direction of the Kuji killing formation. But at this moment, Fairy Tianxiang's crystal shuttle brought you along, Zisansara and Xie Xianyu away from the phantom killing array. Xie Xianyu chose to go back to his sect in the sanctuary Tianzhou. Although she didn't get the oracle gem this time to improve her talent for cultivating immortals, she did comprehend the power of chaos, stepped into the phantom killing array, and won the name of Defying the Sky. She was finally able to participate in the covenant against the heavens with her master. Although the heaven-defying covenant is full of dangers, it is said that the heaven-defying covenant is the most high-level event for cultivators in the world, including Yuqing Tian from the fairy world, which makes Xie Xianyu yearn for it very much. It is no regret to be able to participate in the covenant against the sky in this life. Xie Xianyu is not like Yifeng, who wants to get something from the heaven-defying covenant. She just wants to use her strength to enter it, quietly avoid the crowd, and secretly comprehend the deeper power of chaos. After Xie Xianyu left, he also left since reincarnation. He wanted to go back to the immortal demon city in the Tianqing of the eastern region, to find the immortal Emperor Lian Nidian. Since reincarnation was rescued by Pity, and because of Pity's training, he became the Emperor against the sky. It can be said that his feelings for Pity are inseparable. Even if reincarnation is allowed to die for Pity, I believe this man with a stiff face will not have it any slightest hesitation. As for Yuelong, she was going to be sent by Fairy Tianxiang to Qing Tian. Aren't you waiting for Yifeng to come together? Fairy Tianxiang brought Yuan back to the Tianxiang restaurant in Wuya City, and asked with a gentle smile. No. He told me that he will come back when the business over there is finished. Yuan smiled slightly. It's not an option for me to wait here. I'd better go back first and see my relatives who are in the sky. Her father, Emperor Zhenyue, and her elder brother, Yu Qiqian, must be worried about her to death now, right? After all, it has been almost 10 years since we saw each other. Also, Fairy Tianxiang sighed slightly. Yifeng's talent is really something I have never seen before, and I don't know what kind of earth-shattering things he can do in the heaven-defying covenant. I believe that after the heaven-defying covenant, Yifeng, the name of Feng, will spread throughout the world, and even Yuqing Tian in the fairy world will know of his existence. This is something for the future, and it's useless to think about it now. Yuan said with emotion. What's more, the covenant against the sky is full of dangers, so many immortal cultivators who go against the sky entered it together. No matter how powerful Yifeng is, if he acts carelessly, it will definitely be extremely dangerous. That's right. Throughout the ages, there have been many people with high talents. However, it's not that the more talented immortal cultivators will be able to go to the end. This world of immortal cultivators is full of dangers. Fairy Tianxiang nodded approvingly when she heard the words, and then said, in this case, I will send you back to the lower realm first. You have the protection of the immortal King Divine Cauldron, so you should not encounter any danger, but you still have to be careful. Moonlight nodded. By the way, I heard that your father in the lower realm is from the realm of the immortal king. Fairy Tianxiang thought for a while. If you bring him to heaven, I can teach him how to continue to cultivate and eventually become the emperor. Really? Yuan was taken aback when she heard this. Of course it's true. Fairy Tianxiang smiled. Thank you, Senior Tianxiang. My heartfelt thanks to Yuan. Why are you being so polite? Anyway, we are all in the same group now. Fairy Tianxiang giggled, then raised her hand, and injected her aura into the crystal shuttle, creating a space channel with the power of the crystal shuttle. This space channel, at first glance, is extremely dark, but it is the channel leading to the lower sky. This passage leads to the Yuan world where your father and brother are. After passing through, you will be able to see your father and brother. Fairy Tianxiang pointed to the dark space passage and said, Well, Senior Tianxiang, I will take my leave first. Yuan nodded, and then, under the eyes of Fairy Tianxiang, she stepped into the dark space passage. After many years, Yuan is finally about to return to Xia Qingshan to meet her father and other relatives. And Yuan has already gone back. Will Yifeng be far behind? The deadly killing formation is full of dangers, and every step is full of killing intent from deadly power. Perhaps, the cultivator who enters it only needs to take a step forward, and he will be enveloped by the power of silence, will be rapidly aged, turned into a pile of dry bones, or even dust, and disappear in the world. It's a pity that Yifeng didn't have any difficulty in killing countless immortal cultivators. He has even passed the more difficult abyss killing formation perfectly, not to mention the relatively simple deadly killing formation. After a day and a night, Yifeng finally passed through the dead silence killing formation. His figure appeared outside the Kuji killing formation, and the Kuji killing formation in the mid-air clouds behind him, like the death abyss killing formation and phantom killing formation before, gradually disappeared, arousing the vision of heaven and earth. Yifeng didn't dare to stay for a long time. He quickly released the flowing light fairy sail, took the flowing light fairy sail, and traveled towards the last remaining ancient killing formation through the void. The last ancient killing formation is the most difficult of the 4 ancient killing formations in the sanctuary Tianzhou. The other 3 ancient killing formations, the phantom killing formation, the dead silence killing formation, and the death abyss killing formation, at least have people able to pass through, and have achieved the reputation of defying the sky, but this last one has never been able to pass through. No one knows what exists in this ancient killing formation, because all those who entered it have not been able to come out. Therefore, this ancient killing formation is completely unknown to Yifeng. He didn't know what would be inside. But judging from the fact that no one has ever been able to pass through this killing formation, there must be unparalleled dangers in it, definitely much more dangerous than the previous 3 killing formations. However, no matter how dangerous that killing formation is, Yifeng will not back down. In Liuguang Xianfan, he was playing with the 3 Chaos Supreme treasures in his hands. If they fell into the eyes of some big bosses from the fairy world, Yuqing Tian, I'm afraid it would make these big shots from the fairy world tear their eyes apart. 3 Chaos Supreme treasures. Even the many bigwigs in Yuqing Tian in the fairy world, few people can own it. However, Yifeng possessed a treasure that none of the bosses had, and he wanted to fight for the 4th one. The first Chaos Supreme treasure in his hand was the Chaos Ball obtained from the Phantom Killing formation. The second Chaos Supreme treasure was the Chaos Spear obtained from the Abyss Killing formation. As for the third Chaos Supreme treasure, it was the Chaos Hourglass obtained from the Deadly Killing array not long ago. The Chaos Ball can suppress everything around it with the Law of Chaos, but it has no attack ability. The Chaos Spear is extremely murderous, but it can only attack one person, and its effect is often limited. And this Chaotic Hourglass, Yifeng can't figure out what it does. This Chaotic Hourglass is an hourglass bottle condensed by the power of the Law of Chaos, and inside the bottle is sand condensed by the power of the Law of Chaos. Yifeng could turn this chaotic hourglass upside down at will, but he couldn't feel any effect, so he couldn't help but feel a little troubled. As a treasure of chaos, this thing must be extremely powerful, but if you don't know what it does, wouldn't it be a bad moment at a critical moment? If you encounter danger next time, let's test the use of this chaotic hourglass first. Yifeng thought in his heart, and at this moment, he felt the entire Liuguang Xianfan tremble violently, as if he had suffered some kind of attack. This made him tremble in his heart, and he reacted quickly. Who did you meet? Thinking in his heart, his figure flickered quickly, and he put away the flowing light immortal sail all at once, and appeared in the sky of Sanctuary Tianzhou out of thin air. After he came out, he realized that he was not far from his destination, the last ancient killing formation. But right around him, there was already a large group of immortal cultivators. These immortal cultivators were all experts in the realm of Immortal King and Immortal Emperor. They all looked at Yifeng with vigilance, hatred and greedy. There are people from the Killing Dust Sword sect, and some people from sects that I don't know. Presumably, they are people from other sects in the Sanctuary Tianzhou. But how did they know that I am here? What are they chasing me for? Yifeng frowned slightly. God has eyes, this thief Yifeng was finally caught by us, ha 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 ha. One of the elders of the Slaughtering Dust Sword sect laughed out loud, looking at Yifeng with engraved hatred in his eyes. Yifeng looked at the old man, and saw that his features were a little familiar, and he was not much different from the appearance of Ming Jianzi, who had killed him before. He must be a brother of Jianzi Killing. No wonder there was hatred, it turned out to be revenge. But what about everyone else? Yifeng looked around, his eyes were full of composure. He was trying to figure out the function of the chaotic hourglass. At this moment, it was exactly what he wanted for these people to surround him and try to deal with him. However, if the effect of the chaotic hourglass can't relieve the current danger, then Yifeng will be sadly reminded, no matter what, he can only try it with the chaotic hourglass first. Okay, don't talk nonsense, this Yifeng is a calamity from the sky, destroying the 3 killing formations one by one, there must be an ulterior secret. Yes, no matter what, we must capture him first, and force him to see what secrets are hidden in the 3 ancient killing formations. Let's go together, I don't believe how much trouble I can make with just this kid's cultivation in the realm of immortality. slaughtering the Dust Sword Sect, Nishang Pavilion, Tianlong Yaodian, Xuanhuan Palace. Our 4 major sects join hands to deal with such a kid, and it is also his honor. The people around said one after another. A group of people surrounded Yi Feng, and each of them felt that they surrounded a big fat sheep that could not resist. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and carefully observed the surroundings. Sure enough, he found that there were many immortal kings and immortal emperors in the same attire as the spar-masked man before, who were also preparing to do something in the crowd, and he couldn't help frowning slightly. Didn't the Immortal Emperor Palace want him to represent the Immortal Emperor Palace to participate in the covenant against heaven? Now they are going to attack him? What does the spar-masked man mean? Of course, Yi Feng didn't give much thought. Of the 5 major sects in Tianzhou in the Holy Region, only the Emperor sect of the Eastern region did not make a move. Yi Feng didn't know why, but this time, he made him remember it a little bit. When it comes to the covenant against the sky, Nishang Pavilion, Xianhuang Palace, Dust Killing Sword Sect, Tianlong Yaodian, these people are all enemies. Without hesitation, Yi Feng threw the chaotic hourglass with one hand, and in the astonishment of everyone's eyes, he instantly activated the chaotic hourglass. At this moment, Yi Feng only felt a strange force enveloping him, and then it spread towards the surroundings. The next moment, the surrounding world seemed to have completely changed. Time is going backwards. Yi Feng quickly discovered this fact and couldn't help being shocked on the spot. The chaotic hourglass controls time. When he activates the chaotic hourglass, the law of chaos contained in it instantly reverses time. All around him, the strong men of the Tianzhou Zongmen in the sanctuary who surrounded him, their faces changed strangely with the passage of time, and soon, their figures receded at an extremely fast speed. Rewinding time, let them go back to a certain moment before, the moment before they surrounded Yi Feng. When Yi Feng activated the chaotic hourglass, he was shocked to find that the time around him started to flow backwards. In just an instant, the scene has changed suddenly. Yi Feng returned to the flowing light immortal sail, and the time seemed to be reversed to an hour or 2 ago. At this time, Yi Feng was still sitting in the flowing light fairy sail, heading towards the last ancient killing formation, and the immortal kings and immortal emperors of the various sects were probably still laying ambushes in front. Since I've been given another chance, then, detour. Now that Yi Feng knew that there was an ambush ahead, of course he wouldn't just go straight forward. That group of people must have relied on guesswork to know that Yi Feng would go to the next ancient killing formation, but they definitely didn't know that Yi Feng would take a detour. In order to prevent long nights and dreams, it is better to take certain measures. Thinking in his heart, Yi Feng stood up and walked towards the cabin where the eastern 7 monster beasts were. Soon, he prepared all the remaining rule fragments. Earlier, Yi Feng only fed 2 ferocious beasts, the golden 6-winged beast, and the twin shadow leopards, and besides these 2 monsters, there were 5 other monsters, all of which had comprehended the law of void and the law of time. If all 5 monsters are fed, and 7 monsters are used to move Liuguang Xianfan at the same time, the speed will definitely be several times faster. And this requires Yi Feng to consume all the remaining rule fragments. Of course, for the sake of your own life, consume these rule fragments as soon as they are consumed. Anyway, after returning to Xiaqing Tian, there should be no shortage of whether it is heaven, material, earth treasures or rule fragments. All full speed ahead. Yi Feng quickly fed all the rule fragments to the other 5 monsters. Immediately, under the joint force of the 7 monsters, Liuguang Xianfan's speed increased several times. The huge flowing light immortal sail moved forward quickly in the void. It didn't take long before it bypassed the places where the immortal kings and immortal sovereigns were ambushed, and quickly flew towards the last ancient killing formation. Not long after, although Yi Feng made a big circle, the time was shorter than originally needed, and he arrived at the last ancient killing formation. This killing array is also located in the mid-air cloud layer, condensed into a colorful halo, fluctuating in the cloud layer. From this colorful halo, Yifeng felt a slightly familiar atmosphere. Is this a power similar to the power of a demon dragon? Yifeng was a little surprised. The totemization magic technique, the power of the ancient demon dragon, and the power of the shining demon dragon that he had practiced before were all obtained by accident. However, now, the last ancient killing formation in the Holy Land of Tianzhou, where no one has ever been able to leave alive, actually contains a similar power of a demon dragon. No matter what, Yifeng made up his mind to go in for a walk. He put away the flowing light immortal sail, knowing that he must not stay in place for too long, so he broke into the colorful halo at the fastest speed, and suddenly a strong power of the monster dragon rushed towards his face. His figure disappeared from the mid-air clouds, and came to a place shrouded in dragon aura. This is the inside of that colored halo? Yifeng looked around and found that various colors of light were shining in this place, and each color of light represented the power of some kind of monster dragon. This is where all the demon dragons are buried. Dragon lore array, dragon lore array. Yifeng murmured softly. He could feel the colorful halo around him. He could clearly feel the power of the monster dragon inside, the desolation and dead silence contained in it. The word Longjue came out from the power of these desolate monster dragons. This ancient killing formation not only swallowed countless immortal cultivators who entered it, but also swallowed the entire monster dragon clan, becoming the place where the monster dragon clan was extinct. If it was the former Yifeng, he would definitely be ecstatic when he came to this place, because there are so many monster dragon powers for him to absorb and comprehend. But now Yifeng didn't have any mood to pay attention to the power of these monster dragons. Because compared with the power of chaos, the power of these monster dragons is really nothing. Instead of spending time to comprehend the power of these monster dragons, it would be more practical to break through the power of chaos. Moreover, this place is an ancient killing formation. Yifeng didn't have so much free time to comprehend the power of the demon dragon. The most urgent thing to do was to break through this entire killing formation and obtain the treasure of chaos hidden in it. It is said that the Yaolong clan is a powerful race of Yuqing Tian in the fairy world. Unexpectedly, they all died in this killing formation. It seems that they also wanted to attack the treasure of chaos in this killing formation, but it is a pity that they all died in this killing formation. Yifeng walked forward step by step in the colorful halo, feeling the aura of extinct monster dragons around him. It made people feel as if they were about to suffocate. The entire powerful clan of monster dragons were buried here, and the power of the monster dragons contained therein is simply unimaginable. At least not for the immortal cultivators of the upper heavens. No matter who it is from Shangqingshan, or even the countless strong men from Yuqingshan from the fairy world, if they enter this killing formation and see the power of so many monster dragons, they will definitely be extremely moved. If it was someone else, seeing so many tyrannical monster dragons buried in the dragon killing formation, I am afraid that my heart will suddenly feel empty, and I have doubts about whether I can break through this killing formation. However, Yifeng was not affected in the slightest. If he was afraid, he would not have stepped into this killing formation. Even though no one has been able to pass through this killing formation since ancient times, Yifeng has enough confidence in himself. He has already obtained 3 pieces of Chaos Supreme Treasure, and this one must be obtained as well. In the upcoming covenant against the heavens, no one wants to be inferior to others, and Yifeng is the same. There is a gap between him and other immortal cultivators in understanding the power of chaos, and this cannot be caught up in a short period of time. His only advantage is to use his own talent. This dragon killing formation is so terrifying. If one can obtain the Chaos Supreme Treasure, it will obviously improve Yifeng's strength by a large margin. When he ignored the power of the monster dragons around him, he realized that he had finally come to an extremely quiet and dark space. In this dark space, everything returned to tranquility. Even Yifeng's heart became calm and relieved. The originally excited and vigilant mood quickly became peaceful. This space is the killing array? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. The 3 ancient killing formations he had experienced before were full of murderous aura, and he wished he could immediately kill those who entered it. However, in this most dangerous dragon lore formation, there is a seemingly eternal tranquility. This kind of situation made Yi Feng more vigilant. He knew that in such a dangerous place, the more abnormal the situation, the more terrifying danger was hidden. No one has ever walked out of this killing array alive. This is the best proof of the danger of this killing array.